Hello and welcome to the LVT Halo Watch Party live from the mezzanine at HCS Atlanta. That's right, we're right out here on the open bracket floor. Joined with me, my co-host, Eli the Ninja. We're going to be handling it all weekend long. And then obviously the man that makes everything happen, not behind the scenes this time, but in front of the camera, Mr. Louis V. Titan, joining me on the couch.
Yeah, it's a great day to play some Halo. The arena is pretty vibey. We'll get some shots later on for you guys, but we're in a basketball arena, and this is a little bit of a different vibe from what we're usually seeing here at these HCS events, man.
A big thing about our coverage this week, and going to be a little bit different than what you've seen before. A little bit more of the open bracket. You can't really see it behind us at the moment, but right down there where the basketball floor normally is the open bracket. We're going to be covering as much of that as possible. We're still going to be looking at pool play and covering a lot of the matches there, but we really want to highlight the players that come out and play on Friday. I mean, something that you're really familiar with, Eli, like having that open bracket coverage from back in the day. Well, how are you feeling about having that coverage once again?
It's just so cool, man. We're going to get to shine a spotlight on a lot of players that don't normally get any spotlight. They've been competing in every single tournament, whether it's online or on land, but some of these guys are extremely talented. They just never got the chance to put themselves out there. So this will be the first time that people get a chance to watch some of these guys play, and I love it.
Yeah, one thing you'll notice right now, Louis with the double headset on, right? He's got his broadcast headset on, but he also has he's working, so he'll be on and off the desk throughout the weekend. He's going to be coordinating a lot of stuff with the open bracket, making sure we get into the right stuff. So he'll be here, he'll be off, but the big thing is that we're doing something a little bit new this time, right? It's going to be a little bit more bells and whistles, but we should be able to cover a lot more with the power that we're bringing into this event. And I mean, Louis, how do you feel about everything that we're doing this time?
Well, I feel great, and first of all, I want to thank HCS and Faze Clan for having us out here, working with us. We kind of gave them this idea that we wanted to be out in the open, and on top of that, we wanted to cover the open bracket, right? And so I think that obviously it's just a testament to HCS allowing us to do what we want to do and get into the matches and stuff like that. We should be observing all that good stuff. We've got a hell of a team behind us for this entire event. Obviously, the three of us on the couch. We also have 99 observing in the back. Mikowski, our thoughts and prayers are with him. He might have hurt his back just a little bit, right? But nevertheless, he's going to be at home. I'm sure he's in the chat at some point. He's going to be watching. Yep. And then, of course, right, per usual, I am, behind the scenes, technically directing whatever it may be. But this time, we've got some good friends with us in Insight that are going to be helping us, the Proverb brothers and their family and friends that are coming through and working on the production in this. So it's a whole team of people that are making us look good this time around. On top of that, I've been keeping tabs on the open bracket. It looks like a lot of players are still checking out equipment, right? They're getting controllers, headsets, all that good stuff. So as soon as the bracket comes out, I believe there is a bracket link in the chat right now, but if I'm not mistaken, this is the first draft of the bracket that is just probably in the order that you sign up in, right? But this tournament will need to be seeded, and the official bracket will come out. As soon as that bracket comes out, I'm going to make my way down to the floor. We're going to put some cameras out there. We're going to pick our matches, and we're going to get in the broadcast.
Yeah, that's going to be the exciting part, right? Is especially just the opening matches, just getting a feel of what it feels like to be in that open bracket. Some of my favorite experiences in Halo was going in some of the first events that I played in. I didn't get to play in big open tournaments that often. I think Raleigh was the last one I got to play in, and I started seeing all those teams coming out playing. Did you compete in Raleigh, Eli?
No, I actually didn't compete at all in Halo Infinite.
Wow.
Yeah, I was coaching, remember? I was coaching.
Yeah, that's
SLC.
right.
Well, is that not competing? I mean, come on.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess I coached the original G1 roster that whole first year of HCS. And, it's a fun experience. The first few rounds, if you're one of the top seeds, the first few rounds are, a good time to get your comms flowing, make sure that your teamwork's working, test some opening strats, but you're really not tested until the later rounds as one of the top seeds. So, I mean, let's talk about some of the top seeds. We got Native, I think, is #1 seed. Whoever runs into them first round, Godspeed. Those guys are incredible. So, there's so many killers in open bracket. We got Envor's team.
Yeah, Carolina Gaming. Big fan of Carolina Gaming. I drafted 2 of their players on my fantasy team this weekend.
Yaxon,
Mortally, those two. I have them doing great things. Jackson in particular, I think that this kid is ready to be that like new wave that comes in. I'm
He's so
very, very. I have very high expectations for him this event.
Yeah, no, he's definitely one of the players to watch out for. I expect him to be dropping 50 bombs perhaps in their first rounds. Well, if the matches go that long, I mean, they might just swiftly 3-0. I know they try to put a lot of flag game types in the earlier rounds, so sometimes that will make things go a bit quicker when there's a lopsided seed disparity. But yeah, I mean, just thinking back to my experiences competing in the open brackets, like back in the Halo 2 in 3 days, like this tournament really kind of feels like that. Like the main stage, we got like the escalated bleacher setup that reminds me of the main stage from back in the day. If anybody used to play in Halo 2, Halo 3, they'll remember just like the atmosphere of it. This main stage feels a lot like that, and the open bracket feels like it did back then as well.
Indeed, yeah. The setup might be, a little bit the same, the stadium seating, right? But there's a lot more seats this time. And there's a lot of people right now walking around. We got partner booths, merch, all that good stuff here on the mezzanine behind us. But, yeah, the open bracket, by the way, right, best of threes all the way up until the qualifier in winter semifinals. And then once you get down to the lower bracket, it will the last two matches, the elimination and the match before that, will be best of fives also. So winter semifinals, the lower bracket qualifier, and the round before that lower bracket qualifier will be best of fives. Other than that, all best of three. So that's a tough look, right? If you're one of these 53 teams that came out today.
Yeah, I wish it would increase the amount of rounds that you get best of fives, especially like if we're not like capping out at 64 teams. I feel like we could add 1 or 2 extra rounds of best BO5s, but I understand they want to get done one day. That has its limitations, but to me, best of fives, like if I come out to LAN, like I want to at least get as many series in, even if I'm terrible, gonna go 0-2. It's like important to me to play more matches.
It's a scheduling thing too, right? Because I mean, we were often, I mean, they're always the last people in the venue, right? Like it's what, 10, 11 p.m. at a lot of these events, and they're playing that last match to see who makes it into pools. And it's super exciting, and I'm glad that we'll actually get to highlight that today, to see some of those matches that used to get played in the dark. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be competitive regardless. I feel like there's 8 different teams that could make it into pools, but only 4 of them actually can, you know what I mean? So it's going to be crazy to see how those final matches go. I expect us to see some upsets, seed-wise, especially in the winners quarters, winners semis kind of range.
Right.
And it's going to be exciting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, as far as travel coverage, right, we got Native from North America, Anita Max Win from EU. We have Alpha out of Mexico, which is missing buttons tapping on Native, who arrived last night. We saw him in the lobby with his suitcase. The man was in the airport in Seattle for over a day.
Oh, no.
So I saw him. I'm like, how are you feeling, man? He just said, chalked.
He needs to go right to bed.
Yeah, I'm sure, the beds, at the hotel, nice and comfy, right? I'm sure he got a good night's sleep.
I'm curious how that happens because Barcode and Tapping, I believe, live with each other in Seattle. Barcode made it out on time. Tapping didn't. It wasn't like Tapping's like, I'm going to sleep in. I'll take the later flight. You can take the earlier one.
Yeah, I don't know, actually.
Are they actually living together in Seattle? I thought Barcode was still living with Sparty, but maybe
no, I think he's in Seattle. Am I crazy? He could be with Sparty. I could just be misremembering.
I'm not cool enough to be that close with these guys.
Oh, yeah. So, me and Barcode were doing some crazy stuff last night because we're just so close.
Excuse me? Can someone?
Because we're just so close to each other, right?
Oh,
Eli?
okay. Yeah. Do you want to expand on that, or?
Well, you would know if you would have came out and hung out with us last night.
Ooh.
Bro, I was like, hey, we're gonna go hang out, dude. I was like, he's like,
swerved
he's like, I got other stuff to do.
I'm gonna be honest, I was sleep deprived, and like the old man I am, I went to bed at 11 p.m. and I feel very well rested for a long day of casting today. So
Right.
I'm still on West Coast time, so it's very early in the morning for me.
Lesson. Get your sleep, eat your vegetables, you won't break your back. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. True. You heard that, Mikowski?
Mikowski, yeah, by the way, I just teased him, man. He just DM'd me
be
on
stuck with
Discord.
this guy casting all weekend
all
long because
weekend.
my normal duo broke his back trying to pick up his dog. Like, come on.
They said
no.
normal duo. Like they don't say the most unhinged shit in the world, you know?
Yeah, you know what? It might be a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, who
that
knows?
we got to separate you two for at least a little
we
bit.
might have needed some time apart, to be honest.
I hear some announcements out in the open bracket floor. I see that the majority of the setups are still not being sat at, so it just seems like we have time right now. I think this is pretty normal, right? Getting players in, getting teams checked in, getting all the equipment checked out. It's going to take time, right? And so that's the reason why we do best of threes. And if you couldn't read between the lines of what Eli was saying, today will be very long. And
Yes.
if you're in the Passion Pit playing through the open bracket and you're one of the teams that have a chance to qualify, well, there's a good chance you're going to be here with us on the LVT Halo channel till like 10, 11 p.m. tonight.
Yeah, and the big thing is that we've been letting players know, but I mean, if you're a player watching or in chat right now, it's like, if you go far into the bracket, like, we want to hear your thoughts. Like, hey, come speak, come get on the couch. We're going to have a little bit more of like an open policy on people coming through. We kind of want to get a lot of people's thoughts on what's happening, what's going on. There'll probably be a lot more jumping around between matches than you're probably used to seeing on our traditional LAN coverage. To us, this time it's about providing as much coverage as possible, so it won't be unusual for us to go watch the alpha stream and maybe go watch a little bit more of the open bracket and just see what's interesting to us rather than focusing on matches that needed casters.
I got breaking news. Bracket is out! Exclamation point
Let's go.
bracket in the chat. I do hear matches being called, so players are making their way to stations. And I mean, maybe okay. So Eli, you can look at the bracket with me really quick.
Yeah.
Anything jump out you right off the bat? I will say, Native #1 seed. They have a bye for winter round 1. But right off the bat, I mean, it's
Yeah, let me take a look. We got.
Well,
Team
while they're
Forsaken.
looking, I will say via meta 25 gets this. Thank you, via
Oh my
meta.
No.
God, via meta the goat. Seriously.
I have chat next to me on my phone. We'll see how long my phone lasts, folks. We'll try to find some sort of chat solution in the future. But I will say everything that we're doing here today, we're like leveling up, right? We're trying to do more. Costs a lot more money to do it. Support like that goes a long way. So if you kind of like what we're going to be doing here this weekend, a couple ways that you can support. Prime subs go a long way. They don't cost you any money. In fact, every day that you don't use a Prime subscription, that is, I think it's like 17 cents that you're giving back to Jeff Bezos. And Jeff Bezos don't need any more money. So, hey, support in any way you can. Not that it's necessary, but it does help us go a long way. And there's some friends of the broadcast up right now. Hunter JJX.
Yo.
Unfortunately, Hunter not here. I was hoping he was
Yeah, I
going to
thought
be
he was
here.
going to be here.
For 16 months. Yo, shout out Maverick with his resub. Elemental
It's gonna be a good one.
Enigma
okay.
with his. So look, they're locking in. What are we watching?
All right, yeah, we got a lot of secrets going on over here, so you can just see your way out. I'm just kidding. Okay, so if you're in the chat, you've checked out the bracket link, you're probably already clicking around as well, just like we are. Passion United versus Ascending Baseline Amethyst? Is that how you
Yeah,
say that?
dude, shout out to Ascending Baseline. I
Amethyst.
feel like they've got like 17 rosters in the open bracket.
Literally.
So, but yeah, I mean, we gotta love our guys from Passion United. AB Amethyst is a rated Delta Red Rose, and I think Naughty Angel is the coach. She's like one of the moderators in the
Right.
Ascending Baseline Discord. That should be a good one. I think that Passion United should take it, but that team's not bad at all.
The passion will certainly be there.
Yes, sir.
So that's our one. We have 2 observers, right? So we can technically
We
get
do.
into a second match.
We could try. So with that being said, I will exit the broadcast for now. I'm going to go down to the floor, see what we can get into. I'll probably take a camera with me. Just give me a moment to like set it up or whatever it may be. And I see Isaac's already working on one of them. So I'll probably grab the other one. I'm going to exit the broadcast. You guys kick it.
Yeah, make
Good
sure
luck, boys.
make sure you take both of the headsets off. Don't
There
Oh
you
no,
go.
he's got to keep one on.
or yeah, I
You
don't
got to
know.
make sure they don't get tangled up. That's the big thing. So I announced that we're going to be at Salt Lake City. We will be at Salt Lake City. I confirm that now. We will be providing open bracket coverage there as well. We've already been having big talks with SSG about what they kind of want to do and what we want to do. And all I have to say is be ready, right? As SLC, I think we're going to have a lot of exciting stuff to happen over there, but we still got to get through this one here.
Yeah, SLC is gonna come up quick too. It's what
It's like a month.
like 5 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I missed the
very
first
fast.
one, so I'm excited to go to this one. The arena. Do you know if it's in the same arena? I would assume so.
No. So if you went to SLC last year, SLC this year, very close to where it was last year, but a bigger arena. It'll be like a full-fledged convention center as compared to the last time where it was like a more of like a band concert venue.
Wasn't it like underground?
So the side stations were like in this underground area, and then the main bracket was like on this like sound stage concert venue. This
Yeah.
time it'll be like a convention center.
Got it. Okay.
But
it
it's
looked like a
very
fun
good.
event. Yeah, and SSG knows how to put on a show.
Yeah, the SLC event's gonna be great. I'll say Faze. I wasn't sure what to expect with this event when I first came into it. I feel like it's been crazy, but boys, we have some good looks at what's going around on the venue. So let's take a look at what's happening right now around. You know, we got some access to cameras here and there. Look at this main stage right here, Eli. We got people setting up, just some camera views. But the way this works, right? So we're in a basketball arena. They've taken one half, like basically split it like in half or like a quarter. They have the main stage facing towards the stands on one side, and then the open bracket is like on the basketball court itself.
Yeah, they got the feature stations down at the bottom behind us as well. Main stage taking up the other half. Very cool setup here. If you guys are anywhere nearby, I don't know if can people still get like GA tickets right now?
You could definitely show up. You can't like necessarily compete in the 4v4. That's done, but you could definitely still show up. I want to give a shout out to Super Freak. He just gave 10 gifted subs to the channel. Shout out to Super Freak. Cobb FC.
Let's go Super
the
Freak.
Reset. Oh my God. Voluptuous Incolta with the 21 months in a row. Woo.
My goodness.
Y9 Yardna. Sorry if I said that one wrong. I definitely said that one
I'm not reading it, but you definitely said it wrong.
Alamarche and Dollar Cent. Dollar Cent's kind of a fun one.
I like that.
But thank you everyone that's been subscribing and helping out the channel. It's definitely going to be a big weekend for us. We're going to be like rebroadcasting whatever you missed today overnight.
Okay.
So we're not going to be going offline.
It's going to be a long day, guys. I need you guys to lock in. I need you guys to get your favorite caffeinated beverage. Stay hydrated, drink that water, and be locked in. It's going to be a long day of awesome Halo. Shout out to chat. I can see you guys for the time being. Oh, we got Timmy Forges. That's one of my favorite guys. He's the guy that put together the map list for the last tournament that we casted.
Shout out Timmy. That was the Grassroots Cup.
Yeah, Grassroots Cup.
Yeah, he helped Louis with that, making sure that we got all the bells and whistles and all the cool game types. Timmy's always very active in the Forge community, and I honestly, we've had a lot of Forge-related content recently, and it's been like really fun seeing the new maps.
Yeah, shout out to the Forgers, man. You guys are keeping Halo alive. What's up, George? Eli is a sexy beast. Don't make me blush in front of thousands of people, man. That's messed up.
And shout out to my boy Joe M. Shire.
Yo, more bank. Eli, notice me, please. You've been noticed.
Noticed. Joe M. Shire with the sub for I think like 22 months now. Shout out to Joe. Met Joe M. Shire at Vegas for the God, what was it called? The American Red Cross Last Spartan Standing tournament.
Oh.
Because there was an LSS tournament where if you basically they had like a bunch of flights, and if you won like your flight, you would get like the final was at Vegas, and so there was like a big LSS lobby in Vegas.
That sounds awesome.
Joe M. Shire was there. Article was there.
Can we bring LSS back? Like
I really enjoyed LSS. I want it back, to be honest.
It was a lot of fun. They said it was one of the lower populated playlists, but that was a fun way to kill some time for sure.
Yeah, I like more playlists that have like sort of unique win conditions that you can play by yourself.
Yep.
Kind of where it's at. I think people just wanted like a true battle royale, and it's like it just wasn't a true battle royale. So.
Hammerzite, Eli wearing his dad shirts on the plane SMH. You probably saw the picture of me and Ashley. They told me to wear this today. We got to match. We got to look like we're.
We both have the long sleeves too.
Yeah, we're professionals.
Founders Edition in chat! Exclamation mark Founders Edition in chat.
My hand,
you can get this jersey long sleeve like this. Look, connection long sleeve to long sleeve.
Send an emergency.
You don't have to send emergency. I'm not that much of a freak. You can get the Founders Edition jerseys. You have these long sleeve ones. We have short sleeves.
They're comfy as hell. I'll be honest.
Yeah, they're very nice jerseys. Go check it out. We have it in black and we have a gold one. I guess we'll wear the gold one tomorrow, right?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Yeah.
So, hey, if you want to see the gold one, we'll have a chance. Where's I can't? Louis getting us organized on the open bracket. So Louis going to be on broadcast when he can, but for a large part, he's going to be running around helping us make sure that we get where we need to be.
Yep, he's actually working today instead of pretend working. You know, he doesn't work hard at all, right? It's just always so lazy. This guy.
I'm happy that Louis doesn't have to be stuck behind the computer for an entire event for once.
Dude, you guys don't even actually understand. Like, I'm being facetious, obviously, when I say he's lazy. This guy is, like, glued to the screen, like, doing all the transitions by himself. He's literally clicking a soundboard every time someone gets a double kill or a killing spree. Like he has a whole soundboard of all the medals because Jeff Steitzer doesn't normally do that in Observer. So he's doing that all tournament long normally. But this time we've got a bit of extra help. We got some more hands on deck, so he gets to be on the camera, hang out with you guys, and it's I think he's gonna enjoy it.
Yeah, the Proverb brothers are helping us out with this event. If you were around during the Halo 4 era, like they basically kept Halo alive during that era, doing like broadcasts for that. They did the Halo 5 esports minor league back in the day. That's the first time I ever saw Renegade. Was in the esports minor league that they ran. That was always so cool, and they've done a lot of bigger, better things like in a bunch of different esports. But they've always loved Halo. They like wanted to help out with this.
That's where they started, right?
Yep.
So it's a bit of nostalgia for them. I'm sure they're happy to be back. Love those guys.
So it's them, their friends, their family, and we got like a whole broadcast trailer that's in the back. It's very cool, very very official.
Yes, we're official now, guys. It's finally happened. Thanks to everyone in chat that has supported us. We can afford to hire some extra hands.
Do we try to get Tashi on camera? Like he made eye contact and now he's like yes to come.
Hey, that's my coach. He says, "What's up, Tashi?"
No, what's up? You want to put on the headset for 5 minutes? Yeah, we're live. Yeah, we got the commish coming on. So there's a headset right next to him.
Yeah.
So you can just sit right. You can sit on this right next to Eli. Sit next to the coach.
Yeah, Tashi and I did a little Metafy session recently. Talked about some Forbidden CTF and Aqua Slayer. How's your Forbidden game gotten since then?
A lot better. I'll tell you what, I've only been like back tunnel like once, I think.
I reamed him for going down the tunnel.
Yeah.
No OEing anymore.
It is a lot better.
Yeah.
Sometimes I spawn like in the middle, and if like the flag is all the way across, like I'll just go.
Right.
I've also been doing just the jump up more to pistol.
Yep.
Which has been really good. But yeah, the other thing is I've been working on just like getting control of our sniper. I spawn up. Okay, my teammates are here. Let me go try to fill this gap and stuff. So it's been working.
That's good.
Yeah.
Love to hear that. Yeah.
I got a lesson from Suspector as well.
Okay.
And we went over.
Who's better?
Huh?
Suspector. Who's the better coach? Suspector or
better coach?
Yeah.
Honestly, very different.
Very different.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I got a lot of different like insights from Suspector than I did with you. When I went over the film with Suspector, it was like a high level match. It was like, I think there were some pros in the lobby, and it was interference on strongholds.
Okay.
And yeah, it was a lot of like patience and timing things and like confidence in my movement that he was telling me about, and like yeah, it was really good. So
yeah, love Aiden. Aiden, I've heard a lot of great things from other students that I've had that have worked with Aiden or Suspector, as you guys know him, and he's like a lot of people's favorite coach. So yeah. I don't think he gets highlighted enough, but and he's busy. He's on a pro team, right? So he might not be as available as some other coaches. But if you have the chance to book with him, I would definitely recommend it.
So first thing I did this morning when I got to the venue, free PlayStation, over in the front.
Played.
New settings, new everything coming to the HCS and to ranked experience online. Can you walk us through it, like what that process has been like, some of the decisions that you made, what you're excited for in particular with the update that's coming on Tuesday?
For me, I think, well, there's two parts. So there's all the gameplay stuff. Nice to give a little update to Aquarius and kind of change that up a little bit. That one came directly from pro feedback, so we just went ahead and did that. And then, yeah, I think also just change up the bandit. Anytime we can touch the starting weapon is obviously going to have a big impact because it's like every game you play. And I know the jiggle peeking is like a little crazy, and so hopefully this kind of like slows things down a bit. Hopefully brings a little bit more kind of skill to the fights, less of like 2v1 melted, you're like dying instantly. So maybe a little bit more methodical gunplay hopefully coming out of this. So those I'm really excited about. And then we've got, obviously the ranks are resetting. Feels like it's been forever since the last rank reset. So this will be good. We've changed the deterministic score change. So that was at 1800 where we were experimenting, and now we've lowered it to start at 1700. So basically that means if you win, you go +7. If you lose, you go -7. Doesn't matter who on your team did better or worse or whatever it might be. It's just like everyone is kind of flat that way. And then the solo duo will start at 1700 now. And you were waiting for me to say that.
You know, the amount of times I have a matchmaking session, then Eli like messages like, good game, I played you last night, and I'm like, I don't remember playing you. It's Mr. Altered Spinach
I see.
621.
Dehydrated Frog 5.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
he's always on a different account trying to play with someone because it's
Yeah.
like he's like wants to play with his 3 or 4 stack of friends, and it's
Yeah.
like he's just so good at the game.
I know.
I mean, it's a good move. It's a good move. I was actually hoping it would get a little bit higher to like 1800 because I really feel like that's where the meta shifts to the point where it would be unfair to have a 3 stack. But I mean, 17 is basically right there, anyways.
Yeah.
But no, a great change overall, and I think welcomed by a lot of people that just want to play with more players in their ranked experience. I definitely understand the thought process though, because I mean, honestly,
It was bad. People don't remember how bad it was.
Yeah.
Before the change happened.
well, I mean,
Yeah.
even right now, I almost feel like it's unfair that Renegade and Snakebite can search together. It's like it needs to be like
2000
you know what I mean?
solo queue.
Because or
Might
then I
be a
get
little high.
SLG. I got SLG and Sika on my team like several games in a row, and it's just
Yeah.
like I'm just getting carried to free wins.
Right.
So I don't know. Either way, it's a trend in the right direction.
Yeah.
I love a lot of what I read. I also love the disruptor changes.
Yeah.
Getting that DOT back is going to be very interesting for the meta, I
Yeah.
think. Just kind of add some more utility to that weapon. All the changes really good from what I've seen. So hats off to the
Cool.
HCS crew.
I'm
Right
really
here.
excited for the grenade jumping personally.
Grenade jumping, yes.
Yeah.
Because I'm a big flag runner. When I see them go up at Aquarius, I'm like, alright, bro, I'm gonna throw flag, nade on the ground, pick up flag, jump.
Yeah, if you have OS, like I want to see the plays that people make with the OS. Like, what's the time? You could bounce a grenade off the wall, proc the OS as you have the invulnerability, jump, propel yourself into the opposite
Just,
window
like,
of
seeing the
Aqua.
numbers in his head.
You could do a lot of different things that think back to like Halo 1. You watch
Yeah.
competitive Halo 1. There's when you grab the OS on Damnation, you grenade jump up to get to the rocket platform.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see some creativity utilized with the grenade jumping meta as well.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Players always surprise us with the different
Right.
strats, so I'm sure there's going to be some stuff that we see that we didn't anticipate. But yeah, I think we're excited about all of them, honestly, and just good to like refresh things a little bit middle
You said,
season.
you said
nothing's
ranks are
progressed.
resetting, right?
Ranks
So
are resetting.
Where'd you? Because I seen you grinding a little
I've been
bit
grinding.
the last couple days.
A
you know,
little bit. I've been grinding
Yeah,
a lot.
I was
of it.
gonna say it's like I see
Yeah.
you sides like
Play almost
where's
every day.
where do you think you're gonna be finishing out this season?
I think right now I'm like 15-10 or something.
Okay, that's getting awfully close to my rank. I might have to get back on.
What's
the
your
game.
rank?
I usually sit between like 1550 to like 16, like
Okay.
low 16s, but depending on how bad the session goes, like
Yeah.
I definitely had. I think my worst was I was at like I think it was like 1610 and I went all the way down to Diamond 6 in like
Ooh,
2 days. And I
That's
was like,
rough.
It
2
happens.
days right there.
yeah, and then it's a long time to get back to a.
It
to
is.
your
Yeah, are you
16.
going like negative 10 or 11 for a
Yeah,
loss?
you know, it's okay. You want to start beef? Is like I thought you were talking about my stat line, but you mean like the CSR loss?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I get into this segment
We
where
can also talk about your stat
Yeah,
line.
no,
I think
no,
it's
it's
the same
fine.
number.
I hate it when I get the negative 11s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
because
brutal.
then I get +5s for so after
Yeah.
I hit like 1610ish,
Yeah.
I'll start getting +5s,
hmm
and it's like okay, I just can't like get past. That's my wall right now.
Yeah.
It's
But-
tough.
But then I get -10, -11 towards loss, and then it's like, and then it takes a while to get out of that -10, -11
Yeah.
route, and I'm like, then the game doesn't feel fun, and then I stop playing.
Yeah.
So-
You have a couple losses and you're skidding and you're like,
yeah,
oh, shit.
I don't have the mental for it.
Is there-
the problem?
Anytime they plan to completely reset MMR, or is that just kind of because I'll just tell you my personal feelings on it is
Yeah.
it doesn't feel like it rewards you for improving as much as it could. Like if somebody started their account and they weren't very good, it's like the MMR gets set at a pretty low standard, but then they improve, but like because the MMR started low, their CSR gain isn't adding, if
Mhm.
that makes sense, because the game assumes they should be somewhere else, but if they're actually improving rapidly, they could
Yeah.
feasibly get higher.
The system is optimized around like finding out how good of a player you are really quick,
It is
so
very
that
good
it
at
can
that.
get you into like balanced matches more quickly. And like the system was not just made for ranked; it's made for the whole game.
Right, yeah. Socials as
And
well.
what we find is like players like playing more balanced matches.
Of course.
And when you have unbalanced matches, they quit early or they stop playing and all of that stuff. So that's why the system is kind of optimized that way. I think ranked sometimes there are scenarios where, especially I think if you're like highest level, like high diamonds, Onyx, you start to feel like the pain points of the system a bit. But I think for most players who are just like chilling in like gold and plat or like low diamond, they're like, yeah, this is fine. I get good balanced matches and relatively quick search times.
Yeah, no,
it's just
very
at the
good at
edges is
balancing.
when you get those like weird, like we were talking about, like -11 for a loss, +5 for a win. That's why the deterministic CSR coming down to 1700 I think is really good, because more players are just going to experience the like, hey, I won. And especially if you're like a high level player, you know that like, hey, I blocked these spawns so we can get this flag cap, or I made sure I played the sniper off the map. So like, you make all these like little crucial plays to help you get a win, and it's like, I just want to be recognized for the win that my team got.
Right.
And it's like, you go +7 for now doing that, and so that'll hopefully make more players happy. I mean, for when we did it at 1800, we actually saw like players above that were playing more.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, because like, if you're only going like +4 for a win, like you could go positive in terms of win-loss record on a day and still go down in CSR.
Oh,
it's like,
yeah.
That's just like shitty. Like it doesn't matter how you slice it.
If you want to know about that, that's my matchmaking experience.
Yeah, you could have like 55, 60% win rate, but still go down just because of the CSR awards.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's a very complicated system. I think it does very good at what it's intended to do. I just think the MMR, like, if someone, like, how many games of popping off does it take to like move the needle on where the game assumes you should be?
It's not just dependent on that. It's also dependent on your opponents. Because I actually experienced this when I was playing recently. I was playing with cousin Flux, who's like 1900 CSR, and we were matching against, it was like Dead Zone and Trippy and like all this stuff. And I was like doing okay. And I noticed when I went back to my Onyx, I was getting more points for wins. I was getting like +5 and +6 and +7. And it signaled in my brain, I was like, the MMR kind of recalibrated me a little bit. Because it put me in a match that, I was in a match that I was like, should not be in.
Above your head.
Yeah, way above my head. And I was doing okay. And it was like, oh, hold on a sec. So it has this like, I'm forgetting what the actual term is, but it's essentially like a confidence meter in terms of like how pinpointed it thinks it knows your skill is. And when you overperform, underperform against like either your crew or like way higher or way lower, then it loses some confidence and it lets you kind of like wiggle around a bit more. So it's a really complex system, and it's like, even to this day, because I'm not an engineer and like I didn't design or make the system, but I am still learning like new things about how it all works and stuff.
Sorry, we got a bit of static.
Yeah, I want to ask, myth or fact, this will be like one of the last questions I have for this. The more games you have on your account, the harder it is to change your MMR. Because people will be like, I make a new account, my new account, I rank up much faster on it. I make my old account, it's like I can't change that MMR barrier.
Yeah, I mean, again, the system is trying to know how good of a player you are. So if you give it more data, then it has a better idea of that.
Right. Yeah, we're gonna have you switch over to here. Is it yours, Eli? Oh, it's mine.
It's
Okay.
yours. Yeah, you'll switch up.
What's up, chat?
Sorry, a little technical hiccup. We're gonna get that annoying sound out of your ear, guys.
This is I like this setup.
It's pretty cool, right?
Couch and yeah, good lighting. You see the chat pretty well.
Yeah, we can see what you guys are saying. Hello, chat.
It's Morse code.
Soba putting the emotes. Love that. Much better.
So
Actually
Tashi,
rethinking sitting down now.
so what do you think about what we're doing, like this whole open bracket stuff, like covering it out, and like, is this sort of like where you kind of want us? You know what I'm saying? Like doing more of this open bracket coverage. We're gonna have like cameras going out. Are you like excited to kind of watch it out, all that unfold?
I think for me, like you guys are doing such a great service for the community, and I talked to Brandon. We have our conversations like every few months just to like check in, and I always try to think about how we can give you guys more opportunity to do more. And so whatever that might be, whatever the community wants, whatever you guys think is kind of like important to do but also can do it in like a sustainable way, then we want to support that. So no, I love what you guys doing. I think it's so cool. It's like proper, true, like grassroots, and it seems to be sustainable for you guys. So honestly, like all the kudos in the world, because you guys are just like making it happen. you know.
Right. This is actually, we're really excited about this one because we have these cameras that'll be down. We're going to be able to see the teams pop
cool.
off, be able to like kind of get that open bracket feeling
Yeah.
once again. I mean, we've had back-to-back events, I think, with London, very big open bracket stage. You can see some of the people getting set up
Cool.
right now on these stations. But a lot of teams in the open bracket at London. We're more teams at this event than we're at London in the open bracket as well. What are your thoughts on like the state of like sort of competitive Halo with open bracket teams? Because I think competition on the main stage has been better than it's ever been, right? But what do you like kind of feel about the health right now of the open bracket scene in Halo?
Kind of mixed. I'm, obviously very grateful for everyone who does want to come out and compete, and we had more teams in London than we ever had in London before, so there's, I think, some positive signs there, but players also have been saying for years they want to play on PCs and they want best of 5, so there's just there's still a lot of things that players want, and like logistically it's just really hard for us to deliver those. And it's no kind of secret or surprise, but we just need to prioritize the resources and energy towards the pro play, and that's what kind of keeps the lights on and keeps everything going. So we're not neglecting the open bracket. It's still like an important pillar of all of our events, and obviously we try to improve it where we can, but it's just like there's still some lingering feedback I wish we could fully address that I know players have been really vocal about. So we've had some ideas. I'm not going to fully talk about them right now because they're like not fully baked, but they're pretty drastic, and it would have to be some sacrifices in order to get those done, but I think it would be a better experience. So maybe we experiment with some of those and try them out. But yeah, we're not, I guess we're not taking folks for granted, and just thankful to everybody who still comes out and compete.
I'll say, I'm like one of the few Halo fans that like, I started watching competitive Halo when HCS was like invented. I remember like seeing the Halo 2 announcement.
Yeah.
I think it was like an E3, right? And then they announced HCS with it, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna start watching competitive Halo. But it feels like we've seen this iteration, right? Halo 2 anniversary, Halo 5, Halo Infinite. We're still trying new things, but like from your journey, because you've been there the entire time, what do you think's like been the big changes and what you're sort of proud of from year one of Halo 2 anniversary HCS to like where we are now, Halo Infinite year 3?
I mean, I think back then there was no esports team. We were just a community team, and it was everyone's like part-time job at the studio to support it because we were like passionate about it. Halo 2 anniversary was coming around. We had people like Bravo and the old boss Che were like just big esports fans, and there's always a lot of energy around it, so it just felt like the right moment. But we didn't know how to like officially support it in like a really high quality AAA way. It was just like scrapping together people and dollars however we can. Obviously really thankful to all of our like partners back then who put a lot of money and invest in all the events and stuff too. And I think we just kind of like stuck with it, and I think did a good enough job to maintain the support and get the broader studio on board with like esports being an important kind of pillar of the franchise. And now, we have our own team, we have our own budgets, we can kind of do things in a legitimate, high quality way. And I think, Infinite was it feels like Infinite was like it's like the proper, it was like the first time we did it the way we always wanted to, like proper vision of like how the events and how the game kind of interfaces with everything, the tools in the game, the store, the skins, the teams. It was like everything coming together at once, and it's still going, and it's like really cool that we can still keep doing it. And HCS is turning 10 this year.
Wow.
And we're gonna
Makes you feel old.
Makes you feel old.
Bro, hey, I just graduated.
Yeah, we're the old ones.
When HCS came out, it was like my first year of college. I was like, just graduated high school. I was getting into it. Now you're like, okay, that just reminds me that my 10-year high school reunion's coming up.
Yeah.
So it's like,
I mean,
we remember the MLG days, man.
Yeah.
Who in chat went to MLG tournaments, man? Where the OGs at? I see Simon in chat. I know he did, and Proverb, who's in my ear for production, reminded me that he was there back then.
He was there.
But yeah, you guys have done it long. I just want to shout out HCS in general. Like, it seems like every step of the way y'all have been listening to feedback constantly. There's changes all the time. We've now got all these cool side events where people can play Halo 3. Like, you get eliminated from the open bracket, but you still can sign up for the Halo 3, like 2v2 and 4v4 tournaments. I'm a little mad that there's no Halo 2.
I think we did Halo 2 when we first brought the side events, and it was just not well attended.
Man, we're the
Gotta
Halo
get the
2
OG
players in
Xboxes.
chat, man. I would have been there, but I was busy casting for you guys, all right?
I'll say-
So the other Halo 2 players got to show up.
I would love to play Halo 2 with you one day.
The Halo 2 snobs, like well, I shouldn't say snobs because that's loaded.
Yeah, what
they like to play on the
Rude.
OG Xboxes.
Yeah.
That's what I learned
That's
about
true.
them.
Yeah, MCC, Halo 2, not quite the same as
Right.
OG. It's still good, though, and they've been making improvements to it. So,
So,
but yeah,
OG
the side
Xboxes.
events in general, huge W, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think we're gonna bring out the OG Xboxes.
Dude, all it takes is 8 CRTs.
All you say, all it takes.
That's-
We did this once, Worlds 2018. I don't know if you were there.
I was there. One of
Okay.
my favorite events.
My
by
living
the
room
way.
was littered with OG boxes and CRTs, and I brought them to the event, and it was just like
Well,
50% success rate on like the boxes were
you,
like
you locked them behind the VIP stage. Only the VIPs could play them.
yeah.
I saw Ogre 2 playing with like casuals on the.
I know, it was awesome.
It was awesome. I was like, I
You
sit
were
there.
there?
I was there. I didn't have a VIP pass.
Oh, you gotta
I was,
get the
I was,
VIP,
I was a broke
bro.
college student. Like, there's nothing I could do.
You're a pleb, dude. You got to get the VIP pass if you want
My
to play.
my highlight from 2018, I got a picture with Sims. I was a huge
Nice.
Sims fan.
Sims is
2018.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to Rich Sims.
I love that 2018 event because you guys had the Xbox Game Pass that just come out, I believe, and there was a
Okay.
2v2 station,
Yeah.
and it was a when you stay, and they'd give you 3 months of Game Pass, or no, it was 2 weeks of Game Pass. And I think I went all the way with a stack like
Stack,
this
nice.
big from just
Wow.
playing twos, and
Yeah.
I didn't pay for Xbox Live until 2023.
Holy cow.
This
from-
guy, dude.
It's
From
pretty
that
serious.
event, because then I would also go to the Microsoft Store tournaments. Rest in peace,
Yeah.
dude. The best fucking tournaments of all time.
Yeah, I know.
I'd go
That was a fun
I'd go
program.
get my 6 months of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate.
You're
it
the
would keep my
ultimate
stuff.
milker, dude. You really
Dude,
are a Halo.
I
community
was
through
the leech of the Xbox community. They're like, okay, we can't do this.
So we're gonna have to
anymore.
shut this whole thing down. Like,
Yeah, it's like
that's a loophole.
they engineered the COVID pandemic to.
It's okay. All the money he saved on his Xbox Live membership, he's dumped into skins and Halo Infinite. So
Yeah, I immediately put. I was kind of ashamed. I told Eli, I was like, once the kill effects came out, I immediately put $100 in the game. That's what got me.
Instant.
To get all of them.
'Cause
Which
that,
one are you equipping though?
So Faze is on my Bandit, Sentinels is on my Sniper,
Okay.
and then Cloud9.
Oh, you
Or
can do it like
organizations
that?
that hire me to commentate for them, I buy their stuff. So
Okay.
Cloud9's on my BR.
There you go.
Nice. I love that. I actually don't have them yet, but I just learned that they were in the shop. I've been watching the pros because the pros had them a little bit early.
Well, you have to get it for the Sniper. The Sniper's
Sniper's sick.
unbelievably sick.
Yeah.
I'll probably get it for the sniper for sure.
Yeah, it's
Everybody
really
knows I
cool.
love to snipe. So
It's super ornate. It has
Mhm.
like all these skulls everywhere.
it looks sick. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
a spine and then skulls.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, it's really cool.
Imagine what do you call it? The LVT kill effect in the store.
Okay,
Interesting.
that's an
Yeah,
idea.
you know, just we'll just implant it here, and then we'll see where it goes.
Plant the seed.
Nowhere.
I'll say, I was looking at the Faze merch.
Yeah.
And the jersey is like the jersey matches their in-game skin.
Yeah, it's
And I
cool.
noticed they did that at the Sandstone, but it's the Faze jersey this event is very cool.
Yeah, it is cool. Yeah, I mean, Faze does it right. They have those cool like player card shirts too. Those are cool.
I have a big beef with it because I think they got the stats mixed up. Like you go to it, it's like Frosty's IQ is like lower than Renegade's, and Renegade's movement's like lower than Frosty's movement. I'm like, this doesn't make sense. This is all
no comments
inverted.
from me on that.
Yeah. It's the idea that counts. Okay.
Hey,
It's true.
It looks cool.
It looks cool. That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've probably taken
Yeah.
a little bit too much of Tashi's time.
Unless
He's got-
is there anything that we didn't talk about that you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who you guys got winning the event?
It's hard to root against FaZe. I feel like when FaZe are playing their best, they are just better than the other teams,
Yeah.
frankly, and they're on home field advantage. It's not like the optic home field advantage, which it almost feels like they get more pressure playing at home, just
Yeah.
almost like they're expected to win. But here it's like, I don't know. I think they're also just the type of players that are going to show up and rise to the occasion more than like falter at it. So, okay. I got FaZe.
Heart says Rebellion, mine says Faze, right? But my big thing for this tournament is, or for this season of HCS, is I think Shopify Rebellion will win a tournament this year.
Whoa, okay.
So that's where I'm staking it. I don't know when it's gonna happen, and but I want it to happen because I think that'll be like the one team where they'll be impacted the most emotionally, and we'll see that emotion on screen.
Yeah.
So I want to see that.
They would go nuts.
All right, top 4 right now, 1st through 4th. We'll see how accurate you are at the end of the
I'm not
tournament.
going to give you that. But one thing I was interesting was I was talking to some of the casters earlier, and the narrative did like an interview with Frosty, and he was talking about how like, you know, they formed the team of Renegade, and they're like a new team, and they're finally like fully clicking and all this stuff. And I remember when they first made the change, I was like kind of skeptical. I was like, well, it's the same 3. And now you bring in Renegade, so like, yeah, there's a change, but it's not that much change. But then you saw in the results, it was kind of like up and down, and obviously they've kind of figured it out. But it got me thinking about, well, if that's true for Faze, then is that also true for Optic and Dead Zone? Is that also true for Sentinels? Is that also true for SSG and Legend? And like, they put it together for that first event, but are we going to start to see these like 2nd, 3rd, 4th place teams like actually start to get even more competitive as they gel with their new solos? So I don't know, maybe this is an event where you could see Optic take one, maybe you see SSG come back up, maybe, you know, Rebellion take a series away from Faze or whatever it might be. But, you know, it just got me thinking of like, okay, if Faze have hit their ceiling, who knows if they actually have? Probably not. But are the other teams like starting to come together now because they now have more time this season under their belts?
Yeah. No, there's so much to talk about among these top teams. We're going to be watching them all weekend long. It looks like we got our first match. I believe it's Luminous Gaming versus the Steamers. So
that name. On that note,
yeah.
Thank you for coming on, Tasha,
Yeah.
to give you all the thoughts and all the details.
Good luck
about
this
what's
event.
happening.
Appreciate the support as always.
Yeah.
Later, chat.
All right, folks, we're getting into it. So you're going to have to bear with us for a little bit. Open bracket, a little bit different. You can't sign into your normal account. So you're going to see the name tags. We're eventually going to line up those name tags with the players that are in the lobby. It just kind of takes a second to do. So once that's up and going, we'll be able to give you a little bit more detail about who's on each team. But either way, winners bracket, round 1, open bracket coverage here on LBT.
If I'm not mistaken, the Steamers might be Silva Fox, Lil Fertibert, Dramora, and Smegatron. I think that's them because I've been coaching them. And they use that name, a similar name, at LBT Orlando. So I'm hoping that's who we see.
You said they didn't allow them to use the OG name?
Yeah, there might have been an issue with that. I'm not sure. But yeah, looks like we're going to see them. I can tell one of these guys is on M&K, so we'll have to see who they're going up against. I'm not familiar with the other roster.
Yeah, we'll get that information, but you can see the name tags are in, and we're on board with Silva Fox, one of my favorite players.
Yes.
Saw him we met him at Orlando. Saw him earlier today when he was getting ready to go warm up, and so far it seems as if Silva Fox and the crew are going to be trying to do their best to come back against Luminon Gaming.
They're going to be a little bit anxious if they know I'm casting them, because like I said, I've been coaching these guys for a while. So far, looks like Luminon has the lead. Silva Fox going to try to take some space here on the sandbags. Such an important position to hold, especially if you're going for A-B. Kind of serves as that pivot point where you could protect both A and B and also influence some spawns. Love the QT usage. Started getting shot in the back and decided to, you know what, let me just blink back to safety, call this out, and now they're going to try to stop this push out of Big Door.
Well, this trip cap, that player left out of A. They let the trip cap continue on just for a bit longer, but camo secured for Luminon, but the shots are just better for Dramora, able to get a huge kill, preventing Luminon from getting out, and the stick comes through. Silva Fox and the crew holding strong at B.
Love this. They've clearly opted to just go for a BC hold in the moment. They said, okay, A is where they're spawning. It's going to be a little bit easier for us to hold BC in the meantime, but as I say that, Luminon does flip B and also look to start flipping C. Looks like spawns have completely flipped. It's now Steamers spawning in A. And if Luminon can hold on to the sniper, which they can't, look to be a good setup. So this one's looking very fast-paced. As soon as one team caps one thing, the other team is showing up to try to stop them. Now Luminon are going to be the ones to score. If they can hold off a couple more kills here, they should be able to score for about 30 more seconds.
Well, Civil Fox just doing his best to get forward, but here we go at the back lines of C. Great shots down by Luminon, back in control, a 20-point lead that they're looking to grow out. And this is the big part for me, right? They have the setup on the map. How many points are you going to be able to score in this position?
Yeah, we've talked about this with these guys. If you're going to make a push from A to C, you want to do so through multiple lanes. So we saw multiple members going through top center, some flanking through the cut side. The push ultimately does fall short, so Luminon playing fantastic defense, maybe reading the play ahead of time and responding to it. Now they've got great positioning to hold BC in that classic E United setup. Got a guy top tower, guy dice, nest, and back green. It's a very strong setup for B and C on this map.
Good shots down range, getting heavy damage on these players towards sandbags. No one's going to make their way towards C. It's too strong of a hole to take down, but the outlet to B is open, and Steamers finally back on the board scoring. But remember, it was a 20-point lead when we left. That has ballooned to much more, and Steamers, they have their chance to come back here, but it's going to come down to these opening slays.
Yeah, right now, HCS 448, not sure who that is, but they are popping off 16 and 7, towering over the lobby as far as slays go. On the other side, not a member of the Steamers currently positive. We got one player that is even, but they've got to start getting those slays. Honestly, the scoreline differential not as massive as the slay differential. And just like that, if they can get a couple kills, nice! That's such a clutch trade out sticky kill. That's going to ensure that Steamers can continue scoring.
Doing their best, patrolling left and right. And oh, this was mouse and keyboard, right? Like,
yeah.
Does that not feel sort of like the mouse and keyboard movement? Getting good damage.
I believe this is Lil Ferdy Vert. He is their M&K player. So we've seen Silva Fox and Dramora already. It's Megatron, like I said, they're fourth. And they've been scoring for a while now. Looks like the pressure from Luminon is coming in, but they're going to have to back up. 449 playing patiently here. Sees his teammates got 2 kills in the kill feed. That's going to empower him to move forward just a little bit. 3 dead for Steamers, and looks like a potential trip cap in the cards for Luminon.
Well, it's been a while since we've seen the trip cap in, but here we go. Back secured, snipers up, and damage being down towards C. This is a big opportunity for Luminon to just continue on scoring. I would like to see them get these opening kills and maybe try to push for that trip cap once again. The damage from the snipe and bandit combination allowing them to get through, but just really content with their 2 cap right now.
I mean, they should be, right? It's adding up. Members of Steamers got to decide, are we going to go for A, or are we going to go for B? Do they maybe split resources and try to get both? Looks like they do cap A, but lose 2 players in the process, so A very likely to just flip right back. Going to actually have 2 players standing in it to cap it just a little bit faster. But they recognize they're all in A, so the push from the Steamers now going to B instead, and they're going to have to win a clash here between Big Door and Nest Side.
Well, James Dean, baby, I like that gamer tag. Patrolling at the back of B, and I'm surprised that Steamers didn't get through. They go 3 down, and, well, it's just Luminon Gaming's keep composure, doing his best to keep players out, and, well, winning the fights over at back B thus far.
I think these two might have actually played against each other at LVT Orlando. I know Keep Composure was in attendance at that event. This is the same roster of Steamers that we saw there. I think Luminon also having similar players that they had at LVT Orlando. It's a bit of a rematch here potentially. Looks like Camo will go to the Steamers. That's a big deal. Might be able to use that to get some momentum back on their side. We are on the screen of Lil Ferdy, the one that did grab the camo. And it looks like a B push is going to be the call. You're going to try to go out this pillar door, which is such a great sightline. You need to have some other pressure coming from sandbags or Big Door, though. When you make a push here, you want to split the attention of the opposition. They've done so beautifully. It's going to be 3 kills in a row, and B should get flipped, but you're going to also want to stop A here.
Well, so far the fight at A is fierce. Looks like it's going to stay with Steamers, and the rotation to win at C, but Steamers finally back in that scoring position, down by just under 100 points. They're going to need a hell of a run to get back into this game.
It doesn't feel like they've been able to hold anything for that long. The times that they start scoring are quickly thwarted by Luminon time and time again. They're going to need to get some defensive kills. You know, it's not enough to just get into scoring position. You've got to also hold off the next wave of spawners. Maybe start being a little bit more proactive for those kills would be good for the Steamers, but just like that, they do get 3 dead once again. Finally, WotC gets taken down. WotC, a member of Luminon. And this one is looking close, Garrett. If they can just hold off this next wave, they could potentially bring this back to a tie.
You can see the marching players of Luminon getting ready to make their attack at sandbags. 3 players going to wrap this corner, but they're going to continue on forward. The player from Pillars pops out, was able to get that kill towards B, but Luminon's still stuck towards the sandbags, working together, getting kills, and slowly creeping their way up this map, but the pressure just hasn't been into the hills yet. That is methodical, the way that they pushed up on this map, but right when you think they get in, it's a deadly flank that costs them. A double kill from Silva Fox.
Let's go, Silva. Huge double kill. Picks up another as well. Wasn't able to do so before B gets converted, so now he's going to have to sit in this stronghold and convert it back for themselves, but they're looking very comfortable in this BC hold. Totally fine with letting Luminon spawn in A. Looks like Luminon had a good push out of A, just couldn't get everything together at the same time. And look at the teamwork coming in now. Silva Fox getting the opening damage on the player. Big Door, looks like that player was finished off by a teammate that was Nestbridge. And all of a sudden, Steamers are right back into this, now only down by 10.
Quantum Translocator in as well, going to give you a lot of flexibility over towards that B site. And it was just under 100. We're looking at a 90-point lead that has disappeared. We're at even, and Luminon trying to recover, desperately need to get their kills, but there it goes down 2. The rest are stuck at Nest, and Steamers, yeah, they might have taken the lead, but it's only gonna be temporary. The 2 cap is back for Luminon, and it could just be more. The players of Steamers spawning in inopportune areas.
Looks like Steamers spawned over by the camo side of the map, opted to push into A, but they need to win the fight. Looks like a trade comes out. Right here, Animosity just trying to hold off these players from capping A. Has a teammate to help him as well, but that player gets taken down. So Steamers do mitigate the damage. They're able to convert A, but now it's on them to play out. This was the position Luminon were in and struggled to get out of. Do Steamers have a better game plan?
Working to do their best. WotC misses the punch. The second one will connect and somehow stays alive. Only 10 seconds needed for Luminon. The pressure is on. Steamers is trying to do their best to get into C. They're stalling the time, but the kills just aren't there. 5 more seconds to do it. Luminon will hold off. Game 1, Luminon.
Wow, what a game that was. I mean, Luminon came out to a huge early lead. Steamers did fight back hard to make it close, but in the end, it just took one good push to get back into scoring position and close out the game. We've got to look here at WotC. This is that open bracket coverage you guys have been looking for so long. Trying to get us maybe a shot of the screen here. 14 and 17 from WotC, not too bad. And it looks like going to go into the Slayer. So keep in mind, these early rounds are best of 3s. Taking a look at the damage chart here, by the way.
You know what I noticed, by the way? Gamers are allergic to light. There is no light in that open bracket. You know what I'm saying?
Straight vampire mode down there.
It is vampire mode in there.
Which I think is probably a good thing for most of these guys, right? They're used to playing at home in their bedroom until 2 o'clock in the morning, like the degenerates all of us are. And, you know, now they can feel at home while playing in the open bracket.
We can see the players doing all that they could that game. Let's go look at what it looked like from their perspective, some replays throughout that game. And, well, it was interesting because it really was the battle of the 2 caps. It felt like throughout most of the game, we saw those few opportunities where there was like 3-4 downs, but it never felt like anyone wanted to overextend themselves throughout that game.
Yeah, the defensive effort was just better. I mean, both teams were going for that BC hold, which, like we said, you know, harkening all the way back to HCS Season 1, that united Ryan Noob roster. I feel like Ryan Noob kind of pioneered the meta of the BC hold, in no matter the game type. They would do it in Slayers, they would do it in live fire, in strongholds, where you just got a guy tower, dice, nest, and green, And it's airtight because no matter which way they come from, there's at least 2 guns pointing at them when they show up. Very powerful setup. Both teams opted for it, and it just became a matter of who was better at breaking the setup to get back into scoring, and also who could hold the setup a bit stronger. For that game, it was Luminon, but we're moving on to Recharge Slayer here. This is a very difficult Slayer, in my opinion. You've got to be so in tune with those spawns throughout the entire game. Let's see which one of these teams can trap their opponents in the different spawn locations.
A very close game 1. I won't expect anything different in game 2. And so far, the well-timed flank is working well. It's a double that might just turn into more. Oh, the triple escapes him, but the damage certainly done. 3 early kills for Silva Fox.
Silva starting off hot, and I think this team needs that. When this man's playing with confidence, this roster gels very well. Get some early damage on. They do end up losing the lead, though, and they kind of need a little bit better positioning. You don't want to find yourself trapped in this long haul side for very long. You'd like to get into either the tower side or into gold. Have a bit better angles to work with. Also, just being closer to gold means that you have a better chance to pick up the shock rifle. Silva Fox with another double kill, but the rest of his team goes down. And it looks like keep composure and teammates trying to hold down this A side. If they can get into gold, they'll have some very powerful angles to work with.
Silva Fox been very impressive for his team early in this game. 6 kills. Everyone else on his team combined, just 1, right? You want to sort of see some of that that help coming throughout the kill feed on the either side, but keep composure, trying to keep true to his name, working on these heavy flanks and getting kills so far. I mean, it feels really reminiscent of what we saw in game 1 with Camouflage coming up in 20 seconds. These next fights are really going to be important and what dictates who's going to get it.
It does just kind of feel like Luminon are playing a little bit more patient to find their openings. And, you know, once they have some kind of damage or kill advantage, that's when they're going to finally strike. But until they have that advantage, they're going to play patient. They're going to play their lives. Seems like on the other side, the Steamers maybe trying to force situations a little bit too much at times. So I'd like to see them slow it down, wait for that damage advantage before they push through. It looks like they've done so as all of a sudden, look at this push. Nice triple kill out of Dramora. And I'd love to see that out of this guy. If this guy is feeling himself and feeling confident, this is going to be a scary roster.
Yeah, the game has completely changed with that triple kill. Dramora definitely feeling himself as well, trying to hit the jiggle at top A. No one to come get his damage, and big fight to get out of there. You had to win your way up to top A. They have that space now, but it felt like we were seeing for a moment that real heat up that was to be expected.
Go. Lil Ferdy has a very important position here in gold. Really does not want to die here. That's why he's not peeking while weak. As long as he stays here, his teammates shouldn't get collapsed on in A. Look how much damage and pressure he's applying to these players, but recognizes he has teammates spawning at the C side. Doesn't want to stay in gold too much longer now that there's several players rotating through, and catches this player off guard a little bit that's trying to rotate through long haul and gets a very nice trade out Killjoy to finish that sequence. We've got Steamers in the lead by 4 at the moment.
Remember, best of 3s early in the bracket as well. This is do or die for Steamers at the moment, and the 2-man push is enough to break their way through. They're going to be able to get into A, but at the back end, Animosity trying to get revenge for his teammates. Great damage, but no kills in the feed yet. Getting real aggressive on these players. Will eventually back down, luckily with his life, but no kill capitalization for Luminon, but somehow, some way, there's a player at top catwalk getting through and helping the team. They're breaking down the walls to A. They're in, and they've been able to evict Steamers from that power position.
Not only that, but they also killed the player that had the shock rifle. I don't think anyone picked it up, though, so shock rifle likely to despawn, and that timer will reset. We could see it briefly there on the screen of James Dean. Not sure if he looked at it to recognize it. Yes, he should know it now. Looks like that shock rifle should come up in about 40 seconds time, and that's going to be important. Whoever gets that next shock rifle, if they can land a couple headshots, could start to separate the score line. For now, we're only a 2-kill lead now for Steamers.
It's been close all series long, but right now is a dangerous situation for Luminon. They just went 3 down and a 4-kill lead for Steamers. You can see the aggressive nature of these players wanting to get in. you have to be nervous if you're stuck here at the back of pipes. Silva Fox just patrolling, getting the damage. Kills come in, and this player at batteries somehow staying alive for just a bit longer, but Silva Fox definitely has intent to kill. As he sends out the message, the hitman comes in. It's going to be Dramora cleaning up that damage.
Yes, they should have word on that other player that was weak batteries. They did, and all of a sudden Luminon are kind of pushing one by one. Steamers are just picking them off. They're in better positions. All of a sudden it's ballooned to a 6-kill lead in the 30s, and that's massive. They don't want to overheat in this moment, though. They need to stay alive. It looks like the shock rifle is in the hands of Silva Fox. He's currently 13-7 with 8 assists, really willing his team to this victory, and that's another huge pickup from HCS 446.
Game 1, we saw Steamers take the lead in the final at the beginning of the end game, but they weren't able to hold on. Something needs to change this time around. Luminon on the other side having to make the comeback happen, but they won game 1 and they know how to get it done in game 2. It's just going to come down to getting these slays, and so far the trade-outs have been going in their favor, but you have to question how much time they have. Huge kill, but the trades are in, and it might just be 3. Oh my, the aggressive out that front door.
From Smegatron, the young lad. This kid's only like 17, by the way. He might be either 16 or 17, but you can see him playing with a ton of confidence. That was a huge trade to get for his teammates. We've got Lil 30 now with a perfect as well. So back-to-back perfect kills we see from the Steamers. They're now up by 7. They just need 5 to close it out. If you're on the side of Luminon, you got to start playing closer together to have any chance to bring this back. It's going to require not only getting the slays, but also keeping each other alive.
Ooh, the double kills in. Smegatron, knowing that they're just a couple kills away, they can taste the victory in a game 3, a determining game 3 that's on the horizon. But you cannot let up now. This game is certainly not guaranteed at the moment.
It's looking more and more guaranteed. That's huge.
That camo player, right? It stays alive for just a bit longer. We can see things get mixy.
Yeah, and we see 2 grenade kills back to back, but another kill goes in favor of the Steamers. They just need to get 1 trade here. Do not want to get impatient with it. If you're the side of Luminon, no deaths left to work with, so got to play a little bit safer. Maybe trap the opposition to push in. Look at heavy damage coming in from Silva Fox, but he doesn't want to peek for long enough to get his head ripped off by James Dean. James Dean trying to just get any kills here. Looks like he has a teammate able to push in and follow up on the damage, but that player gets weak and has to drop out.
Oh, that second shock rifle shot not gonna hit. The third misses as well. Oh, it feels like there's so many good opportunities for the team, but James Dean just hasn't quite been able to get these kills to land. And finally they go down, but it's the last bullet in the shock rifle. They can still do it. The player can come in. No!
Ooh, that was starting to get scary.
It was so close.
Yeah, that was starting to get scary for Steamers. They might be shaking a little bit after that one, so don't want to lose like that. They did have a heartbreaking loss in LVT Orlando. You'll remember that I think they were up by 10 and lost to 50-49 on Streets. That was the one that we heard some trash talk, people standing up. So I think maybe learning from that, they're able to ice up and close that one out, which you'd love to see, but we're going to an ever so crucial game 3.
All I have to say to the players, never learn, you know, always stand up, always talk. Doesn't matter what time it is in the series. Get loud, get proud, show what you're made of. But remember, not best of 5s, best of 3s early in the winners bracket. This next game will determine who continues on in the winner's side. And I have to say, this is a very competitive match for the first round of winners.
Absolutely. Both these teams very evenly matched. We've got Silva Fox, Megatron, Dramora, Lil Ferdy Vert, and then I believe it's Animosity, James Dean, Keep Composure. And I didn't see the last name, but...
Dude, we never really see the best of 3 layout.
Yeah.
Because we don't have it too often. I just say it looks nice.
It does look nice.
You
can see a lot more of the map, yeah. Aqua CTF, that's such a good one to end on as well. This has definitely made the best team win. I feel like Aqua CTF got to be one of the fairest game types that we play. Very easily read spawns, but you know you're going to be punished for not having good positioning. You got to know how to manage every single flag run, get the most out of your opportunities. You can't sit back and win Aqua CTF. You got to be aggressive and be proactive on the map. This nice slow-mo headshot. Shout out to production on that.
See the team starting to load in. You can see it on their screens, getting themselves ready. Fist bumps were out. It's going to be a tough match. I honestly have no idea who's going to be the one that comes out on top.
I have no idea either. This is going to be a crazy one. I expect it to be won by probably a single flag cap. I don't expect this one to get out of hand on either side. Both teams very evenly matched. By the way, shout out chat. You guys enjoying this open bracket coverage? We got Versace 13 with the Prime sub for 4 months as well. Thank you, sir. Hope you guys are having a good time. Jumping into game 3 here. And looks like an even fight so far. Not sure who got out with that overshield.
Well, Keep Composure's going to be able to work up the left side of this map, wanting to get into that traditional position, right? A lot of car side runs that we see on this game type, but right now, early pressure being applied into Steamer's base. Luminon trying to break their way through. 2 players going to make the journey. Both of them getting damaged, but no one quite able to get their way through comfortably. And, well, Util going to be won by Dramora instead.
It's going to be an important position here to hold. This car bridge so important on both sides. If you can secure your own car bridge, it's going to be very difficult for the opponents to get to your flag. If you can get to the opposition's car bridge, you can manipulate the spawns, force them to spawn on that P side. You got a teammate P2. Could potentially start the spawn kill situation. Looks like that's what the Steamers were going for, to get a couple kills, but they elect to leave that P2 position in favor of grabbing the flag. Hopefully someone fills in that position behind them, but the defensive effort going to be good enough for now for Luminon.
Great shots from Watsy. You see the last 2 players, the Steamers, are necessarily trapped on this Util side. Kills just keep stringing in for Luminon, and very aggressive with this Tharaz Watsy. Keep getting kill after kill, 5 in a row for him. And we're into the base. It's all up to these kills. We're going to see at least a flag out. The question now, can it go home? 3 players down for Steamers, but the only one left alive is Watsy. He's the one that has to take up this flag.
He gets cut down early. I don't know if that player spawned in the back of the base, but was quickly in position to stop that flag. That flag's not going anywhere anytime soon. Thing is, Steamers still coming off spawn. Need to get this high ground positioning. Looks like a couple players pushed through the low ground early. End up going down. Now with 3 players alive, if they could get a couple kills, they could potentially get the flag out. But last player on the other side is taken down. So James Dean playing defense here, looking for the triple kill. Oh! Ooh. Not close enough for the triple, but gets the kill nonetheless.
Well, able to clear his base. The only thing for Steamers is they've had a couple times where they've gone in, but we haven't seen any of those flag pulls out. Luminon has had one of their own, but we've seen a lot of great battles getting to the base, but not a lot of wins inside the base yet.
Right, yeah, it's crucial to have surviving members of the push, right? Like, you can't just trade out every kill along the way. You need at least 2 players alive to run a flag. One to run the flag, one to watch their back. So far, we have not seen a push so strong that they could comfortably cap the flag from one end to the other. This flag's looking good, but they're going to have to scrap their way home. This flag's all the way to the Util side. This is the last home stretch to get it in there, though, and with 3 dead, they should be able to do so.
One last stretch, able to get it in. That's the first flag on board, and well, Steamers, they go 3 down as that flag's in. Luminon going to have a great opportunity to get back up on this map and get to their engagements once again. James Dean patrolling up from the top, 2 players to take down, but the help is in. The insta-explode will connect onto the player over at Car. 3 players going down for Steamers, and it could just be the old proverb that comes true. When it rains, it might just pour. Luminon are flooding into this base.
Yeah, James Dean, I would have liked to see him stay car 3, but he missed the jump and then decided to just carry on forward. Not sure if they're going to be able to apply as much pressure to the spawners as they would like. Little Ferdy tries to get this kill, gets the player to one-shot, but gets taken down. 1 player did go down during the push, but look at this. The kills just keep coming in for Luminon. It looks like they should be able to get this flag further, but no, Silver Fox trying to play defense from the other team's base. If you can hold them off a little bit longer, perhaps the cavalry could arrive to get this flag reset. Huge double kill.
It's all about being the last Spartan standing. Silver Fox doing his best. Did he buy enough time is the question. Flag down over by the Shroom. Steamers working this position. They've been able to find another 2 down, and the flag comes back home. Silva Fox started it, his teammates finish it, and now the counterattack is on their mind.
Huge plays out of Silva Fox. He just bought so much time for his squad to come off spawn and help him get the reset. Now they look to convert that effort into a flag pull of their own, but they get taken down once again. So despite such a good defensive effort, they're right back onto defense because they go 4 dead, and Luminon is on the way. If Steamers cannot comfortably get out of their base, they're not going to be able to get a flag pull, and you know this, Tools, you got to get flag pulls if you want to get flag caps.
I think we just saw about 18 nades land at once, but yeah, for sure, right? Just getting players into that back base, being aggressive and getting those pulls out. Like sometimes it can just spur something in you. But it all starts with these slays. Great nade downrange from James Dean. He's going to catch another 5 perfect shots. A third's in the back base. Can he do it again? 3 connect. He comes for he no reason you would ever suspect that player to try to make a crazy push like that.
Yeah, he tried to read the player, thought that maybe he would reposition by jumping onto that car bridge, but very good, aggressive, unreadable play from the member of the Steamers. Looks like Watsy going to try to patrol P1. This OS is up in 5 seconds, so the team that has control of the P side of the map, often the team to get it, but maybe they're using the OS as a distraction. Animosity just out of nowhere has this flag halfway across the map, but all the while Steamers look like they were able to get that overshield and should be able to stop this, but they won't be able to get as much value out of it since they've got to use it to return their own flag instead of turning it into offense.
You see gamer tags being added to that scoreboard. You can kind of get a better idea of who's who on the stat line thus far. You can see Smegatron's been having a hell of a game for the side of Steamers, but Luminon, the Slays, have just been a bit more consistent across the board for them, and well, it could just lead to another flag cap. It's so close to getting back home. The return is in. No one to stop this one. A 2-0 lead for Luminon Gaming.
Wow, look at the late jump tech out of Smegatron. We're starting to see why maybe he's slaying out a bit, utilizing some high-level movement tech here in the first round of open bracket. Love to see that. But you're exactly right, a 2-0 lead. There's only 5 minutes left on the clock, which means Steamers, if they want to get some momentum started, it's gotta be soon.
You see a flag cap opportunity for Steamers that they can break into this base. They're right there on the doorstep, but they have to find the opening slays. Dramora is going to find the first. He has to hit the 5 shot on the second. No, not able to hit the head. Unfortunately for him, he was the only player that could pull the flag. So even though Luminon 4 down, no one for Steamers there to pull the flag.
Yeah, and looks like Smegatron understood the situation. He's last player alive, knows his positioning is more important, and he's unlikely to successfully get the flag. Look at the double kill, spawn kill with the grenades. That's just spawn awareness, bar at none, as he's now rotated all the way to car 3 to continue to hold off pressure. Huge plays out of Smegatron. Would have liked this flag to have made it a little bit further already, but this one should go home if not for this last overextender.
Well, just 4 minutes left in this game. That means 2 overshields left to grab. The first one going to be going to Steamers as they found the momentum in this game at the right time. It's another 3 down, a killing spree that could just be another flag that's going to come home for Steamers. They have to slay one more time. Been very cautious on this middle line with how they're playing into these players at Luminon, but they just can't lose a gunfight.
Right now, it's been all Steamers for the last couple minutes straight. Look at the control out of Smegatron. I gotta be biased here. I coached this guy quite a bit. So cool to see him popping off like this. He's just being an absolute force on the map, predicting those spawns every step of the way. But as I say that, Luminon do get the return. Everything goes wrong on the other side of the map. Smegatron locking down half of the map, but his teammates could not solve the equation on the other side.
Trying to do his best, Smegatron. Unfortunately, he goes down, and like you said, like I felt like that flag should have gone home, but while he's doing his work on the left side, it can get very mixy over in this car tunnel, and you can see how hard it is to get these flags back home if you just don't have the right timing.
Yeah, and look at the kills, man. Smegatron racked up so many during that engagement, all the way up to 24 and 15. On the other side, it's a bit even. James Dean, Animosity, and Watsy all putting up positive numbers. It's got to be a bit more even on the other side if they want to come back. They've only got 2.5 minutes left. They did just go 3 dead, so How they play out of the base here going to be highly consequential. If they go down again, it could be disaster. You cannot give up another flag cap. You've got to be successfully getting out of your base. And look how much damage Animosity just shooting all members
They never looked
of Steamers without taking a single point of damage.
Are they common? I mean, the man's just sitting bottom mid, peppering. He gets 5 in a row for his team. They keep putting the pressure on. Remember, Overshield going to be coming up soon as well. Overshield could be what's needed for Steamers to get this second flag in. They're going to be able to put it on. The flagpole from Luminon is out, but Steamers have the advantage with that Overshield in the position on the map. I don't imagine this flag getting back home, but it got awfully far.
It got very far, and now they have to return it from this pretty vulnerable position. They're able to do so, though. They can push in. Looks like they've got 3 members in the opposition's base. Someone's got to run the flag, and they've got to get some spawn kills on the way, but they go 3 dead almost instantly. Smegatron, last player alive over here. And if he can get a couple slays, he starts with 1. He needs to get another, though, so that his teammates can come a little bit faster off spawn. I think he did open up just enough space for them to move quickly to top center.
Luminon, we've seen time and time again at the final half of this game of them being trapped in their back base. You have a minute left on the clock for Steamers to make something happen. A thrust is up for grab. You'd like to see one of the players at least pick that up to use it to play forward, but so far it seems like composure on the side of Luminon Gaming. They've been able to hold Steamers off.
Yeah, but they're getting a few slays here, but just like that, James Dean, a double kill, perfect. Thrust back to safety as well. It's just getting closer and closer to a Luminon victory. Steamers, this is their last push. If this does not work, they're going to fall into the lower bracket.
A flag is out.
Oh, both players nervy here. Loses the fight, but teammate is there to clean it up. Is it enough, though?
Does he see the play? Isn't he behind him?
Smegatron is alive. I don't know where on the map. Looks like he is at the P side. They get a kill. They're going to need a couple more, and they need to close the gap. Is anyone even in position to pull this flag? I don't think so.
Maybe on the util side, coming up over on the top bridge. Can he get the pull out? Yes, we are in extra time. 2 kills for Steve. Make it 3. Only 1 player alive over on the fridge side. They have to desperately get to the flag. He goes down. They're running it. This is a miracle moment for Steamers. They can tie it up in the final seconds. Extra time. And here we go to overtime. One more chance. Steamers still in this game.
This is unbelievable. How do we get a game 3 sudden death overtime with just the first series of the day? This is insane. Look at the players. They're so focused. Let's look at Smegatron there, the young GOAT himself. It's Silva Fox, the team captain. Get right back into the gameplay for you guys here in just a second. All right, here we go. Looks like first overshield goes to Smegatron. This man's locked in. Double kill already. Almost a triple. It's not a triple, but he still gets the kill, and this is huge. Sometimes these overtimes will go very fast. Nobody's in position to pull the flag, so they'll continue to slay out and fight for this mid-map control. Smegatron going down is a pretty big deal.
It seems as if the push is officially dead. Silva Fox just in this back base. He sees all 3 players that are ahead of him. He's at the enemy base, trying to do his best to buy time, reminiscent of what we saw at the beginning of this game. A last Spartan stand from Silva Fox. He will be able to at least cause a flag standoff. And Silva Fox, man, the ability of him to stay alive in the back base can't be understated. But unfortunately for him, all his players go down. Luminon survive the comeback from Steamers. Smegatron with that 35 kill performance won't be enough. And Luminon survive. And I think that's the best way to put it, is survive that game. That was a very tough flag game.
My God, that was so close. You can see the disappointment. This kid's very good, though, man. Smegatron, I've told the story a few times. He bought the 6-pack of coaching, right? It wasn't until the 5th session that I think he had to reschedule. And I was like, oh, why do you need to reschedule? He's like, I got more homework. I got homework to do. I'm like, oh, what do you study in college? He's like, no, I'm in high school. I was like, wait a second, how old are you? He was like 15. I was like, what?
He's got that $500 Eli the Ninja coaching session money on high school though.
I guess so. I don't know. He's a gamer, dude. But a lot of respect for him. He's just a well-spoken individual. Like, I had no reason to think that he was like as young as he is. He's very mature for his age. So shout out to him. He's also playing amazing.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible performance from them. I thought the comeback was there. Unfortunately, you know, it's like in overtime, it's one play that can make the difference, right? Going 3-4 down. Still, Fox tried his best in that back base. It was a valiant effort, but just not enough. But man, it was so cool to see that game, and that's the open bracket coverage that we love, right? Being able to see that and see that action. Something that no one would have seen. That would have just been a story that they would have went and told each other after the game.
That's what I was just thinking. Like, how many people that you talk to after the event? Oh, we went to game 3, we lost in overtime, and it could just be a story that nobody ever sees or experiences ever again. But because we got this open bracket coverage, we got to watch the whole thing go down. It's not going to just be a story that they tell. It's going to be like, yeah, you can watch it. We put up a good fight and just barely could not close it out. So. Congrats to Luminon. They're going to move on to round 2, where they're going to face off against probably a team that had a bye in round 1. There's a lot of very good teams that, had a bit more points, so they just automatically got placed in round 2. We'll have to see if they can match up against one of those teams, and unfortunately for the Steamers, they're going to have to fight their way through that lower bracket. Yeah, it's going to be a challenge ahead for both these teams, but you can catch all that open bracket coverage here on LVT. We're going to take a quick break. Me and Eli, we got to get some fuel in us. In the meantime, let's go over to what they're doing over on the Alpha stage, listen in with them, and we'll be right back with some more of this open bracket and pool play coverage.
But you cannot run from bound. He tracks down this first player, finds the kill before he can get away. Now he's got his eyes set over towards the pit. Finds the player into the tunnel, knocks him to no shield. It's an easy killing spree for Bound. Bound turns around, a 3-shot melee for the easy double as Bound pursues the triple. Finds him outside big door. It's not the prettiest shots, but the overkill right behind him makes it a top 5 clip. You already know it wouldn't be an HCS top 10 if Frosty wasn't featured. He's playing his life back blue, waits for Septify to go right by him. It's a killing spree for Frosty as he gets a free kill on the Sep. That opens up the floodgates. Here comes the double, the triple, and Frosty has caught all of Cloud9 off guard. The overkill as he pushes the spawners is an easy kill for him, and he even spots Septify spawning top glass, but can't take him down. Coming in at number 3, Septify on Cloud9, up 1-0 against Faze in pool play. Can you extend it to 2? Right now he's got Repulse to work with, but Frosty's in his face. Frosty quantums back as he throws a plasma, and it gets carried with him for a double and a big play out of Septify. Here at number 2, we have something special for you. It's a 2-for-1 clip. Faze are going to be retaking Optic Gaming's hill setup. Right now it's in Snakebite's point of view. He finds himself a triple kill as Formal can't stay alive. Snakebite's actually going to drop the snipe.
welcome back to the LVT Halo coverage here at, I was going to say DreamHack Atlanta, but that was in 2018 at HCS
This man's
Atlanta.
in the past.
Faze up. These guys have been doing a great job, and we have another open bracket match for you. Mags up versus Dreams to Legend. Eli, I'm very excited about this match.
This is going to be a good one. We've got Divine Damsel, Kenneth, all kinds of people in this lobby. Mags up. Is Kratos on the Mags up? No. Okay.
No Kratos.
No Kratos, but we do have Divine Damsel. Always excited to watch her play. Incredibly talented lady in the scene, and she's going to be a force to be reckoned with in this open bracket.
So far, we're seeing already a lot of time for this red squad. Guys, remember, it takes us a second. We have to get all these gamer tags and nameplates ready at the start, so you won't see them right away when we get into the series, but you will see them soon enough, and we'll be able to tell you which player is which and who's popping off. Now shit in the bed.
Absolutely. I mean, we got a member of one team, currently 0 kills, but 5 assists and just 1 death. Make it 6 assists. This player right here, HCS 388. Can't wait to see who this is. Now 1 kill, 6 assists, 1 death. They're already a huge part of the kills in total. Not only that, but they've also secured almost all of the hill time. We see a nice reversal double melee there, and looks like the blue team just 1 sliver away from capping this, but at the last second, red team has stopped it short.
This red team is going to be Dreams to Legend. Your blue team going to be Mags up in this situation, and so far a double kill for Evil Carmine. Was trying to do his best to keep this alive, but eventually Mags up will find those final seconds and get there secure.
All right, so we got Evil Carmine in the mix here. Love to hear that. This guy is definitely a beast. He's been playing in a lot of these open bracket matchups. We've also got Sinatra. Shout out to CJ, Ceaseless Ranger, and Lynx in GB on the side of Dreams 2 Legends. Mags up, Kenneth P. Mac, which I believe is Camp, Divine Damsel, and Daylight. So
Daylight, a very good player.
Yeah.
I think he's been someone that's been catching my eye recently. He has a lot of that talent behind him, but I wouldn't say this is a for sure win for Mags at the moment. This other team has a lot of potential slays in them. They've been scrimming with each other for a bit now. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some competitive matches here.
Agree with you. Their normal 4th cardboard couldn't make it. I think he had a new job that was going to require him to work, so unfortunately they had to get a sub, but still, like you said, been practicing. And definitely don't look to drop to lower bracket early. This is going to be a tough one for them, though. It looks like Mags up, already up 2 hills to 0.
Now, once you get up 2-0, it just feels a lot easier in this game with your ability to get in and out of this hill. So it's really going to be imperative to see this aggressive play from these players on Dreams to Legend. Get into that hill, tie this thing up. Don't let too much of that neutral time come off the clock, though plenty of it still in this game. Over 4 minutes of neutral time, we already have that 2-0 lead.
It's not often that we see 2 hills capped this early in this game type. They're usually contested a bit more, but like you said, once you have that 2-hill lead, you're just not as pressured to get into the hill, right? You're totally fine with all the time that's spent in neutral where neither team is in the hill. I think that right now the goal of Dreams 2 Legends, is Dreams 2 Legends the blue team?
It's the red team. Mags up is the blue team.
Okay, so the names are flipped here on your screen, but
I could have that wrong. I'll double check.
we're pretty sure. But yeah, the goal of both teams here is to hold this snipe side of the map. If they can block both the snipe and the blue side of the map, it's going to be very difficult for the other team to come out of tram and yard and get any type of positioning to shoot the hill player. You can also see sometimes that the team with the hill control will take position at that top ledge, because that's another vantage point that the opposition would look to shoot the hill player.
And right now we're seeing 391 and 390 seem to be, 391 and 89 or what?
Yes, there's 89, 88 as
yeah,
well.
I mean, those two are 12 apiece, but 91 is going to be Daylight, and then 89 is going to be a Camp. So those two just seem to be on a tandem in this game thus far, and it seems to be just a little bit too much for Dreams to Legend to handle right now.
They're looking very good. It's now a 3-0 lead, and if time wasn't a thought, it's going to be one now for sure. I mean, the fact of the matter is, if you have so much map control and you're getting the slays, you might as well just close it out with the hill time, but they're not going to be in any hurry to do so. Just controlling the space around the hill going to be just as effective as being in it, as they could potentially keep Mags Up or Dreams to Legends out of the hill. But so far, Dreams to Legends looking pretty good on this one.
Yeah, they're getting plenty of time. A lot easier to hold this thing off. A lot of easy choke points to work with. Getting this high position, shooting across the map. It's almost, it feels like the other team almost giving up on this hill a bit earlier than I had anticipated.
Well, like I said, they're not super pressed to get into it, so you might see a bit more play around it. Plus, this is one of the harder hills to break into, right? Like, you want to get some eyes from bottom center, but at the same time, you want to apply pressure to the left and right. You want to get through the flower door into yard, but also break through on that glass and tram side. You want to have a good coordinated push to break, and all of a sudden, it looks like they've done so, and Mags Up going to be the ones in the hill looking to close this game out.
Great shots into the back of everyone. Lynx NGB getting the double kill. The Vegas native able to put them 3 down, and he might be able to find his 3rd. No, gonna let that player get back in their shields. But that should be enough for this hill to go over towards Dreams to Legend. And with 3 minutes of neutral time, I wouldn't say that this game is over by any stretch.
It's really not. I mean, you're down 3-0, but the positive is there's still plenty of time to work with. I mean, any time spent in the hill means that clock is frozen. So you can absolutely write the script for a potential comeback here. They've got to get this one quick, though. You don't want too much more time to burn off the clock. And the next hill moves to Snipe side, which is also pretty easy to lock down, but they're going to also want to take some presence over there early.
See the pressure over on these players out. Loop shooting down into the opponents. Not going to be able to stay alive. Daylight going to have to go back to the respawn screen, but you can see Dreams to Legend were able to not only get that hill, but also win the next rotation.
Which is massive, right? It looked like the push from Mags Up came a little bit late as Dreams to Legends capped that. They're able to hold off the push, which opens the door to just cross the map, get straight into next. But as I say that, Mags Up do get several dead, but ultimately looks like Dreams to Legends the one to get back into the hill.
And they haven't let any neutral time come off the clock here. And Dreams to Legend well set up. Mags Up have quite a journey ahead of them. 2 split on either side. Patrolling through the top, getting damaged. Look at that well-timed flank from the player in red. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get those kills, but time still moving into the favor of Dreams to Legend.
All right. This is looking pretty good. They've got to hold off another push here, though. A lot of pressure coming in from that glass side. And all of a sudden, it is going to be Mags Up in the hill for now. But no, Dreams Legends right back in it. And they push them out of the hill. They've all of a sudden brought it to within 1. This is absolutely not over yet. A potential reverse sweep in a single hill game.
And just 1 hill that separates these 2 teams now. And plenty of time as 3 players going down for Dreams to Legend, and it's going to be a tough situation for them. Suddenly, what are your thoughts on this? You're up 1, right? Now you've turned a situation where you kind of were playing game time into must-capture hill time now.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good, I'll tell you that. It's kind of nerve-wracking to be in this position. You're like, okay, everything was going so well. Now everything's going wrong. And the only benefit, though, is they did already win this hill earlier in the game, so feasibly they should be the favorites to get this hill this time. And they already have nearly half of it completed as the members of Mags Up coming out spawn, trying to get them out of it.
Doing their best to get that damage. Only 1 player alive for Dreams to Legend, and so close to capturing this hill. Remember, they were able to just get this first hill at the start of the game, and it might be that first hill once again that just is the pain point for Dreams to Legend. They are struggling on getting Mags Up out of this.
This is almost over. Huge headshot coming out from, like you said, this was Daylight. Shock Rifle will trade hands into possession of Dreams to Legends, but I mean, with how close Mags Up are to closing this one out, it's got to be perfect Halo from here on out, and they go 3 dead, make it 4 dead. That should be the end of the game. They're just going to overstack the hill to guarantee it, They're going to take a Game 1 victory onto round 2.
Maybe a bit closer than Mags Up would have liked it to be. But either way, they got a pretty strong forwards. And wow, the lighting. Look at this. Like, this is nice and crispy footage that we're getting here. Yeah,
we can see Divine Damsel, extremely talented player. She is a demon to run into in matchmaking.
That's Lynx Jonas. He's one of my locals.
Okay.
Just face like right there to the camera.
That's a great camera position, whoever set this up. But yeah, some never before seen footage of the open bracket. Love to see it. Early rounds, not really ever commentated, I don't think, in history. Like, yeah, we've been casting some of the last rounds, you know, when we get the chance to, but these early rounds are usually played in the dark without anybody watching.
Remember how close this first hill was, too. It was like a real back and forth on this battle. It almost felt like this first hill maybe determined the game.
It's so important to get a lead in King of the Hill more than any other mode, in my opinion. You know, especially once you go up 2-0, if a lot of game time or game clock has been burned out, you can often just play outside of the hill to a victory. So we're going to see that strategy employed by a lot of teams over the course of the weekend, not just in open bracket, but also by the pro teams. But here we go. We're going to that swing game potential Slayer. Will we see Dreams to Legends fight back?
I think we're going to be going into Aqua for our Slayer. It seems so far Overshield going to be grabbed for the side of Mags.
Daylight? I think Daylight was the one that grabbed it. Starts with a triple kill, quickly trying to take space on the gold side of the map. Looks like Dreams to Legend trying to get out of the goal or the car side of the map, and look at this push. Great teamwork and organization. This game type's so much about understanding the spawn system and just collapsing with your teammates on repeat. So far, both teams looking pretty solid.
I was really impressed with Dreams to Legend sequence right there, getting these kills, and well, they're activating up on the map, trying to find players from across the map, keeping each other alive, but the nade's going to be too strong. Mags Up going to win that top position, and Dreams to Legend suddenly in a fragile spot as they get collapsed upon in the base. Great counter from Mags Up.
Absolutely. Sometimes there's a meta with this game type where you almost intentionally leave a player alive if they're in a bad part of the map, because squad spawn's so prevalent, right? If you know the last guy alive is hiding somewhere in a base, just let the rest of his team spawn there and then collapse on them afterwards. I think that is a great strategy to employ on Aqua TS, and both teams, though, not really able to put each other in the blender just yet. These teams are very evenly matched, and looks like a majority of the kills have traded out thus far. We're actually tied at 11-11 in the mid game.
Really been impressed with how Dreams to Legend have been collapsing in as units. Like, they really have been working together as a duo, and so far the kills starting to go in their favor. They've finally gotten themselves to that lead. The question is, can they get control of this map? Something they've been struggling with thus far, but players just scattered all about, and the shots from top middle are too good. Overshield gonna be up now, and this fight could determine it. Who gets away? Dreams to Legend not able to get it on the body.
Ceaseless was just a few frames away from proccing it. The fight still goes on. I think it's still on the ground there. Member of Mags Up very likely to get it, and Dreams to Legend are trapped in the fridge here. They not only have to fend off an Overshield player, but two of his teammates as well, but they've done well so far.
No, Mags Up is trapped with Dreams to Legend in that fridge. I don't know what you're talking about, because that Overshield was largely ineffective. Nothing comes from it, and the kill still going to Dreams to Legend. Unfortunately, not able to hold on for long enough. The lead's still there, but they just went 4 down. Mags Up with their chance, an opportunity to take control of this game. Heat Wave into the hands of Divine Damsel. It's up to her to find the opening picks, and she finds 2 in front of them. Both one shot. The Heat Wave gets the first, but where's the second? Double kill, Divine Damsel.
She is on fire. That's exactly what you love to see if you're a Mags Up fan. This girl came to play, and if she's got a power weapon in her hands, you better watch out, because she's hitting every curb slide to close the gap to get into your face. So I expect to see a lot of aggressive plays from her if this team can get back into scoring position. Dreams to Legend have done such a good job to just, anytime it looks like Mags Up have better positioning, they've just played defense out of the situation so well.
Unfortunately, that first player out did not find the pick. And it's an aggressive play from Mags up into the back base, trying to find these finishing kills. It's trades left and right, and the fights are going crazy. Out of heat wave shots, but the triple kill comes in for Kenneth. That will make it even, and this has been a neck-and-neck slayer throughout this entire game.
Kenneth popping off. This guy used to be teaming with Bandemonium and Bunny's Waddles for a very long time, as well as SS Gunna. It's one of the first times I've seen him not with that group, so he's already gelling well with them. Finding that triple kill is massive. Just like that, Mags Up also able to get this overshield. And that's going to be in the hands of PMAC, also known as Camp. And let's see how much value he can actually get out of it.
Camp's trying to do his best. This much better with the overshield this time around. Last time it felt like it was ineffective. This time they take the lead. Now can they keep the lead for the rest of this game? But man, it's every team. It feels like every time we've seen someone start to try to get that separation, we've seen the answer right away from the other side.
Tied up 32 apiece. Dreams to Legend. I mean, I would argue Dreams to Legend is playing better in this game, though, because Mags Up have had a majority of the overshields. They had the last heat wave. But Dreams to Legend just been able to play together a bit better around the map to mitigate the efficacy of each of the power items that Mags Up are gaining for themselves. It's just a map positioning difference so far. They've had top control. They've been able to collapse as a unit as they do so again. Just non-stop teamwork and coordination into each of these pushes.
Oh, what a nade! Have you ever seen someone land on the platform like that? Gets a massive kill, and for the first time, 3 kills, making it a 4-kill lead. That's massive in this game. We haven't seen more than 1 or 2 kill separation since this game was in single digits. Now, suddenly, Dreams to Legend at the end of the game are trying to push this thing to a 3rd and final game.
Kenneth doing what he can to get damage down and stay alive, but the pressure's too much. There's so many members of Dreams out here working together. Like I said, Mags Up have gotten all the overshields, but all of a sudden, now that they don't have any high ground, they don't have any positioning, any better weapons, Dreams Legends are running away with it.
And this last overshield can determine it all. I don't know how they're alive. Camp, somehow, some way, still alive. Overshield is up, and he's going to be the first to grab. It's going to go onto the body. This is exactly what Mags Up need to get back into the game, but teammates falling all around. The extra shields do you no good if your teammates can't stay up on the map. Only 4 more kills for Dreams to Legend, and Camp is frustrated. He hasn't been able to find any kills with this overshield, and his teammates keep falling.
It's got to be so frustrating. You're like, why are you getting into fights? I'm not there yet. I have the overshield. Wait for me, guys.
Not 1 kill.
Oh, no, not a single kill. It's impossible to take a 1v1 with Dreams to Legends. It's always a swarm of them, and they're going to take that with a triple kill from Sinatra to close out Game 2. We're going to another Game 3 here.
Really impressed with how they played together. It felt like if you were going to take a challenge, there was going to be 2 waiting for you at all points in time on Dreams to Legends side. And you can see it. They're getting like, they're laughing. They're getting loose. Like this is a roster that could make a huge upset in Winners Round 2 right now.
Absolutely. This is insane right now. And you said 2. I'm pretty sure every time we switch, it was 3 of them in every single engagement. These guys were never caught out alone. They always had each other's back. And that's how you win a Slayer on a small map like Aquarius. You have to play tighter together. Just felt like the members of Mags Up maybe trying to make a few too many solo plays, finding themselves isolated. And we'll see if that same strategy can apply to Game 3. I don't recall what the game type is, so hopefully we can get a look at the series layout. But that type of gameplay is a good one for many different potential game types in Game 3. Here was that triple kill to start the game from Daylight. Ultimately was not enough, though. We saw Mags Up get so many overshields. I want to say they had at least 3, maybe even 4 of the overshields that came up this game. And it just still was not enough because that teamwork was too strong from Dreams to Legends.
Well, here we go. We see these guys loading on in onto our cam. Look at that in the back. We got a little roaming camera sitting out.
Let's go, Ken.
I think this is Louis holding this camera, by the way.
Let's go. Brandon out there in the field getting the shots for us. As it looks like we're loading in to recharge. What's this one going to be? Is it Strongholds? Is it King of the Hill? Is it Oddball? We got Oddball. This is going to be potentially a long one, guys. Both these teams going to have to win the 2 out of 3 in this Oddball to win the 2 out of 3 of the series.
But it feels like all of the momentum has to be on Dreams to Legends side right now. Even after game 1 was, you know, there was that moment where we thought Dreams to Legend could make something happen, but it was a clear victory on the other side. And even though that Slayer was close all the way up, it felt like that ending spree really gave a lot of momentum to Dreams to Legend.
I do think that this game type will lend to MagsUp's playstyle a bit better. They're going to be playing more spread out on the map and creating more 1v1 situations. You can't really play Wolfpack mentality in this game type because you're just not going to have enough space to work with, right? So I think this game type does favor MagsUp, but Dreams to Legends could absolutely surprise me here.
Well, so far, MagsUp being able to get the first bit of a lead. They have the Oddball situated at back C. And with the trades coming through, Dreams to Legend aren't going to be able to get to this thing relatively close, but Lynx just absolutely decimates the player at bottom pipes. And this ball carrier, they are in danger. Ball is forced to play, and that's all because of Lynx. He's still alive, trying to hunt down the final player, Divine Damsel, not able to put him down. Lynx gets 3 kills in a row.
That's unbelievable. Twice in a row, those players should have been able to take him down, but he somehow survives, forces the Oddball reset. MagsUp do have the lead for now, though, 14-3, and that ball flying out to mid-map, I expect to see some more fights going down, and you know, whoever wins the next fight should be able to run this to the C-side. No, before even getting a single slay, Dreams to Legends decide to just quickly rotate it to C. Will they be punished for that? We'll have to see.
Well, you guys can see gamer tags are up now, so you kind of keep yourself occupied where you're going. PMAC, a.k.a. Camp, working his way towards pipes, and look at the amount of space that they have on the map. The ball carrier's all the way at C. He's fighting them over at batteries, and it's going to earn himself not only the shock rifle, but potentially a couple more kills. Working on this pillar, the jiggle, works. Getting a kill that's massive for the team. Camp heating up, and while Camouflage is up, his team gets away. He has shock rifle pointed at the spawns.
This is not a good situation for Dreams to Legend. Perfect setup from MagsUp. They just got to stop this rotation from A into white. But it looks like Dreams going to take the long route, play through gold. I agree with this. They're going to also cut the middle of the map at the same time, but they don't know shock rifle is lurking on the sneaky side. Huge triple kill. Another 4 dead. Huge plays out of Camp. He does get traded out, so that shock rifle might go back to the despawn into respawn cycle, but look how much time MagsUp have already accumulated.
Divine Damsel has just been able to stay in the back holding this ball while Camp was going on that rampage. Finally, they force her to play the ball off, but not before the damage is done. A 70-point lead. Well, actually, it's the nicest number around if we subtract 1. But this is going to be a massive lead to overcome in the first round.
Like I said, I just had a feeling this game type would play into MagsUp favor. They're looking so good to at least close this first round. Game's going to slow down a little bit. Ball's on the respawn point. This is definitely one of the harder maps to just get that oddball off of its spawn point. Got to get a couple slays before you can comfortably just drop down to batteries. So fights are breaking out. Looks like 2 going down for MagsUp. And here, if Kenneth can stay alive, he could continue to protect the oddball. He does get a trade, but once he goes down, Dreams to Legend's going to feel comfortable to grab that ball and get it into gold.
This is the first time that we've really seen a gold setup all game. Sinatra's going to be the one holding the ball, and MagsUp making their choice. Looks like they're going to start to put some tension in. One player through, shock rifle into the hands of Daylight, but quickly going down. It looks like Dreams to Legend just have not lost a number. Last player alive is Kenneth. He's going to try to do the best with his camo, but oh no, put on skates. Staying alive over at the big door was Lynx once again, and well, MagsUp push never even got started.
That was such a huge play out of Lynx, and we see Daylight get a double, but he goes down shortly thereafter. Camp going to try to push in on the other side, kind of creating a little pinch situation, but teammate on the opposite side does get taken down. See if he can use this plasma pistol to hold off Dreams to Legend while his teammates come off spawn. Able to get at least a trade, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to break the Dreams to Legend setup. They look good to get a lot of time here in A.
Divine Damsel doing her best to creep into this doorway. Finds one player unsuspecting. The kills were going their way. Ball on that ground. This is their moment. They can win this fight. It feels like this should be enough for round one, but holding on strong is Dreams to Legend thus far, but how long can they hold on? I mean, they are just feeling the pressure of the players pushing in.
Daylight is trying to secure the area. Gets the call that there's 3 dead. Knows he can comfortably grab the ball now for the first time since they had that ball in C in the beginning parts of this round. Looks like the play is to rotate the ball towards gold side. Link's kind of playing patiently here, but that patience not going to pay off. He gets ripped off the map by Divine Damsel, and she's still got a lot of ammo left to work with.
I was like, that was kind of cool. We had the camera on the player that had shock rifle, and then the player that got stunned. That was awesome. But so far, I mean, only 10 more seconds left for Mags Up to get this done. And with Divine Damsel having the shock rifle, you have to feel as if this could be an easy lap for them. Dreams to Legend trying to keep holding on to their hope in this round one, but camouflage not going to be going on their body anytime soon. Down in the bottom of the pit, ball trapped over at the turbine. It's just a race for players to get into positions to where they can finish this one off. But remember, you only have 10 seconds to stop Mags Up. This is a quick rotation from Daylight.
Huge rotation to get this ball immediately to safety. Like you said, they don't need much time. He gets 5 of the 10 that they need. Dreams to Legends there to slow it down, though. Huge win from Divine Damsel there. If she doesn't get that kill, I don't know if they'd be able to close out this round, but with that slay, opens the door for them to push right in and close out the round.
Oh, we saw opportunities for Dreams to Legend. Remember, they were down 70-5 in that first round of Oddball. They will have to regroup after the job gets finished in round one. Here we go, round number 2. The push is in. Players from Mags Up flooding into that pit, trying to get this camouflage away.
This opening strat, so important. Sometimes you can get away with both the camo and the shock rifle, as well as the Oddball. Doesn't look like either team gonna win the break by any large margin whatsoever. It actually just trades out. Camo's still down bottom center, so more slays gonna come out before I think anyone goes for it. Kenneth didn't feel comfortable to go for it. Thought he'd try to open some space, but ultimately didn't work out. Camo's still there. This is the longest I've seen it sit on the floor in a while.
So surprised how patient both these teams have been on trying to get to that camouflage, but it looks like the opening time is going to go to Lynx with that ball to Dreams to Legend. And is the ball carrier the one that just grabbed camouflage? Is that what's going on? Yeah, he has camo in his back pocket, right?
I think that was the ball animation, yeah.
Oh, I think actually is a shroud screen on his.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what happened with it. Did anybody actually get any value? They might have just burned it out immediately, but we do have Daylight with the shock. This man is deadly with it. I have recollections of Daylight playing alongside Sparty, Big Fly, the SSD man himself. Not attending today, but Daylight, I think, probably learned a lot from Sparty playing on that collegiate team. I think it's Team Fisher, if I'm not mistaken, and he is a menace with the shock rifle, just like Sparty.
Divine Damsel and Daylight going to be working together to get this ball time. Daylight with the shock, Damsel with the ball, and so far been working effectively for them. This shock rifle, though, has to move out, and as they do, Dreams to Legend pushes in, and this is aggressive.
That's one way to put it. I mean, he's feeling himself. He was hitting a couple of shots, thought he could make a highlight reel play, but ultimately, I don't think that's the move. You got to hold on to.
This is none of the stuff that you see because it's in the open bracket, not streamed. You don't get to see any of the rogue plays on the pool play.
There are lots of rogue plays that will be made in the open bracket today. That was certainly one of them. It's got to reel that in. Yes, you won round one. Yes, you're looking good right now, but you can always throw the game away with a silly play. So hopefully he rights that ship. Mags Up with a nice hold. They've also got the camo here in the suit of Divine Damsel. She's going to find a kill. Oh, wow. That was actually a pretty impressive kill. Didn't get the 3-shot beatdown she wanted, but still able to close it out.
Time going into Mags Up. Once again, this is the setup that's been so effective for them. over at backseat getting that ball time. But Dreams to Legend, they're playing awfully quick throughout this tower. It's going to be a flank from Daylight that's trying to come to fruition. He gets back into this tower, but everyone's already gone through. They've broken into that ball setup, and ball will be played. The flank just not quick enough, and they'll have to reset into the middle of the map.
Daylight, for now, just trying to hold this tower side down, get some vision, intel for his team, get some damage down as well. Finds members all over the map, so he's kind of got a good idea in his mind of where to expect the next push. But just kind of holding his space for now. I like the way he's playing this. He's not making a rogue play like we saw previously. He's instead playing very patient, gathering intel and just dealing damage to wait for the right opening for Mags Up to strike.
That's so comfortable in the back of this map so far, right? He's got that bandit in the front and the BR in the back, and he's got a couple fists for anyone that gets in his way. The double beat down for the double kill, and he'll get the assist for the third. This has been incredible work from Daylight thus far, but not any ball time at the immediate moment as they're finally getting that rotation through. But, oh, he is just hammering these players on the other side. This has been impressive from Daylight.
A little bit questionable communication on the side of Dreams to Legends. You know, it felt like he was in the tower for so long, but there's just players that aren't expecting him to be there. So I've got to wonder, you know, where's the communication for Dreams to Legend? They should have been able to shut this man down by now, but instead he is on a tear, continuing to deal damage now with the shock rifle.
Remember how close this game was? I mean, that tower play has been the whole catalyst to this massive setup that they've had thus far. They're finally going to be able to force the ball out and rotated, but not before we see 40 seconds of ball time come from that play.
Seriously, yeah. I mean, he has been on a tear. Now the shock rifle in the hands of Evil Carmine, who's has a nice game himself, 25 and 20, 10 assists as well. If he can get a few kills, he could be the catalyst to bring his team back into this. But this is do or die right now. We're game 3. Team, your opposition is already up 1 round. You're already down in this round. You've got to make something happen now. Unable to do so, though. The magic not in the cards. Able to shut that shock rifle down. Are Mags Up, and they look to push through.
Oh, well timed. Camp's going to be able to get behind 2. The damage is enough for the kill on the first, and it's certainly an assist on the second. And once again, like, Divine Damsel was there weak, and somehow a player just drops in. It feels like we've seen a couple times where maybe comms are getting lost on the side of Dreams to Legend.
You got to be on the same page. You got to not only give call-outs, but also hear the call-outs. It feels like maybe call-outs are being given but not being heard. Maybe a bit of chaos. We're not really sure, but either way, these kills need to be finished off. So many times there's members of Mags Up one-shot that just survive. Once again, Daylight does so, this time with the use of the grapple, but every time your opponent survives and gets their shields back, that is a huge loss for your squad.
So far, it looks like a celebratory 360. Oh, he is shredding it like Tony Hawk at the back of pipes. And, well, only a few seconds left for Dreams to Legend to get there. One player gets through. That ball's on the ground for now, but certainly not the player. Daylight still well and alive, and he's hitting shot after shot, putting so much pressure on these players.
He's got 41 seconds, 32 and 15. And he's hitting the late jump tech to push his opposition back. He might even just close out the round, but no, doesn't want to milk time. Wanted to get a couple more kills. Now the ball's bottom center. Opens the door a little bit, but this door is slowly closing. 45 seconds left on the clock. Dreams of Legends got to do something right now.
Mind Damsel sliding into these 2. She's trying to do her best just to stay alive and keep that damage on. Mags Up for them. If they just play Slayer, eventually they'll get enough kills to get these final seconds of ball time. And remember, the neutral time also playing a factor here as well. Oh, just caught by surprise. She might just be able to get more. The sticky into the shroud screen. Is it enough for the kill? But no, the back smack will be. Balls played, but the job is done. 3 down for Dreams to Legend. They're going to have to quickly find an angle onto that ball off their respawn.
You saw she was holding the X button after the back smack just in case she could maybe hold the ball to close it just there and then, but it doesn't matter. Time is running out. Dreams of Legend have to hold onto the ball, but had to drop it, and that's going to be it. Mags Up win the series 2-1, and we'll move on.
Getting those celebratory fist bumps out let each other know, hey, good game, good game. And honestly, we've had 2 series on. Both of them have gone to game 3. I couldn't be happier about it.
For sure. No, great matches on both sides. As we're going to get deeper into the tournament. Mags Up, I think, probably going to face a much tougher opponent in their next round, but they're looking good.
Yeah, and it looks like we have the pool play finally seems as if it started. Yeah, I do see some sort of match happening down there. So that's good. I'm glad that we're at least starting to have some matches on the main stage and the pool play. Some sort of, I think they were having some sort of audio issues over there. So good to see that the tournament started, like, we're finally in that full swing again, you know?
Yeah, it looks like Sentinels in Cloud9 has started on one of the feature stations. We're going to have all the action we can possibly cover for you guys between open bracket, pool play. We're going to be switching back and forth. Take a look at the stat page here. Who popped off? Looks like Evil Carmine. Massive damage output. Unable to convert it into a W this time, but 8,100 damage is massive. On the other side, looks like Daylight with the most damage in the lobby. 8,500 is massive, and looks like Camp or PMAC not far behind him with 8,400.
Yeah, I felt like those two were just dominating the lobby in particular. I feel like we did see a lot to like from Dreams to Legend, but like you said, it really showcased in the Slayer, that like Wolfpack game style. It felt like they were maybe just a little bit outclassed in the objectives thus far. Like the spacing was a little bit better on the side of Daylight and the crew, but I wouldn't be disappointed with the way I played if I was Dreams to Legend.
So a replay here from PMAC. Got the nade double kill into the trade. He was popping off for a while here. And this was when he just took over the game. It felt like
this was absurd.
Yeah, like the fact that he survives, waits for his teammates, and then goes on to shock rifle spree right after. This guy was on fire. It's this kill as well. Kenneth makes a big play here. Get that trade. And I think this team probably formed last minute. I want to say they were playing with Spar and had to replace him.
I didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure they were, yeah. I think that's where Kenneth joined the squad. I could be wrong. I don't know all the storylines. I know a lot of them, but...
what do you think about gamer tags that are just like their name?
Well, like Eli the Ninja?
No, like Kenneth. Like, there's just nothing. It's just Kenneth.
Yeah, I mean, it always makes me think they might be like an old school Halo 1 player, because like, think about like your neighborhood games. Like you just oh yeah, I'm just making my profile. It's just my name, you know. So it's like maybe they come from that era, and they didn't like come up with a creative name.
When did gamer tags start becoming like popular? You know what I'm saying? Because that was what it was. At, like the very early internet was just like, oh,
it's just
my name.
Yeah, I mean, I think from the very beginning people were making aliases. You know, like I remember StarCraft was one of the first.
What was your first one?
I'm pretty sure my first like email address when I'm like 7 or 8 years old was like SquirrelDude927.
Oh, nice.
927 was my birthday, and I thought squirrels were
Shout
cool.
out, that's
Squirrel Dude.
September 27th.
That's right. It's coming up, guys.
Mark it in the calendar.
Can anyone in chat guess my age? They're gonna say 80
wow, we
years
just
old.
got a bunch of subs.
Oh, let's go.
700 software and Benny Lava with the 5 get the subs. Thank you so much for that, and I will say that the support that we've been seeing thus far has been crazy. Thank you all for helping. We're gonna get ourselves into another open bracket match as soon as possible. In the meantime, though, there's a match going on the alpha stage. Let's go take a look at that. It's Space Station and Quadrant going up against each other.
It's a good one.
Guess what? Ooh, we're into game number 3. Space Station. I have Legend on my fantasy team, by the way. So
yeah, your
him to
fantasy
go-
team was stacked. I saw it.
You think so? You think it's stacked?
I mean, then I looked at everybody else's teams and I was like, there are just not even any bad teams in your fantasy though. So how's the scoring? Is it based on kills?
It's kills and objectives. So it's
Okay.
like there's like 6 killing categories that are weighted, and there's 4 objective categories that are weighted.
Okay.
So it's a mixture between the two.
Well,
but-
Legend is like the best OBJ and Slayer.
Yeah, I'm hoping his flag, like he should like be pretty high up there on the flag. So I'm hoping he comes in and gets strong. I want to like. I'm really enjoying playing the fantasy Halo stuff with the boys in the Discord. So shout out to, I don't even know the name of the Discord. Shout out to, if you know, you know what I'm saying?
Right, right. So far, both teams pretty even in the Slatus department. I'm a little bit surprised to see Glory not slaying out a bit more. He does have a lot of assists, but I've been watching Glory a lot recently. He's really impressed me. He's got some of the most insane movement in the game. Glory's just a beast.
Dude, so far this has been really even dispersal work from Space Station. Look at the kills, the deaths, the assists, and the objective. Everyone's been having their time working on everything, and that's one thing that's been really impressive to me about this Space Station roster is they all sort of just like play their situation. It never feels like they're trying to get to a specific setup, especially in these fluid game types like Oddball.
Love that we got a look at Glory here. He's got camo. Just kind of holding down some space on this side. We actually recently had SLG on the podcast, and he was talking about, we talked about him playing against Legends specifically because they did take SSG to a Game 5 at London. And we're like, what's it like to play against your old teammate? And he's like, it's so easy for me to play against him because I know everything he's trying to do. Like he played with Legends so much. He's like, he just always makes the best play. So if I just predict him to make the best play, I can actually counter it to where it doesn't. It's no longer
it's all head games.
Yeah.
Right?
So they have a very deep. Like he knows that I know that he knows that I know, so they're kind of going back and forth with the strategy.
So far, we see looks like Quadrant going to be able to get back to this control, and there's no real immediate pressure from Space Station to do anything about this. Quadrant drops this ball ready to have all 4 guns up for this fight. 2 players going down on either side. It's going to come down to these final players. Glory finds the first pick on Bound, and Stellar will be the last Spartan alive. At the moment, it's a 1v1 at the back of the base. Snipe Drone's going to try to rotate this into the middle of the map, trying to get that repulse, that extra oomph, but not quite able to get it out of A, but Stellar goes down.
How in the world does Snipe Drone get a trade out of that? I mean, like you said, the repulse, I think when that first repulse, when he repulsed the ball, also repulsed the grenade that Stellar had thrown, so.
Yeah, you lucky happy accidents, right?
Yeah, exactly. Definitely not intentional, but those little things make such a big difference. He ultimately kills Stellar because of that later as well, so repulse such a massive pickup on this game type.
Oh man, Quadrant's so effective at getting this pressure in. They send one to the back. It just disrupts everything. 4 players from Space Station go down.
Quadrant is looking very good right now. They're tied 1-1 in the series. They did lose their first round. They're ahead here.
Here we go. SLG shots in. This camouflage could be what determines this round. Remember, SSG has the first round of Oddball in their favor thus far, so important for Quadrant to equalize in this game. And man, SSG seems to be making this so hard on them.
SSG's playstyle is just constant pressure. They're going to constantly take 1v1 fights, and they are so good at the 1v1 fights. I feel like that's kind of their strategies. We're just going to run at you, and we're going to outgun you. Of course, it's a bit more complicated than that, but because they're also individually talented, it's difficult to play against. You know, if you're forced into 1v1s against players that you can't win 1v1s against time and time again, it's going to be very difficult to win the game. But as I say that, we got a 4 dead for Space Station, and Quadrant get ever so closer to closing this round out.
Red gun in. Sika. Oh, I thought he threw that stick. I guess it hit the kneecap and then just bounced off. Not going to be able to find that kill. Well, 4 down for Quadrant. It looks like SSG could be on their final moments here. They can get set up well once again. These players at Quadrant will just have to run into the setup. The pre-nades perfectly find Legend. He's on his way out. He's trying to find a way to stay alive. Do they check this corner? He goes down. Wow, what a break.
That's what I talked about from SLG. Do you think he just knows, like, oh, Legend is probably sitting in this corner right here. Let me throw some nades.
It felt like it was like they should see it through the walls for sure. I mean, that was like perfect dating.
Are you accusing them of hacking, Garrett?
Hey, I saw some strange USBs on those stages.
We're kidding, of course. These admins are on top
No, I
of
stand
everything.
on it.
Yeah, no
No
foreign
faulty SSDs.
Yeah, no foreign SSDs to be found. All on originally imaged hardware. So we see Bound trying to just create an opening here. He does have the camo, gets a lot of damage, but as he's one shot, trying to stay alive, takes some more grenade damage. Doesn't feel like he's able to get his shields back. Finally does, though, and finds himself in a position to get a trade. And that's a massive one to get. His teammates have the ball over on this PD side, and will SSG just steal this?
Yeah, it's looking tough for Quadrant to get battled back out of, especially with Stellar hitting shots like that. Man's getting damaged, but Sika with the double could be just what they need. SSG have a long track to go, and it's only 9 more seconds for Quadrant to hold on to this ball. SSG not going to be able to get anywhere close in time. Round 3 of Oddball, here we go.
Wow, are we going to see another game 5 between these two? I know it's still early. I know this would just be to tie or to get to 2-1, but I mean, look how well Quadrant are playing. By the way, Quadrant coming off some hot online scrims. They 9-1 to Optic. Granted, there's some arguments to be made. Maybe Optic not playing at full force. I think Formal had just got back from COD Championships, so not as locked in, I think, as usual. Regardless, though, to beat Optic in online scrims that badly is a huge confidence booster, whether or not Optic was in full force.
Looks like Quadrant going to be the first ones to strike here, getting this opening ball time. Sika looked like he was having thoughts of maybe pushing that last player alive with Oddball. Instead, just trying to keep it towards this cafe side. Space Station double up on their push through. Legend, the trailer from that behind, able to take down his former team. 4 players of Quadrant going down. And Oddball, though, not much time to be gained at the immediate moment. SSG finally getting some time.
Legend definitely saying, grab the oddball, grab the oddball. He's got camo stalker, he's killing everything. And look at the push from Quadrant, though. How, they just force him into such an uncomfortable situation, even though he outputs significant damage, gets 2 players to one-shot, can't finish either, goes down without a kill, and that's a huge opening for Quadrant.
Yeah, I felt like the optimal play at the time, certainly, but, man, sometimes the optimal play can be very uncomfortable, and Legend not quite able to hit that shot necessary, but Quadrant not able to stay alive all at the same time. It feels like they're constantly losing a number. And now ready for their push over on the B side. Eco waiting for this from Snipe Drone. They're going to take their fight, but Eco knows that he has help just behind him. He can drop down any moment. He's going to find 2, and oh boy, it's Swiss cheese in the middle of the map. Eco with the double kill. He's long flanking into that third on Snipe Drone. Quadrant just can't stay 4 up.
All right, real quick, I just got to call out chat for a second. Listen, guys, I want you to take a breath and look at the top left of the screen. Do you see what it says there? It says, coming up next, Native Gaming versus Kraken, okay? The games have not started yet. We have already pinpointed that as our next match. We're going to watch this in the meantime, so you guys are not...
We will be in Native versus Kraken,
yes.
ASAP, boys. ASAP.
All right, but Space Station looking a lot better in this round. Finally starting to gel a little bit more. Quadrant, though, not going to make it easy by any stretch. How did Stellar survive there, just jumping up and down on the water cooler while one shot dodged the grenade?
You pray. You know what I say? You get in the corner, it's like hands folded, see what you can do. But able to stay alive for just that bit longer. Legends not going to be able to stay alive either. This is... It felt like Space Station should have a much larger lead in this game with how they've been playing, but Quadrant, they have been hyper effective on their kills.
It does seem like they're just getting significantly more value out of their slays. The slays are pretty even, by the way. Glory really the only person that's very negative, but Sika +5. I mean, Glory's also got second most ball time and most assists, or second most assists as well. Great rotation here. And Quadrant are looking good here. They've got to hold off the push from Space Station, though, and Space Station have a shotgun in their arsenal. Looks like some damage comes out. Quadrant just playing really well to bait and switch each other out. As soon as one of them is weak, they just take cover, and a full shields player takes their spot.
We're trying to just wait for his teammate. Great job getting damage. Player takes his spot just like predicted. And so far, Quadrant have been so effective. SSG, although they had a great start to this round, they find themselves down in the game, 67-45. They put Quadrant 3 down, but it's imperative that SSG starts to get back into their mojo. This has been an incredible run from Quadrant thus far.
It's looking so good. This one could come down to the wire. Also, yes, Chad, I understand that sometimes the start.gg bracket shows that a match is in progress a little bit early, so don't always count on start.gg to be accurate.
I think that just means the team has arrived to the station.
Right, yes.
So like when that timer starts, that just means they sat down. Like that doesn't mean they have played yet.
Okay, SSG taking the lead now. They're getting a lot of important slays right here as well. Oh, Legend just finding the triple. And this is bad news for Quadrant. They really just have one good push left, maybe two if they force the oddball guy to drop it, but this looks like it's probably their last push.
Oh my god, he's absurd. He's in the corner just saying, "We, come to me." He is finding kill after kill. Nothing can happen to SSG. If Legend's going to play like this, he's going to finish this 43-29. And what's even most impressive, most assists for his team as well. That is one of the best individual performances I think I've ever seen.
I mean, his damage numbers have to be off the chart for this one. Most kills, most assists, some of the least deaths as well, with some ball time to boot. I mean, and he's playing against his former teammates who should know his game plan very well, but it just doesn't matter. He's that individually talented. He's still able to slay out massive.
All right, folks, Native Gaming and Kraken's coming up soon. On the main stage, we have SSG going up against Quadrant. Pool plays in swing. We're going to take a quick break. We're not going to keep any of this action off your screen, but when we're back, that means Native Gaming versus Kraken will be getting ready to get started.
It felt like whoever had it would go on a little run, but it felt like SSG were able to maybe chain 2 or 3 sets of kills together off the back of it, and that was what gave them a little bit more of a commanding lead and more of a command in their holds in general. It felt like it was 30, 40 points every time SSG got it, whereas Quadrant not able to put just as much time on the board. But Quadrant gave it a good fight in that one, but SSG class just started to show through, especially in the end of that last round.
Couldn't agree more. I think also what we just saw is just the fact that SSG is, right, they bounced back in a big way. Let's not forget, bracket play in London. They had never been leading in a series coming into this number of games, right? They had never been leading 2-1 at all in the last 3 times we've seen them in bracket play, which is crazy to see. So it's simply the fact that they're putting these difficult wins on the board. Quadrant is pushing them in each of these games with the exception of game number 2. The rounds that we just saw in Ball was really closely fought, from Quadrant. Obviously, game number 1 went their way, so Space Station proving that they are not going to crumble at the first sign of a mental check, right? They're doing well here. They've turned the series, as you said, back around, and they now lead 2-1.
Interesting to talk about what we're going to see next, though, right? Because this is a game tie, but we mentioned sending it late is going to be the opportunity for Quadrant to win the series, right? Now we get a little bit later in the series. We are into game number 4. They've managed to get here at least. And it's an interesting one when you look at it statistically, right? Because we're heading over to Live Fire next, and we're heading over to King of the Hill, which interestingly isn't a good game type for either team. Yeah. SSG's record on this one this season is 1-3. Not great. On the other side of things, only been played once by Quadrant, and they didn't get the win either. So it feels like nobody really comfortable on this one. It kind of sets us up nicely, right? Because we're not quite sure where this game could swing.
It really does, right? If the Netflix producers had a hold of this script, this is exactly how they would have written it, right? We said if Quadrant takes game 1, this thing gets interesting. SSG takes 2 and 3 as expected, and now Live Fire King of the Hill is probably the biggest toss-up statistically, as you said. Anyone can take this one, and obviously Quadrant needs it to be their game to force a game 5.
It's interesting that King of the Hill has been the weakness for both these teams as well. I think it kind of leans into their play style, right? They like to be active, they like to be taking space, and King of the Hill is more a game of kind of holding your angles, right? Waiting for the damage, doing some damage, and protecting in and around a certain objective, which almost feels like counterintuitive to the way these 8 players want to play this game. They want to be fast, they want to be in your face, they want to be trading kills if they can. So an interesting game type to kind of separate maybe where the hard work has been done in the time between these 2 events for these teams.
Absolutely, Al. Looking forward to seeing who pops off with that snipe, because you look aside both sides of this stage, there's players who are now poised.
Taking poison.
Exactly. They don't know exactly who it might be yet, but you can bet they're going to be ready to hit the shots when it counts. guarantee we're going to see some fantastic sniping in this one. As we said, such small margins in this game and between these two teams that you're going to see some pop-offs between these two teams without a doubt. 2-1 now in favor of SSG as we get ready for that game number 4.
So a chance here in this game for SSG to set the tone for this tournament, right? If they beat Quadrant at 3-1, it's a resounding win in my opinion. I think it's a very, very good sign for them. On the other side of things, if it goes to a game 5 and Quadrant send us all of that way, is that something for us to keep our eyes on moving through the tournament? Is that a tone setter for Quadrant to say, right, hey, we're here to beat the team that we can't beat. And if we manage to get to a game 5, if we manage to take this series, then they're a contender.
Yeah, I think both are true. I think if we get to a game 5, it's already quite a respectable result for Quadrant, and they're going to remind everyone that they are here to play. If SSG gets to a game 5 here, personally, I don't think it's right where they want to be. Right? I think they're going to be happy if they go to a game 5 and win, of course. I don't think if you really talk to the SSG players, talk to Elamite, you talk to the org, they did not intend to go to game 5 here either. Let's take a look at some top performance stats between Legend and Glory.
I mean, look at those stats coming in from Legend. They are insane. A 1.39. A 1.39 is what the
illegal
guy,
in most states.
What the guy who complains about his teammates in matchmaking puts up. He's like, dude, I got a 1.39. Where are my teammates? How have I lost this game? That's essentially what a 1.39 will do for you. 71 kills already in the series for him. On the other side of things, when your top performer is still in the negative for the KD, that's a little bit of a worry here. They need to pick the kills up.
Yeah, they definitely do, and I think we saw that really catch up with them in Oddball. We just saw Legend and all of SSG just really controlling the rotates. It felt like, once again, they had control the entire time. Quadrant had a few breaks, which led to good holds, but when you really looked at the kills category, it was all SSG all the way, and unsurprisingly, is Legend leading the way.
So here we go then, map number 4 of the series. Interesting note as well, if this goes to a map 5, the record is heavily in the favor, so far this season, of Quadrant. So SSG will know that. They will want to get this series done. They will want to close out here with a statement 3-1 victory over a team that was talked about as being a potential upset team at this event. It's a massive opportunity for both teams here at a real pivotal moment in this series.
I think we learned a lot from SSG and just looking at in terms of what they did in London and realizing, yeah, when they're being forced to distance in these matches, we should put a lot of stock in that, right? And I think we're now forced to do that with how close the margins are in Halo Infinite. And SSG, as you said, normally you don't want to ever let a respectable opponent take you to a game 5, because game 5s, you know, Slayers are often viewed as, for a number of reasons, as a bit of a coin toss in terms of how things play out. However, to now know that your game 5 is actually your opponent's best record in the game type entire series and one of their best Slayers, period, now that's worrying. And there's a big pressure, more than usual, I would say, in this game 4 on SSG.
It's almost as if like SSG just have a hand on their shoulder. You know what I mean? It's like, better win this one.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're going to have a conversation. I don't know who the guy, the person who's behind them, by the way.
I think it's Elamite.
It could be Elamite. No, I do know.
No, I'm just
Don't do me
kidding.
like that. That's Kyle, come on.
No, there's some SSG overlords without a doubt that they come out the back slowly. They got the dark suit on. It's like, hey,
Black cape. I don't know why they're wearing capes in my head. They're wearing capes.
No. Well, I mean, I think
They're wearing capes. It's
They
a
are,
statement.
especially because I think when astronauts are done with a hard day's work, they come home, they throw the cape on. They can really let
Yeah, most
everything
people with
breathe.
the dressing
They
gown
can let
on, but
everything breathe. I do think, though, we're into the game,
Never
which
smell
I'm
an empty
excited to see.
spacesuit is what we're trying to say. Anyways, Quadrant versus SSG is where we find ourselves, and an opportunity here to close out the series for SSG.
How do you go to the bathroom in that thing? Legend now holding at B right away. And going to put some early points on the board, and also the kills are coming in as well. That will now be a 3v3 to fight through the rest of this hill.
Yeah, interesting here, isn't it? When you get the spawn inside of the garage, you usually have better access to this hill early on, and it's kind of a fight in and around the camo for the team that's spawning over on the tower. So it's kind of, we'll have early time. You might get camo if we win that fight. Usually the first hill goes your way, and it's looking like a very strong start here from SSG. And hey, Ego's got a sniper rifle, and if you're going to challenge, which you need to, he's going to shut this down.
Sika grab, I believe, on the camo, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see. He is going to be on sandbags. It is Sika. Really good pressure, though, coming in from Eco to slow this one down. Ooh. They burn the camo as well. Big plays here coming from Eco. Eco hits the body shot, which slows down the entire sandbags rush, even though they had camo. Simply hitting that body prevented the entire push. It shuts the whole thing down. It shuts camo down. 1-0 in favor of SSG. It's a fantastic opening.
I don't want to, I mean, I hated that push. I have to say, from Quadrant, sending 3 players on the sandbag with your camo player.
Right.
1 grenade, and damage is done, and the whole push is slowed down. You've got to just take a few more seconds there to work some angles and get some damage down. It felt like a kind of all-in, all-or-nothing push and it was a very, very simple job for SSG to take those players down. Quadrant now find themselves 3 dead again. It's been a very strong start here for SSG, already halfway through capturing this second hill as well, and Ecos, he's still got the original snipe, he's still got 2 bullets to play with.
Jesus, crazy. Boy, right away, the body shot's going to slow down the push yet again. Eco somehow is going to probably stay alive here in the end, finally taken down, but look at how many points are on the board. It's still a man advantage coming in here. The push has to come, and it has to come now. Stellar going to wait and bait, and this hill should get wrapped up as well.
It's going to be 2-0. Quadrant, time to wake up. Space Station, more than happy for them to stay a little bit dozy as they're 2-0 up, and that's almost 2 perfect hills, if I'm not mistaken. Quadrant haven't even stepped a toe in the hill, and they've been broken again on the rotate.
Oh boy, this could be a very, very different series in terms of the way that we remember it, both us watching as well as the players on the main stage, because up till now, it has been a fantastic series and closely fought from both sides. This one looks a bit different.
Enemy team took the hill.
Well, finally, it looks like some kills have gone in the way of Quadrant. 2 to their name. Push is coming in and around the scoreboard in the camo. Snipe Drone's got a QT to play with, so he can get in and out, but he's going to have to get in and a little bit active when it comes to this fight, because Eco has managed to get himself in a position to get that camouflage. And when you're 2-0 down and you finally got some sort of kills on the board, some sort of feel of control, knowing there's a camo player running around just makes you feel all sorts of anxiety.
Look at the kills on the side of Quadrant, and look at Bound and Stellar combining right now for 15. Bound and Stellar alone have more kills than the entirety of Quadrant. 4 dead yet again. This has been one-sided, to say it kindly. SSG will continue scoring.
Yeah, you're saying look at the kills on the side of Quadrant. I'm looking at it going, what kills? There's barely any to talk about at the moment. SSG have just been steamrolling in this game number 4, and look how relaxed, I was going to say for a second, Legend looked, but then his eyebrows raised as he had his head removed.
Yeah, eyebrows raised and then promptly removed. SLG able to connect on a few kills there. Is this the moment that they can slow things down? The game is still certainly within reason. However, they need to do it now and make sure this 3rd hill does not slip away. Almost.
Good, strong push coming in from Stellar there. Took the individual battle. Both players no shield, but it's the headshot that connects this time from Stellar, and now he's got a sniper rifle. It feels like the first time we've seen him with this weapon in his hands in the series, and he's already hitting bodies.
Connects there on the key door. Gonna just hold here from window. Quadrant needs to make a push happen. They need to make it happen now.
Legend gets 2. No push going to happen. Unfortunately, it's going to be more time here for SSG, and it's looking like this might be 3-0, and it feels like in the time that we usually have 1 hill capped.
Wild here from SSG, and I think if you're an SSG fan, this is exactly what you wanted to see. Easy double team here to close out the hill. It will be 3-0 coming in from SSG. They look like a whole different team. And they might not have had the best record coming into this game type. Let's not forget 1-3, going up against a slightly similar record for the side of Quadrant, but SSG showing that they're going to throw that game type record out the window. They're going to also start to change the direction of that record. And also, speaking of direction, Bound flying straight at the hill.
I mean, that's a great sign, right, for SSG. We were talking about is the teamwork working when Bound is flying forward. He flies forward there with half shields, does some damage, teammate cleans up that damage over his shoulder, keeps Bound in a position to now be a nuisance in and around the tower. Gets yet another kill. So SSG, that we've seen numerous examples of the teamwork looking like it's on point in this series, but I've got to say, it's 4 dead. It's an opportunity here for Quadrant. The only good thing here for Quadrant, the one small kind of minute, minuscule thing they can take away is there's 3 minutes 20 left in this game. They've been beaten that bad so far, kind of smacked around, that at least they have time to get back into it.
Exactly. SSG's been that efficient that there's a lot of game time left, but Eco's able to grab that. They find themselves 4 dead, but off the back of that, they're fine with it because they do get the spawn to grab camo. Let's see if Quadrant closes one out. Eco trying to get the kills first. Let's see if he drops.
He's just doing damage, and look at the time that he's got. You know, he gets damage down, he stays alive. Quadrant don't know where he is.
Let's see
2
if they
dead.
force this.
Now he has the info here.
Let's see if they force this. I think Snipe Drone might want to try to get a few kills here and drop right in the hill right away if he can. Look how much time they have. Eco needs to make sure they don't drop in the hill at all. They get it. Interesting set of plays there, yeah.
Eco's still alive, still causing all sorts of problems here for Quadrant. Quadrant just had no idea, and the communication just didn't seem to be there. Even the idea of where he was. How many players just ran past looking the wrong direction?
Eco, yeah, as you said, they were never going to get that hill stopped, so Eco just stays alive as long as he can through that entire exchange. In the end, things kind of net out 50-50. The hill does go to Quadrant, but 3:03 left on the clock. SSG knew they weren't going to get the stop there, and it wasn't going to be worth burning all the time. In the end, it will be Quadrant with a hill on the board, and they've got time left to get these next 2. Let's see if they can turn this around. We are set up for quite a game number 4.
They also have tower control momentarily here as well, so they have the strong side of the map. They have the position to rain down fire onto respawners, but Legend with 1 kill is going to break the tower. The AR is good, it's pretty strong here for Glory, and that's going to be 2 dead on the side of Space Station. So it's almost like the memories of what was a whirlwind start for SSG feel a little bit further away. As Quadrant get that first hill on the board, they get the second hill on the board, and somehow at 3-2, we've still got just under 3 minutes left on the game clock.
The series has delivered here. It looked like it was over 3-0. Space Station just dominating and playing with their food. Instead now it's a 1-hill game, and as you said, with a lot of game time left. Another kill comes in from Glory. Feels like he's been alive forever. Don't do it to him. Almost connects on Legend as well on the dummy spawn. And now Quadrant is the first to score on this hill as well. Oh my word.
Your reaction time is far better than mine, Glory, as he hits the shot bottom middle. Nico peeks, no lessons to be taught, but Legend gets his shields taken away, but his life will fall on the side of Glory. Legend now, by winning that kill, stays alive, gets those shields back, and it looks like SSG in a position to break. Quadrant 3 dead.
Very important G-slide coming off of Legend there, off of the sandbags there to get to top mid so quickly to catch Glory off guard. Really, really nice mechanics and movement coming in from him. Bound needs to clean this one up in the back. Should be able to do so. Eventually, needs some help, and then will be closed out by Stellar. And just inching into the lead here on this hill. Let's not forget, this will be the last hill if SSG can close it out here. They've been on the receiving end of some brutal back-to-back hills coming in. But now SLG with the camo and a lot of opportunity and pressure here on this camo play.
Yeah, SLG in a position and taking different angles with the camo. This is a much, much better coordinated push coming in from the side of Quadrant. The only problem is he's still got 2 players to deal with, and coordination means nothing.
No!
When you get taken down and cannot convert on that damage, Snipe Drone follows up though, almost immediately, cleans that hill out and gets 2. It's an opportunity here for Quadrant to at least pressure this hill.
Snipe Drone had to do that there. The timing was not on there. A spray and a pray comes in. The prayers are not answered for SLG. Legend the only player down. See if Quadrant can hold.
Big shots coming in from Eco. Feel like he did a little bit more damage onto SLG than SLG did in return. And gets that first pick for his team. Now, where's the rest of SSG? Are they playing off that damage? They're already contesting inside of that hill. Snipe Drone will find 1. Legend will manage to trade it out. The steer comes in from Eco. It's a 1v1 on the map right now, and Stella can step in that hill.
Look at him. We'll see if he fights. Avoids the sandbag battle. Knows he needs to stay alive. There's pressure coming in from Nest side as well. He's going to QT. See what we can do.
Look how close this is at the bottom, though. Quadrant just a few moments away from winning this game, but
can you imagine?
Being annoying is all that Stella's doing. Buys enough time for his teammates to get in position for Glory. Glory somehow got a kill, but Legend will clean it up. And SG, as I catch my breath, will close out that final hill. SSG win the first series here in Atlanta, 3-1. And I've got to say, it was nervy ending there, but overall, the performance was very, very impressive.
Wow, Quadrant wishing desperately they were fighting for another hill right now instead of exchanging handshakes on their side of the stage. What an unbelievable final play there from Stellar. He QTs, and in QTing, not only gets the kill, stays alive long enough for the help to come, and then it goes 4 dead, back and forth at the end. And it's SSG who closes it out, and we talked about their clutch factor, the importance of them needing, in terms of keys to victory, them needing to clutch up, avoid the game number 5. They do that. I think for SSG and their fans, maybe it's a moment, take a breath, realize, okay, we're here for the long haul. We don't have to panic just yet. For Quadrant, though, a respectable performance on the board yet again.
It's respectable, but is it any different from what we've said before, right? Is it beating SSG? No. Is it performance we're going to talk about moving forward? Never. Probably not. It's an SSG win at 3-1, and when you look across the series and you think about the big moments and the big games, SSG never really felt like they were out of control of that series. You look at game number 2, right? Game number 2 was a dominant Slayer response to losing game 1. Then you look at game number 3, 2-1, yes, in on ball, but like it just felt like SSG were really in control of it. An electric start in game number 4. Quadrant fought back, but the lead, maybe the time, just not enough for them to get back into that game. So SSG fully in control of the series, in control of their own destiny, it felt like a lot of the times there, and that's why the series score ends up at 3-1 the way it does.
Also, how about Legend, right? Look at the numbers that we just saw from Legend. We'll have to get the full stats from the series because they're going to...
welcome back to the LVT coverage of HCS Atlanta. We have another open bracket match ready for you guys to go. It's Native Gaming going up against Kraken in our winners round 3.
A lot of Gunplexion fans in the chat. I know you guys like to watch this guy play. He's going up against the Titans, though, the #1 seeded team in the open bracket. I'm excited to see this Native roster. I'm always so excited to see specifically Tapping and Barcode, just to see like 2 of the best international talents that we've ever seen in Halo history on the same team, and they're quite the duo. These guys have been duoing and matchmaking nonstop if they're not scrimming with the roster, and let's see what they got for us.
On the other side, right, Gunplexion, really an interesting character. He's been around streaming for a long time now. Has really, I felt like, has improved a lot this last year. If he's going to make some waves, it starts here and now, right? Beating a team like Native would be a huge accomplishment under his belt.
You're absolutely right. Gunplexion, Kruvu, Leader Ness, and who's their 4th? Sorry.
They had to change it, I think, because they were playing with Minas, but then that went away. So I'll get confirmation on that. So for this Kraken roster, it's Leaderness, Gunplexion, Kruvu, and Rob.
Rob the Turtle, that's right. Another old school.
Rob's going to be on number 366. Kruvu's on 385. Gunplexion's on 387 and 384. Over on the side of Native Gaming, though, we have Gilkey on 388. Tapping Buttons on 389, Barcode on 390, and APG on 391.
Wow, and here we go. This is Gunplexion already ripping faces. It's 3-0 to start. That's exactly what you want to see from your sniper player on Argyle. I think he also sniped the sniper on the side of Native. Look at this 1v1 battle, so that's going to trade out. Both snipers now down in that vent system, but Kraken going 3 dead. Looks like the last member alive going to try to stop the push from Native. Right here we've got a picture of APG and Barcode in the bottom left of your screen. Looks like we've got, I think that's Leader Ness on the bottom right of your screen. We're going to try to get those on the flipped to the opposite sides to represent the correct team side.
See, so far, just damage being done. This has been impressive work thus far from Kraken, to be honest. I mean, the Gunplexion been making waves and keeps hitting big shots. He's in the bottom of the map just patrolling, getting kill after kill. He's on number 5 already, and so far, honestly, a bit surprised at how well Kraken's been holding up against Native. I thought, Native's a very good team. I thought this was going to be much harder for Kraken to keep up with, but so far they've been dominating on the map.
I mean, this is not too different from that LVT Orlando Kraken roster that we saw take a game off of GBX and have close games against them, and that was Renegade, Legend, Bound, and Tusk, which was an insane roster. So, I mean, these guys, yeah, Native look to be the favorites on paper, but you can never write out Kraken. These guys are all incredibly talented. Individually, I would say just as good or close to it to Native Gaming. They've just got to have that teamwork to overcome the monster.
Perfectly lined up, easy shot for APG. Able to get that sniper kill, and this is an attack that Native's been waiting for. Suddenly the floodgates have opened, and APG will be the first one in. Look at him checking that corner before he commits. Just barely goes in, sees the player, makes it easy enough to get back and get the kill.
Gunplexion tries to hit the quick no-scope, is unable to do so, so that flag will stay alive for Native. Gonna get this flag around the corner. This is a huge checkpoint for this flag. Now that it's on this side of the map, Native should be able to come off spawn and protect it a bit easier, but not if Leader Ness is popping off like that. Double kill and an assist. Comes back just to make sure his teammate can get that flag returned. And looks like they've got the flag on the move as well, but they've got to take care of this next set of spawners.
What a stand from Leaderness and Kraken, right? I mean, that looked like it was all going to be guaranteed, but at the final moments, they're able to stand up strong. Gunplexion on the back end gets his sniper back into his hands, able to get the assists on the first, and he'll be the one that's going to try to pave a road forward for his team to push from. Sniper shots, they can come in multiples on this map, and so far Gunplexion having no problem finding the angles.
10-5 already, but it's not. By the way, they are massively outslaying Native right now, but it has not led to a flag cap opportunity. Meanwhile, Native, without having a slay advantage at all, able to get this flag all the way to mid-map. So neither team has scored yet, but Native, the only team that have really given themselves a chance to cap. That just goes to their objective efficiency.
So far, Gunplexion, man, he has been just always with a sniper in his hand. Feels like he's been staying alive for long periods of time, but we haven't seen the offensive outlet from Kraken quite yet on getting some of these flag opportunities. We'll see if that changes here as Gunplexion gets the first kill, but caught out and goes down. Big slay from the side of Native Gaming.
Okay. Kruvu also slaying out pretty well. I feel like this guy, probably the least talked about member of this team, but he's very talented himself. He gets taken down. Was that a splatter medal I just saw, or pancake is called now? He got beat down and then shoved into the wall by that repulsor. Native moving the flag once again, tapping the one trying to move it out at the moment.
That's so effective. He doesn't even shoot a shot, but I mean, look at all that. Like, he just stays alive and gets that flag through.
Just trusting that his teammates are going to hold off the opposition from getting good shots on him. This flag's all the way to the computer side, but this is definitely not home by any stretch. Native have to get some kills. They do secure 3. Now that 4 go dead, that's certainly going in. Kraken are going to have to find a way to play out of their spawn point here.
And they might not just be content with 1. Native Gaming gets the first on board, but they are ready to attack for another. Tapping buttons gets the quantum translocator, and well, I like it when players get awfully aggressive with. He could have QT'd back on himself and potentially gotten a
portal kill.
Edge portal kill. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it looked like he thought he had a sticky there, or maybe it was just a reflex. Throws a grenade as he's going down, gets no damage on that player. That was strange. He had a lot of different options, it felt like. At least get the beat down if you're not going to portal. Switch to the stickies if you have them, but either way, big plays out of Kraken. They're slowly inching their way towards the Native base. Gunplexion too smart, knows there's a set of spawners that he's got to take care of. And he's going to actually bait this corner. This is a good play right here. It's going to make it difficult for Native to get by.
Gunplexion finds the back of the sniper, but not often in Halo you're going to be able to get clean shots off on a sniper. They turn around, they get the shot in, and Gunplexion goes down. 3 of his teammates are on the respawn screen, and Kruvu, last alive, was forward on the map, but it's going to be a tough battle forward, especially. Was that a sniper that missed him and hit his teammate? Was that what happened behind him? Oh, tough for Kruvu. He's just trying to one-on-one this sniper. Well, this guy's not making it easy.
New set of snipers just came up as well, so it might be 2 snipers in the hands of Native, just 1 on the side of Kraken. Gilkey, usually the sniper player on this roster, but honestly, you don't want anyone on this Native roster to have a sniper. All so talented. Can Gilkey find some magic, though, and potentially get another cap on the board? A couple headshots can usually do the trick.
The cross-map snipes from each other. Gilkey be working on his angle. You give him a head, he'll certainly take it. First one down, looking for the next.
Oh.
He'll take the body instead. Tells his teammates, hey, damage here, let's get going.
That's Gunplexion on the other side with the Kraken sniper. You can see him just desperately trying to find an angle to snipe Gilkey, but Gilkey doesn't give it to him. He gets flanked. Gunplexion drops the sniper of Kraken at the same time Native is running his flag. This is not a good situation for Kraken. Not only that, but Gilkey is looking for some spawners to kill. Sees a portal here, decides to wait for it.
Well, it's like you don't want to walk through it because it's like they come back and you're dead, you know?
Right. I mean, it's a low chance that that's the exact moment they do it.
It just needs to happen once and you get memed on Twitter, you know what I'm saying?
That's true. Oh, almost hits a crazy no-scope there, but ultimately the damage has been done. 2-0 lead now for Native.
You know, I'd like to see them get real aggressive here. You got that lead. Now it's time to play loose and establish your dominance as one of the best teams, not the #1 seed in the open bracket here today. Here we go. Another flag is out, but Kraken, all 3 players down. Rob, the only one alive to try to stop this thing. He's taking on the 1v2, and he might just come out on top. The defensive shell gets aggressive. Rob the Turtle chomping down and able to work on that return. Great work from him.
Do not underestimate the speed of this turtle. He's very quick on the map. I know Gunny often calls him the dinosaur, but this guy is no man to mess with. Has a very smooth shot. All that old school Halo playing, and of course, as I say that, he misses the first couple shots he's missed in a while. Caster Curse is in effect, and Kraken have a flag out, but they don't have the slays. Gilkey's gonna get 2 and get a third guy half shields. He's got to back up. This flag's gonna get returned before it even gets to the halfway point.
Oh, the communication is top tier right now from Native. They instantly are looking at anyone that tries to get behind enemy lines. The nade connects on the one shot that laid below. Gilkey is on an absolute tear as he pushes forward on the map. He's right 1 away from his killing spree right now.
Gilkey pushing up. As long as he stays alive, Kraken cannot comfortably exit their base. This is such a strong position. It's not only denying access to this half of their base, but also has clean sight lines on the spawners on the other side. Finds a perfect. Says I might as well start running this flag as well. Clean shots out of Gunny though to shut him down.
Oh, look at Barcode pointing at his screen. He's like, look at me. Look at where I'm pointing.
No, that's something that maybe players that have not played on LAN have yet to experience. Being able to, in your death cam, point at your screen to your teammate to say exactly where they are.
I do that at home. It's like, he's like right there.
It's great comms. No, you just got to play with your Discord webcam on so your teammate can see you pointing, you know?
Yeah, that's the way you prep your way in. At home, I have 4 PCs all sitting next to each other. I have a Discord call of all my teammates' screens on the other side, and then I hire actors to point at it on their death cam.
That's next level right there.
I just got to be prepared for the next time I decide to compete.
Imagine that. Well, we got 30 seconds here. This is looking like it should be a dub for Native. I don't think that's even mathematically, chronically possible.
Yo, what? APG having a tough time finding this player. He's just in the matrix right now. Felt like every shot APG hurled towards him, somehow they were able to dodge it, but the flag almost back home, and it will be a 3-0 for Native Gaming.
Wow. I don't know if Kraken just gave up at the end because they recognized they didn't have enough time to run a flag and also pull another one. But either way, Native taking advantage, going to stamp the 3-0 victory. We see a little bit of communication here. Looks like Leader Ness.
Can we read lips? What do you think?
Maybe talking about what they could have done differently there.
It's like, Barcode's like, oi, fucking get the kills.
That's your best Australian accent? Come on, man.
I mean, it's like, I want to appropriate their culture, you know?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like, I would hate the stereotype.
There's one word that Australians like to say to each other that I can't say on broadcast, so
oh, really?
I'm just going to avoid that one. It's just a common thing that they call each other, and it's a terrible word here, so I don't know. Anyways.
So you're saying it's not terrible everywhere else. You're saying it's only here that it's terrible.
Well, it's probably terrible everywhere else too, but they just say it casually all the time in Australia. It just blows my mind. Here we take a look at the stat page briefly, and some nice highlights here. Complexion was popping off with the sniper, I cannot deny. It's where he snipes the other sniper player, counter snipe medal in the feed. Almost all of these were Gunplexion highlights early on. Then this is APG here. Gets a nice little 10x quickscope. And it just felt like the few times that Gunplexion squad had to potentially get a flag on the move, they just didn't. They didn't capitalize on those situations. Whereas Native are kind of like forcing flag pulls in situations where they only have two dead sometimes. And then ultimately that's a big difference, right? I don't know if Kraken, like how many flags did Kraken even pull? When they did, there was...
I think there was like, they had one that was on the counter, and then I think maybe one that, remember they pulled it and they just instantly went.
Well, they didn't have a single slay when they pulled that flag.
Yeah.
So it's like...
You know, it's kind of tough to get them home when you're like that. You know what I used to call that? And H5 was a lot more effective. I used to call it the Gambit.
Okay.
Because I would pull flags on Coliseum down a player, 3v4. Because if you push past a certain line, you could just get it on the way back.
Right.
Bring back the Gambits.
you gotta just create openings and give yourself a chance to cap flags. Slayer gonna play a lot more into the favor of the playstyle of Kraken. This is a mode where they can wolf pack a little bit, win some individual
So
fights.
first to 3 wins, right? That's the
Oh no.
nice job. They're like, oh.
It's like, can you imagine if Slayer was played like that, where it's just like, okay, 3
it's like a
kills to
reset.
win?
And it's 3. What's up? Oh, sorry. I'm on broadcast. My boy Josh just walked past me.
What's up, Josh?
Shout out to Jolly
We got
Josh.
Boo Boo walking by as well. This is such a cool atmosphere, guys. I don't think anyone watching this is here right now, so this might be silly to say, but if you guys are, at the stadium, we're on the outside, right next to where you can buy drinks. You buy a drink, say hi to us.
If someone comes up and says the Peacock Pros at noon Eastern, you can give Eli a belly rub.
What?
So the Peacock Pros at noon Eastern.
Yeah, just someone come up and just
earn a belly rub, and then Eli
the
will buy
password?
you a because we're by the Papa John's or nondescript pizza place booth.
Mm.
He will get you a supreme single serving pizza
Wait a second.
as well.
Those aren't cheap, man. Why are you just putting my wallet out there? I gotta move to another state in 2 days.
Pizza's very small. It better be cheap.
Nothing's
Dude,
cheap
you probably
in a
have
stadium like
you
this.
probably have like 100 coaching signups, right?
I got too many. It's a good problem to have, but
So y'all are gonna go to a coaching session with Eli, and suddenly it's gonna be me with a fake mustache on. I like dyed it a little bit red. Be like, what we have here is a failure to communicate.
what, you think I'm mean to my students like that? I call them failures?
No, I said that their action was a failure.
Oh, okay.
They're wonderful people. You guys can see the lobbies reset. You can see it all fill it in right there on the screen.
Yeah, it looks like they had to reset the server. There's some funny nuances when it comes to LAN.
So what do you think about how you set yourself up as a team sitting down, right? So we have APG on the end.
Yeah.
Barcode in the middle next to tapping. And then you bookend it with Gilkey on the other side. What about where you sit in the lineup? What does that determine about you?
So the players that feed off of information more are like entry players, right? Like I like tapping in the center because he's going to be literally in the center of the battle a lot, and he's going to get more detail about.
I feel like he's in the center of the battlefield, so he should be at the center of
the stations. Yeah, because he can feed off the information of 2 different players, right? If you're on the outside, you only have access to one player's screen next to you, right? So back in my day, before we had these fancy microphone systems, you had to literally yell so that the person on the other side could hear you. So we would put the loudest people on the outside and the quieter people on the inside.
So I would have been an outsider.
Yes, you would have definitely been. You could have been heard from 30 stations away probably. But no, back then I was in the center because I was also an entry fragger. I like to get in the mix and I like to get details from my teammates' screens. But I was also just generally, I got this monotonous voice. So I'm
where does
super quiet.
the Plat 3 player go so I can kind of figure out?
They
Is
don't
it like outside the venue?
Yeah,
like
outside the
car?
venue. Yeah. They get to wait in the car. Wait in the car. We'll be done later. We'll meet up with you later.
All right, game 2 is back. They've reset the server. Hopefully things are fixed and ready to go. Not first to 3, but rather first to 50 to win in this game. I imagine you don't take into account the score that happened last time, right?
Yeah, this feels like a full reset situation. That's going to be up to the players and the admins to determine, though. Okay, so full reset was the call. Thank you, production, for giving us that intel. This opening sequence, I think, going to be important. The first team to get control of the sniper looks to be APG, and man,
That was odd looking. Not gonna lie.
I'll tell you what, man. APG on Optic didn't really get to slay out too much because he's surrounded by Trippy, Lucid. Those guys are going to be the ones with the power weapons more often than not. But, man, I tell you what, on this native roster, APG has been slaying out and sniping people's heads off.
Yeah, I feel like people often get that misconception of these players that, like, take a reduced role on rosters because of the composition that they can't do something or that they can't keep up with the slays. But APG certainly feels much more comfortable taking that leading slay role with native, and honestly, it's fun to watch, right? It's like it's cool to see players change that play style so drastically from one team to another.
Have to agree. Kruvu smartly throws the sniper off the map when he sees the light at the end of the tunnel, knows his time is close. We also saw Ninja in the kill feed, by the way. I think somebody got ninja'd on Nest. Could have been by the camo player.
Never want to get bleved on land, you know?
Yeah, don't let it happen, guys. By the way, it's not called a ninja because of Tyler Blevins. just want to make that clear.
Why you hater, bro?
I mean, I'm not a hater, but like, I just gotta set the record straight. That's just not where that comes from, you know.
That's so funny if it was. He's the first player to jump over a guy's head to get a bags back. It's like, ooh, we call it the bleb now.
I tell you what, in Halo 3, we called it the Guive because Gunshot's tag was GUIV, but people would like to make the IV looks like an N kind of. So, and Gunshot would do it quite a bit. He would ninja people in Halo 3. But anyways, they called it a ninja later on. Shout out to Gunshot.
Are you like not a fan of Tyler because you were Eli the ninja and then suddenly he gets this just to be ninja? He dropped the Tyler.
I mean, he actually on stream said that he named himself after me. He said he got his tag from me. I have the clip. So
you put him on game.
Yeah, he said that if I was still competing, he wouldn't have done it. But since I had retired, then he felt okay to use it.
Oh,
so,
look at this.
fun
Oh,
fact.
my. There's 3 one-shots in front of APG. The double kill will go to him. And Gilkey runs away with the camouflage in his hand. Sniper up in just a few seconds. Feels like a very fragile position for Kraken. They cannot go down, but everything is working against them.
Kraken all trapped in garage, too. This is not where you want to be. Natives swarming in, and look at how quickly they take space after getting 3 dead. They are intentionally mixing the spawns with these movements that they're making. To the average viewer, it looks like random movements, but they are literally intentionally splitting the opponents. They're opening the A spawns back up, forcing them to spawn back into a bad position, and look at what they do with it. They are immediately... They're just setting traps time and time again. This lead is getting out of control right now for Native.
That's an absurd reversal perfy right there from Barcode, able to get the 5-shot down while down a couple shots in the fight. And they've doubled up the lead, and we are hearing the open bracket start to get a little bit loud in the background. I don't think it's coming on the air, but there is some screaming happening on the other side.
Barcode is 14-2, by the way. Like, someone check his visa. Is he even allowed to be here? This is insane. Like, just taking over this game. Their lead is barely more than 14, and he's just every bit of this lead right now.
At this point, it's just a matter of how much style Native Gaming is going to get it done with, maybe how well done they want their steak. Because at this point, it doesn't seem like there's any possible way for there to be a comeback. And this has been just so efficient from this Native Gaming roster. It's like you blink and all the players go down. 4 down, APG with the triple kill. And look at this, 9 kills, 12 assists. APG's been everywhere.
He's just all over the map, and he's one of the best communicators in the world as well. So you know, I mean, look at him. Just watch his mouth. Okay, we don't have the listen in, but just watch APG and see how much information he is feeding his teammates.
I don't think I could have bet on that year 1 Optic squad because you have Formal on one side and APG. Like, you get information overloaded just by being in those comms.
Yeah, Lucid and Trippy just big brain enough to process everything and make the perfect plays amidst those comms.
Oh my God!
Perfect reversal, perfect killing spree from APG. This man is locked in right now.
He's taking the shot. Oh, he's taking the fight. He's taking the fight. Oh, my APG. He's feeling himself.
I mean, why wouldn't he be 12, 12, and 8? Unbelievable numbers here. And this is looking like steak. Chat, how do you guys like your steak? You like it medium? You like it rare? Well done?
You don't like a medium well, bro? I get my burgers medium well, steaks medium rare.
It depends on the quality of the burger, right? Like if you trust the burger, medium rare is solid.
Scientifically, you're wrong.
Okay.
Because when you ground beef, look at the pop-offs. I'll put you on game real fast. It doesn't matter how good the Quetta is or whatever. It's like your outside is mixing with your inside. Like the airborne pathogens on the outside of the meat get on the inside of the meat.
You sound like a
That's
meat
why
expert.
it must
You must know a lot about
cooked
meat.
all the way through. My mom taught food sciences in high school.
Okay.
So
Oh, yes. That's why you're a meat expert. You got it from your mom, heard. All right.
Wow. Hey, dude, I am not going to stand for this.
So, anyways, great emphatic victory. Was that a best of 3, or is this a best of 5? That's it. Okay, so Native, yeah, they take it 2-0. Very impressive stuff.
Now we're going to see, like, maybe one of the Native guys wants to, like, come on, get on air. So we send a runner down there. Maybe we get, like, an APG or a barcode.
That would be fun.
Let him come say what's up to the chat real fast. But they looked really, really good. I thought maybe that we'd see a Native Gaming that was a little bit jet lagged because we saw that tapping buttons had some problems getting here. So we got back to the hotel around 11 o'clock at night. He came through the doors. He had been stranded at the airport in Seattle for over a day waiting for his flight. Got in just a couple hours, just an hour before midnight, and, well, was competing. So they didn't have any warm-up yesterday. And obviously jet-lagged tapping buttons, but not making a difference thus far.
I mean, the talent on these guys, it doesn't matter if they've slept 1 hour or 10 hours. They're going to probably hit more perfects than 99% of chat, I'm going to be honest, and me. But, like, these guys are just so talented. It doesn't even matter. They've also put in a lot of work leading up to this tournament. So, you know, yeah, they didn't get maybe land practice yesterday, but I don't think it's going to matter. These guys are still going to be frying and will almost certainly be on the winner side making it out unless they get upset late in the bracket.
Yeah, I think, well, I don't know how the bracket exactly plays out. I think the only team that I have in the winner's side that could upset them is potentially Carolina. I think Carolina's a very good team. I'd be curious whether Carolina is going to be matching up with Native in this bracket. If they are, I could be a little bit concerned there. But other than that, I think Native is just such a good team. It's going to be very, very hard to beat them.
They looked really strong in Slayers, and I tell you what, Slayers are important in the open bracket. Best of 3 format, and then also once you get into the best of 5s, of course. But I mean, just if you win every single game 2, you're gonna have a good chance. Like, because then it's like, okay, if we also won game 1, we advance. They look extremely strong in Slayers in general, and it's no surprise, right? I mean, when you look at that roster, tapping, barcode, kill key, APG, these guys are just Slayers inside and out, you know. They might have a little bit of trouble in
we got Mr. Code.
We got an Aussie to join us. How you doing, mate?
How do I look?
You look fantastic. Fantastic. That was a dominating performance. What was your KD at the end of that? Last I looked, you were like 15-2.
I think it was 17-4.
Goodness gracious. One of my favorite things to see in this game is, like, in the middle of a fight, you hit a curb slide and then hit the last shot or, like, the last 2 shots. I saw you do that a couple times that game for the triple kill at the end. Back green. I mean,
I got a triple kill?
You got a triple kill. It was probably around, like, 38 kills or something like that, yeah. Okay. You hit the curb slide and then hit the last shot for the triple kill. So you were that locked in, huh?
Dude, I mean, Xbox, I'm not going to lie, I haven't played on them since Charlotte. Obviously, we lucked out a few times in the past year, but
yeah,
honestly, it's not as bad as people are making it out to be.
you're like, what the fuck are people complaining about?
I mean, like, don't get me wrong.
Just put it on the main stage. Like what's up?
Yeah, no, I mean, it'd be good to play on Xboxes online.
You use the GameSir controller, right?
Yeah.
So it's 1,000 hertz when you play it on your PC, but it's only 125 hertz when you play it on Xbox.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't actually know that. I was hoping it stayed, but
no.
You can't be telling people this at LAN. Like, you can't be like, well, actually, your controller is
now he's going to head case. No,
I'm fine. I mean, I've been fucking beaming.
Yeah,
sorry.
No, you're fine. Say what you
he's a little jazzed up.
But,
yeah, clearly the input delay not a factor for you guys.
Yeah. We've been playing really well, actually. Even, like, not, like, even individually, but I feel like we kind of hit in different, like, I mean, we're only 2 rounds in, obviously.
Yeah.
Not exactly the best teams, but like just like the way we're moving on the map and how we're capitalizing on our kills and stuff like that, like I can tell like it's just different.
Do you know like what your journey looks like so far? Like who's the big roadblocks that are in your way?
I think next series we have to verse Intenegra.
Okay.
Not sure who's on that team. I thought it was a Latam squad, but apparently it's not.
Oh yeah, they have, like sometimes they have like the LATAMs and then sometimes they have like some other team. They're kind of always up in the air of, like what they're gonna do.
Always
but
switching up.
either way, like give us the lore on like what's happening with Native Gaming this tournament, because I've heard some words that like you guys are having problems with just getting here.
Oh, dude, yeah, no, like we were kind of like worried. Tapping's flight got cancelled.
Was he on
the
Delta?
Wednesday night.
Was he on Delta?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And so his flight got cancelled on Wednesday night, and then on Thursday his flight was getting delayed.
So just double whammy.
Yeah, it got delayed twice, and we're like, oh, like
yeah.
that's not good. But he ended up landing at like 11 last night, and just he came 8, crashed out, and just
Yeah.
he's here to play.
Yeah, I guess most of the teams were able to practice yesterday, but you guys weren't because you got here so late. Do you feel like
Wait,
that's
really even open bracket teams?
I think a few of them. Well, no, probably
No,
not
I
open
don't
bracket
think
teams.
so.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But regardless, it's nice that he was able to make it and in time to actually get a decent night's rest as well. If he was, I imagine he was exhausted after the journey.
Oh
So
yeah, he
probably
said
just
something
passed
like
out.
he slept like 1 hour in the past few days. Well, not this day, but
Right.
when his flight was getting cancelled and stuff. But yeah.
So looking ahead, if you guys do make it out of Open, which you guys are favorites to do so as the #1 seed, what pool would that put you in?
Pool D
Pool D.
out of winners and Pool B out of losers.
Okay.
So you like know which, because you're #1 seed, so you know guaranteed.
Yeah, they would either
So-
be 1 or 3.
You need to do it through winners because Pool B is kind of
Pool B's pretty
rough.
stacked,
That's
right?
ITV pure and optic, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
That'd be
yeah,
pretty
it
rough.
would be.
That's a tough one.
Not that, I mean, hey, y'all
Anything
fucking,
can happen, right?
anything can happen on land.
But
Not to be like, hey, don't, but like the winners obviously probably top priority for you guys right now.
of course. Obviously, we haven't dropped the map right now. I'm trying to, like in my own head, I'm like keeping that as a goal, just like steamroll.
Yeah.
As
Carry
a
that
team and
confidence.
Out of the open bracket teams, like who's like the threats in your mind of like making it out to pools right now?
Out of pools?
I
Or
mean, not out of pools, like
out
into
to
pools.
pools,
Yeah.
like in general, or like that we're gonna have to verse to get
In
into
general,
pools? Okay.
just like teams that you think are going to be like dangerous in this open bracket.
Honestly, I don't know much about the lore about a lot of the teams. To be honest, I know there's the King J squad, the Bitters. Wait.
I think they're like
No.
the Lone Fox or something like that.
Team Lone Fox,
something like that. There's that team. There's honestly, I'm rooting for the Mind Freak boys to make an
Yeah?
upset.
Of course.
I'm not gonna lie, they've been looking good.
They have.
They have been looking really good, and I wouldn't actually be surprised if they got out.
Do you know much about Rice? Somebody told me he came from Valorant. Or
He's a he's a bit of a tricky one. He's had all sorts of different like games and
yeah.
whatnot.
I just wonder, like,
he
how
came
does
from like Paladins, and then
Okay.
Okay, what the hell
He
is a
played-
paladin?
it's that like
I was told that I
Overwatch,
would like
like,
the game.
kinda-
Oh,
hero
okay,
shooter.
okay, I remember that. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, I'm always curious. How does people come from other games to Halo at this stage in Halo? But
Oh,
I
he's
mean,
been playing since.
he has been
Infinite.
playing since it came out. Okay.
Yeah.
Very talented mouse and keyboard player out of Australia.
But did he swap or has he always been mouse and keyboard?
So he began with mouse and keyboard, and then he swapped to controller for like a week or two. There was a lot of scandals going on at that point in time, and especially back home. Allegations and stuff like that flying around. It was, dude, our region's crazy with stuff like that. There's always something going on. But yeah, he swapped to controller and then he swapped back to KBM. I think with the mouse and keyboard update.
At London, some of the plays that he was making on mouse and keyboard, I was like, this guy is like next level.
He's legit. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of scary, like having him and Scoob on the same team, like mouse and keyboard wise. Is,
I mean, yeah, that's the
is-
thing. I haven't like really versed them, to like tell like how they are.
Yeah,
like-
what's up with that? Oh, it's because Druk, like he just like keeps knocking you guys in the pool play.
Yeah.
You haven't had like the
Yeah.
chance to play him in open bracket. I was
Yeah.
like,
So,
I've,
like,
I've been
if
waiting for
that's
the grudge match.
Yeah, well, that's like the thing is like if they beat the Mortally team,
Oh, that's a tough matchup.
What's the-
That's Carolina, which is like Mortley, Yaxon,
Yeah.
Common.
Yeah, that team. They're going to be versing each other anytime soon, I think.
Okay.
So that dictates who we verse to get into pools.
So you guys could be potentially playing Mind Freak to make it into pools.
Yeah.
That'd be such a cool match.
Yeah.
So-
I actually versed them at Charlotte.
oh yeah.
Well, some form of them. It was Scoob. Actually, I think it would have just been Scoob at that time. Yeah.
No, Plasmad. Plasmad's on that team, right?
Wait. Hang on. You guys call him Plasmat?
I don't know.
I think that's
Plasmad or
It's just Plasma T1.
I think it's just plasma, bro.
no, I thought it was like with a D in there somewhere. I don't know. I'm
Plasma.
No. Like I understand.
would be
But
sick.
T1's like a gamer tag thing. Like people put it.
Like
It's
an
not a thing in
Aussie
America.
or like-
I don't know.
Yeah, it's like from COD. I'm pretty sure. Or just
Well, there's like
just
T1
in
like the
Australia. I
League
don't
of
know.
Legends
Like tier
team.
1.
Yeah, I guess like tier 1. I mean, I've never understood what it is, but it's like a thing.
T1's just a good internet connection for old school players.
What was the thing that we did? Like you do like X's, like you add like
XX or like II, the
I mean, yeah, people still do that.
Some-
Come
But
on,
no,
you guys aren't
I'm like trying to think if
outdated.
there's
Like
anything
what?
like uniquely American that we would do.
I don't know. Yeah. Anyways, it looks like Barcode's teammates are waiting for him to maybe go eat or something. I don't know. They're
Anything that
I think they're
anything
just
that you want to
chilling.
say?
okay.
Hey, you can chill with us if you want to chill.
I
with
mean,
us.
like, unless you guys got like some more questions or something, like.
Now, is there? I mean, like so far, what's like the big thing that y'all have been working on coming into this tournament? Because it feels like you guys have had high expectations for yourselves,
Of course.
and it feels like it's always been a little bit below what you expected yourself. So like, what's been the work process and like new team, all this all this coming together for this?
I
event?
mean, a lot of the stuff that like we have been working on is just it. Like we are so close to actually just being really like a really good squad. It's just like staying consistent and making sure we're doing the little things consistently. Every millisecond in this game does truly matter. The 1 extra second you have your gun up cross mapping is an extra second you could have taken to get to a spot faster than the enemy. Little stuff like that really does change like the outcome of games, and so that's like what we've been kind of bunkering down on and trying to focus on like an individual level and as a team.
What's it been like teaming with APG? I mean, he brings an insane amount of knowledge and experience from literally the dawn of Halo, it feels like.
Yeah.
Has he been kind of like spearheading that effort to like get you guys into the right flow and
Yeah,
mindset?
for sure. He's very. I'm trying to think of the word. I'd say he's very. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but he's very. Yeah, I mean, he's
a
just been
leader figure.
spearheading. Yeah, literally just making sure our efforts are focused on the right stuff. You know, good comms. He's always got great comms. You know,
His
that-
comms are
a
insane.
mile a minute whenever we see him on the
Yeah, well, I mean, getting info out fast is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, even if I get him on my team in matchmaking, he's open micing, it's like call-outs nonstop. It's like
Extremely
I know
brave
where
of him.
I know where
Extremely brave.
everyone is on the map because he
Yeah.
just told me literally where everyone is on the map.
Yeah, 100%.
And if you know where everyone is on the map, I'm sure it makes your life a lot easier to make the
Oh,
best
for sure, for
decisions.
sure.
So, always good to have a communicator like that on
Yeah.
the squad.
Have you
But-
seen the updates of what's gonna come
Oh
on
yeah,
Tuesday?
yeah. I did.
What are your thoughts so far? Like what you
Honestly,
saw?
I like the bandit change.
Okay.
I've been kind of like, I don't know if people like watch me and stuff like that, but I kind of complain about the gun just kills
complain?
way too.
That'd be
Yeah.
crazy.
Oh man, complain like no other. Nah, but the gun's just way too good. It's way
That's
too
insane.
fast at killing. It's like it just feels like I'm kind of playing the bona fide Call of Duty right now. It doesn't give that much like room for outplay potential and stuff. Like you just drop dead basically.
It's not as like setup oriented because how fast you die.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to like really be patient with the little openings that you do take.
Yeah,
So it certainly changes the meta. It's a very small change from the sound of it, like as far as how much it's slowed down, but I think it'll have big ramifications.
Yeah,
like you said,
100%.
milliseconds matter.
I think it could have been just a bit slower as well because, like, to put it into perspective for you guys, bro, the Halo 5 Magnum killed slower than the Bandit,
Oh, does
and
it?
we have thrusts. That's all I need to really say. The Bandit kills in 1.25 seconds. The H5 Magnum kills in 1.35.
So this
And
change,
we had thrusts.
That's crazy.
And we had thrusts.
well,
so-
this change should bring it in line with H5 Magnum.
Yeah, I think it will. But once again, like, we don't have thrust in this game.
Right.
my controversial take that I've been trying to champion.
No one's going to do this. No one's going to do this.
Here we go. Hit me.
Thrust on spawn. Every player.
He just wants it to be Halo 5 again.
Swap out equipment. Like equipment's still
Listen,
on the map.
I'm going to be biased as hell. I mean,
do it.
I would agree with that take if they nerfed the hell out of Thrust, because like, right now Thrust is like, I don't even know, you're like a ballerina, like you kind of just like
it breaks aim assist too.
Yes, and
it needs to be more like a movement tool.
Don't get me started on Halo Infinite aim assist and their mechanics. They're completely different to classic Halos, and it feels disgusting. Anyway,
yeah,
sorry.
No, I agree.
But like I would enjoy a Thrust game again. Okay. I would enjoy.
I'm gonna start the petition. There might be only 100 of us that want it, but
I mean, like the thing is, I think a lot of the pros, or just in general, honestly, I think everyone's kind of getting bored of curb sliding. Let's be honest. I think like year 3, like especially now that like a lot of players can do it just peak maximum efficiency every single time, and you know, I just feel like it just makes the game feel that extra bit inconsistent, because obviously non-symmetrical maps is places you can curb slide that you can't on the other side and whatnot. And so like it just kind of messes with the pacing. So I wouldn't mind Thrust to try and make it a bit more convenient, but I'm also on the same boat of like, dude, at this point I'd be so refreshed and happy with just a classic Halo.
Wow, you're on both sides.
Yeah,
he's a zoomer, but he loves the older Halos.
Yes, I love. Yeah,
I
just want like right now for Infinite for me is just somehow. I mean, I made a controversial tweet about Halo 5.
You were rambling a bit in that.
Yeah, being more of a Halo game than Infinite. I know a lot of people won't agree with me.
They didn't play Halo 5. This is the problem. All the people that hate on Halo 5 are the same people that played it for like 2 weeks and they like gave up on it. It's
yeah,
like,
no,
oh.
I mean, and to be fair, at the beginning of Halo 5,
it was rough.
Yeah.
Dude,
I mean, I was big on like, I hate all of the move. Like, dude, I was like watching all these like YouTube videos and like explaining how it's like so bad for like Halo, like all the advanced mobility, and I still stand by those, like clamber and stuff like that. I still think like they do overall harm like map design and all this sort of stuff in Sprint. It's like a whole other debate and whatnot, but like Halo 5, man, like the end of Halo 5 was really competitive, and even with the advanced movement, I think it added a layer on top of Halo rather than like muddying it up and just like being random, you know, because movement was extremely thought out in that game, in my opinion. Every button that you were pressing actually had like a thought. You had a thought on like what you were going to be doing with it. Yeah. You know, like, and it's like committing the thrust to like a jump or like into a fight and using it correct. Like there was an actual skill gap. Right now you can just curb slide right now and just like with no cooldown, no nothing, just as long as you have like a little box and the ghost jumping and stuff. But I'm not that big of a fan of that stuff. But
all right, you got this camera right there up on the metal pole.
Oh yeah,
where can people find you? Anything that any last words you want to give before we let you go?
Thank you guys so much for the support. I know right now it's been kind of like a bit of a rough season, you know, online and both at like LAN events and stuff like that. But I seriously appreciate you guys for all the support and whatnot. And you know, hopefully we can make a run like Charlotte again. But yeah,
Twitter and Twitch, barcode AK, right?
AK, I think so. I don't know if I have a space or
I think it's just barcode AK.
Go add him on Twitter. Good luck with the rest of the tournament today.
Much love, guys.
Hopefully we get to see you on the winner's side. We're going to go to a quick break. We're going to let Barco go back to his team. Always a pleasure to have you on. We'll be right back with more open bracket coverage.
You spoke about how important the Slayer is going to be. Do you think that they look back at this game as one that got away, or perhaps maybe they just ran out of steam?
I think it's always going to be one that got away, right? When it's essentially a reverse sweep in that particular map and mode. But at the same time, they're going up against Optic Gaming, so that's almost to be expected. I think that a team like Pure will be happy that it was as close as it was, but later when they start to digest everything and they start to look back, they'll say, okay, maybe we gave that one up. Because in the moment, you just kind of play it at face value, play what's in front of you. You're probably not thinking we just got reverse swept. They're just thinking, oh, well, it was 3-2. It was pretty close against Optic. Let's focus on the positives right now. But as I said, later on when they start to check those VODs, maybe they will think that this was a throwaway.
And something that many teams will probably do when they play against the big three, when they play against Optic Gaming, when you go that close in game one, you perhaps say to yourselves, listen, we went really close. And unfortunately, I just don't think Pure are the kind of team that care if they went close. The result is all that matters to them.
You still see positive vibes on the side of Pure, still fist bumps, as they know they did come close, but close is not enough against Optic Gaming. As up next, we've got Slayer Solitude. We mentioned it briefly. I said that I think this is really going to be the map for Pure. If they are going to win this series, they have to win this Slayer. If they do not win this, I think we might be looking at a 3-0.
We mentioned Lucid and how perhaps at the start of that game he wasn't performing very well. We talked about Cherish being the latest addition to this team. Having a look at their stats stand on Slayer matchups from HCS London, is there anything you're seeing jump off the page?
I think that the introduction of Cherish, I mean, we spoke about what is he going to bring to this roster, is, I said good vibes, but it seems like he also brings a pretty successful KD as well.
I will say kills do generally bring vibes as well, wouldn't you?
I think that for the most part, yes. Unless you're the only person getting kills and everyone else is struggling a little bit, then I'm asking, how are you getting that many kills?
Are you being the one getting killed?
Are you baiting everyone else? That sometimes becomes the question. Certainly in matchmaking, doesn't happen very often in the HCS.
Well, let's have to see if Cherished and indeed Pure can bounce back in this game number 2. And you spoke about how it was going to be a swing game, Dan, and how if they were going to push this series a distance, this one was going to be important.
This is going to be a big one for Pure. If they are going to win this series, has to be here for me. Optic have lost a couple of games so far this season on Slayer Solitude. Pure did actually win one in London as well. So it is one of their better maps and modes that they have in this series layout, if not their best in the series layout. Has to happen here, has to happen now. Otherwise, you go into Stronghold's live fire, throwing away a King of the Hill recharge, arguably, and then losing one of your better game types. Suddenly your momentum, your belief, it's all going to start to disappear a little bit.
This one's important, particularly for Pure's hopes and dreams, of course. These two teams currently share a pool with ITB. We know what ITB like to do, they like to go three-way ties. So maps can be important, map wins can be so as well, so Pure will hope they get this Slayer.
I'm not sure ITB like the three-way ties, but they certainly do seem to happen very often, and they don't usually come out on top in those three-way ties as well. It is very disappointing for them every single time, but Optic won't want to be involved in a three-way tie. They'll want to make sure they are able to 3-0 Pure, get the job done, and then go in and try and take out ITB in the same map.
There's ITB tweeting out this story this weekend is a redemption. Pure looking for redemption in map number 2 of this series. Unfortunately for them, I'm hearing shock rifle shots pop off, and it's not in the hands of a Pure member, it's in that man Formal's hands.
7-1 already, and if you're on the Pure team here, you're kind of looking around asking, well, who's going to make the difference? Who's going to step up, make a play here to try and get us out of this rut, out of this spawn trap? Well, it's not going to be Torlik, because Formal rips his head off, and now suddenly it's 10-2.
Fight on driveway, Druk's going to continue to jiggle peek, bounce up and down, trying to maneuver his hitbox just a touch. Formal does not give a damn and puts him in the ground.
Quite far into the ground as well. I think that's the worry here for Pure, is they are being pummeled. 12-3 already. And Solitude can be like that sometimes. If you get caught on the spawn, if you have staggered spawns in particular, then the other team can really start to pinch you, prod you, punch you. Sadly for Cherish, he had an opportunity there to take down Formal, but not able to hit those final shots. This is, I'm going to be honest with you, Shurs, this is looking like it could be more than a steak dinner. At this point, they're going to be whining and dining, and this is the full menu.
My concern is the image that's popping to head is Hulk fighting Loki. That's what's looking like here, because they're getting smashed into the ground, and they've got to try to stop this pressure, but Formal is in no mood to slow down.
When I said Pure needed to win this game, right, and it was going to be the most important game in the series, to then come into it and to see a 15-kill lead already, That's when you start to think, okay, Optic Gaming are clearly, there's a class difference here between these two rosters that maybe wasn't on show in game 1 in the early stages, but once Optic get going, it's a killing frenzy for Formal, and another one with a triple. And Formal, any questions, any doubts you might have had about this man coming into this tournament, I think he's already answering them.
Formal just walking around the map saying, exterminate, exterminate, murdering everything on his screen. Another kill for Lucid. That one stuck to him as well. When things are going your way, those sorts of things happen.
I'd like to see a Formal cosplay as a Dalek now. You've got that in my head, and I think that we definitely have to organize it. Maybe that's some content, but 23 to 10. It's a 13, make it 14 kill lead. Pure just can't get out of this trap. Every single time they push around a corner, there is another member of Optic Gaming there waiting, licking their lips, waiting for another kill.
Licking their lips, maybe perhaps thinking of that steak dinner, medium rare, or any which way you like it cooked. Formal will fall, 4 dead. Perhaps an opportunity then for Pure to retake some control.
Yeah, they now need to do exactly what Optic have just done to them. Find out, call out those spawners, and make sure they delete them as quick as possible to put them on a stagger and start to push your advantage. They've just got the first kill. They know they're at blue. Push them.
4 kills without reply for Pure, and that's exactly what they need, and more of it, please. All 4 members of Optic Gaming stuck inside blue. This has got to be surgical, it's got to be incisive and decisive to Pure.
They weren't quite in a position there to actually get any sort of pinch. I think they were a little bit too vulnerable for maybe one of those traps we'll talk about, but suddenly, Torluk with a shock rifle, things are looking a little bit better for Pure now. Double kill, and could be more.
Torluk just didn't clear his angle close left. Formal gets another kill. And still a 10 kill, make it 9 kill lead as a couple more members of Pure do fall down. Dead Zone gets caught down to no shields now, it appears. He drops down towards U-turn, and Druk will apply the finishing touches to get that kill. This one's not over yet, 8 kills difference, and this map is one where it can quickly turn.
It can snowball, and we have to give credit to Pure because it looked like it was going to snowball out of control where there was no real comeback possibility, but suddenly that comeback is very much on the horizon now. It's still quite a big gap. It's still 7 kills, but at one point, remember, it was a 15-kill game, and Pure have chopped that in half. They are right back into this one. They've got camouflage, and Optic Gaming, they now need to demonstrate what they can do when they're on the back foot, when they are stuck in any sort of trap pit.
Pure do not want to give up their lunch money. They're starting to fight back against the Optic Gaming bullies then. Torluk still has a little bit more camouflage to play with. Trippy over towards the flower door, and he is no more. Torluk gets the kill. 5 then, the point of difference. And Pure now will be growing in confidence. 2 members over towards Poster. It's going to be Dead Zone and Formal together. Lucid gets a pick, and I wonder if that will mean that Pure have to change things and play a little bit slower.
Suddenly we have a game on our hand, and I'm pretty happy about that because I was worried it was going to be like one of the biggest losses we've ever seen on our screens with how that opening. But we really have to kind of talk about how Pure got back into it. It was one break, it was one all for dead, and then suddenly they wrestled back control of this map. And then the camouflage control since has allowed them to get back into this one, make a game of it, and now Optic Gaming very much on the back foot and struggling a little bit to find any sort of control. And I guess that's where Optic usually we give them credit for, is when they are controlling the game, they are so good at hammering their opponents into the ground. But against some of the bigger teams, they do struggle to get out of some of these scenarios.
What a difference a break can make. Keeping them on staggered spawns, like you spoke about, isolating these players. Every time an Optic Gaming member spawns up, he crouches and he hopes that he can stay alive and long enough for his teammates to get close to him. Unfortunately, Pure are playing far too quickly. It's now a 2-kill game.
How on earth have Pure been allowed to get back into it like this? You've got to ask. But Optic Gaming do still have the lead, that's what's important. And if Optic do get that break, which they have now, they've got a little bit more map control, they've forced now Pure back to spawns. Optic now need to just make it count once more like they had before, and this camouflage could be big from Dead Zone, but he gets spotted out, and that is a huge stick for Druk.
Sticks go left, sticks go right. Formal gets one right back, but the camouflage player, that one could be pivotal. We could be looking back at the end of this game, talking about that was the moment where it all changed. Formal inside blue and Optic trying to play close. They've got shock rifle, and that's an opportunity to influence the game.
17 kills for Formal at the moment. Only the 3 for Lucid, but does have 7 assists and now has the shock rifle. It's hard to get kills when Formal's playing like that, by the way, so it's no discredit to Lucid. Doesn't quite connect with the first. But Pure very much just staying back here, not overstepping any sort of boundary. They are almost trying to encourage Optic to go for some sort of pinch here. But Optic know they have the lead, plenty of time left. They don't need to rush this one.
Lucid tiptoes in. tries to line up Cherished. It's going to be a bait and switch. Formal is there to help though. Trippy gets a kill elsewhere. That's going to be the opener. What a beautiful timing on the crouch there just to avoid the headshot. Lucid probably a little bit frustrated that one didn't find a home. Another one swings and misses. Last shot will get his shields down to nothing. Formal tries to follow up with the damage but pays the price with his life. Optic still 4 kills to the good.
It was a very well-timed push from Optic Gaming. You can also see how difficult it is to try and clean up some of those kills, even despite the damage. And off the back of it now, Pure are wrestling back kills. They are getting back into this game. Make it 40-38. At one point, a 15-kill lead for Optic Gaming. And we talk about throwing away game 1 for Pure, being the fact that they were 2-0 up. Imagine if Optic were not to win this game 2 Slayer with the advantage they had right at the start.
Last shot, playing well within his years. Experience showed there. Doing damage, backing away when he needed to. 3 dead for Optic now, and Pure have taken the lead.
Somehow, some way, Pure have the lead, Pure have this game, and they have a chance to try and cause what would be a massive moral boost, not for themselves, but it would be just trying to turn around Optic Gaming's heads and say, look, it is not going to be easy for you. It's 45-42, 5 kills away now at Pure, and Optic, they're in a rut. They are stuck in some difficult positions, and Pure taking full advantage of it. Another camouflage for them.
You speak about turn around, and every now and again, Optic Gaming are falling apart here. Deadzone on driveway will take some damage as well. Another camouflage for Druk. We've seen it. How he was able to put that to work on the recharge game. Can he do so here? They only need 3 more.
3 more, and there are 2 players pushing the camouflage. He's not able to get the kills yet, but someone else does. 48-44 now. Camo still in the hands of Druk. 1 more kill now required for Pure, and they get it! And for good reason. They stand up, they let them know, because how have you just turned around a 15-kill deficit against Optic Gaming? We have a series in our hands.
They stand up and they stand strong, and they let them know, and for good reason. You spoke about a 15-kill deficit they were down by. You speak about showing ice and resilience. Any other team, most other teams would have been down and out, not this Pure team.
I thought it was going to be kind of stop, they're already dead. It's going to be one of those games, like a 50-24 with the way it was going, but that's Solitude. That's how difficult it can be sometimes when you are on the back foot. But if you can flip that script, if you can take control of the map and you have the right weapons, you have the right kind of mentality of how you're going to play, and you have that structure, you can do exactly the same to the other teams. You are never out of it until you have lost that game. And that has been very much proven here by Pure, who tie up the series. Then Loi asked us, right, Optic Gaming, what happens when things start to go wrong? Are they going to get down on themselves? If any game is going to show us how Optic reacts to something like that, this is going to be the biggest one, because that lead was an incredible one, and Pure somehow, some way, been able to turn it on its head.
We got a little camera shot onto Lucid there, and he looked like he was pondering and deep in thought as perhaps how they let that one go. And something I want to talk about, Dan, is this change that was made recently for coaches. We're going back to the old ways. We're going back to stopwatches and pen and paper. Do you think that coaches now can play an even bigger role than previously thought?
I mean, there's still quite literally a timer on your screen, so players, I still don't think sometimes...
Humor me, Dan!
But yes, I do think that coaches will always play a massive part, not just to call out timers as well, but just a constant reminder to make sure, hey look, let's prioritize this camouflage. I know you can see it on your screen, I know you know it's coming up in 15 seconds, but where are you to try and get that camo in 15 seconds? Are you actually thinking about it and where you're positioning yourself?
Now, you spoke about how for Pure, they really wanted to be able to push this series to a Game 4. We are getting bare minimum just that. CTF Aquarius will now come into play, but up next, Strongholds on live fire.
Another thing that Tony brought up just earlier, during scrims, Pure were able to just about edge out Strongholds live fire against Optic Gaming. They know they can do it here, even though Optic's still going in as favorites on any sort of Strongholds, because statistically, a very strong team indeed. You can see 4-1 at the moment from HCS London in Strongholds in general. Pure, we don't have as much stats. They didn't play Strongholds as much as well because of the early exit in comparison to Optic Gaming, but you still can see the chance now for Pure in this series, right? I know it's a Slayer, and sometimes we do see the smaller team wins a Slayer and then loses all the objectives, right?
But there's a way to win and lose a Slayer, right? And that's the difference. This isn't a typical we won 50-49. This is we came back from a 15-kill deficit. That's a little bit different, if not a big bit.
Yeah, and I think that now they're going to be saying, like, if we can do that in the Slayer, what can't we do at this point? You talk about momentum, you talk about belief in yourself as a squad and answering any questions about team changes. You know, how's Cherish going to do on this roster? I think that some of the individual fights we just saw by every single member on the Pure team, they're going to be feeling it now. I think actually a break is probably the worst thing that could have happened for them. Maybe a tactical one on the side of Optic, have a little bathroom break, just make sure that they can reset things a little bit here.
I'm always mentioning the dark arts and how players like to play this. They go to the bathroom when they really don't need it, and you're always like, no, they just need to use the toilet. So now you're starting to think that maybe teams are employing those dark arts.
Sometimes you just need to go to the toilet, though. You have to give them the benefit of the doubt in most of the cases, right? But I've seen these guys play matchmaking on stream, and they don't leave that screen
9 hours
4 or
sometimes
5,
straight.
9 hours, they keep going. I don't know where they're going to the bathroom, but maybe that's for up to them. Anyway, I do think this Game 3 still favors Optic Gaming, despite all that nonsense we just saw on our screens here. But I think that the fact now Pure can at least take this to Game 4, as you said, is big for them, because the Optic Gaming roster, not as good at maps 4 and 5.
Yeah, I think something we have to talk about, of course, the confidence that's going to be gained for Pure after winning that Slayer. But perhaps on the other side of things, we've seen a little shot of Lucid looking down and a little bit bothered by the result, and we know why. Is that going to be playing on their minds now with this little break? Perhaps they have more time to lull over it.
Yes, but I'd like to think that Optic have the experience now where they can go, all right, you know, we screwed it up. Yeah, let's move on. Yeah, forget about it. Not like, why did we do this? How did we throw that one away? If there is too much talk about the previous game, that always worries me. Sometimes I want to go to listen-ins between games. I think that's when we would learn even more about teams, what's being said. Are you talking about the previous game and what went wrong? Or do you save that for later when you start to do the deep dive on what things went wrong? Instead, you need to be now talking about Stronghold's live fire. How do we make sure that that doesn't happen again? What are Pure good at when it comes to Stronghold's live fire? We already spoke about it on the desk. Speed is everything for Pure. They like to be moving around that map very quickly. On the flip side, Optic Gaming look to have a little bit more structure, which can be achieved in Stronghold live fire as well. So I think that this is going to be a very interesting matchup between these two squads who are going to have very different playstyles and different approaches.
Yeah, let's get into the intricacies of maybe the Stronghold's live fire and how the meta has developed and shifted over time, or perhaps Quadrant were actually the ones who led the line on that. With this Strongholds game type, they've always been good at it, but of course, it tends to benefit the team that likes to play fast, stay on the move, and keep going, and that's exactly what Pure are.
Yeah, if you can stay ahead of the opposition team, you keep moving. You're like, okay, well, they're going to be capturing C. Let's make sure we're grabbing A, make sure we're grabbing B. Okay, they're moving around to A, we move round to C, and it becomes a little bit of a merry-go-round. And you
the cat and mouse.
It is, and all it takes is one player to say, actually, I don't want them to try and beat us here. That one player challenges two people, then suddenly you have the map advantage. You say, okay, now this is our opportunity to really wrestle and take control of the entire map, because they've given us the chance, because they've been the first ones to cave and say, I want to take the fight, rather than playing the race game around the map.
4 players on the side of Pure, back in chairs, getting ready to lock back in after that game number 2, when you know they're riding high off that. They're probably discussed it afterwards. We were down and out in that game. We're back in this thing.
Yeah, you saw the reaction from Druck, certainly in the PIP as well, standing up, a little yell, because those are the games that you dream of, really. The games where you are down, you're out, everyone thinks the game is going to be done and dusted, and then you get back into it. 50-49s are the only thing that really are going to be better than that 49-49, and then you get that final kill, and that's when the dopamine truly hits. But I think that this is going to be a situation for Optic Gaming where they know they could be 2 up in this series, and let's say Stronghold's live fire doesn't go their way here. They'll be saying, well, now we're 2-1 down in the series when this could have been pretty much absolutely chalked. We probably would have been able to take that momentum from game 2. And it was something that Lottie was asking us about, like Optic Gaming, what happens if it goes wrong here in pool play? Is it going to be that detrimental? Now, let's say they do lose this entire series, there is going to be seeding implications that can happen because of that. Suddenly you're going to have a more difficult run in that winner's bracket as well. So all these things have to be considered in the back of your head. But first and foremost, you need to be thinking about game number 3.
Camera just on the Pure boys there, and you can see Talik looking towards his teammates, and he looked as though he was barking instructions, maybe trying to give them a little bit of motivation. It is important for them just to stay calm here, because if they lose an early lead here in this game, that could be even more detrimental to the cause.
Yeah, there's 2 ways it can go, because you want to stay calm, but also if I'm the leader here, if I'm a coach here, I kind of want to keep the excitement from my team. I want them to be playing fast. I want them to be kind of yelling at each other with callouts here and have that momentum on your side, because I think as soon as you start slowing down and matching the pace of Optic Gaming, that's when Optic will take advantage and they will start beating you, because Optic are better at playing that way. We know that. Optic have come second to every tournament so far for a reason.
I think it's a point of interest that we can talk about. Game 1 was exactly that. Pure had that hot start. They were playing at that pace, and all of a sudden they slowed down and matched Optic, and Optics flipped the script and changed the destination of that result. Now as we load into Stronghold's live fire, what is it you're looking at from Optic, from Pure? Is it simply controlling those power-ups, but Pure have been doing a very good job of?
I think Optic need to not be embarrassed after that game 2. I don't want to see them come out and try and do what they did in game 1, where they're taking stupid individual fights, saying, I'm the better player, I know I can beat this 1v1. Keep playing as a team, put it behind you. But if you're Pure, I think it's the other way around. You challenge. You do stupid stuff here. You take risks and you try and take Optic out of their comfort zone.
You speak about taking risks and making maybe some dumb plays. Druk comes out off spawn, throws a grenade off the wall beside him, and perhaps didn't do the damage that he would have liked with it. And perhaps that's something Optic Gaming weren't expecting.
Out of nowhere, blindsided by the grenade, they hit him in the face, and now they're scratching their heads. But Optic are not able to get B. They finally do get B. Okay, I was a little bit worried for them that if they play for B, don't secure B, then suddenly things aren't going to look good for you. Instead, though, now they get B, they get time on the board, and they get the camouflage to work with. So a great opener from Optic Gaming, something that, you know, we've spoke about many a time. Live fire has always been home for Optic, and their starting strategies are always solid.
Camo sniper rifle can really be a deadly combo. And that's exactly what Dead Zone has here. Last shot inside B, and they've got B and C now in control. Last shot looks as though he's not going to be long for this world, trying desperately to delay his death. He has done, and long enough for Tolic to pick up a double kill, and Dead Zone's in big trouble and not able to have the influence he would have liked with the camouflage and indeed that sniper rifle.
So Pure taking the lead and going for total control here, but Trippy and the rest of the squad now spawning over towards C. So it's not going to be an easy trip cap for Pure, and just being able to catch that first player opens things up for Optic.
Oh, hold on.
The push, but Cherish, we've seen that a few times already today, has been able to win a big 1v1, but thankfully other members of Optic there to clean it up.
Formal there just to spare the blushes of Trippy. We're hoping that's not an indication of things to come. Dead Zone will die over towards Sandbags. Druk over towards Green, helping his teammate last shot, just trying to keep it in their control. But here comes the Optic Gaming push. Trippy steps inside, starts to convert it. He's got members positioned over towards Tower, and they will take control of B and C and back to scoring points.
Points on the board, but Pure with the lead. And I think the momentum definitely has carried through into this game with the confidence of the way they've been playing, but they just need to make sure they don't get overconfident with their pushes. Some odd positioning that has caught out a couple of Optic Gaming members here and allowed for Pure to push through, but it looks like they're not going to be able to achieve getting B. And this is good from Optic, playing and outplaying Pure at their own game, saying, look, if you are going to be rotating over towards that area, you've left us an opening to grab A ourselves, and they do just that.
Optic Gaming capitalizing then. Triple cap has meant they now take the lead. C is just being converted now by Pure, looking for an unorthodox setup in A and C, leaving B open for Optic Gaming to spawn over towards Green. Lucid's gone bottom middle, Formal instead decided to go towards C and Tower. That can be an important place to control, but unfortunately for him, runs to the two members of Pure and gets cut down.
Optic still have A and B though, so it's not too much of a concern. Lucid just trying to play a thorn in their side for Pure, and very much a bigger thorn actually. He's a stick in their side right now. Not able to pull him out just yet.
Looks over towards B then. Cherished will win that gunfight with the help of last shot. Formal's got sniper rifle then. B has not been converted yet. It's good news for Optic Gaming. You can see Trippy trying to get over there and make the reset. Last shot's going to challenge B, will now be converted. This game is back and forth.
Oh, I love that from Druk though. They knew that attention was going to be over towards B, so it's his opportunity to flank over top middle and try and get eyes on anyone who might have been watching it. And he's been rewarded with a sniper rifle, but not for much longer, as Optic Gaming ensure that he does not get away comfortably with it.
Cherish wins another 1v1, this time against Dead Zone. You spoke about how important it is and how he continues to do that, and that's exactly what Pure need, because Optic Gaming still have B and C in their control. It's going to be a 1v1 now, and using that dummy to try and stay alive is Cherish, but Trippy comes out on top.
Big chance to get a couple of kills that really could have swung the game there for Optic Gaming, but just with the surviving here from Dead Zone could have changed everything, but A was being taken control of. B currently in the hands of Optic Gaming. Oh, well, that's one way to get back on the map.
You won't be able to use that one again, though. I hope he realizes that. Unfortunately, he doesn't need to. Avoids himself a little splish splash in the drink. Trippy on Sam Bags, putting down some damage over towards Green. Last shot, desperately trying to stay alive, jumping to try and avoid the splash damage of the grenades. Unfortunately, unable to do so. Cherish now over towards Tower. Down bottom middle he goes, looking and hunting for a player, but finding nothing but air.
Camouflage is going to be up in 20 or so.
Don't you wish you had a pen and piece of paper to track that camouflage?
I really did. They banned the phones from me as well. Like, it's just across the board. None in the building. No donuts either. 105 to 74. And Optic Gaming have a small margin to work with here, where they can just maybe a couple of kills don't go their way and allow Pure to get aggressive. But sometimes you want to invite that pressure. You actually want Pure to try and make a play, because then as soon as you get one of those kills that you're waiting for, you can then regain map control.
Enemy team scoring.
And 275. Optic Gaming still in the ascendancy here. Now have turned A in their favor, so they will start scoring again. And for Pure, it's about trying to break this setup. Formal starts to rotate once again towards tower side. Sitting on Nest, gets a kill. Him and Lucid combined to put down Cherished. But Deadzone and Trippy are in the respawn screen watching their teammates try and defend C, and they've done so successfully.
Yeah, we spoke about out-rotating a team when it comes to Stronghold's live fire, but it's hard to out-rotate a team like Optic when they kind of stay static at times, and they will just hold down, lock down two of these Strongholds and say, look, how are you going to rotate? Out-rotate us if we're not moving. An important kill for last shot, but again, good cleanup from Optic Gaming. Communication is definitely on point right now. No one is really able to get away from Pure. Sometimes that's how games can get away from you. If you allow those one-shots to suddenly survive, get bottom middle, and then challenge you elsewhere, and maybe a player's not really expecting that to happen, the game gets turned on its head. As I say that, Pure are getting back into this one. Suddenly they're only 10 points behind.
You say that, but it did go 3 down for a moment, and Druk making himself a very difficult kill with that quantum translocator. He is eventually taken care of. Trippy's got the snipe rifle. There's a reason why he's looking over towards tower, because that's exactly where the push is coming from. Lands a body onto one, that will slow the push down for Pure, but they have got control of tower side.
Bodies are all you need. Obviously, you would rather have a headshot, you'd rather get that kill, and probably you're going to get more points because of it, but if you can delay that push with a body shot, you can get a lot of communication to the team to say, look, they are weak, we can push if we want, or we can just take this time, take this advantage whilst they are unable to push from the damage we've done. Meanwhile, Trippy's the only one alive. So even though he got those body shots and he forced Pure back, Pure actually used that advantage to say, look, we know the sniper's on one side of the map, so let's make sure we all push the other way here.
I have to say, I'm more of a gentleman with the sniper rifle. I like to shoot shots and just scare people. I don't like to land bodies or headshots, just like letting people know I'm there. That's all I'm doing.
Sometimes it's enough. Sometimes it's enough to change the direction of your push. But look at this, it's 3 all in control for Pure, and all the points are starting to rack up as they get right back into it once more. It's a big kill for Cherish just to shut down the Optic push, and they're on the hunt. You can see Cherish listening to call-outs, looking for those one-shots, does get a big perfect as well.
Deadzone pushing forward, claiming space for his team, gets a kill as well to work with. Talik goes down, and now Deadzone has the opportunity to convert B. Trippy's won a fight over towards C. How big could that be? Lucid's got the camouflage, and all of a sudden pieces starting to fall in the green wall's favor.
A very small victory it was for Pure in scrims on this map and mode, and I think Optic will have memories of that. And with it being this close, I think it might come down to the wire here, because it's been very back and forth. Camouflage, though, is always going to make a big difference. And Lucid has a chance to make it count here. Sadly, does not make it count, as Cherish just catches him from behind.
What have Pure now got in the playbook? What page are they turning to flip this result in their favor then? Because right now, Optic Gaming are heading towards that 250-point threshold, already at 185 and climbing then. Lucid wins another fight. C is now being converted by Pure, but B is also going to flip. Lucid's got some trouble, he's got some riffraff to clear out, and he does so successfully.
And that one kill from Lucid, that was the difference maker, and that's what Optic have been able to put on the board several times already this game. It's just one player left alive, and getting that one kill can just keep you scoring. It can keep your team on top, and it's done just that. B's still in control, Pure unable to get any sort of control from the push that they had, and now on the back foot, Deadzone gets aggressive. It's going to be C in their favor. It's going to be an A spawn now, and a chance to get a trip cap, and a chance to get big points here for Optic Gaming.
Last shot, performing heroics over towards B. Will it be enough? Lucid comes over the top middle, putting damage down on the Druk, wins that fight as well. A sniper rifle to work with as well over towards back green. Talik gets a kill on the Formal. Lucid then, playing this one a little bit slower, waiting for the call, waiting for the communication, hits the shot, gets the body. It was a triple cap for a moment, and it's starting to hurt and really starting to pay off for Optic Gaming.
We saw an amazing comeback from Pure previously in the Slayer, but I'm not sure Optic are going to allow them the chance here. They have a lot of control of this map, and the sniper rifle in the hands of Lucid as well. All it takes is one headshot, and this could be game over, but the nade does shut him down. 2 are dead on the side of Pure. Is it just too late now? It's one last desperate attempt over towards B to try and keep this game alive. And A is also being taken by Pure. Hold on, this one's not just done quite yet.
Triple cap would really be exactly what the doctor ordered for Pure. These two teams only separated by 6 slays, but it's what Optic Gaming have done when they've had those numbers advantages in their favor. It's been Pure playing from the back foot for most of the game. Trying to get this camouflage now is Druk. The important thing is Pure are scoring.
Druk gets the camo as well. Fulmore will be calling it out, and you can see the nades coming towards the camo position, and Druk does not get away. That is great listening from Trippy. That is great recognizing where the real threat was on the map. It was shutting down that camouflage and knowing they didn't have to be desperately trying to get points just yet because they had a significant enough lead to work with. But this game is still open for the taking here. Pure grab A and they hold C. This is going to be a battle over towards B.
They can get the reset, it will be big. They do get the reset here. And now Optic are starting to scramble. Pure can make no more mistakes, but Optic Gaming haven't got many left in themselves.
They made one mistake. They allowed one opening. That camouflage could have been really the thing that changed everything, though, for Pure, as they had a comeback in the previous game, and it could be another one on our hands here, as now C is going to be taken. Did he spot the one player below him? Does it matter, is the real question. As long as they keep holding 2 and force Optic Gaming to try and take B off of them, one big slay over towards B could put this game in Pure's favor.
We talked about cat and mouse. That's exactly what we've got here. What is the play for Optic Gaming? Where are they going to hit first? Tolek's got control of Tower, waiting for information. Deadstone's going to try and get close to B. He gets cut down. Lucid has made it to green, but can he live? The answer's no. Pure are holding on here.
Pure holding on. Pure have A. Pure have B. It's a last-ditch attempt from Optic as they hold C, and they have to dart towards B, but it's not going to be enough as Pure have done it yet again here from the depths. They were behind by a significant margin, and they cannot. Optic Gaming cannot catch a break here. Just when they thought they were able to put Pure to bed, Pure are straight out saying, you didn't read us a bedtime story. We're back up and we're ready to go.
And they're causing ruckus around the house now. You spoke about it, how big that game 2 was going to be. They should have won it. They could have won it. And you said from being 2 up is what the result should have been for them. Now all of a sudden, down 2-1. And they've got a lot of thanks to that man Druk. What a performance he put in that game.
This is concerning for Optic Gaming. Yes, it's just pool play. I know we say that often. It's only pool play. Still got the brackets to come through, but what are we learning here from Optic Gaming? Very dejected at the moment from what we're seeing as well, and even though we'll give Optic credit, they are a team that can come back from anything, not just in one particular game, but in a series in general. But to be ousted like that, back-to-back games when you had an incredible amount of control, not of the game just by the scoreline, but also the map control you had as well, to be turned on its head and not to have an answer. It's almost like Pure are just timing this to perfection, just peaking at the right moment every single time here in these games.
We speak about keys to victory, Dan, and how important it is for teams to do X, Y, and Z. What I'm starting to learn now for Pure is if they're down by a massive margin, that seems to be when they start to play their best.
It's almost like they learned a lesson in game 1 where, they were ahead, they took advantage, they looked like they were going to take down Optic, and then Optic were the ones who were able to come back into that game. And Pure said, well, actually, what happens if we just start slow? Maybe we'll let Optic Gaming think they have the better of us, they underestimate us, they get too comfortable, and then whap, they're back into it. And I'm very impressed from Pure. Honestly, even if they were to lose this series 3-2 now, I think the rest of the tournament, we have to keep an eye on Pure of what they can achieve, because if they can do this against Optic Gaming, think about what they could do against Sentinels, against Quadrant, against Complexity, right? Pure go from a team that we're expecting to be around the top 8, suddenly we think, well, maybe this is a team that could be pushing themselves further into top 6, and God knows, if you beat a team like Optic Gaming, that's how Quadrant started to get their one-up in this scene, as they were taking down teams like Optic, found themselves into the top 4, into the top 3. This could be the start for Pure.
You spoke about for Pure doing something a little bit unorthodox off the start, and again, I think the turning point in that game and in that series is Druk's grenade off the door frame. That's the one that turned the whole game on its head.
It was all a master plan, because they were like, they're grenading themselves at this point, right? So it's going to be an easy game, surely, but the next map mode is going to be CTF Aquarius. It's going to be game 4. We can look at some of the statistics from London. A 3-3 record for Optic Gaming, a 0-3 record for Pure, which is concerning on Pure's part. However, I will say CTF Aquarius has been a very back and forth game for Optic Gaming. Sometimes they look dreadful on it, and then other times they look incredible on it. There doesn't seem to be an in-between. And right now, with the form that Optic are in, I'm asking myself, which Optic are we going to see here on CTF Aquarius?
There is an interesting thing that you told me before is whenever we play rock, paper, scissors, you say, I'm always going to pick rock.
Always.
And eventually you will change it. I just don't know when it's going to come. Pure are down 0-3 in the stats on this map mode combination. Is it now their time to play a paper or a scissors?
They say, we purposely thrown every single CTF
this moment.
From this point just to try and disrupt a team. Well, for Pure, this is their opportunity. This is the chance for them to make their tournament in this game right here, right now. This could be the difference between winner's bracket and elimination bracket for them. This could be the difference between a top 6 and a top 8. I know it sounds very early, but if you are able to beat Optic and take that seed away from them, suddenly that bracket looks very different when you go into Saturday, when you go into Sunday. And I think they know. They have Optic very much on the ropes here. A 6-1-9 is awaiting them.
Many teams have had Optic Gaming on the ropes in the past. Yeah, question now remains, can Pure be the ones to put them to that sword? We're about to find out here. Optic, like you say, almost down, almost out, but they've managed to beat the 10 count before.
Are we going to see the Optic Gaming that 5-0'd Sentinels in the online tournament recently in CTF Aquarius? Or are we going to see the Optic Gaming that barely struggled to get a flag out of a base at previous LAN events as well? I don't think there's an in-between right now, and I think it's do or die here for Optic Gaming. And what a moment this is for Pure to try and get our first upset of the tournament right in the early days here on Friday.
Last shot then, this is exactly what he would have been dreaming about when he won that FFA World Championship all that time ago, forging his career, making his mark on the competitive scene. And to do it against Optic Gaming, there are a few bigger names in the esports industry. What a story that could be for him here. He has to be sure, as do the rest of Pure, that the occasion doesn't get the better of them.
Pure have planted the seed of doubt into Optic Gaming's brain now. But is that seed going to grow? Do Optic start to think, well, maybe this series is going to get away from us? If we can't manage to get the games done when we have a 15-kill lead, when we have a 60-point lead, then what stops us getting the job done in CTF Aquarius? As now 3-4 go down for Optic Gaming, and that flag is on the move.
How far will the flag get? It looks as though it's going to get pretty far indeed, as Talik holds the generator, but it does not matter. Pure have a 1-0 advantage.
Optic Gaming very much on the back foot now. And Pure are feeling it. You can hear them screaming on the main stage with the kills they've been able to achieve. They just need to make sure that they continue with this momentum, continue to pummel Optic into the ground while they have this advantage. As Lucid has to rely on someone else to get the kill there. Had to instead go for the reload. And Optic Gaming 1-0 down. I mean, what a start that is from Pure here, shows.
Just a little point on reloading the bandit. Sometimes when you're in a fight, Dan, it can really feel like you're reloading a musket at times. And I've been in that fight all too many times. 2 down, make it 3 down for Optic Gaming once more. Last shot surviving on the front base. The flag continues to move here. Desperately trying to stop the flag was formal. Unfortunately for him, unable to do so. The return will come, and Pure are moving their second flag in. Is there anybody to stand in their way? Dead Zone will try, Dead Zone will fail. Pure, 2 to the good.
2 to the good. What are we seeing now? We've had it before. Optic Gaming struggled sometimes in pool play. Well, they'll get taken to a game 5, but they'd be down in game number 4 here. Just shows Pure are here to play. We finally get back-to-back tournaments for Druck, and he has very much welcomed himself back into the scene in quite an emphatic fashion.
What a story it could be. Lucid, though, position top middle, a little bit of overshield left to play with, and Optic Gaming have a flag of their own on the move. And could they put themselves within 1? Yes, the answer comes through. 2-1.
One thing you do have to be careful of if you are Pure is counter-cap City is very much a possibility when you have players like Dead Zone on the map. Dead Zone can move that flag from one base to another in a very impressive speed, a very impressive fashion. And if you take your eyes off it for one moment and allow him to creep through, suddenly that flag could be back at the opponent's base just like that. But now, Pure do get 2 kills, and they're moving another flag here to try and make it 3.
Formal on the front base, doing a lot of damage. Cuts down last shot as he desperately tried to push that flag a little bit more forward. Perhaps patience was the thing that needed to be called upon. That push that looked as though it had some potential is now completely evaporated.
We'll get the return, and no worry for Optic Gaming on that particular push. But now, Dead Zone pushing into Gen, and there's going to be several players waiting for him here. And Pure the teamwork, the chemistry that we're seeing from Pure. It was something that was brought up on the desk. The chemistry of this roster. What's going to happen? The change with Cherish coming into the equation now. How are they going to be feeling? How are they going to be approaching these games? The vibes are very much high for this squad right now. I think they genuinely believe this is their moment. This is their chance to take down Optic, but Dead Zone with a double kill to say, well, maybe that chance is going to happen just yet.
Can't get too complacent, though. That's the concern. That's the worry. Dead Zone pushed over towards the flag. This could be a huge 1v1 if he can get it. Optic to stay alive instead and continue to be a thorn in the side of Pure. A potential point of note, though, is now Optic Gaming's flag is being pulled. Trippy's in the respawn screen. Talik takes care of business back home, and now he can turn his sights back towards Optic Gaming's flag.
Certainly every time Optic do push forward, get some kills and start to get close to the flag, there seems to be one member of Pure there just to disrupt them and not allow them to really get the comfortable pull they would have wanted. As Cherish gets a double, and all 4 dead for Optic. It's another flag moving, and this should be another cat piercers.
There should be nobody to stand in their way. Cherished pushes this flag up the shroom stairs. No damage taken, and Pure 3-1 now the score.
Well, we've seen comebacks from Pure, back-to-back comebacks when they looked down, when they looked out. You could argue Optic getting close to that position themselves. Can they do what Pure did to them previously here? What have they got left in the tank? Do they even believe they can do it right now? Because they are struggling to take map control in a game where typically we have seen them absolutely dominate a map, being able to pinch those spawns, run those flags flawlessly. They have not had those chances here because Pure are keeping this a very, very pacey game.
Wind very much in the sails of Pure, and they're riding the waves like Captain Jack Sparrow himself. Loose it down bottom middle. One single bullet will take him out. His shields now will start to recharge, and he can continue to fire some shots over towards Talik. Gets him down almost to no shields, but Talik wins that fight. And how telling could that be? Will the flag make any more progress? 3 dead for a moment. Flag sent back Pure's way.
Someone from Optic needs to step up and try and grasp this game, take control of it, wrestle it back, because Pure are strangling Optic at the moment. And Optic just struggling to breathe. It seems like every time they spawn, there is guns trained on them, there's bandit bullets flying towards them, and Optic can't escape them at the moment. Lucid goes down, but they do get a trade. Optic just need an opening. Now, this is going to be a big moment for me. We've got a listening queued up with Optic Gaming. I really need to see what the vibes are like. Do they have the belief? Let's jump into a listening.
Stay left, do not go for it. Automate on me. Automate on me. They're front base. They're front base. West one part right now. West one part.
P2 top.
They're brick killing me.
He's one shot P2. He's one shot P2. Drop P1. He's going RP jump. RP jump. RP jump.
Our troops with Obi.
We need to try to keep getting into their side.
No Obi. Yep. Our jumper's dead.
Nice. On the middle, one shot, and car 3. 2 guys, car 3.
Okay. 2 our card. 2 our high. Help Zane.
I'm trying to get out. I'm trying to get out right now. These guys are car 3.
Argent guys. Argent.
Our car door. Hiding our car
I'm
door.
here, Joy.
2 guys are gen. 2 are gen.
Last one's one.
There's one guy just sitting in their face.
Quick shit.
There's 2 in there.
One shot again. Still there. Low gen. He's just getting his shield. He has a thrust still, guys. Still, our gen bridge coming in, guys. We got it. One shot.
Our shrooms, one shot. One shot, our low shrooms.
He's one shot here. He's one shot.
Our gen again.
Yeah, I'm going out front. Going out front right now.
Bottom mid. What's our gen on me, too? I don't see bottom mid. Our gen now.
Car one.
Weak, Talik. Our troops don't try to be Talik.
P2. Here, P2.
Weak. Our P all weak.
Yeah, I'll kill him.
2 dead right now.
Yeah, 3 dead. Last guy.
He's third. Shrimp bridge. 3 shots.
Tommy, get to the
one
gen.
shot.
Tommy, get to the gen, Tommy.
Here.
He dead still. One
He's still on flag. He's there back.
I'm dying from their fire. I'm literally a bullet.
One shot their back. You're good, Tommy. You're good.
I'm looking P1.
P2, they're gonna go P1. Gonna go P1 to our side. That's flag, guys.
Our fridge. There's a guy our fridge.
I'm getting through.
He's our P-door, dude.
Yo, they're back flag.
Here, one shot last shot.
Got one.
Nice, guys.
Yo, their window.
Again, one shot, Charlie.
2 dead.
One's in our flag.
Our window. He's got a shot in our window. He's got a shot in our window.
It's gonna be 2 years. It's gonna be 2 years.
One shot flag, guys. I'm dead with flag. Got one. I killed one.
Oh, he's on re. Got him.
Nice. Don't rush it. They're probably jump behind. You're good. Yeah, you're good. P1 top mid.
Stay alive, guys. Gotta stay alive.
Have to get to the west. 15.
Gonna be our car jump.
Our shrooms, I think. Yo, bump dinner, Tommy weak. Our brick as well. Up.
Top shields. One shot.
Our brick, 2 shot, guys. Our brick, 2 shot our brick. 1 shot our brick. He's P1 side. P1 absolute. Our P jump up, absolute. You're still
Sitting west.
Sitting our pick jump. Someone shot Cherish. Absolute pick jump. Cherish.
2 shots.
Yep. OV guys. OV.
Well, the belief is certainly still there for Optic Gaming as they get right back into the game. It's 3-2, and one big thing I heard, we have to be getting this overshield, but they have not achieved that. Torlik's got another one, but it is still a close game. It is not done quite yet for Pure.
Flag captures can do quite a lot for your belief as well. Like you say, now within 1. What have Optic Gaming got? Failing to get that overshield, but it hasn't hurt the cause all that much. Last shot, though, is behind enemy lines. Dead Zone is trying to clear house, and he's doing so alone for the moment. Tarlik's got damage. Tarlik's got a kill. We did hear a flag pulled out, and there is one on the move. Trippy's got hands on, but he has to give it up for a moment.
Are Pure going to be one of those scenarios where they're 3-1 up with a few minutes to go and they start to get slower? They start to try and defend their lead, and Optic can maybe take advantage of it, because at 3-2, suddenly if you're defending for minutes, it's not going to look good for you. If Trippy can get round this corner, which he does, and we might be right back into a tie here.
If Optic Gaming get this flag capture, I think the wind shifts. And now Optic Gaming tie us up 3-3 the score. They are not done with this series just yet.
And I said the listening was going to be important. We would learn a lot. We did learn a lot. Optic Gaming, they were still upbeat. They were still calling out the important things. They did not sound dejected. They did not sound like they were going to allow this to be a victory for Pure. And now momentum is very much on their side, and they are starting to push a lot better as a team. They are pinching, they are closing in, they are calling out the right things, and now another flag is on the go here for Optic.
It was bip, bap, bam. 3 went down for Pure. 3 remain in the grave at the moment. Dead Zone moving that flag as fast as you could possibly move it. And he's gotten it all the way home, taking 0 damage. Optic with 3 captures without reply.
And they take the lead, and they take this game, and I said someone needed to take control of it, and Dead Zone, certainly one of the players who has done so alongside Lucid. With the momentum, they've been able to just shift their way, and the flag pulls from Dead Zone alongside the kills from Lucid allow them now to take the lead. 2 minutes now for Pure to once again come back into the game, but you can't count out Pure after what we've seen so far in this series.
Optic Gaming, as it stands right now, are outslaying Pure by 6. They have a flag capture advantage to show for it. 2 down now for Pure. And all of a sudden, when time looked to be in their side, time looked to be in their favor, it's Optic Gaming now who hold the lead as we run into the end game.
Teams that are very good at defending leads is Optic Gaming as well. We talk about structure, we talk about positioning. The fact that it's only 1 minute 30 for Optic to hold on to this flag lead now means Pure have to try and do something a little bit different to try and break this. Otherwise, it's just going to be Optic picking them off one by one to close this game out.
2 go down, Cherished and Druk, a double assist for Dead Zone. 3 for Optic, and perhaps if Pure can take some map now, they can threaten to get a flag capture of their own. Lucid trying to output as much damage as he possibly can. Put 3, possibly 4 shots into the spine of one player running towards Carside. But this, as we head into the final moments, is a massive time for Pure to answer back.
This is big for Lucid. Has to stay alive and try and get any sort of kill here, or at least an amount of damage to allow the rest of the team to join him, because 2 players have gone down on the side of Optic. Lucid, though, is in a position where he can disrupt this push for Pure. It's one last opportunity to get the toss, and they do get the flag out. Only 1 member's gone down of Optic, and I don't think Pure will be able to run this one.
Flag is out, but it's not on the move. Trippy, more than aware of that exact point.
30 seconds remaining.
You hear the in-game announcer, 30 seconds remaining. Dead Zone and Formal combined to pick up a couple of kills. One last chance for Pure to get forward, get slays, and get a flag. They're almost out of time.
It's a staggered spawn as well. All 4 still not up. Torlik is about to respawn, and he does, but Cherish gets taken down, and I think it's just going to be a little bit too late here for Pure.
Only a matter of time as the time does count down from 10. Optic Gaming have shown heart, resilience, and determination to come back in this game to get us all tied up. Optic Gaming put us level and push us to a Game 5.
A Game 5 in the early hours here of Atlanta. I guess it's not that early anymore, but the early days and the early hours of the tournament. What a series it's been so far. Just when you thought maybe it was coming to its conclusion with a 2-cap lead for Pure. But Optic have shown that resilience that you were speaking of. They've shown that they are not going to be pushovers, and they are not going to allow themselves to get dejected, and they have shown why they are previous world champions.
We spoke about Optic Gaming sometimes on Aquarius, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good, and I think we've seen that all in one game. Down and out, it appeared by 2 caps, 3 won the score, but out of nowhere, a flurry of 3 unanswered caps, and they're right back into things, and now we head to a shoot.
Ryan getting the finish, and Ryan is that Camo?
Camo Quantum.
All right, a rare combo that we don't see very often.
Yeah, I honestly think the Quantum gives away a little bit of
like visibility.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like
but
it might seem that some of those trails on you as much.
Camo just ran out for Ryan, but this Quantum's still continuing to do work. He tries
He's gonna try it again. He's gonna do it again.
He tries
There
a
he goes.
cheeky little back smash, but he's somehow able to create some
back,
chaos.
go back,
and stay
yes!
alive. All right, this is just ridiculous. Not your traditional Halo equipment, the Quantum is, but man, can it create some exciting opportunities, and can it be such a headache to try and deal with? You saw how many different players tried to focus on Ryan Noob there, but none of them able to have success right now. A 1-kill lead, and Ryan Noob continuing to be a thorn in the side of a Sim baseline, still alive as he drops down back tower, gets his shield back, but this team is not in a position to help him. A Sim baseline will not only get those 2 kills back tower, but they have snipe in hand and tie this game up.
Yeah, and Mo's still keeping that pace up. A lot of times you see a player or a star get off to a really strong start, and it's like, okay, they got that for a little bit, but they can't do that the whole time. But Mo's still keeping up that pace, still at 14 kills now. But that's also not the greatest sign since you're down by 2. You want to see your teams go on big sprees and get big leads.
Yeah, you can't keep up that pace as an individual. It's so difficult to try and ask Mo's to continue this slaying prowess. You need a Sin baselines, the rest of the boys, to step up if they want to win this game 5. The game is still actually in their favor as they take a 1-kill lead here, and it's because other people are starting to find those kills. Still far behind Mo's, but as this third camo comes up, Dave, this could be the most crucial set of combat that goes down in this series that could decide the winning factor here, as this camo is such a highly contested area, and you know people are going to be losing their lives trying to compete for it.
Yeah, and Complexities came out both times thus far for the camo. Is it going to be 3 in a row? There's the deaths one more time. 3 down for Ascend baseline. Fast toss. Getting shot down in the garage. Millsy's got his help. Camo still being contested.
Shots. Big shots out of breaking
Still
shot.
not
It's a
acquired.
perfect 5, but that camo still neutralized, still on its location. Sunrise is going to actually respawn, hit top middle, win his one-on-one against Rain. He gets cleaned up, but he's bought some time and some space for his teammates to maybe get this camo. The camo gets burned, however. Huss is here to play. Huss finds himself a triple and 1 shot away from an over. That player's going to be no shield, and here comes Complexity trying to capitalize on that damage. 1's in the bread. 2 for the money, and Ryan Noob and the boys now have a 5-kill lead off that camo fight.
What a crazy exchange right there. First, I was going to say a delayed grab from Complexity might have cost him the camo. Turns out into Huss just taking the game in his hands. 4-kill lead going into these final moments. Long-range AR shots. Haven't seen that since Big Sauce to Halo 1.
Huss pulling out his Halo 1 tactics. He's a young kid, but maybe he knows a thing or two about old classic Halos, because this AR is starting to shred players to no shield. Even gets the job done on the bass toss, and now 48-41. Complexity 2 kills away from ending this series in a reverse sweep.
What was beginning to look like the start of a rough tournament here for Complexity. They turn around the series. Now 1 kill away from being able to wash their hands clean and say, all right, that was scary. Move on to the next one.
Wasn't that fun?
Yeah.
Wasn't that fun? Complexity get the job done. 50-43, and as much as Mo's tried to carry a Sim gas in the tank, I should say, for them, and they'll have to go back to the drawing boards, because it never feels good to start a series off so hot and finish what felt like so cold.
Yeah, and I was going to say that one's got to be real tough for Ascending baseline. What I thought was going to be a quick 3-0 from them. It's very difficult to go back and review a series where it felt like individually at times you're just playing great or fantastic. It's easier to go back and say, all right, we're losing all these fights. This spawn's going wrong. We did this wrong. But instead they're saying, well, I was destroying during my fights. It felt like we made a lot of the right decisions, but we still fell short.
On the inverse, you're looking at Complexity, and you're thinking, I feel like this series to me told me a lot about Complexity. From they're going to have some weak map mode combinations just about in every series. These fast-paced
noticeable that they they came back from a massive deficit in game number 2, and they will not want to allow Optic Gaming to get themselves back into this one. Currently with a 4-kill advantage. He spoke about how Druck got a camouflage, some more kills, and another camouflage. Well, it's back up and it's on the map.
Yeah, lead seems to mean nothing in this series, so you almost have to take it at face value of, we aren't going to know what's going to happen until we get around 45 kills or so between these two teams. But what is important is you stay within that 5 realistically. If you are either team that's behind, you don't want to allow too much of a lead because you don't want to give yourself too much to do. Yes, it's happened already once, if not twice, maybe even 3 times so far this series. That doesn't mean you can consistently come back in that manner. Lessons should have been learned by these teams right now as Druck does run in, walks straight into dead zone, but he has support and Druck gets away.
Trippy back blue in a 1v1. Stands Druck face to face. Trippy comes out on top, reversal locked in. That could be big. Pure still have a 2-kill advantage now. That lead has almost been cut completely in half then. Cherish to spawn over towards bottom elevator, throws a grenade down to try to deny some space. Will take that fight on. Cherish gets shut down and a perfect kill for Trippy.
Those are the fights that we're used to seeing Optic win. Those are the fights they weren't winning in some of the previous games. And that could be the difference maker for making sure that you do take the lead. But Pure still holding it, or they did, until we get a what are you doing moment from Druck as well, just popping himself out. Sadly thought he could maybe slide and challenge. And it's given Optic the chance to take full control here, but actually maybe it opened things up. Maybe by putting yourself out as bait, allowed a couple of members of Pure to escape a potential spawn trap there.
He slid, he challenged, and that challenge was accepted by Trippy. Now on board with Cherish then. Outputting damage, but unfortunately for him, damage coming his way as well. He hits the respawn screen, and a kill goes in the favor of Optic Gaming's column. Fight then towards Pipes. Dead Zone wins this fight. All the 1v1s down, they're going Optic Gaming's way, but they're still down by 1.
This realistically is just another series for Optic Gaming, but for Pure and for some of the members in particular, this is arguably one of the biggest series of their careers. And the opportunity, maybe one of the biggest opportunities they could ever have to try and shut down a team like Optic Gaming as well. For the likes of Cherish, the likes of Last Shot, they will be hoping that they can topple Optic Gaming here and have that memory, that fond memory. For Druck and Torlek, we've seen it before, they have been up there with the big boys, and they still hold a 2-kill lead over Optic Gaming as the game slows down ever slightly.
That's the thing, you look at Last Shot and Cherished, you know that they've been Halo fans for the longest time, and they're now competing against former world champions. You've got 2-time champions, you've got Formal's won everything there is to win in esports. He's on the other screen. He was perhaps a hero of some of these players at one point. I know he's been a hero of mine for the longest time, despite the fact he's younger than me. Damn you, Father Time, by the way. Dead Zone, bottom elevator. Looking for enemies. Found one. Talik down to no shields. Just about evades the headshot with the use of that slide. And Dead Zone then going to go for the camouflage, it would seem, down to no shields, along with his teammate back in the tower. He's not done with this scrap.
One thing we spoke about before the series was the speed of which Pure can play and where they need to be careful, not fall into the trap that Optic Gaming lay. And that's one thing they've successfully been able to achieve throughout this series, is they have not overplayed it. They've not been too fast. When they've noticed that maybe those traps are starting to be laid, they've slowed things down, and they have played at the same pace of Optic. But that has meant that Optic have played in a more comfortable area. But where Pure have found success is when they get that control, then they amp up the pressure a little bit. Then they start to speed things up to try and catch Optic off guard.
Lose it down to no shields. And if anybody else can get close, he will be caught off guard. Fortunately for him, he gets his shields back. Plasma pistol fully charged and ready to find an enemy. And it could be Talik, the first point of contact, as he dips his head towards elevator. Plasma pistol does not find a home. Lucid gets shut down, but importantly, Optic now hold that 2-kill lead.
Usually you trust the plasma pistol to hit, right? Back in the day, that ain't missing, but now, sadly, could be a big difference maker for Optic Gaming as they're unable to get that kill. It allows Pure to keep this within 2. And you can see the aggression coming out of Pure as well to shut down Formal, take him out. And now he was in one of those priority positions where he could do a lot of damage on the map here.
What can Talik do? What influence can he have? A lot of damage, that's for sure. As 2 members of Optic Gaming push towards Pipes, and both of them almost meet their end. Formal gets a double kill, could be a triple kill. Dead Zone moves into Pipes. They've got map control, and all of a sudden, they only need 11 kills, and Pure are in trouble because they're spawning right where Optic Gaming need them.
What an answer back that is from Formal as well, to get shut down at glass, and then from the grave, get kills back to back to send Optic into a 4-kill lead now, which could very much be an 8-kill lead if they play this one right. They are starting to surround Pure. They just need that one pick, that one headshot that can change things for them, get that damage, and then start to push in.
It wasn't that long ago we've seen this very map give us a tie game, 50-50, Optic Gaming against Space Station. Could we see something of the same ilk here and now? It doesn't look likely with a 6-kill advantage for the green wall, and they're starting to collapse on those spawners. Last Shot's in big trouble as Formal hunts him down with the commando. He's going mono-a-mono with a couple of members towards blue, excuse me, as Tolic tries to desperately escape with his life, has done so successfully, but they've got the kill that they came for, 43-36.
Yeah, just like that, it goes from a 4-kill game to a 7-kill game, almost an 8-kill game that I spoke of. It was a well-executed push from Optic Gaming that Pure could not avoid, but they have kept it at least within 6 with a pick there. But now Cherish goes down, and Optic Gaming are edging closer and closer to winning this series, which would be heartbreak for Pure, who have thrown absolutely everything at them here. And now suddenly Optic Gaming look like maybe, just maybe, they're gonna cross the line here in what will feel like one of the longest series of their life.
Optic Gaming could be about to weather this Pure storm then. Lucid in pipes. Tolic's gonna pop out for a second, just shows a pixel, gets the kneecap shot. Druck over towards tower. That's information that Lucid is getting all the meanwhile.
Shock rifle's up, I think, yes it is, and you can see Lucid wants to grab it, but doesn't have the opportunity to do so right now. And maybe Pure looking to try and take advantage of that. Eyes trained over towards Batledge. 3 minutes and 30 left on the clock, so there isn't a huge rush here yet for Pure. And Optic Gaming also probably trying to think, how do they achieve this? As Druck comes flying in, by the way. This is a big push from Pure.
Druck comes soaring, shirt off almost, it would seem. He gets taken down though. They have not got too many more kills to give away. Cherish could be the latest one to fall victim, and does. 3 dead though for Optic Gaming. Former the last man alive, and if he could climb inside those lockers, he would.
47-44. Optic are close, but they've been close time and time again in this series, and Tolic has got the shock rifle now as well. So with that push, they gain control of pipes. They force Optic now over towards blue, and almost the opening that could have changed the game here for Pure.
Almost feel like the doctor from Simpsons. Tolic backing away, cannot find the face on the trippy. Optic get 2 more kills. They are within 1, and all of a sudden Tolic is scrambling. He's put it into retreat. Last shot's over towards Batledge. The opportunity was there for Pure, but have they fumbled?
1 more kill for Optic Gaming. They're playing it patient, they're playing it slow. Pure cannot afford to step a toe out of line here, because Optic will take full advantage. Tolic now running with his tail between his legs as they try and hunt him.
Tolic almost caught offside. We get VAR out to confirm it. Tolic in towards blue, then it would seem. Lucid happy to play this one patient. They know they only require the 1 more kill. Tolic puts down damage with the shock rifle, tries to find the face onto Lucid, but it's nothing more than a warning shot. Lucid pushes forward, Druck's in big trouble, down to no shield, desperately tries to tuck his head, but Lucid takes the scalp. Lucid takes the game. Optic Gaming win 3-2.
And Optic Gaming will survive. That will be the key word here. They were troubled, they were beaten, they were knocked down, and the comebacks were everything from Pure. But Optic somehow, someway will survive what was a very back and forth series. But ultimately, championship mentality is, even if you are not playing at your very best, you still get the job done. That's exactly what we've seen from Optic Gaming there.
They were rocked, they were wobbled, but they picked themselves up from the canvas more times than I can count in that series, Dan. We talked about resilience, Optic Gaming showed it, and on the other side of things for Pure, it's dejection. They put so much into that series and they come out with no reward.
Yeah, it was kick out after kick out, wasn't it really? Just when you think Optic are down, Pure seem to have them on the ground, seem to have them pinned, and suddenly Optic come out of nowhere and say, look, we're not going to roll over, show our bellies at this point. We're Optic Gaming for a reason. We have come second for the last 2 events for a reason. We're not going to allow a Pure to take us down, right? I do think that Pure are going to look at this one and say, is that the best opportunity we're ever going to get to beat a team like Optic? It was right there in front of them. They were 2 caps ahead on CTF Aquarius, not able to get the job done. They were several kills ahead in Game 5, not able to get the job done. It is going to be a tough pill to swallow, but a lot to learn. And a big takeaway is that they are taking a team like Optic to Game 5.
Yeah, I think that's the message you take away, right? Promising signs. You went the distance with Optic Gaming. And remember, this team is not together that long. This is only their 2nd tournament playing together. Cherish is only the latest edition after London. Optic Gaming have been together a little bit longer than that, and they've been a top 3 team, top 2 team for the longest time. Pure have really impressed me there.
Yeah, I don't think it hurts Pure in the grand scheme of things.
It does.
I just think it will hurt them individually.
Well, we're not quite as British, but we are here at the LVT Halo Watch Party in Atlanta. And we saw 2 Game 5s, 1 on the side station, 1 on the main stage. Eli, we were kind of frustrated up here just watching the Optic Pure matchup.
Yeah.
It felt like Pure had it in their hands, it slips away.
I'm always rooting for the underdog, I'll be honest. Like I have a couple teams I like, but I'm honestly not as biased as you guys think I am. BUYEST. I know you're all going to type it in chat. It's just what it is. But I'm biased for the underdog coming through and achieving one of their goals. It's just it's so cool to see a team that's been trying so hard to like take down one of the giants, right? And I know it's just pool play, but that would have had massive ramifications. Imagine they win this pool, and then they automatically get placed in winter semis, essentially. Or, they're going to play against a lesser team, but instead, Optic is Optic, right? They're just so resilient. They're down, 3-1 in CTF, get 3 straight to win 4-3 in that game 4, just to keep the series alive. And then Pure had the lead multiple times throughout that game 5, and then just felt like they threw it away.
Yeah, it was especially frustrating from Pure's point of view with that last sequence when Shock Rifle was in the hands of Talik. He makes a very aggressive, risky play to go forward, and then he gets rewarded with the shot that he wants, but can't hit the shot in execution. And two kills that don't go their way. And we were looking at it would have been 47-47. Instead, it was 45-49.
Yeah.
Big games that were happening over at pool and main stage. But we also have games that are going on in the open bracket. We don't have an observer in this one, but we do have a camera on the floor. The Aussies, Scoobmeister and the crew, going up against Carolina Gaming, which is Mortally, Yaxon, Common, and Envor. This is game 3, and so far you can see the score line 3-0 in favor of the Aussies at the moment. So this could be a massive upset in the open bracket. If the Aussies win this, well, then we get to see Native Gaming go up against this team from Australia, Mind Freak, and we'll see the eventual Scoobmeister and the Aussies against Barcode.
This is the best an Aussie team has ever looked in Halo Infinite, like flat out, period. They are so good right now. They've got 2 of the best mouse and keyboard players in the world. They got Scoobmeister and Rice with the W.
It makes me want to have a MNK versus controller like show match with Rice, Scoobmeister, Woodham, and some Ford.
Yeah. Monster or Royal 2.
Dude.
Yeah, like just put any competent MNK player in that 4th slot, and that team would be very fun to watch, I think. A full MNK squad, can you imagine? But this is half MNK, half controller. I think their teammate Plasma switches as well. He's played both controller and mouse and keyboard, currently on controller, as far as I understand. Yeah, looking across the board here, there's, I believe that's Rice with the curly hair on the side.
And not like a lot of people know about Scoobmeister, obviously. He's a great player. He was the first one to start doing mouse and keyboard stuff on Halo at a high level. But Rice, and Scoob will tell you himself, like Rice is like another level of great. And I think Scoob has to feel that relief of having like another mouse and keyboard player that's just as good as him, if not like better on certain days. Like they can swap in, but it is a nasty combination, these two on a team. But Carolina Gaming, they got their hill. It's 3-1 now in their possession, and right now you can see, are they playing time?
Oh my God.
Can we zoom in 33 seconds here? That's a great shot right there. So we can see the neutral time, 30 seconds of neutral time. This should all be but guaranteed for the Australians.
And this is a best of 5, right? We're in best of 5 territory at this part of the bracket?
No, best of 3.
This is best of 3. It. So this would be the tiebreaker to advance. Can you imagine? We had Carolina as one of the teams like very likely to make it out on winner's side. They're a very strong team.
All right, I want to see. Okay, we gotta like when we get close, we gotta get like a side of all these guys' faces, man. I want to see all of them. They're gonna be so happy, dude. This is huge. I can't even understate. Like you got 2 mouse and keyboard players on Xboxes playing, and there we go. We see it. The Australians get it done. What an upset!
Aussie. Oi, oi, oi.
Dude, Aussie. Incredible from them. I mean,
if they just had a rail of Australians watching them, it would be so amazing for them to just be chanting.
Right.
But I mean, they're probably the only Aussies in the whole venue. Let's be honest.
We need them on this couch ASAP.
Yes.
Get us Scoob and Rice,
please.
Both of them.
We need these guys up here.
That was some of the best I think I've seen in the open bracket this far. Unfortunately, we didn't have an observer in it, man. I wish we did, because that was that was the match.
Yeah, dude, shout out to Scoop, by the way. The guy's also a forger. He made the Aimbots V2 map. That
I play that every day.
Seriously, I do it every day to warm up as well. I mean, to be that talented on MNK as a competitor and also have the time to forge one of the best like warm-up maps that we have, man, cannot understate this man's talent. Hopefully we can get him up here. Obviously, they just won, but we're going to do our best to get them on here.
Yeah, we'll try to get these guys on. We have cameras in the open bracket. They can hear us. They'll figure it out over there, and we'll get those guys up, talking to them.
Oh, production saying that we're gonna get another game 3. Team Lethal Fox, which is Piggy and King J's team, against Alpha, the #1 team out of Mexico. They're also in a game 3, so the open bracket is getting kind of hot in here.
Yeah, and remember, guys, we're getting close to the end of the open bracket. Only 4 teams going to be making out of open bracket. 2 from the winner's side, 2 from the loser's side. And it's going to be brutal at the end of the day for a couple teams. And that's a brutal loss for Carolina. I mean, I'm very high on Carolina. I'm a big believer in the accident in particular.
Yeah,
I did not think that upset would happen.
I didn't either. I had them.
I didn't make it out of winners, to be honest.
That was my prediction as well. I thought they would make it out in the winner's side. But we all knew that this Mindfreak roster was going to be a problem to run into. It's just Carolina had looked that good that we thought that they should even be able to overcome this Aussie team. But, man, Aussies came to play today. I mean, if you fly halfway across the world to play in a tournament, you better get the most out of it. And I feel like that's kind of the mentality that these guys bring. They're like, we didn't come this far to only come this far. And I think with that kind of mentality, these guys can continue their way throughout this tournament.
Well, we actually have more action to come as well. Pure got done on the winners bracket, I believe, on the main stage, because things have been going crazy, right? They're going to go to the side station right away. They're playing up on the side station on Delta because of how fast these matches need to get done.
All right, so this should be the Alpha versus Team Lethal Fox match. I didn't recognize the player whose screen we're looking at here. Did you recognize this player?
Dude, let's see. He's not going to get us a better shot.
Okay, he's next to Haynes. Is that Jackson?
Oh, we lost him.
Oh, we lost him. Brandon, you pulled the wrong plug.
Carolina.
Oh, okay, my bad. So I saw Haynes sitting next to him, but it's not Mortally.
Did it not look like Piggy? I thought it was Piggy.
Maybe it is Piggy. It probably is Piggy.
I thought it was Piggy.
Yeah, that's
Eli X.
Chat is confirming.
Wanna come on?
Yeah, we've got... Hey, guys, we're here to prove to you guys that me and Eli X are not the same person. Come on. We've got to beat the allegations. Put this on.
Oh, what's up, man?
Good to see you, brother. This is the first time that Eli the Ninja and Eli X have been spotted in the same room together, so now we can finally confirm we are not the same.
Believe it or not.
We got a scoop.
Oh, dude, you ready? Yo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dude, we're gonna actually have to kick you out. Come on.
Sorry. We'll get Eli on another
we'll get
time.
Eli X right back because we got the man of the hour, bro.
There you go, man.
Mr. Scoob. Meister, ready to come. Dude, are you shaking from the adrenaline right now?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Can we talk about the drip? Oh my God.
Got the gold, for champions.
Dude, that is a nice jacket. The Mindfreak jacket right here, guys. So this is Scoop Meister. We were just talking you up about how he and I play your map literally every day, the Aimbots V2. So super talented forger and obviously super talented player. You guys just upset. I mean, most would consider it an upset, I guess, this roster. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling pretty good, to be honest. I would say we went to that series pretty confident that we would be coming out the winner because previous Lens result in London. But yeah, it's just really as we expected.
Yeah.
Obviously wasn't as clean as we expected it to be. It was a 2-1. They took the Slayer map too. But yeah, feeling good, getting ready for the native series next.
Yeah, native up next. So you got the 4 Aussies against the 1 Aussie, right? Barcode. I feel like we've been waiting for this. I think last time you played against Barcode was Raleigh or Charlotte.
Yeah, Charlotte.
Charlotte, yeah. So all the way back in North Carolina, like over a year ago. You're gonna cause that would be the upset of the tournament, right? If you beat them, not only do you get the 1-up on Barcode, shout out to him. But you also make your way into pool play from the winner's side, which would be a huge benefit to you guys.
Yeah, that would definitely be an accomplishment for us, like beating a team like Native, especially like the confidence that would give us, like going into pools. It'd be pretty good for us.
Gonna have your work cut out for you for sure. You guys are the first team, I think, with 2 mouse and keyboard players to make it this far. It's you and Rice, and if I'm not mistaken, Plasma, he can play both, right?
No.
No, he's just controller. Okay. So I must be thinking of a different Australian player. But what's that like? Do you feel like at this point in the game, mouse and keyboard can keep up with controller? Do you feel like you're at a disadvantage? Like, what's your kind of perspective on that?
At least with the Bandit, I think that currently mouse and keyboard is at a disadvantage. But when it was obviously the BR, I was a huge believer that it was king, mouse and keyboard. Like, just obviously with the slow strafe speed and like the bursts, it was just like, I don't know, it just felt so much cleaner. And I think especially with like the aim assist values of the DMR, I thought it would be better like initially because it's a single shot weapon and typically it is better, but I think the controller is strongest right now.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think most people agree with that. The controller definitely has the edge. There's some cool stuff that you guys can do that we can't do, though, where it's like a quick flick at the ground to throw a grenade before you die, or quick flick down to repulse, or like different grapple angles and stuff like that. Do you guys try to funnel some of the equipment to like you and Rice because you guys can get more value, or is that not something you guys even really think about?
Not more so equipment, but I'd say like snipe for sure. I get it a lot of the times on the map. It dependent on the map, we give it to like different players. Even Sways, he's insane with the snipe. So like on maps like Live Fire, where you're going around like shotgunning with the snipe, sort of like hitting fast routes.
Right.
Usually give him snipe, but on maps where it's like you have to play more like at the back of the map, more conservative. I'm usually that type of player, like Argyle.
Forbidden,
yeah.
That makes sense. Dude, it's like ASMR watching him. Have you watched him warm up on his own map?
Oh yeah,
he's just flick shot practice, like just no scope. It's
I literally can't like comprehend it because I'm maybe like a silver, maybe gold. Like when it comes to mouse and keyboard, I'm real bad at it. So whenever your meta fight comes up, let me know. I'll book some lessons, whatever I need to do to get better. But for you, I mean, outside of like the whole concept of mouse and keyboard versus controller, you guys have been representing your country, and I feel like you've been doing it well. Like, what's been the big working point? Because it's hard for you guys to find good practice, right? In Australia, only a couple. Like, there's you and like another team that kind of play it pretty consistently, and then you have to come to these international tournaments with teams that are getting practice in the open bracket, not only against other open bracket teams, but pro teams that you have to play against. Like, how do you come out, play really hard against them, and then how has been the road to improvement when you have like those barriers in your way?
Well, to be honest, before we came and boot camped in the US for this event, we didn't do anything for like 2 months.
Wow.
Because I mean, we really can't. Like at home, the situation is extremely dire. The one other team is more so throw together team. There's I wouldn't say any like real teams that actually are giving it their all. So pretty much it just comes down to like our boot camps and the time we have in the US. We just have to learn how to like use it efficiently, and that's sort of something we faced with this event actually. Like after not playing for 2 months, you think you're going to come back into it and be relatively like the same and be like, yeah, we're just going to like work from where we left off. But we learned that it wasn't like that. Like we had to pretty much relearn and reshape ourselves back into a team that we already were.
Sounds so difficult, man.
Dude, it actually sounds absurdly hard.
Yeah.
Which I think makes it more impressive that you guys are coming out and you're placing really well in the open bracket. And then like obviously you guys got into pools at London. I think it'd be a much bigger accomplishment to get into pools once again at Atlanta, just with the more teams and the more competitive teams that there are here.
Yeah.
I'm fully. You got another Aussie flag or something? I'll throw it up behind us. Whatever needs to happen.
Yeah. After you guys won, I was like, "Where's the Aussie, Aussie, Aussie? Oi, oi, oi!" Like, I'm a big fan of like poker, and like whenever there's an Australian at the final table, they're just like the loudest ones in the room. I just wish there was a bit more Australians here to root you guys on. Obviously, it's an incredibly long trip, so I don't blame them. But you got us on your side. It's so incredible to watch you guys play, and man, good luck against Native. I feel like you guys can absolutely do it if you come out on fire. Do you know what the game types are already?
Not really sure, but I mean the fact that it's a best of 5 alone, I think that really helps us like with confidence going in, because I don't know, like best of 3s are just
anything
best of 3s.
can happen. Yeah.
There's just no room for like error.
Yeah. Is there anything that we haven't talked about that you've been wanting to talk about? I mean, like, obviously, like, you guys like come over, so you don't get that much time on the main stage or whatever. I mean, like, what's like important to you at the moment?
Honestly, nothing.
That's fine. You're so cool.
I mean,
and collected,
I would say the most important thing again is my teammates, and shout out to them because it takes 4 people to do this, and we all share the same vision. That's probably the most important thing about our team is that's pretty much reflected in our results. We just tried to put, especially like only one spot. There's no time for like friendship leagues and just you can sort of get away with playing with who you want to, but not because they're the best. But yeah, with this team, we pretty much had to put the best of our region together, and it's worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it must be kind of crazy to be like, as a collective region, to be like, okay, it's like, it doesn't matter who's friends with who. It's like, it's really all game and getting yourself out here.
That's awesome. Yeah, shout out to all the Australians. I'm friends with a lot of Australians, and they're just frustrated right now at how difficult it can be to just play the game. It's like, how early did you guys get here for the boot camp, by the way?
Pretty much last Wednesday we arrived in the afternoon, but it wasn't really a full day, so I would say like the Thursday after, because our teammate had like a flight delay, so he got in that next day, and then that's when we first started playing.
You guys got some scrims against some of the North American teams last week or so?
Yeah, we tried to get the best practice.
What was like the best scrim that you got, and then what was like sort of what did you learn from your scrims?
I would say it was probably the team Incognito, like Descendant coming out and all that. Descendant. Did I just say his name twice?
Yeah, Descendant.
Yeah, I just said his name.
You said Descendant, Incognito, Descendant, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Manny, Collect, and King Nick, right?
Yeah, that team's probably the best practice we got. But that was like I was saying before, when we came over and we realized we had to learn, sort of like reshape ourselves, we were sort of still in that period, so I don't even think we played our best against those guys.
Wow. So I feel like you're just going to get better and better as the tournament progresses. So
yeah.
What's the for any mouse and keyboard players out there? What's the cheat code setting wise? Like, is there a setting that that you need to dial in?
Make sure you go into the settings and turn on aim magnetism. Make sure that's on. And then
turn it on. Okay,
yeah, and then you don't really have to do much else. Just mouse 1, just shoot everything, and you'll just win. Yeah, pretty much.
Heard that.
Yeah, I love it. Yo, thank you so much. I know that you guys got Native coming up. I want you guys to be as prepared for that as possible. If you need me to get you a Gatorade, whatever it is, bro, I'll go down there. You know, if you got a fifth set up over there, I'll pick up a controller for y'all, whatever you need. Because I want to see it happen. I'm very excited for y'all, and I hope you guys can come through with it.
Yeah, me too.
All right, we're gonna go to a quick break. When we're back, more open bracket coverage. Thank you so much for coming on, Scoop.
Appreciate it.
Bittersweet find themselves 3 dead here, and they're going to have to fight a little bit harder to get towards that hill as the final player will be disposed with at the back of blue.
Yeah, nice work here so far from Bittersweet as they're able to rack up a good bit of time. They rack up just about 30% of the tick on our second hill. Space Station, though, with the help of Eco anchoring from the tunnel, does well to get essentially now a lead, it looks like, just about as they cross that threshold that had been previously set by Bittersweet. It was a momentary 3 dead, and now pretty bad spawn trap timing in terms of the rotation from Bittersweet. There should be more time.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LVT Halo Watch Party. Joined with me, I got Eli the Ninja, but also the other Eli, Eli X. Eli, I feel like people, they just know you from being at home doing the watch parties. Now you're in person at an event. How does it feel to be like at an event this time?
It feels amazing, man. I haven't been to an event since Charlotte of last season, and you know, the environment's always immaculate here, and just getting to see all the homies from, you know, online in the chats and all the competitors. It's just awesome environment, and this is such a unique venue. We've never had like a venue in like what's usually a sports arena, so I'm having a great time, man, and thanks for having me on.
Of course, we had to have you on. I feel like you're our #1 watch partier. You've watched like every minute of every tournament for the most part. It's like we can always count on you doing the watch parties. What is it that keeps you coming back to LVT and wanting to be a part of this?
Well, obviously, you know, we just all love competitive Halo, but with LVT specifically, you know, they put on such awesome broadcasts for a lot of content that usually wouldn't see the light of day if you guys weren't here doing this, and, you know, covering all the open series and now the open brackets at the actual tournaments. It's obviously just immaculate vibes from the whole crew, and the production's insane. So I'm just grateful to have an opportunity to, you know, watch party and just sit back and enjoy the show, because I know how much hard work goes in behind the scenes. So.
A lot of people don't know you've been around just as long as I have, pretty much. I mean, when did we first meet? When you had the curly hair, you had like the curly afro was the first time I ever met you. That was like 2006?
Meadowlands, 2009 was the first time I walked up to you, and I just had a conversation with you, and I was like, dude, online people always ask me like if I'm you, and I'm like, I don't understand. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, I always watched your H2 videos growing up and stuff. So, you know, for me, it was an honor for people to confuse our gameplay at all. And I just remember, I don't remember your exact team for that event, but I remember you were in the pro lounge, and like Flame Sword got your attention for me, and you walked over and we had like a short conversation.
Yeah. That's so cool. And nowadays it's reversed. Now people come into my stream or like, oh, you're that Eli X guy, right? You're the streamer. And I'm like, well, I am a streamer, but there's another Eli. It's just like, it's never going to end. We're just constantly going to be in this.
It's an endless cycle, man.
I like it in Halo 5. I think I was like watching your stream. I was like, oh, are you the guy that they named the jump after? That's cool, dude. I was like, you're like, no.
Not me, man. But I can tell you that question's been asked to me so many times over the years. Did they name the ledge after you? Are you Eli the Ninja? And, you know, just...
Have you ever taken credit, you know?
No. I got to pay respects and give credit where it's due.
Oh, I appreciate
that. Will you give him the ability to take credit from now on?
I don't care. Yeah, screw it.
Yeah,
just
so
like, yeah, of course.
We'll just be one in the same.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
They ask if you're Eli X, you say yes.
Yeah.
If they ask if I'm Eli the Ninja, I'll say yes.
Because people have actually come up to me at this event and be like, oh, Eli, I love your Halo 3 montage. And I'm like, I never made a Halo 3 montage.
No, man.
I'm like, dude, I love Eli X's Halo 3 montages. They're some of my favorite ones, but like, I'm the Halo 2 montage guy.
Those kids weren't around in the Halo 2 days, man. If they knew about the Dragon Force and the Flash Revolution montages, you know.
See, that's like before my era, and now I feel like I'm missing out. It's funny that you guys have so much in common, and like you both also made montages. Like, really cracks me up.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like you guys are like purposely trying to make the world like get you guys confused.
It's funny, man.
I think that's how a lot of people like they transitioned from like being a montage kid to competitive. Like even Hysteria was like big into montaging at first before, you know, and like your dual-tage with him edited by Furion. Furion was like a montager, but then he crossed into like the competitive realm through editing.
Yep.
And so it's just so cool, man, how like a lot of the people who competed started off as just like going for cool clips and stuff like that, and then it evolved into more.
Yeah, that's how I got noticed, really. Like, if it wasn't for the montages, I don't think I'd be sitting here, honestly. Because, like, I was decent as a competitor, but I was mostly known for the montages.
Yeah.
Like everyone had seen the videos, and that's how I got on better teams in some cases too. They're like, "Yo, I watched you. Like, you're sick, bro. Like, you want a team?"
Exactly. You know, you're showcasing your gameplay, and like back then, like the button combos in Halo 2, like people referred to you as like the master of like the double shot, and like I just remember seeing clips of you guys playing midship free for all to like 1,000 kills.
Oh my god, yeah.
And these days, if we tried to do that, you know, we'd have carpal tunnel by the end of the
Yeah.
session. So
And like that's the thing that's missing these days is like there is no more that like let me just like put out my clips and people are gonna watch them and like I'm just gonna get known because my shit's nasty. Like
yeah.
everyone's like now it's like it's all about like let's go scrim, let's go grind. It's
Yeah, and in general, like montaging is not. There's not a big scene for it anymore. It's more like you hit a clip, you post it on your socials, and hopefully it goes viral. And
I think it's a combination of like it's harder to get your clips now, right? Because like before theater was really good.
Yeah.
It's not good anymore. And then like it doesn't feel like there's like the editors around anymore like there were back in the day. Like I always felt like there's always some guy that was just like, yo, give me your clips and I'm gonna edit something for you. Now it's like you got a couple people. There are some cool people like Freezy like that will go and do some cool stuff, or like all in one like our guy, but it's not as ubiquitous as it was back in the day.
What's funny is some of the best montage editors from our day are now working at like movie studios.
Yeah, they work at Hollywood. It's so funny.
Like they got like Zola. Doesn't he working for movie studios?
He worked for Chainsmokers for a long time, and now he's like with a movie studio, I believe. And
so insane.
You know, like even like a personal editor for me, his name's Double A.
Yeah.
And he moved on to like movie type stuff, and he's also working for like large YouTube channels and stuff like that. So yeah, I think a lot of people got their start in Halo montage editing, and that kind of opened a lot of doors for them going forward.
So crazy to think about.
The one that always cracks me up is Snipetality, because he's like he's just like the guy at 100 Thieves Down. It's like, alright, bro. It's like from Halo montages. Damn.
I had a conversation with him once, and he said that Nade Shot hit him up for that position, and in the message he said, "Yo, I've seen the Halo montages that you edited. I think you have a lot of potential, like, and we really want to bring you on." And now Logan, you know, Snipetality, he made it big time. You know, he's like a major part of 100 Thieves. He's putting together all this content for them, and it's so cool to see, man, how people start with Halo and then, you know, it just opens up so many opportunities for them.
In so many different ways, yeah.
That's the thing. It's like if you're watching, you like are into montages or want them to come back, like I feel like pick up the editing software if you ever want to like make your own montage, see what it's like.
Yeah, well, Hastings, one of the better editors, he's working for 343 and making like didn't he edit those like?
He made the best montage in my opinion.
Yeah.
The GOAT.
Frosty's
tournament only clips, chronological order. 18-minute fucking montage of land clips only is a masterpiece in my opinion.
Yeah, Riley, an insane editor, and now he's making what are those things called? Why can it not come to my head? Like the little documentaries.
Oh,
well, I mean they're called documentaries.
Unlocked. That's what it's called.
Yeah, he works on
the
those.
Unlocked series. And then I think he also has been editing like the top 10 clips that people submit and stuff like that. Yeah.
Dude, if you watch those top 10 videos all the way to the end, the last 2 to 3 minutes
It's
is
a
a montage
yes.
that Hastings puts together.
Yeah.
So it's
sick.
just so cool, man, to see that, you know, it still lives on. You know, it doesn't have as big of a scene as it did back in the day, but and like you said, being able to have a full montage with like tournament gameplay, like that's something that we could never really imagine in the past outside of just like highlights.
So this game, 3-3 tied up, bittersweet. I mean, they
seconds.
Give the hill. We're gonna go extra time. Space Station versus Bittersweet.
This is game 1 too, right?
Yeah.
This Bittersweet team, like, just randomly clicked and hit like a different level recently. I feel like they've been looking very good online.
I think they're very hot and cold.
Yeah. It's like high ceiling, low floor kind of situation.
On paper, there's such a stacked team. You know, if they can just bring together their chemistry and their timing with their pushes, like I feel like they could probably beat any team here. You know.
I feel like that's kind of the case for Halo Infinite in general, don't you? Like, it just feels like all the teams are so good right now. Like, on any given series, somebody could just catch fire and
absolutely
run away with it.
I think that this third year of Halo Infinite has shown us like the closest matches that we've ever seen. You know, for year 1 and year 2, there was a lot of snowbally matches, and you kind of just knew what to expect. But yeah, year 3 has just been neck and neck for a lot of teams, and we're seeing upsets that we didn't think we would see, and new teams making it to the top. So
I'm curious, since you've been watching, like I said, every single tournament. It seems like you've watched all the matches. Do you have a favorite for this weekend that you think should take it?
Honestly, it's so hard for me to pick like a single team for this weekend because.
Who do you want to win?
Who do I want to win? I would say I would really like to see Optic get back on top, just because they've been through a lot ever since that big team change with APG, and they show a lot of promise. But it's just so hard to count any team out. Like Faze, this is their event. They have home crowd advantage here, and they just dominated at London. So even SSG and a team like Shopify Rebellion's like a big dark horse. Like they have enough potential to win an event. They just have to really put the pieces together and show up at the right time. So
yeah, we haven't even seen like Sentinels on main stage. Pure almost just beat Optic. Like I don't think competitive Halo has ever been this competitive before in the top. Like it's just like, well, I want to say that, but like we need to see more teams win.
Right.
But like it does feel like any team can beat any team.
Yeah.
But it doesn't necessarily feel like any team can win right now. It always feels like the big three can win.
It feels like almost every series is a coin toss. So like goes to game 5, but then like some teams are just better closers than other teams, and like they show up to the moment more frequently than the lower seeded teams. You know what I mean? So, we've only seen 3 different teams win tournaments.
Right.
But like, is there a 4th or 5th? Like, it feels like there's 3 or 4 more teams that could win a tournament if they just put it all together in the one weekend. But are the other 3 just such strong closers that it's just not going to happen? I don't know. It's
tough.
It's something I wrestle with in my head. It's like, dude, they can win. They could beat anybody, but like, can they do it on Sunday? That's the difference.
Yep.
Another thing that's tough, right? The shirt that you're wearing, anime, very tough. I know that Mr. Eli, the ninja's a big fan of anime. He watches a lot. But I wanted to ask you, Eli X, top 5 anime of all time for you.
Top 5 for me?
I know One Piece is on there.
Yeah, One Piece is my number 1.
I just got caught up on One Piece.
I love One Piece. I can't. I really can't put anything above that. But Naruto is definitely like.
You're like pulling out the big 3. You're like, we're talking about the big 3 in Halo. You're like, I'm just a fan of the big 3.
Another one that's up there for me is probably Hunter x Hunter. Top 3. It's one of my favorites ever. And then from there, it gets kind of dicey. Attack on Titan. It's like absolutely one of the craziest anime I've ever watched. It's like trauma every episode. But, another one that's up there for me is an anime called Haikyuu. It's actually about volleyball.
Interesting.
Yes, sir. You know what's up, dude. I haven't seen the movie yet, but
you did that to me earlier.
Yeah, I think if I had to round out a top 5, I think that's what it'd be.
Did you see the movie or not?
I didn't see the newest movie.
I haven't seen the newest movie either, dude. I wanted to go to the theaters to go see it. And I was like, I just got done with a job, and I was like, dude, I'm sweaty. Like, I don't want to go to the theaters. And then they took it out the next day.
That actually is very similar to what happened to me.
Dude,
I had plans to go see it, and then
mad.
I was like, it didn't work out. I couldn't make it there that day, and then I checked the listings the next day, and it was completely gone from every theater. So in like 5 months, it'll be on Crunchyroll, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's like it's a little unfortunate, but I got my aunt into that show because she's like my cousins are super into volleyball. And I was watching it at my house, and my aunt was like, "Oh, what is this?" So we started watching it. And then I almost got her caught up in time to like go to the movies.
That would have been awesome.
She's not there in time, but we got a bracket about what's going to happen in the open bracket. Let's take a look over here. So right now we're waiting for Native Gaming and Mind Freak to get set up. Hopefully they hold that Scion versus Alpha. But just taking a look at both of these, like, do you have any initial thoughts, Eli, on where you think these teams are? I'm sorry, Eli of the X.
Eli X, okay. I mean, Mind Freak is the Australian team, right?
Yes,
okay,
the
so
Aussies.
I think that's like a wild card matchup because obviously Native Gaming is insanely talented, but sometimes they don't show up to their full potential in some series. So I think that if Native really shows up the way that they can play their game, I think they're going to take that. But I could easily see that one going to a Game 5. And then on the other side of the bracket, Scion is the squad that has stuck together for a long time, right?
Zuzi, Yuzi, Tai, and Dark Matter.
And then Alpha Esports is the LatAm team, if I'm not mistaken.
Which is with Leor in place of Tapping.
Oh, man. Do they have Acid on that team, too? Okay.
And Drift.
Okay, so, all respect to Scion, but I think I'm leaning towards Alpha in the bottom half of the bracket, maybe with a 3-1 win, and then I think in the top half I'm going to say Native Gaming takes Game 5.
Wow. Yeah, I could see that. I think you're right. Like, Mind Freak they have a disadvantage in the fact that they haven't been able to practice really. Just living in Australia, it's like impossible. But they also have an advantage in the sense that like Native doesn't really know what they're walking into, right? Like they could be playing the game totally differently. Plus, like there's kind of an element about playing against a high-level mouse and keyboard player that is like kind of hard to adjust to. Like I don't know if you've ever matched against like Wootum in matchmaking or one of these high-level MK players, but they're just different to fight against. Like they can output damage in spots that like you can't as a controller player. They're going to do really tricky stuff with grenades and grapples and repulse. Like, you know, is Native prepared for that kind of matchup on LAN? I don't know if they are. So very well could go either way.
Scoobmeister, man. You know, you can't count him out. And then what is the name of the other? It's like Reese or
Rice.
Rice.
Dude, Rice
yeah.
is crazy.
Is he on Mind Freak as well, or what?
Yeah, he's on Mind Freak as
So
well.
they have two insane mouse and key players. So like you said, that's like a big X factor in the series because like if they get a sniper or a repulse or something where they can use their like the advantages that mouse and key has like to the fullest, then obviously they could make a huge upset, you know, and surprise a lot of people.
I want to become a montage kid. I want to start hitting my Killionaires, my Kilimanjaros. What can I do to hit those? And we'll get your answer right after this match. Because this is our open bracket coverage. Stay along for the ride with this Eli X. If you see something you want to talk about, just jump in. You can interrupt us, whatever it is. But we have Native Gaming going up against our what was it? Native Gaming against Mind Freak right here. I'll go figure out who the people are, Eli, while you take it away for a second.
All right, so this is Eli X Eli casting, at least for now. You're allowed to leave. We're not holding you hostage. If you have something to do. What a guy. Had to double check with the lady to make sure she's all right. I respect that. What a gentleman.
Yes, sir. Can't leave her hanging. You know?
Yeah. And, let's get into this, man. So I know this is hard to cast probably because it's just HCS and some numbers. I'm assuming that Cobra team is Mind Freak. Or no?
I got you right here.
Okay.
387 is going to be APG. 386 is Barcode. 385 is Tapping. And 384 is Gilkey. That's going to be your red, a.k.a. Eagle squad, is going to be Native Gaming. And then Mind Freak is going to be 390 is Rice. 391 is Sways. 389 is Plasma. And 388 is Scoobmeister.
Okay. All right. So far, not really any significant edge here. I'm curious, I feel like you haven't played ranked recently. When was the last time you were like grinding ranked?
The last time I was grinding it consistently, it was probably a few months ago, but every once in a while, you know, I'll do like, for instance, Tony and I do like charity streams sometimes, and we'll play ranked for, 6+ hours during those. And I think the current meta is actually really good for this game. All the changes in the sandbox and just the new maps, or not new maps, but just like the slight changes on the layouts of like certain objectives and stuff like that. I think it's all for the better, honestly, in terms of the competition. And I think circling back to what we said before, it's kind of a reason why all the teams are so neck and neck now, because there's not as many things that are making it like a landslide or like a big snowbally game outside of, Strongholds, for example. You get a triple cap with Slays. There's not much you can do about that unless you get a 4 dead and then really reestablish control from there.
If you're in this game mode, what's your comfort Stronghold combination? Do you like to go for the classic AB, watch the crosses? Are you malleable? Are you okay with any configuration? How do you feel about it?
So I'm pretty okay with any configuration, but I definitely prefer the AB just because when you have the cross set up from gold watching the A cross and vice versa, A watching your gold cross, like there's only a couple routes you can hit without getting immediately having damage put down on you. So I think that bottom mid is like a place that people have to utilize a lot to try to take like quick angles where you don't get spotted out as easy. But I would say AB is my preference.
Yeah, Tools and I talk a lot about this game type because it's one of the more interesting ones. The meta has changed a lot over time, a lot of the pro teams actually prefer an AC hold, and they let the other team spawn in gold. They do a similar strategy in King of the Hill when the hill's bottom center. Just let the other team spawn in gold and have both A and C controlled. So it's really curious to see. I think that to be an optimal team, you should have a game plan for every single configuration and just kind of flow like water, path of least resistance type strategy.
Yeah.
And then if you can get that trip cap in order, you kind of want to force the spawns to long haul. We saw Quadrant get very good at that.
Exactly.
And they were one of the best strongholds teams to ever do it. So I don't know. It's really fun to watch this. I think that natives should, in theory, have the upper hand because of just having more practice and being able to practice all those different configurations.
Yeah, it makes sense with the with what you said about the AAC setup, because now that, thinking about it now, being trapped in gold, spawning there is probably the worst spot to spawn on the map, because you only have 3 routes that you can go out, and every single one is going to leave you instantly exposed, where at an angle where people are probably already going to be aiming at. So.
Yeah, what's so interesting to me about this map is it feels the most balanced for strongholds, because you could make that same argument about anything. If they've got BC and you're spawning an elevator only, where you've got Catwalk, you've got Mangler Door, and you've got Whirlpool to try to leave, and you can watch all of that as well. So it's just to be very successful and consistent at this game mode, I think you've just got to be so adaptable on the fly.
Absolutely.
That's why gold's like, the reason why is like you have that same problem, but there's no hill for you to hide in. So so you get put into the capture. It's like B is very exposed. You hop into it, so you're just gonna get melted. So.
True.
Absolutely, yeah.
I always like the concept of leaving B open. I say B stands for bait. And Callus drilled that into my head. He says, hey, B is for bait. You let people get into it, and once they're there, it's like the trap's been set.
Yeah. They're so exposed out there.
Yeah. So far, the slays are really even here. Doesn't look like anybody's doing anything too crazy on the map, but it's native with a significant lead, so maybe just having the more impactful kills. Not all kills are equal in this game, that's for sure. And if you can get several kills at the right time, can lead to a lot of time. As we see here, we got Gilkey dropping in. That trade is massive.
I can't believe he got the trade dropped in the front of the guy.
Got the reset off that too.
Yeah, the reset comes in, that's it just buys native just a little bit more time. But Sway's having this shock rifle is going to be the big deal, right? So normally you're going to see your sniper be like a Rice or a Scoobmeister, but mouse and keyboard a little bit harder to use that shock rifle. It turns into Sway's. He's usually that primary sniper for the team when the shock rifle is in question.
Perfect play.
Look, 4 down. This is dangerous. I'd like to see him start working on that trip, right?
Oh my God.
The shot was insane.
He's going to hit it again. Oh my God.
This is the Sway's takeover. He just absolutely put them in the dirt, and guess what? It's a trip cap, and they're spawning long haul. We just talked about this being the kiss of death for a team. Almost hits that one as well, but that's the best shock rifle performance we've seen so far today.
And this is stuff we normally just would not see, right? Open bracket coverage here today at HCS Atlanta. I've been loving every moment of it. And so far, Native Gaming it's just been disastrous for them. They finally are able to stabilize an A-B control. But already Mind Freak putting pressure in on B once again. These guys are attack dogs at the moment.
Scoob was just up here talking about, we asked him, okay, do you guys think about, because we're M&K, we should get more repulses? What's the thought process? Are you guys, allocating resources to certain inputs? He said, well, Sway's is just a beast with the shock rifle, and if it's a map like Livefire, we just let Sway's snipe, even though he's not on M&K. But on maps like Argyle, Forbidden, then Scoobmeister gets the snipe. It's just, it's so interesting to see, but we're seeing put on display why he said that. The problem is Native Gaming back in control already. New camos up as well. They look best poised to get it. But if Rice can flip B, this would be massive.
Oh my God!
That's lit.
Did you see that? He just... I thought he just messed up his aim for a second, but no, it was a 90 degrees wipe to just obliterate that player at window.
As a controller player, that can be intimidating too. You're like, all right, this guy's not looking. I can get shots up on him, and then they're instantly looking right at you.
It feels like they're cheating almost. This guy
they locked right onto you.
Yeah. These guys are just so talented with the mouse and keyboard. Man, they looked good to get some time, but it just feels like Native have been able to shut them down each of these moments that they get. Like, Native is getting outslayed. You see this, right? There's 3 members that are negative. All 4 members of Native are negative, but they have the lead by 40, and they've got a trip cap.
Yep. Seems like they're just been a little bit more effective on their kills. Like, the amount of times that we've seen them been able to translate 1 to 2 kills into their control has been pretty enormous for them.
Yeah, their efficiency is through the roof right now. You know, they may be getting outslayed a little bit, but they're getting the important kills at the right times, and they're capitalizing on it instantly.
Well, guess what? This guy's got the shock again.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Sway's triple kill!
That was unbelievable. Why are we looking at the series layout? Please. Okay. This guy, okay, they're back in. They got B and C. A is flipping. Trip cap again, but they need to get more out of it. You saw how quickly Native played out of this last time. If Sways can land a headshot or 2, they could, in theory, ride this to a victory.
Dude, this might be the best individual shock rifle performance we see in Halo Infinite, period. Like, he's gotten at least like half value, like half full value out of each shock rifle he's picked up.
21 kills for him as well.
I love that insta-splode right there too, just kind of zone denial, like you shall not pass. I know that you want to get into either A or B. I'm going to completely lock down this side. That forces them to then move across on the other side of the map. Camel's up, tries to get a little bit tricky with the grapple. It's not going to pan out, but they do get away with the camo. Rice has it now, but they need to shut down A. They don't want to flip it, or they might just opt to go for C instead. That looks like the play call here.
I think you got to be patient here. You can't get too caught up in trying to find these slays. There's 3 players around him, and just no kill to come from that camouflage.
I don't think anybody's on the other side of the map to cap A either. Oh, yes, they are.
Who is
Scoopmeister.
Scoopmeister. No! Gets traded out. There's only 10 seconds for them to get into a hill.
This is the last push. It's got to be successful. They got to quickly get in as well. 3 dead for Native, though.
No one on Native is anywhere near that B hill, so while A is getting captured, they're going to try to make their way towards B, but this is enough time for Mindfreak to set up a defensive perimeter.
Oh, my God. This is Native's last push down. They're 3 dead again.
They're 3 down. They're going to do it. The boys, the Aussies. They're getting it done. Somehow, some way.
Oh, my God.
What a comeback.
Sways with the shock rifle plays. He looking like Eli X out there. My God.
I might be trying to look like Sways with the shock after that performance I just saw, man.
That was insane.
That was unbelievable. They're going to get us replays as soon as possible. I'm excited for them because we saw maybe one of the best shock rifle performances, period.
Absolutely.
That was insane. Yeah. I mean, what are your takeaways from watching that?
So it just goes back to what you were talking about before, Tools, with the shock rifle. You know, even though there's mouse and keyboard players on the team, shock rifle no scopes are going to be better for controller players for the most part, just because of the 3-shot burst. And I think that it's good that they prioritize him having it because I mean he just put on a clinic.
He showed us exactly why. Like Scoob literally just told us to look out for that. Here's some stats, by the way. Looks like 3 members of Mindfreak over 6K damage. I think only 1 member of Native. This is
at first, right? It's all on the side of the
Native,
the boys in red, Native doing their thing, but eventually Rice is gonna, I mean not Rice, Swayze is gonna get that shock rifle, and my God, that might be one of the best performances we've ever seen. And we're all just like patiently waiting. This is when it started.
I think
right?
this is it. Yeah.
That was his first kill of the shock rifle. He finds the second one right away. Boom.
It's 4 dead in that
was
moment.
Off a perfect flank too when he had camo.
Yep. He stood in the hill, waited, and then the lineup right there, so clean. And he gets another one right after.
I can't believe this. Like he gets that one.
That's a really hard shot. I feel like I go for that frequently and almost never hit it.
Yeah, well, maybe that Native player like just doesn't expect to get hit there. Like you know, it's like usually you play like a little tighter to that wall on your way out.
Yep. And then, dude, this jumping headshot to kill the guy at bat ledge.
Behind it.
Somehow didn't snipe his teammate right there too. I feel like a lot of players would have literally just killed their teammate.
Yeah, the angles that he was taking with that shock are just impressive, man. Like it's like I said, it's a 3-shot burst every bullet, or every time you pull the trigger. So you have to hit all 3 if you want to get that headshot to actually kill them. And the fact that he's getting them through those tight angles like that is just insane.
Yeah, and it's a burst, but it's a burst not in the sense of like a battle rifle, but like the entire reticle is your reticle, right? So it's like those tight angles are especially hard.
Yeah. Have to have pinpoint accuracy. And that's going to...
Dude, look at this lineup that we have, though, right? We go into another sniper map on Solitude, and then we have a dual sniper map on Empyrean. Like, if I'm Mind Freak, I'm looking at this layout, and I'm like, okay, like, this is doable.
Yeah. I think I would have preferred maybe an Argyle or a Forbidden over Empyrean.
Oh, I think you for sure want an Argyle, right?
Yeah, just because I feel like Scoob, like most of the highlights I've seen from Scoob come on maps like Argyle. Like, he just pops off. I think Empyrean, it's going to be hard to beat APG. Doesn't matter what team he's on. That guy is insane at Empyrean CTF. One of the best players in the game, in my opinion, at that game type. And if you're Mind Freak, I think you do want to win the Solitude here, because the next 2 games are going to be a lot harder, and then maybe key in on that game 5 if necessary. But just looking at that game type list, this seems absolutely doable for Mind Freak.
Absolutely. I mean, 3 points lost in a stronghold. You know, they almost had that. So with Native Gaming locking in for Plaza, I haven't seen too much of their Plaza stats or like how they do on this map, but I feel like with Slayer, it's one of those things where you get a few kills at the right time, and then you can just snowball and kind of
this map especially, it feels very snowball-y right now, because the spawns are pretty predictable, right? Like, they either spawn blue, bottom snipe lift, tram. Like, those are the 3 primary spots, and as long as you take up enough map space and block, 2 out of 3, it's pretty clear where they're going to spawn.
Yeah.
So if you can get, some early momentum, I think just about any team here could beat just about any other team here on this game type.
You have so much influence over the spawns, like you said, and Plaza's not an insanely large map, so you can take up the space you need, and then you know exactly where they're going to be and play around that. And yeah, man, I could see Native Gaming bouncing back on this, but you got to keep in mind, Mind Freak has the momentum. They just came off a big win, and there is a shock rifle on this map too. So if that's in the hands of
what do you think of shock rifle over sniper on this map?
I missed the S7 on this map personally, but I do think it was probably a little bit easier to take over the game with the S7, so it kind of did enhance the snowball factor, because like the real difference is in body shots, right? You body shot someone with an S7, they're instantly 1 bullet, right? But you body shot somebody with a shock, they're still like half shields, which makes a massive difference in a lot of situations. So I think that because this map was already snowbally, that's a good change. The thing is, when they made that change, they also switched it to camo, right? So from overshield, I think it'd be interesting if it was still an overshield. I think that might make this map play a little bit different, because this is the map that camo is most powerful, in my opinion, just because it's so easy to maneuver. There's so many tricky jumps. You can literally go wherever you want. You can just stand top center and perch and get all the intel and feed it to your teammates. I don't know. It's a very good power up on this map. It'd be cool to see shock over shield.
Yeah, I agree with that. I have to ask, because we have this question about shock rifle versus sniper, for Mr. Eli. Sorry, Eli. I know you wanted to answer this one. Hypothetical situation. I got the person that you care about the most hanging from a cliff. I have the ability to help them by pushing a button, but I'll only do so if you get a kill-tacular. You have a sniper rifle to the right, a shock rifle to the left. Which pill are you taking?
Sniper rifle. No question, no hesitation.
This man plays on 10 sensitivity. Of course, like if the higher sense you play, the better the S7
So
is.
what if it's let's say it's a triple? Like does it change it at all, or is it still?
No, I'd still say sniper, man, just because so with the shock rifle, like with the headshots, sometimes it's a little inconsistent, it feels like, and sniper, like, it's such a small reticle in this game. If you hit the headshot, you know they're dead instantly.
So then we're gonna one-up it, right? Now it's the 2 most loved people and a dog. Doesn't have to be your most loved dog, it's any dog. You have to get a Killionaire, but you get to choose the parameters on how you do it. So you get to choose the game mode that you're in, you get to choose the map that you're on, and you choose what kind of weapon you want to run around with on that map. What's your and it could be any Halo. What's your combination? Like how do you get
any Halo.
Any
So
Halo.
that changes it entirely because I was thinking
where
Infinite
can you
only.
get? Where can you? How will you get the fastest nair to save the people that mean the most?
Halo 3 free-for-all snipes with a S7 and a beam rifle.
On which
what
map?
I'd say Guardian.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
had a
just
feeling.
because like if you can control either S2 or Camo Ledge on Guardian, you can see so many spawns, and in free for all, it's so chaotic. There's little to no spawn blocking.
Why'd they get rid of, like in Halo 3, they had the sniper and beam rifle whenever you played those sniper playlists.
Yeah.
Now they don't do that anymore. Well, there's no beam rifle in
Yeah,
Halo.
that's why.
But like in Halo 5, but in Halo 5 there was a beam rifle in Halo 5. It was only sniper, like when we had played.
Yeah, that's a good point. Halo
why?
5 snipes didn't have the beam in it, did it? I don't know, man. That's when I've been asked if there was one weapon that could come back to the Halo sandbox and Infinite, I always say the beam rifle, just because, you know, obviously like the Covenant carbine would be nice too, but the beam rifle, it's just such a unique weapon, and it's a sniper where if you time your shots, it doesn't overheat. So like you don't have to worry about like, oh, I'm 3 shots in, should I reload now or use the 4th one then reload? The beam rifle, if you pace your shots, you can hit a huge multi-kill without ever overheating.
But you could also, like, in a pinch, overheat on purpose for, like, the quick shots, like if you're one shot. So it allows, like, a little bit more creativity as well. Yeah, no, I missed the beam rifle.
Me too, man.
Hey, you would have loved Halo 5. We had 6 beam rifles in Halo 5, right?
Oh, the campaign variations.
Oh, dude, it was.
Wait, I didn't even know there were campaign variations.
They weren't called. They were rec systems. Well, we'll get back into it. But you got to remember that the Delta was just an absolute bulldozer to work with. But we're into game number 2. Remember, folks, Mind Freak going to be on your blue side. On the red, we're going to have Native Gaming. Momentarily, we'll have those names up for you as well. 1-0 in favor of Mind Freak, winning an incredible Strongholds game on Recharge. Now trying to continue that trend here on Solitude.
This is what we talked about, the potential for a runaway. Okay, it does get isolated out, or kills get traded out here at the very least, but Mind Freak with the early lead, they've got the shock as well. It's a big shutdown for Native to get that shock out of the hands of Mind Freak, because we saw what they could do with it in that last match.
Yeah, right. You almost get you get so nervous whenever you see that shock rifle in the hands of Mind Freak, I think, if you're a Native over here.
If you're picking exactly what parts of the map your team controls on this map, what do you want, Eli?
I think that it's important that you don't stay in the snipe area, because like when you give your team that bottom snipe lift or the spawn where you're at the top of the blue ramp there, I feel like that's where you're getting the most damage put on you almost immediately. And like for the snipe lift spawn, like if you don't show yourself somewhere else on the map soon enough, people are gonna know like they're trapped lift and they're gonna start spamming nades down there.
That's true. I'd say it's situational though. Like I think you can create an L shape with sniper as the crease of the L, so you're not like influencing spawns in the lifts.
Yeah.
And then you could also intentionally leave that area. If you're the only guy on your team that's at snipe, you can then just walk away from it, let them spawn snipe lift, and then bait them up the lift.
That makes sense.
What I love about this map in particular, though, is you can really make it like that L shape. You can just turn it whatever way
wherever you
need
want.
to. Like this map is so natural at building spawn traps, which is why you see it get out of control really, really fast, right? All the time. But so far, this is what's incredible to me, is how back and forth this match has been, right? We're so far into it. Usually you see a team take a pretty big lead on this map by getting control. That just hasn't happened. Mind Freak only up by 2, and it's been rapid fire succession kills. Like we are seeing a fast-paced game.
Who is missing the double jump, by the way, on Native? I feel like all these guys are jump masters. I'm shocked to see that.
They might need to book a Metafy lesson with you to practice on that one, man.
You can't be calling out barcode like that.
Was that barcode?
Oh, was it?
I'm sure that's Mr.
All right, I
Code.
take that back.
386 is barcode.
I can see why now he loves the classic Halos, and the advanced movement's just too much.
Isn't there some lore with Barcode where he was born on the day that Halo 1 came out or something like that?
It's the same month at least. I don't know if it's the same day, but he was born.
I feel like you can't claim that as your lore.
Well,
like a month is kind of extreme.
Yeah,
I mean,
I thought it was the day. So.
I don't know. I think it's close, but yeah, he was born very close to Halo 1 at the very least.
Well,
so
I'm surprised
it felt like he was
name
born
when Halo 1 came out. I think that's kind of a travesty.
He was born for it.
I was in the shock rifle bag. This time it's in Native's hands. Not seeing any of that same sort of explosiveness that we saw the round before, but I might just spoke too early.
Ooh.
It's a double kill in the feed that might just turn to more. The triple gets stolen away, but the shock rifle doing the damage necessary in this game thus far. Barcode making up for those missed jumps. It seems like the Australians just have a natural hankering to making big plays happen with this weapon in their hand.
And you can see they're creating the L shape that I talked about, right? They're extending from snipe to blue, but also out to posters. Limits the space that Mindfreak can play out of. I really like the way Mindfreak has chosen to play this, though, because they're going out on both the glass side and the flower side at the same time, which I think is necessary to get out of this trap. But it might not matter if Barco just walks them down with the shock rifle. Does finally get taken down, though, and still a 2-kill lead for Native.
Oh, the jiggle peaks.
Have you adapted that into your gameplay a bit?
Yeah, a little bit for sure. I think some pro players have talked about how online it's a little bit more influential, whereas on LAN it's like, you know, it still is impactful, but it's with less desync and stuff like that. You know, you're going to be able to connect your shots a bit easier. But yeah, I have caught myself. I was never a crouch strafer, and I was never a jiggle peeker.
Yeah.
I've, you know, caught myself doing a lot of both now.
We've
that I
had
play
to
with anyone.
adapt. Yeah,
Absolutely.
It was not part of my gameplay before either, but now it's like I can only get late jumped in matchmaking so many times before I have to start practicing late jumping. It's like, all right, buddy, let me just do it back to you this
It's
time.
so crazy how low people can still jump from.
It's like to their neck,
Yeah,
bro.
dude, I'm telling you, like, this person's like chest is down the ledge. I'm like, all right, I'm safe, and then they just jump back up. I'm like, what is going on?
Some people are really good at it. By the way, Mindfreak took the lead. Okay, it's tied again. And by the way, Eli, you can leave at any time if you have to go anywhere.
After this game, I'll go check in on
You
things.
can't see it. There is a gun pointed at him.
A water gun.
You shall stay here, sir. We've actually started handcuffing him. That's why we're off screen. He is now chained to the couch and stuck here. By the way, Mikowski, I'm sure you saw what happened with Mikowski. He pulled his back. That's why he's not here this weekend.
Man.
Yeah.
Living up to his name.
Yeah,
Old man.
the old man, dude.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, man. I've had some back issues over the years, so I feel for him. Hopefully he has a swift recovery.
Just comes with being tall. What are you, like 8 feet tall?
6'7".
6'7", close enough.
Close enough to 8, yeah.
Man, if Mindfreak win this is what I was talking about for like their path to victory in the series layout. They need to clutch up here. This is insane right now.
Well, these are usually like the games that usually go away to the other side, right? These close contested slayers is when like usually the team that has more experience comes out on top. But if Mindfreak can get past this, like, ooh, they got some real chances here. Trying to keep his shock rifle player alive. This is Sways trying to do his best. Sways gets the kill, and he stops the spree.
Oh my
of
god.
Barcode.
Amazing movement to survive right there.
And just trust in the teammate as well, right? Like,
yeah.
I feel like a lot of people over-challenge that spot when they could just try to buy time for their teammate to sort it out.
Absolutely. Like you always say, your teammates in matchmaking, they just hold forward and you know, they don't think about that kind of play, you know?
There's at the bottom of the map. There's someone underneath.
Someone sneaking through.
Scoob mice.
Wait, it looks like they're predicting this rotation. They seem very ready for it. The player in blue needs to stay alive. He can't.
Mindfreak trying to do the impossible.
This is what you feared, Eli. You said you don't want to get stuck here, and I agree with you. Yep. This is not where you want to be if it's the only space you have on the map. It works as a good fulcrum point, but not as your only position.
Yeah, and when your whole team is stuck down there.
Oh my god!
His face ripped off.
Didn't know they had shock.
That's one way you get out, right?
That's when you're in your death cam, you're like, they got shocked. It's like, what else is there to say? Oh my god, 48, 47.
This is Plasma that has a shock rifle.
Come on, man.
Oh my
god.
Oh,
He lives.
It's 1 HP.
They get another kill. It's 49, 49.
No, you can't peek out too far. Camo's back up.
Camo's bait.
He has one
No,
shock
they got
rifle
it. They
bullet.
got it. Drop this off to your camo player.
Oh, that. I don't know. I think he just holds it. I think he just holds it and hits it. I
Dude,
think
okay, he's going to let it. The camo's going.
Are all of Native trapped over here?
I can't believe
That
Native
glass.
is 4 stacking right here in this situation.
Wait, they could just bait the glass push.
I don't know. I would have gotten that shock rifle with camo. Like, he's going to, like, just get a free angle, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
they know the
my
camo.
God.
They know camo's lurking. This is insane. I feel like this is bait. They're watching this for sure, right? I knew they would bait glass. It's such an obvious entry point here. They're playing this so patient.
He's going to get him. He's going to get him. Oh, he saw him.
Oh, no. Missed the last shot. But he gets the kill anyways.
Wow.
Mindfreak got it. They're up 2-0.
Oh, my God.
What an insane match right there.
That was a must-win, too. Like,
Absolutely.
we looked at the series layout. There's no shock rifle or sniper on Streets, and I know we're honing in on this again. And we're talking about Native, who are all incredible with the snipers, but it feels like Mindfreak need to take advantage of these sniper maps.
Dude, this is a best of 5 that was specifically made for them to create this upset with how they're playing right now. Plasma dropping 4,100 in that game. Sway's having another fantastic game. You see him there at 4,600 damage for his team. I think, dude, after this, if they win, we got to talk to Sway's.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever talked to him. Yeah.
Unbelievable at the moment.
He's insane. The best 4 players in Australia.
All right, fellas, I'll be back potentially, but I'm gonna just go check in on things. Thank you guys so much for having me on.
Thank you for
Shout out
hanging
to
out with
everyone
us.
in the chat. You know, appreciate what you guys do, man. Keep it up.
Yes, sir. Eli_X on everything, right? On Twitch. Okay, Eli_X on Twitch. If you guys probably already all follow him, but he's gonna go check in on his lady. Strawberry is also here, also streaming.
I think we just saw. Pretty sure it's Plasma that just walked past us to go to the restroom.
Oh, really?
So we're gonna have to wait a second to get back into our next game. But Empyrean CTF will be the game type when we get there. Dude, this is the craziest series at the moment, by the way.
That was insane. By the way, chat, how are we feeling after that one? Somebody said Gunny's team is out. Is that right?
Yeah, I think they had a kind of a rough tournament this go around.
Who did they lose to in lower?
I don't know who they lost to in lowers. I wonder if someone can get that info for us.
Man. By 3 kills. Is that for me? Hold on, I'll be back to us. 1 second.
Cold boy. Covering up. That better be an LVT hoodie. Eli the Ninja getting off microphone to get a microphone. Did someone yelled at me or something? Sorry, folks. It's very chaotic out in the floor at the moment. We could maybe we could bounce around, see if there's anything. Is there anything going on the main stage or on the side stations that we could check out until we get back into our game? Take a cruise around what's happening over in the HCS. Chat, did anything exciting happen on the side stations? We are waiting to get back into game 3. Mindfreak versus Native. Native game down 0-2 after Mindfreak has had 2 incredible games. Shopify Rebellion's up 2-0. Shout out to Shopify Rebellion. Those guys are incredible. Guys, remember, this is also in the winner's bracket. So if Native does lose this, they don't go home. They'll have another shot in the lower side. But for Native, it's pretty important for them to get it done from the winner's side, because if they don't, they get put into Pool B, and Pool B is a death pool with pure ITB, which is Into the Breach, and yeah, that's kind of cool. And Optic in that pool. Here, we'll get you on cam. Can we get back to cam real fast? Let's show off this hoodie that you got. You have people buying hoodies for you?
Yeah, this is my friend H2 Exotica, Halo 2 montager herself, just brought this to me. It's a Halo 1 hoodie. Apparently these sold out like super fast, so they're not even available anymore. It's got like Halo 1.
Oh, that was here?
No, it's not here.
Okay.
She bought it. It was on a website that came out, but yeah, she told
show
me.
It off to the camera.
Oh yeah. Here we go. This is the back of it. Halo 1 Combat Evolved. It says November 15, 2001, the day it came out.
So now you know the day.
Well, we gotta ask Barcode what what his actual birthday is. But yeah, this is amazing. Shout out to H2 Exotica for the gifts.
You're like kind of cold, huh? Is that what's up?
Yeah.
Dude, this is a nice hoodie. It's like heavy.
Yeah, it'll definitely keep me warm. Going back to North Carolina where it actually gets cold instead of Texas.
Does it get cold in North Carolina?
Sometimes. At least a couple months of the year.
This is cool.
Yes, sir. Lots of cool merch here in the venue as well, guys.
Space Station especially has some cool stuff.
Yeah, Space Station's got like the grass touch. There's like a hoodie that looks like it's made out of grass. That says like touch grass on it.
Sentinels has they have their championship jackets, which I don't believe are available online, only here. You can get some cool, they have like, I think they're like some of the coolest looking jackets in esports. So.
Yeah. No, the merch is amazing across the board. Native has a booth here as well.
They have a really nice hat. I'm thinking about buying their hat.
I might buy the hat too. Dean's just an amazing dude, man.
Yeah.
He's like one of the most generous people in the scene. Shout out to Dean, overseeing Native Gaming. I feel like I owe him to at least buy a hat for everything that he's done for the community.
Complexity just walked by.
Yeah. They look, they're still smiling. That's good news.
Yeah, I think it was good that Ryan Noob got up and did his whole reverse sweep thing, because I was like, it would have been pretty bad news bears if they would have died. They would have not won that. But look like a happy bear, bro. He's a whole happy bear today.
Yeah, Ryan Noob has his daughter with him, who's probably what, 2 years old?
Yeah,
something like that. And she's just walking around, meeting everybody. Like, literally, as soon as their series was over, he's, like, carrying her up the stairs towards us. Like,
would not be surprised if after this event we see multiple pro players start to think about having children because of how happy those
dude, he
two
looks so happy with his daughter. And then
they just look like they're having a blast.
And his parents are here. They're wearing, Ryan Noob's mom and dad are here. They have matching jerseys that say Ryan Noob's dad and Ryan Noob's mom on the back.
Yeah, that's always fun, right?
Yeah, so
the Ryan Noob family is always out strong.
Yep. We love to see the supportive family members out here. There's a lot more people here than I think a lot of people expected. That whole the main stage is packed.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
And the main stage is packed.
It's insane.
I don't know if anyone's gonna find spots on Sunday.
I'm worried about it because all the people that are currently playing are gonna be wanting to watch it, right? So
yeah.
Where's everybody gonna sit?
I'll say it's going to be a tight squeeze on Sunday. It's going to get loud in here, too. That's the other thing.
They might have to convert, the feature stages into, a main
This will
stage.
be the overflow.
Yeah.
We'll be by. So, behind us to break the curtain, as it were, is the pool play stuff. So, we have, other seats to watch, pool play thing. Side stations, I should say. And then behind that is the open bracket.
Yep.
So I imagine whenever there's any overfill from the main stage, they'll come hang out over at the side stuff. But here we go. Game 3 on its way. The bathroom breaks are over. I'll say the bathroom breaks take a little bit longer for the open bracket people because they have to go all the way upstairs and to the left. It's a far trek. That's all we gotta say.
Yeah, they are on the way back. I'm curious who gets the sniper on this map because he didn't.
Yeah, I think it's got to be Scoob, right?
It feels like it's probably a Scoob
or Rice.
Yeah. Off the rip, we've got to push through long haul.
Good nade. That immediately took down the rocket player. It's still down, and we're gonna see a overshield onto the sniper player as well. This is an aggressive play from.
Is this actually Scoob? 388.
I'm double checking it right now. 388 is Scoob. Yeah, Scoob's gonna be the sniper player.
And he is all the way in their base, but he does not have much help. I think the one player that was with him has perished. Just going to try to back up. He is going to successfully get away, almost. But that sniper does land on his half of the map, which is good news. They should be able to retrieve that.
Always feels bad when you start going into that reversal situation. It's like, okay, because remember, he backtracked all the way from basically the doorway into flag to his own training,
right.
Just backing up.
Looks like Sways is going to be the one that picks it up for now, though. Still got 2 bullets. Oh,
I thought that was a shotgun to the sniper from the other side.
I don't think there's much sniper ammo left on either side. The shotgun might be consequential, though. But so far, Mindfreak keeping it even in Slays. They're actually winning in Slays by 2 right now.
Oh, my. What a laser of this BR. The BR is so powerful on this map.
Yeah, at that range especially. The movement from Plasma, too hard for that player on Native to hit him.
He's doing his best to hold these off. Oh, great work from him to be far enough not to get smacked right away, but then get that 2-shot beat down in.
Huge trade. It feels like the Aussies favor the battle rifle quite a bit.
I think you should. I think it's actually one of the downfalls of pro players is that they do not pick up that battle rifle. Dude, is this game? Okay, I felt like APG just couldn't get the shot to go out.
Dude, they're already up 1-0. They're looking to 3-0 Native if they can hold this lead, but they did expend a lot of resources for this. What? 3 go dead?
Yeah, I mean, APG was just out of ammo. There was nothing he could do there. And, well, Native, they're going to have to try to figure it off their respawn, but this has been impressive work from Mindfreak. The one thing we're noticing from them, no fear on the attack. It feels like they're constantly getting into the front lines.
And then right there, they expended a lot of resources to cap that flag, but then immediately get 3 dead on Native, who were looking to pounce on kind of like a weakened Mindfreak. So as soon as they cap, they're able to play defense. This next set of rockets and overshield are going to be very important. 3 dead for Mindfreak means that Native should have both pretty handily. They get the 4th dead. This looks like an almost guaranteed flag cap. They're going to force the spawn courtyard, and they've got all the tools to stop them from overextending.
It's almost so awkward for APG because he's like, I want to do more of this overshield, but my job is literally just to stand here and let these guys get to me. He just takes a bunch of damage, but that's going to be enough to let this flag go back home. We're tied up 1 apiece, and that was almost textbook from Native Gaming.
APG just acting as a brick wall to stop all the players of Mindfreak from getting through on that training side. 2 go down, though, and next set of snipers are up. Have to imagine if Mindfreak want their next opening could be on the backs of some good sniper plays. APG, knowing how powerful this shotgun is in this sword side of the map, going to just try to be the brick wall on this side now.
Oh, checking the corners.
Oh.
That ghost shove is crazy, but eventually finds him. APG is going to be able to get in. Now, are they aware of this first BR spawn? Yes. But those nades do a great job of slowing them down for now. APG is going to try to travel up to finish off those kills. No flagpole yet. Native Gaming, they're swarming into the base, but no objective work as of yet.
You have to think that maybe if APG just trusted that his team would have finished the job on this side.
This flag could be on like almost home by now.
He could have just started to run it, but maybe didn't think they had enough resources to win that fight and thought his presence was necessary.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a player behind him. Maybe that was supposed to follow up, and he was like supposed to be the overslay, but that might feels like a mistake at this point in time.
It does feel like there's something a little bit off about Native in this series so far.
Yeah, he clipped him.
Maybe not trusting each other.
Gilgian take over the sniper responsibilities for Native, one of the better snipers in the game.
That was so close.
I think Gilgi's like one of the most underrated snipers in the game. People really don't talk about his ability with these precision weapons, but one of the better players with them.
I wholeheartedly agree. He's insane. I've seen him hit some of the most ridiculous snipes in the game, but just not able to find the magic right here. So like I said, something a little bit off.
Well, look at this run. They're going right through the sword side. That thing went right into the plat. We're going to try to force Native Gaming on the high side. Here we go. Scoobmeister getting into the front lines. The one-on-one fight. He backs him down for now, but Rockets will have been won for Mindfreak. That flag will go home, but they're just going to go right back up to the box and bat again.
So smart the way Scoob played that, right? He's just trying to open space in front of the Rockets so that he can grab them for himself. But had he missed a single shot in that engagement, that player would have probably continued moving forward. Instead, he's forced back, earns the rocket, but unfortunately, neither rocket really connects with any meaningful damage, and Native see an opening to push through.
This is what we wanted to see before, getting this flag out. It's already to the half line. A fast flag run from the side of Native Gaming. I don't think anyone on Mindfreak is going to be able to catch up with that blazing speed.
At this point, they have to decide, you know what, they got that one. Let's just clear our side and prevent it from becoming a double cap situation. I like that call. Also, new snipers are up. They want to guarantee that they can at least get their own sniper, maybe both, if they can get a couple slays in the next rotation here. Look at this, pre-nading the snipe. Teammate runs in front of it. Team bounces the grenade off a teammate. A little bit unfortunate there. Not like that grenade would have done any damage to any member of Native, but now it is APG with the next sniper. Says that he wants to take the game into his hands.
Well, Rice and Scoobmeister and Mouse and Keyboard do it with only 2 alive, and they're stuck at cuts. We're seeing overbearing pressure from players getting up on the map right now. Native Gaming have Mindfreak on their back foot. And this could be the last flag that goes their way. It's 3 that go down for Mindfreak. It's going to be up to the shots of APG to help this flag go back home. The spawners are coming up, and they will be knocked down. APG hitting shot after shot. The flag just to the halfway line. Mindfreak desperately trying to stabilize. They need this kill.
They got 2 already, make it 3. Tapping still alive. But this flag looks like it could go home if not for some great grenades coming in from Native. No, what a huge stop from Mindfreak.
He's not done.
I have to feel like that was another mistake from Native, though, right? Did they not block the Mauler spawn?
I think maybe just inefficient flag running is really what it comes down to. I think they thought they were going to be fast enough. They missed the slide. Whatever it is, Mindfreak isn't wasting any time, taking advantage. Sways gets the double kill, and there we are in the base. They waste no time getting the flag out. Native Gaming all spawning towards that tower in Snipe's side. Overshield and rockets up as well. Everything is going wrong for Native Gaming. Mindfreak so close to getting this back. It's going to come down to the one-on-one, winning the fight. But is that flag going to get returned in time? Yes, it is. Big return from Native. That keeps them in the lead.
Yeah, but at the same time, Mindfreak still applying pressure to Native, trying to prevent them from getting out of their base. Looks like Gilkey got through on long haul side, but he gets taken down. This overshield no longer of consequence. Not sure what happened to the rockets here. What? Did we see any rockets in the kill feed? I don't think so. Maybe they got burned out quickly, but more dead for Native. With only 4 minutes left on the clock, though, Mindfreak got to start being aggressive.
We'll see another set of snipers at 3 minutes, and then a rocket at 1 minute, right? So.
No.
Oh, wait, what is it?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. So you got one more round of power weapons for both of them if you're Mindfreak.
Got to get the most out of them, I would think. This is a part where, 3:20 on the clock with snipers up at the 3 minute mark. You don't really want to start a half-assed flag run because if it fails, you might just give up both snipers in the process and create the opportunity for a double cap or a counter cap. But look at this. They get the flag all the way through long.
He is trucking. Oh, wow, what an angle. Gets the killing
pickup.
spree.
And Gilkey's just trying to pick up the pieces over here in long haul side. But that flag's all the way through. New snipers are up, and all of a sudden, it doesn't matter if Native get their own sniper.
Oh, you said don't half-ass it. They didn't half-ass
it. They did not. They just went all the way through. That was brilliant.
This is incredible work from Mindfreak. Every game has been incredibly close thus far. A Strongholds that came down to just one final play. A Slayer that only 1 kill differentiated.
Oh.
And now in the final couple minutes of the game with snipers on the map, it's going to be Native versus Mindfreak with the winner's bracket and pool play implications on the line. Native Gaming are trying to do their best to get it home. 4 go down. Native Gaming doing their victory lap. They get to play another game.
Wow. Huge plays and resilience out of Native. From that kind of sneaky flag run, it didn't look like it should have been possible, but they just ice up and close it out. They're going to bring it to a 2-1 series. Streets Ball coming up next. And
no more snipers.
No more snipers this time. We do have a stalker, but I tell you what, if somebody like Tapping Buttons picks it up, they got to watch out.
Go through these stat sheets, and we see once again it's been a big game for Sways in this series. 5,300 damage, leading the slaying column for his team. But Tapping Buttons going neck to neck with him with 5,300 damage of his own. Man, I didn't think Sways is having a hell of a performance. If they're going to finish this series, he's going to need another pop-off game.
I think you're right. I mean, we did see the series layout. What was it, Recharge Game 5, if we get there?
Recharge Game 5, the game that started this all was Recharge Strongholds.
Right.
At least you've guaranteed that for yourself if you're Mindfreak, but obviously you gotta treat every game like it's its own series.
Street's gonna be a difficult one, I think, for Mindfreak. This game definitely provide some momentum on the side of Native. They got to start feeling a little bit better. But man, can you imagine the Australian team beating Barcode, the expatriate of his country, you know?
You're trying to say like expat?
Yeah, I mean, basically, right?
Does expat mean expatriate?
Yeah, that's what it stands for.
Does it? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's like leaving your country, basically.
Would you consider Barcode an expat?
I mean, in a way, yeah. In the Halo terms, yeah.
Don't you have to don't you have to? I guess you have to like declaim your country. Well, she has done in Halo. He's not an Australian.
Yeah, he's playing for NA now.
Yeah.
He's a Halo
the expat, bro.
Expat, yep. And they're still holding strong for Australia. So, not that they dislike a Barcode. They certainly root him on as a member of their country. I feel like they're very proud of Barcode and what he's been able to achieve. But at the same time, they would probably love to beat him. Looks like another bug here with the score.
Yeah, I wonder what's been causing that.
It feels like ever since they added the ability to like manually change the score.
Well, I mean that's like what causes it.
From game type to game type.
So what makes it so that like, because they didn't change any score lines and like why
for some reason when it's going from a three flag CTF, the score is like following the game type into the next one, because when it was a Slayer afterwards, it was first to 3. And now it was first to 3 seconds in Oddball.
I'm trying to remember if the game type that we played before the Slayer was.
I think it was a 3 flag CTF.
Was 3? Okay.
I could be wrong. I don't know. That's my theory. This game is interesting with some of the carryover in the custom games. You change one setting and it changes all the settings for all the game types.
See, I see my Vegas boys over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering how his bracket went.
Do they look sad or? You gotta read the.
He's always happy.
Okay.
You say you gotta read the room.
Read the body language.
Read the atmosphere. All right, read his body language. The guy he's got the denim jacket and the hat on. Long hair. What do you think? You think it went well?
I don't know. He's got a crazy mustache though.
I'll say last time I saw him, he did not have that mustache.
I'm jealous, man.
It's
a good mustache. Which one is that?
Yeah, his name's Lynx.
Lynx? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was supposed to team with Cardboard.
Yeah, Cardboard's a good player.
Yeah, he couldn't make it, though.
Well, here we are back into the streets. Oddball going to be the game type. The tournament for Native could be drastically different if they drop this game.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people said Native should make it out, but the question mark was, will it be in winners or losers? I think that at this point, nothing's guaranteed, right? I mean, there's so many killers and losers as well. Mind Freak showing that they are a problem indeed to get past as well. Score has been fixed into the reset. We'll have to see if one of these teams can get an early hold. It looks like Native going to have the early kills. They've got the shotgun, they've got the stalker, and they've got the oddball. This does not look great for an opening for Mind Freak.
No, but oddball always obviously going to be a long game type. Not only first to 100, that's only going to get you 1 round. Also have to win 2 out of 3 rounds. Oddball by far the longest game type in the HCS.
It has the potential to go 25 minutes, basically.
Yeah.
So,
and even the shortest games are longer than like the longest Slayer or the longest, like maybe like a Strongholds game as well.
Would you like to see maybe the score to win reduced per round?
I wouldn't matchmaking.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in competition.
Yeah.
But I would like to see it to. I think you can maybe keep it at 100 and reduce the neutral time to 3 minutes.
That would lead to a lot more timeouts. I think it would change the strategy,
fine.
yeah.
Or like you make it like 50 with 3 minutes. I don't know.
Well, in social modes, oddball is 80 seconds. I think even that would make a decent change. Maybe 80 seconds and reduce the neutral time.
Either way, I mean, we see Native Game reduce the competition to dust at the moment. They are just running on this map right now. They've had no opposition.
It's kind of what we predicted, though, right? This felt like almost an assured victory, I thought, for Native. it just favors a team that has practiced this for years. All these guys have gotten so good at this map. They know exactly how to hold. They know exactly how to push. Whereas on the side of Mindfreak, we heard from Scoob himself, they haven't really been able to practice for 2 months. Got to the States last week to start really getting some real reps in and becoming a team again.
I got an extra room in my house. If any of them ever want to come by, we'll all find separate houses all across the nation. We'll get them situated over here.
That'd be that would be awesome. We'll just turn them into an NA team.
That's the problem. Then they won't be able to compete under the AU banner, and then it's like, it's kind of unfortunate.
I don't know. They look like they could keep up, though. They're looking very strong today.
And so far, able to get at least claw back some of this time, but Native Gaming, it feels like they haven't really felt resistance on their pushes, and I'm not sure what's leading to this sort of inefficiency on being able to defend their positions for Mindfreak.
21 seconds, all that Mindfreak currently able to muster. Seems like it's been smooth sailing any time that Native have gotten control of the ball, facing very little opposition. We see the sticky repulse.
So that's always a fun thing to do, man.
Especially on the guy that jumps up, said, go back to where you came from. Get out of here.
Well, Native Gaming stuck inside the PD, but I don't think this is going to be a successful raid. They are able to put up the barriers, keep them away, and it will be the round 1 inside that PD from Native Gaming. Mindfreak not really having much success anywhere in that round.
That was all Native. I mean, that was one of the faster oddball rounds we've seen. Definitely the fastest one I think we've seen all day today. We were just talking about how this could be a long game type, and that was just a few minutes, I think.
Yeah, there really wasn't any inefficiency, I think, was the thing that struck me the most from Native. It was kill, pick up ball, or getting kills while they had the ball, which is always a tough task, you know. Always inherently down numbers whenever you pick up that ball.
You can kind of neutralize that problem by someone having a shotgun and getting a double kill, right? Then it's back to a level playing field. Then it becomes a 2v2. Oddball guy just holds it the whole time. Anytime that you personally can get a double kill while your teammate's holding the oddball is a massive win in oddball, just by virtue of...
Not every kill is created equal, right?
Exactly.
See the oddball picked up once again by Mindfreak. This time they got some great separation between the push of Native Gaming and their setup. The problem is that there's not much space on the map for Mindfreak to occupy.
They're going to have to make something happen quick here. There we go. That's a big shutdown.
It's always great when you go around a corner and the player just like does not expect you at all on when you're pushing.
Right.
You know you've done something good.
Looking the wrong direction. Weak. Has no escape options. Clearly caught him off guard. Scoobmeister with a nice little slide tech there. Look at all the members of Native back A 2 one-shots, but they fight their way out. Dude, the cleanup crew is here, though. Can Rice turn it into 3?
Crew of 1. It's just Rice.
Yeah.
He's in the 1v3, but he's about to turn this 1v3 into a 1v2, and
he did a good job to kind of slow down Native. They were not comfortable to grab the ball then, but they are now as 3 go dead, and this looks like it should almost certainly be at least 25 seconds for Native by the time Mindfreak can get back into the play.
Not quite able to finish that kill. Barcode's going to have to back down, and Mindfreak still has so much to travel before they can get to this ball. With camo up, you have to feel like this is a big one for them to try to get, but so often they're the ones seeing the respawn screen first, making it much easier for Native Gaming.
Scoob doesn't want to go for the camo, figures it must be bait. Looks like Plasma, last player alive. In the meantime, for Mindfreak, that camo will get picked up by Native. They will take it back to A, and they will continue to score. If you're Mindfreak, you got to figure out how to break this push. I think what Native have been doing so well, though, is they're mixing up the way they play this situation, right? They're not just always B-rail. They're not always sitting cafe. They're finding different routes to catch Mindfreak off guard in however they choose to push into the setup. Those mix-ups go a long way to just every time you stop the push, it's probably another 25 or 30 seconds.
Native Gaming, they just have not had to drop this ball whatsoever for the last 30, 40 seconds. They've just gotten a plethora of ball time, and Mind Freak, every time they're just dying on their push up. That needs to change. Barcode playing the corner. He goes down. 2 players for Native. Seeing the respawn screen, it finally seems as if Mind Freak has found their break, but they need to finish their food. Trapped in the back of PD. Plasma's doing his best. The fire alarms have gone off with how hot this game has been.
No.
I don't know. Are we supposed to do the fire emergency? I guess we'll have to see. If they stop this game, I'll get up and get off this set. But I think someone did pull the fire alarm.
Oh no.
Everyone's looking around. It's like, yo, did we not go to school? Like, you just gotta go to your exits, right?
Oh no.
Well, it looks like Native Gaming using the opportunity of the siren to get themselves into a game 4 victory. Just 3 more seconds of oddball time needed, but Mind Freak, maybe the noise and the lights are getting to Native Gaming.
This is throwing me back to MLG because this happened at like 2 different MLG tournaments where some jokester pulled the fire alarm. Yeah, it feels like we're gonna evacuate.
All right. Man, I just want to. It's like I want to throw it to the break, but at the same time, I want to see Native just win the game real fast, and then be like, all right, game 5 after the fire is taken out.
Right.
There we go. Game 5 will happen after the fire has been taken care of.
Yes.
We'll go to a quick break. Well, let's see. Can you see the lights on the cam? They're acting like there's no fire alarm going on.
I don't think they have any clue.
Well, the fire alarm did stop. Either way, we're going to go to a break. We're going to get confirmation if we need to get up. If we don't, we'll be right. Oh, no, we're going to keep going? Never mind. We're going to keep going. Oh, break. Okay, we're breaking. We're going to a break. We're going to figure out what the fire is going on. Peace. Eli took care of the fire. We're back. It was chaos.
Yeah, put on the firefighter suit, everything. Had the long hose out, just spraying it all down.
Yeah, it was crazy that the firefighters came by. They personally thanked you.
Yeah.
And then
the mayor actually just shook my hand and then left. Yeah, it's crazy.
And it was cool because no one else left the arena. They all just gathered behind you, and no one tried to help. They just said, Eli, Eli.
Yeah, it's just a normal Friday for me, honestly. But
yeah, but what's really funny about it, only like 10 people actually saw you do it, and then I saw everyone going congratulating Eli X about putting out the fire.
It's just never going to end, man.
Never going to end. We're waiting on Native and Mind Freak. They're having some issues on the setup. Fire just was a little bit too bright, a little too hot. But over on the side station, we have some other stuff going on. So we'll watch whatever gameplay is available. And when that game fight between Native Gaming and Mind Freak is ready, we'll take it. But we're just going to hang out with y'all for now. Like I said, thank you everyone for coming out, having fun with us. And looks like we got the same baseline EU. You see, they went up 2-0 against Complexity earlier today.
That was impressive. Complexity, shout out to them for.
And look, they're in the series too against Faze right now.
Yeah, they got a hill. They're looking pretty good on a second as well. And they're going against the defending LAN champions, a Faze that has not looked this strong all season. So, I mean, it just seems like the international talent is on the rise in every region. It's like everyone's getting so good, and this is a baseline team. They've consistently placed below Quadrant and ITB in Europe, but I feel like they've been getting closer and closer to beating them. They actually did beat ITB in one of the online cups recently as well, so they're getting better.
Wow, yeah, this team, I mean, it looks like they've gotten significantly better because usually people with the third EU team just write them off as that 3-0, maybe a 3-1, and then you get going. But right now they have been fierce competitors, and
they activated
tied
overtime.
This up. It's overtime. Next Hill wins. 3 players down for Faze. Frosty, the only one that can come off and do some damage as his teammates come on respawn, and Hill in the side of Ascend baseline at the moment.
This is extremely impressive. Can they hold off the pressure? I don't think Faze is expecting them to play with the level of confidence that they've been playing at. I don't think they're ready for this squad right now.
This has been just so impressive to see. Faze, though, finally get their break. They're going to find themselves in Hill and looking to find more space to work with. So far this game has really been led by Royal 2. I think he's one of the best recharge players in particular. There's something about this map that's just like so natural for him to find slays.
People don't give Royal 2 enough credit for his like general map positioning awareness. I think he could legit be the best in the game at it. He just always seems to be in the right place at the right time. Finds himself in the hill now, always able to find himself where his team needs him most. Right now he recognizes that is the hill. I feel like more often than not you're going to see him out and slaying on the map though. Here he's going to like to move into A. I think the game plan here for Faze is to start spawning Ascend baseline into gold. If they can get their opponent to spawn in gold by blocking the elevator and the C platform, this could make it a lot more difficult. Look how patiently Faze is playing this though. They only now are getting into the hill after they had significant map control.
Faze just moments away. They can get this last hold. They should come out on top. It's just Millsy that's really close enough to do anything. He goes down, and there's just no coordination, no ability to coordinate. Not really necessarily their fault or a bad play, just Faze overcoming at the end of the day. And it's so hard to put teams, especially the top 3 teams, out of a fight. You know, you did a great job to get yourself back into it, but finishing that fight is so tough.
It really looked like Faze kind of intentionally blended the spawns there as well, because Royal 2, after getting a kill, immediately pushes into A, doesn't see anybody, pushes out of A for a second, then comes back after that player had spawned there, and then kills the guy that spawned there, and then he backs back into white and then just gatekeeps them from getting out of A. He knows that if they start spawning A, their only way to shoot the hill player is to go to that Mangler door. He just gatekept them from getting to the door at all. So, I mean, just masterful gameplay at the end. We didn't get to see the beginning of that, though, to see how that Ascend baseline roster was able to keep things so close.
Yeah, it definitely felt like they were keeping up with the slays, right? I imagine that had to do a big part of it, but I think Ascent Baseline EU at least is taking a big step forward, right? They look just a little bit better this tournament.
They really do. Props to all the international talent. Seriously, we're about to watch more of it. As soon as the game gets sorted out, it sounds like there was some kind of tech issue for Mindfreak versus Native Gaming. We actually see Rice walking past us right now, so he must be on the way back to the setup.
Mindfreak is up here. So.
Okay.
I saw them. I saw Rice and Plasma and Scoob walk that way, but I only saw Rice come back. So.
They said there was some issue with not being able to see the team tags on the side of Native. So.
Yeah. So, Native, you go into settings, and then you go down to gameplay, and then you move it from gamer tag to player tag.
That's true.
That might help you. So I see Scoob and the coach are walking down over there. So it looks like they're getting back to their setups right now. Should be.
I have seen some weird LAN bugs, like UI bugs on LAN, like not being able to see the oddball icon. I think that happened when we scrimmed at LV2 Orlando. There was a series that just couldn't see where the oddball was.
Oh.
Remember? Were you there for that? I don't know if you're.
I think I vaguely remember something like that.
Neither team could see the oddball indicator, no matter which team was holding it.
Oh, it was like happened in game. That was there.
Yeah. So there's just
That's
weird
how oddball
LAN
should
bugs.
be played.
That would be really interesting, right? That would just become hide and seek.
Yeah, it's kind of hype though, right?
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
That used to happen when you had a camo.
Yeah, the indicator would disappear. That was a bug for a short while as well.
I definitely abused the hell out of that matchmaking.
I bet you did. It sounds like a snaky thing that you would do, Tools.
That's
I mean, that's one way to get out of gold, right, guys?
It's like, what's your win percentage at the end of the season?
I don't know. I don't look at that.
You don't look at it? It's like to me, it's like, man, how do I have like I usually hover around 65%. I'm like, how am I not like higher ranked than gold 3 at a 65% win percentage?
I don't know. I mean, the game just says, it just looks at your KD and it's like you don't belong to be, you don't deserve to be any higher.
I have a 1.08.
Maybe you're just playing against noobs. I don't know.
I have a 1. I don't know.
It should be higher if you expect to go higher.
Dude, have you seen that? I think it's like Halo query that has like the
expected CSR.
No, not the expected, but it has like the chart of like what type of player you are.
Yeah,
it's like Slayer, assist, objective. Mine goes like my Slayer is like normal, my assists are normal, and my objective goes out of the fucking ring. So maybe I'm a little bit too focused on the objective.
Yeah, I'll be honest. The MMR calculation doesn't care that much about objective. It cares a lot more about kills per minute and deaths per minute.
And that's a problem.
Yeah.
Tashi, where are you again? Bring it back on the couch. I'll give you my feedback. See the bracket over here. Native Gaming up to actually Native Gaming tied 2-2 with Mindfreak right now. We're still, I'm not sure if Scion and Alpha have started yet or not. But that's who we got on the winner's side right now. Obviously Mindfreak having a hell of a tournament. They beat Carolina, which was, my opinion, a favorite to get out of winner's side.
That's Envor Yaxon, right?
Yeah, Envor Yaxon's team. Scion, the other team that's like kind of surprising me. Like,
yeah, I did not expect. I mean, I love the guys on Scion. They're some of my favorite people. Shout out to Ty. I mean, the twins, Dark Matter. They're all phenomenal human beings, but they haven't been able to put it together. And I saw one of their tweets when we were waiting. While I was putting out the fire. I had a little bit of time to check my phone and look at Twitter.
It's like the hose was like, you just handle it with one hand.
Yeah, exactly. So I checked my Twitter with the other hand, and they said finally broke the top 24 curse. So they've been getting top 24 literally every event, and they've now
they're top 20?
I think so, technically, right?
Yeah, it's just like, I never hear about the teams that place top 20. It's like, I usually hear the top 24 tweet,
yeah,
and then you get like top 16 if you qualify for pools. But no one really tweets out when they get top 20.
Right.
It's like, I didn't qualify for pools.
Yeah, true. But technically, if whoever loses here, I think they automatically get planted in that lower bracket qualification match. So even if they lose that, they're still top 20.
Yeah.
But congrats to those guys. They're up against a very tough Alpha Esports on that side. I'm not sure. I believe that series might be going on right now. Hopefully we have an observer there if it is. Oh, okay. Alpha's up 2-0. Yeah, that's kind of
expected.
A little bit expected, yeah. Alpha's been on fire. I mean, Drift.
They don't have tapping anymore, though. So
they don't have
like
tapping. It's a big nerf. But at the same time, they replaced it with Leor, who was the previous best player on the second best Mexican team, in my opinion.
So now he's
just replaced tapping, and
I was gonna say it sounds horrible. So now he's the worst player on the best. I'm just kidding.
Right. I mean, I could see the.
I don't know where they all rank with each other. It's just funny to think about it that way. But he's very good. Leor is crap.
Yeah, he's only like 18 years old as well. He's very young.
Makes me feel. Okay, so my highest placing in a Halo competition, I got top 12.
Okay.
I beat Rorsch and Leor to get top 12.
So they must have been very young.
Very.
Yeah, that's what you were just thinking. Yeah, how long ago was that? Like 6 years ago?
28. No, it'd be like 2020 maybe.
So 4 years. So he would have been like 14. So we're getting word that the players are GAing the player tags. So neither side can see the player tags. So they decided that it's fair that they just play without seeing their teammates' tags. Which is like a small detail in a way, but at the same time, like if you're setting up a teamwork play with somebody to directly say, hey, Joey, or whatever their name is.
Yeah, I'm going like 5A1, 5A1. Take him down, take him down.
Or if you say, like, I'm with you, half your team doesn't, like,
yeah, it's going to be tough to be, like, you have to, like, memorize. Oh, wait, everyone's end number's different on the team, right? They should be, like, I would just memorize the one number. And it's like, you're 1, I'm 7, you're.
Yeah, like the last digit?
Yeah, you just memorize the last digit, right?
I guess.
Or maybe the last two, because, like, 91, 80, 88, 89.
It's such a big part of small talk to, like, talk directly to your teammate, though.
I'm behind you, 80. I'm behind you, 80.
Yeah. But, or they could just.
You just got to memorize them. I mean, I think it's like.
I think the coach has to step up in that case. Say, like, hey, you guys are we're pushing into yard together, or something. You know what I mean? Yeah. Something that kind of formulates in their mind what's happening from overhead perspective.
What was the best call that you made in-game as a coach?
I mean, I didn't really think about it like that, or like keep track. To be honest,
I just thought you like remember. You know,
I'm trying to remember. I definitely called I predicted a lot of rotations. I think that's what I was good at, was like predicting what the next play the other team was going to go for. Like they're going to hit nest in a few seconds, and then like I'm pretty accurate about that.
Right.
Like just helping our team just have a little bit of extra heads up to be more prepared for the next play. I thought that was what I was best at as a coach.
I was always like, you're so handsome. You do a good job. Great
yeah,
shot.
I mean, or just saying, nice shot. You know, just anything that hypes them. Like, that's the Royal One strategy for Faze, right? He just
I think that's why
hypes
we
them
lost
up.
Orlando, by the way.
What's
we
that?
went to game 3.
Yeah.
And no one was hyping each other up anymore.
Interesting. Yeah. No, it's a big deal.
That's why you don't have any thoughts on why we lost game 3 at Orlando.
Was it the Argyle game?
I honestly can't remember what game it was. I just remember game
I think
2,
we just
bro,
sucked.
we were like.
I think we just sucked, honestly.
Yeah. Some of us sucked.
It is what it is. Active had been playing Tarkov for the prior
you're gonna throw
2
Active
months.
Under the bus? Active on top 5?
He played great, but he was head casing the whole time.
He was head casing.
I gotta. I mean, and Tim admitted it
that.
himself. He said
can't head case on land.
Yeah, like I just need all my teammates to be locked in and focused. Don't head case and like just focus on win conditions, and that's it. And
I was locked. I was locked.
You were locked. You were yelling. But we were celebrating after a Game 2 victory when the series was tied 1-1. I'm sitting in my chair like, why are we celebrating right now? Like,
I had to get up and get water.
We needed
to be focused. I think that's what checked me. Is I should just sat back down and started Game 2, like Game 3 right away.
Yeah.
I think that's like something that more teams should do. Like if you're feeling good, don't get up.
Yeah. Just lock back in. I feel like it does more mental damage and doesn't fire up your opposition.
Right, because Game 2, like after Game 2, I was like feeling great. I was like, ooh, let's go.
Yeah. But then you start chirping, and then they start the lean forward. The lean forward meme starts happening.
That never matters because I've always chirped.
And then I got Jaren sniping my face off because you pissed him
Yeah, I
off.
definitely. Jared came. He's like, I guaranteed it because he.
Dude, yeah, Jaren's going to turn up if you talk crap to him. So.
Hey, I'm just happy we took a game off, though.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, because I thought we were just going to get double 3-0'd. Now, yeah, it'll be fun.
Yeah.
And then game 2 made us believe, and then that's kind of fucked up, right, when you believe.
It is what it is, man. It was a lot of fun. Shout out to chat. We've got a copy pasta. Let's read this. Can I? I'm gonna let me.
Yeah, here, grab it real fast, and then let's like try to make it like way big, you know?
Yeah.
So the guys, for your information, this is chat. We've had you on the ground. So I think we just like make this like way big. Dude, okay, what in the hell are you guys typing? Oh yeah, I have them. Alright, dude. Sorry. My plan wasn't. Actually,
can I read it?
Maybe it works if it goes. No, that doesn't work either.
It wasn't as big as you wanted it.
Well, it's like
That's what
because
you
it
said.
doesn't reduce your screen size, right? So it just makes it so the message like leaves.
Yeah, I can't read this one on chat actually. Sorry guys.
Yeah, that's why I stopped.
You always gotta just read it ahead of time. You can't just start reading it.
I just say, you know.
Yeah. Who started this? Let me scroll up. Which one of you started this? This has been going on for a while.
I'm gonna ban
now.
you.
Was this your doing, Kelly? This has Kelly written all over it. He's the first one that I can scroll up and see.
I want to ban someone. Can we
Kelly
find a reason to ban someone?
He said, "Read it." Oh man. Someone gifted him a sub too. By the way, shout out K Matify in chat. This man has been blindfolded speedrunning Halo 1.
It's a shame his old Twitter got deleted.
He's now beat the first 2 levels blindfolded.
I'm a big fan of K Matify's content.
K Matify.
I actually think he's like the only one making good Halo content.
Yeah, I'm the worst. My content sucks, huh? Is that what you're trying to say?
You haven't posted in a month.
Oh, you're talking about YouTube.
Yeah, I'm talking about YouTube. Yeah, I don't think of Twitch content as like content.
But his best content is live content.
Yeah, he's good live.
Because he's got all the effects.
Actually, I do consider his live content. I just really like.
I think you're just talking out of your ass.
No, I just really like K Matify.
Yeah, I mean I do too. It's fine.
I think I should say he's doing like unique and interesting stuff in Halo.
Yeah, for sure.
He's not just like playing matchmaking or like.
Hey, everyone in chat, if you'll listen to me real quick, okay? Click on K Matify's name and click the follow button.
Him.
Yeah,
Yes.
just follow him. And then you know what? Just go ahead and sub to him real quick. I'm going to time him out in this chat, though, because he started the most ridiculous copy pasta I've seen in a while.
You guys can see the dude, this camera looks so good. Oh, it looks like they're ready. I love how the coach has the Australian flag just wrapped around him.
Oh, we can. Is that Jackal and Callie in the background watching this as well?
Yeah, I'm sure they're getting all the deeds.
Loading into Game 5, gents.
Dude, those air knuckles looked like they were just gonna connect no matter what.
All right. I met Eli during the fire alarm break. He was getting a quick Coke Zero and mixing it with nut milk like a Chad.
Yeah, that does sound good.
I said, "Are you Eli?" He said, "You'll never be me," and skipped away like a kangaroo.
You're like Australian for some reason in that?
I don't know, man.
Game 2 on its way. Remember, the shock rifle is what really propelled this series forward in the first place. Sways was a player that got that in his hands and completely changed the game from there.
The problem is that was like an hour ago at this point.
It was a very long time ago.
Like, does he still have that level of recharge shock rifle ice? I feel like that's like some magic you capture in a bottle, but if he can be consistent with it.
But it was like that was game 1, so it was like there wasn't anything before to prime him to do that in game 1. He's just him. He's that dog.
He's just that dude. Yeah, I mean, it could be.
I'll say if Mind Freak hit shot, they win. If Mind Freak miss shot, they lose.
It's very caveman-like of you, but I agree with the analysis. Just hit your shots, kid. That's all it comes down to.
Someone said Scoob's gonna chow catwalk at 49-49.
The oldest man Mikowski says M&K harder to get warmed up on too. That's a good point. You can't just hop in, but hey, what if they've been shooting bots during this entire fire alarm break? you know? Might have had some extra time.
I mean, I feel like that'd be irresponsible, right? You should be like going outside.
Yeah, I mean they got up and we saw them physically saw them up here.
I've seen almost every player in this series go to the bathroom 3 times in this series.
That Red Bull is flowing, or whatever their caffeinated beverage of choice. You know,
that's the one thing I saw at so I was at Evo, and the players on stage, they suck down water, bro. And I was like, how do they like not have to like use their? Because there are no breaks. They just go.
Yeah, they just take every bathroom break imaginable, I guess. Shout out to Soul Gob.
Oh, dude, we're in a hype train.
Shout out to Dino Mike. The legend.
Oh, looks like our observer crashed, so we're going to zoom in with the cameras and get our angles from there. Dude, that's so unfortunate.
This is we're throwing it back to the days before we had the technology.
Can we zoom in a little bit on this camera? See if we can like make it so it doesn't get overexposed?
I think he just said no.
Yeah, well, that's a big rip.
He literally answered no before you finished your sentence, so it was an emphatic no.
Well, we're going to try our best with what we got here, folks. Unfortunately, Native Gaming going up against Mind Freak right now. Game 5 situation.
Looks like we got Camo in the suit of APG. Not sure what the score is, but should be able to see if he gets some kills. Patient is APG to not shoot in that moment. Looks like he took some grenade fragmentation damage. Trying to make his way back into the mix. Like the way, in general, the APG has played this. Gets that player weak, but is anyone in position to finish the kill? Assist never comes through, so they know at least one member of Mind Freak likely to be in the tower or to see plat by now. APG opting to just hold this cross angle. Nade comes in from tower, so they know there's at least one player tower as well.
They got some side. It's interesting. You can see a player to his left that they've set themselves up on these crosses with each other. Must be kind of handy to be able to like look to your left and just like know what's coming on the cross. Look at that. They're both taking big fights. Looks like player at goal dies. APG goes down. Mind Freak find their break.
It looks like Native should be in the lead by maybe 1 or 2. Could be tied up now, though. Or is that 15 to 12?
They got tower and long haul spawn. You see that?
Yeah, it looks like 15-12. Okay. The bars, very difficult to perceive at this depth.
Yeah, chat. If someone in chat can read it, just keep typing it in chat for us so we can see it. We're not going to be able to read it out here.
Also, I know this looks a bit unfortunate, but keep in mind, in previous events, this would not be broadcast whatsoever. So just be happy with what we got.
Got to work with what we got.
That's right. 17-15 in favor of Native.
That's crazy how separate APG has been with this. Okay, there they go. Like these two players that are sitting next to each other have always been on opposite sides of the map, but they get together working on long haul.
It's not a position I want to be in on this map very frequently. He's got cover fire from his teammates in gold, but gets taken down. 17 all. That's a big kill for Mind Freak to get. They somehow don't trade out the damage that APG got as well. I think I see a shock rifle in the feed in the hands of Mind Freak, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh, APG.
A little shaky there.
He's had a couple lives in a row where he just like hasn't had the help necessary in this fight.
I think he's expecting more help, and his teammates are not maybe playing as fast as he is.
Well, shock rifle's in the hands of a Mind Freak right now, and
it's scary.
That is scary. We saw it light up in the kill feed.
I believe Mind Freak has taken the lead here.
Dude, that shock rifle wants to peel him so bad. They are staring. Look at that player getting ready to go in that A door, though. All right. He gets to the shock rifle player. Shock rifle down. This is your chance to move up if you're APG. Oh, what a nade.
Keep in mind, guys, this is a qualifying match. Winner of this Game 5 will advance into pools through the winner's side. 21-23. 23 being the side of Mind Freak. I think 22 now for Native. Another kill gets trade out. Another kill gets trade out. I'm just keeping my eyes on this kill feed. Should still be a 1 kill lead. They get a 2 kill lead for Mind Freak momentarily.
All right. Did he have? Oh, he didn't have grapple. He just was looking at camo. Is that assist on a player on C stairs or the camo player? Oh, it looks like both of them went down. So
yeah,
camo gonna be off the map.
Should be tied now. Traded again and another trade. 28 all.
It is so close. That reminds me of the game too.
Yeah. APG comes out spawn, has a teammate dead already. I've seen APG get into this position quite a bit, but is anyone watching his cross? He's the type of player to ask a lot of questions, talk very fast, make sure his teammates are in the right spots, kind of guide the troops to look where they need to look.
And he gets that info about the player top gold, sending his teammate in.
Doesn't want to fight this guy tower. Looks like Native get a kill.
Oh, that's huge.
2 kills now.
Batteries.
30-29. Make it 31-29. Favor of Native.
That's a 3-kill swing for Native.
Huge. They get another. 4-kill swing.
It's such a tough spot to battle out of here because like he's just gonna keep watching this guy at Tribute Corners cross.
Looks like Native had the shock in gold as well.
I think it's for side station. So maybe acid in the.
You can see on the left side of the screen, we can see barcode screen a little bit. Looks like he's just chilling Trippy corner. Maybe baiting a long haul push here.
If this isn't game 5 recharge, I don't know what is. You know what I'm saying? Just standing
Yeah.
still for 2 minutes at a time.
This timer is getting burned, I'll tell you that. There's just 4 minutes. Coming up on the 4-minute mark. Camos should be up here shortly as well. The thing is, the team that's at Seaside, usually better positioned to grab the camo. But you have to think that there's a member of Native Needles watching the push. The push does come out for camo. It's bait, though. Mind Freak get 3, though. I think 34-32, Native still in the lead, but Mind Freak just earned map positioning, and APG spawning on a grenade.
Just got absolutely lit up by that grenade off spawn.
They're trapped in gold.
Yeah, we know at least 3 players in gold right now.
But do Mind Freak recognize this? They have to push through in A, I think.
Well, last time Mind Freak had this position, a player caught them off guard from pit. This time, I don't think there's anyone to like make that push in from pit, and they are collapsing in. That was a great collapse.
They're still rolling. They've taken the lead.
Trying his barcode trying his best to stay alive.
35-36, Mind Freak in the lead. APG just getting unfortunate spawns. Just feels like he doesn't have many options off of a lot of these spawn positions. It's different watching this when we can't see the player outlines in observer mode, right? Kind of really see it from that player's perspective.
You can like feel, it's for some reason like you can like feel the emotion in their reticle a little bit more, dude. Like
some anxiety here for sure. This player comes out of nowhere, punches him in the mouth, and gets a double.
Dude, who is that? They are going rogue, dude. I'd be going crazy if I'm APG.
He did the curb slide right there where like the animation gets weird, but so it just looks like they're power walking like a soccer mom in a suburban neighborhood.
Yeah, this angle on Scoob.
Scoob Meister. See a ping in the kill feed. I didn't see a lot of pings on APG screen. Back to APG side.
Barcode. Getting some good info on players.
Ooh.
Oh, there we go. Big pick. But there's a shock rifle
40
on the
all. Last 10 kills. I don't think we're going to get to the 50-yard or the 50-kill mark, though.
How much time is left?
1:40.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. The shock rifle's in the hands of Mind Freak, so they can control the pace.
Oh! That was a nade. I think it was a stick.
Yeah, it was sitting at the doorway from the player that came in through Needles.
Did he just walk through?
Yeah, player just got through from Needles. How?
APG's got to be frustrated about that. He said, "Why? Nobody's watching my Mangler door."
Okay, so they have A, and so they have the map split in half. Looks like Mind Freak has completely flipped the map on that push.
It's 41 all, I believe. 1 minute
Shock
left.
rifles on the side of Mind Freak still. I'm sure that player's probably sitting around C looking for an angle.
APG just moving a little bit here, trying to make sure he's not an easy target for that shock rifle. Oh, man.
I don't think we're not getting to 50, that's for sure.
At this point, no. This is really interesting, though, right? Because do you decide to take a risk and go for the win, or are you comfortable with pushing it to overtime?
I think you try to get it to overtime.
Because if we go to overtime, 3 more minutes get added to the clock.
Yeah, at least at overtime, you have the freedom to make a play. But what you might see happen is they're going to try to drain the clock until there's like 5 seconds left, and then that's when they'll make their play.
Yeah, what if they all just throw a grenade in one spot? Like, if they know that somebody's
Well,
bottom.
this is what's interesting. APG's kept his nades. We see Barcode also has nades of his own.
So important to keep your nades in situations like this. You burn them out too early, you could lose your win condition. 10 seconds.
I think you might try to throw these nades to catch someone at 1 second.
Are we going to see any movement? Is Camo up right now? Is it just sitting there?
Yeah, I think it is. Camo's just sitting there. That's what Barcode's checking on
Yeah.
this cross. Oh! All right, we have extra time.
Okay, 3 minutes have been added to the clock.
It's so funny to see people start immediately moving once there's extra time.
Both teams basically GA'd this overtime.
Oh, Camo got away. Someone got Camo.
Native gets its. Wait, Native just got a shot kill. It's Native that has it. They just got 3 kills in a row. 44-41, Native.
They know where the last player is.
Mind Freak gets one.
Trade.
44-42. This is so intense right now. This is for a spot in pool play, guys. You can understand why they're playing this way. So much pressure. They trade out. That's going to play to Native's favor. Native get another 46-43 in favor of Native. Mind Freak with 2 minutes to bring this back.
Mind Freak wins this game. They qualify for pools. Native
48-43.
Just 2 kills away for Native Gaming.
They're playing aggressively now. They know that the win is just a little bit away. Look at the push, 3-man push. They've got 49 now. 1 more kill and Native will qualify.
They're looking. They know there's a player hiding somewhere around that triple stack. They found him.
Wait.
He went down.
49-46. 3 go dead for Native. This is suddenly doable for Mind Freak. It looked almost impossible a moment ago. Another kill. I think it's 49-47. Oh my God.
Dude, not like this. Native Gaming had it in the bag.
What?
Oh!
What was that push?
Just got caught out.
I don't know if I agree with that one.
A tough loss for the boys at Mind Freak. The Australians will have to try again in the lower side, but Native Gaming survive.
I don't know about that last push. No. That was insane, though. Wow. Mind Freak do lose it. They don't look to be checked. Seem to be happy with the valiant fight that they put up. I mean, was a reverse sweep there. Look at Barcode. Nothing but love from their countrymen. Just telling them that they played great, I'm sure. Yeah, you love to see the camaraderie between these two teams. I know they have a lot of respect for one another. What an insane series. Game 1, 250-247. Game 2, 49-50. Game 3, 3-2. It was, I mean, could a series get any closer?
That flag game is definitely one that's going to be stinging.
Yeah.
On the side of Mind Freak. Like that should have been a game that you just have to clutch up on.
The only game that wasn't close was the oddball.
And it wasn't close at all.
It wasn't close at all. Every other game, Mind Freak either won or had a chance to win.
Well, I'm sure we'll try to get one of those boys from Native, anyone.
Yeah.
Maybe an APG.
APG would be cool.
To talk to APG. Yeah, I'd love to show him. Do you think it's out of pocket for us to show him the shock rifle shots from game 1? Yeah, you want to react to this for us?
I mean, he'll probably just tip his hat. I feel like he's that kind of guy.
Just tip it.
Yeah, just say, you know, he was going crazy. I mean,
dude, the shock rifle shots in game 1 were absurd.
Faze was on one. I mean, if he doesn't hit those shots, this game's over in game 4, right?
Yeah, maybe we can prep up those shock rifle shots. See if
I like
have
that.
them there. If we get to it, we get to it. But we'll get an interview going as soon as we can, guys. In the meantime, folks, I wonder, do we have anything going on the alpha stage? I wonder if we try to hit our way over there.
Perfect.
APG's on his way up.
The man, the myth, the legend, a pure gangster, a.k.a. APG. On his way.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm so sad that we didn't get into Observer for that last game.
Yeah. We had to watch it. We got to watch it from APG's POV pretty much the whole time, though. So
yeah, that was good at least. Dude, this is what it looks like on that. That looks cool. It's a good layout.
Yeah, I like
Dude,
the back.
he's doing the choke.
Wait, is he wearing a glove? Or?
Dude, that is so fucking fire, dude.
That's so sick.
Oh, that is so good.
He's just playing into the bit at this point. You've been watching his YouTube content?
Yeah, occasionally. It's like I get it here and there.
Yeah, he just like answers questions while it plays. He posted a game recently where he goosed, and they beat Faze and Argyle 3-0. So Boo Boo gooses, but they still win 3-0 in Argyle flag.
You can get away with a goose when you do that. Though,
yeah.
Right?
I mean, he like ran the first 2 flags, had a handful of assists, just made plays that won the game, but didn't get a single kill, which is pretty cool. You just don't see that very often. A win with a goose.
It's like the matchup. Sentinels versus Shopify Rebellion. That's a great matchup.
Yeah, I think so too.
Dude, I just can't get over him wearing the glove. That's so
Yeah, he's just playing into the bit now.
Dude, I like it.
All right.
We're
getting word that APG needs about 5 minutes before he can join us. A fashionably late gamer. A FLG instead of APG. A procrastinating gamer.
All right. Well, we're gonna let the main casters take it away for a little bit. When APG gets here, we'll be back, and we'll have a chat with him. So enjoy the commentators on the Alpha stream for now.
Here we go, underway, 1-1 to kick it off, and Precision is the player to watch as Lethal picks up a double in the kill feed. Precision head on a swivel, doesn't even have to deal damage to have the lead here, but Suppress gets away with the first camouflage.
But also such a great play there by Precision taking the route he did. By deduction, he was able to help find out where members of Shopify were. He jumped on over towards that bridge, went towards bottom control, didn't see anyone, nor did he just jump down, give a position, or try to fight something instantly. He said, okay, well, we control the center of this map. If anyone pops out towards batteries or Needler or goes towards camo, they are dead, and that's exactly what happened. Lethal cleaned up all those kills, and because of it, you saw the first round of slays go in the favor of Sentinels.
Yeah, the lapse in the setup, though, was Suppress getting away with that camo, and ever since then, Suppress is on this 3-0 tear right now, really stalling any of the momentum Sentinels would have gained from such a strong start. 8-8, however, as the game does get tied up, Shopify will take the lead momentarily as Lethal goes down. He starts the game off strong at 5-1-2, but Suppress, still not having a death to his name, continues to increase Shopify's lead to 2.
Suppress now stopping, gets the damage advantage on that player, doesn't get the melee train from Falcon. He was just waiting for that one extra bullet. Yes, he could have meleeed and got that off, but he wanted to get the full trade kill.
He almost did. The way he's moving right now, it looked like he was going to. Right now, though, Sentinels go 3 down. Last player alive, Precision, and he's got to cycle with the grapple flying towards his respawns. Precision gets caught out, and this is the pace that Shopify loves to play at. They are staggering the respawners of Sentinels. They are split spawning them in situations where Sentinels do not have an answer to stop this pace.
Answer is just getting a couple kills of your own. There goes 3 down. Mental, the last one alive for Shopify. This should be a camo going in favor of Sentinels. They do it right. I mean, they got the kills. They got the positioning. Now they just need to grab the power up.
A little bit too aggressive on the side of Shopify. As I say, they're struggling to try and find their kills. They get those kills as camo's coming up. Unfortunately, Boobadooboo gets pre-naded right there, and he loses that camouflage, but they have stopped the bleeding. Sentinels only down by 3. What was once a 7-kill game is now a much more manageable situation where you feel far less pressure because you're out of the blender that Shopify put you in early.
Look at that. Lethal just challenging it, feeling himself a little bit. He's got quite an active game so far. Lethal not afraid to get some kills, also not afraid to have a few deaths to add to the action.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll take 7, 2, and 6 to start this one off for sure because you know he's involved. Mental right now slowing the game down as he plays this heaven area. Drops down to pick up the nades. He's going to reveal his location as he throws those nades, so Lethal's going to be forced to back up. He actually jumps up on the bat wedge, and Precision with some beautiful shots finds himself a double. The teamwork from Sentinels right there was perfect, and they make it a 1-kill game.
Yeah, just laying those traps, and look at this. Precision gains some damage, but not committing to it, just knowing it's too good to be true. He's not just going to get a one-on-one against Soul Snipe there. He's going to trade a little bit of damage and realize help is on the way for both teams.
Right. And it was Lethal that relocated on the bat wedge in order to get his assist there. So Precision and Lethal working hand in hand right there to make this a 2-kill game. Tower is filled with Shopify Rebellion players. Boobadooboo tried to push in. It looks like it was a solo push, and he gets immediately taken down. But here come the rest of Sentinels towards the tower. Anchored by Falcated with his shock rifle. Unfortunately, he can't find the head of Shopify right there. And because of it, he's going to try and relocate here. Long haul cycle, jiggling, peeking. Giving him the work right now. He can't hit the headshot, and that's a frustrating death from Falcated as Cycle continues to not take free damage and actually gets a kill because of it.
And he escaped there despite the other player
He's
rounded the
so
corner. So
up.
great job. Yeah, that is such an odd scenario to be in. But fantastic maneuvers by Cycle, and you know I'm hearing what you're saying. I'll keep watching.
I'll keep noting it. I'll keep noting it out. He is so fun to watch. That little jiggle he does is so difficult to play against. I see it in matchmaking all the time, but someone else that I see reigning terror is Mental right now. They've got their second camo of the game. Lethal's going to be by himself, can't hit the 3 shots before the melee, and unfortunately, Mental not traded out. Even though he's no shield, because he's invisible, he's not afraid of Sentinels. Looking to still push into the pipes, but the green gun's going to slow him down. I love the idea of falling back here. Do not bite off more than you can chew. You have a 7-point lead once again, but this is where we saw Shopify make the mistake last time that made it a 1-kill game.
And every single time we seem to get Sentinels back in this, they get a few slays. Just Shopify pulls away ever so slightly, like you called out there, Wes. What can Sentinels do here in this position? I mean, feels like, is it just getting that camo and going to run? Is it mitigating your losses? It feels like every single time it's Sentinels playing catch-up outside of that initial round of slays at the very beginning from Lethal.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be caught out. Boobadooboo trying to get off batteries to save his life, but he's just into an exposed area. He's going to have to give that life once again. The lead up to 10 now. Make it 9 as they approach the 40 kill mark.
Oh my God.
Beautiful plays from Cycle as he gets a stick as well on the Falcated up top glass. Boobadooboo does have a shock rifle in hand, but it may be too little too late. And there it goes.
Every single time feels like these players get weak, and those calls are being reacted to perfectly from the Shopify Rebellion side. They know where somebody's weak. They're not letting that person get away. I wouldn't say they're tunnel visioning by any means. They are just focused on knowing where somebody's weak and can get those finishes even all the way across the map.
If Sentinels have anything to say about this game too, it has to be right now. 44-36, Camo is up, Falcated with the shock in his back pocket, but there's a player back blue they did not expect to be. That player has made his way through the blue tunnel. It is going to be a flank for Falcated, but trades are not what Sentinels can afford. They go 3 for 1, make it a 5-kill game. They remove Camo off the map, I believe, and this shock rifle could potentially make it a 4-kill game and much more manageable for Sent.
I was going to say, this was their chance, and I felt like they had to press those spawn advantages, but you can't really do too much against pipes. You have to wait for somebody to overextend or make a mistake, and right here, they're just going to have to go for another pick and another push. So let's see how Sentinels decide to play this. I think it's a bit too much all in the same location. I feel like that's okay for a desperate last push to get the last kill or two, but if you're trying to go on a run, you can't just be all in one spot.
They get 3 kills, though, and Boo-Boo's the only one.
What do I know, though? What do I know, Wes?
Sin showing Dave how to play Halo Infinite at the highest level right now. And Falcade is showing us that this game is not over. 46-44, 2 kills. 9 bullets left in the shock rifle, so that's 3 shots still remaining. And if Valcada can find some heads, this game can get tied up.
Yeah, 2 shots left in that shock rifle. 2-kill game in the hands of Valcada. He got kind of shut down a little bit earlier. Not the kill leader that we were seeing earlier in the series, but 10 kills and 10 deaths. Even Stevens for Valcada.
Still time to play, still kills to achieve here, and it's a long haul push right now. It's not expected. Booba does go down, but so do multiple members once again of Shopify, making it a 1-kill game. Soulside gets out to no shield. Cycle moves out on the bridge, able to finish Valcada. There was almost a body block perfectly planned by Sentinels, but Cycle able to finish that kill. 48-48, the game gets got all tied up as Mental goes down. Booba goes down, making it 49-48.
Lethal had gotten a remote detonation right before.
Ammo's up too.
This is just going to be a bait, right?
Yeah, you have
to.
to.
Go snag it. And look at this, just trying to scope out, see where these players are at, knows where the action's at, going in for the trade and gets the kill.
It's another heartbreaking Slayer loss for Sentinels. The series gets tied up, and Shopify do just enough to get the job done in game 2. And that looked like it was almost a massive comeback for Sentinels, the way that they were playing that. It was just maybe too little room for error, or not enough room for error, I would say, and a couple of kills that went in the way of Shopify were the only thing that separated them from a tied series and being down 0-2.
Yeah, tough to know too, because it felt like when it fully slowed down, felt like Sentinels were coming out ahead in those exchanges, and I was expecting them to get a kill or two and then just fly across the map, try just to stagger those deaths like we saw Shopify doing so successfully. But it felt like instead Sentinels were getting a couple kills, just holding their spot. Get a kill or two, hold their spot.
And they were having success with that. The difference in styles between these two teams is very evident when they're in control of the map. And as we take a look at some of these highlights, it really did feel like multiple times it looked like Shopify was going to run away with this game. But talk about the resilience of Sentinels throughout this game. I know it's heartbreaking that they ended up losing in the end, but what does it say for their hopes in the future of this series that they were able to claw back even in that game?
You know, bringing it back, they have to feel good about that. They're just going to talk in their comments saying, you know, came back a little too late, you know, going into the 40 to 50 kill mark.
Welcome back to the LVT Halo Watch Party. Joined with me, Eli the Ninja, but the newest member of the Pool Play, Native Gaming Zone, APG. You made it kind of nervy, not gonna lie, but you guys get it done in 5. What was the series like?
Honestly, the first 2 games, we just kind of let them slip through our fingers. Like, game 2 was 50-49. We just got average like a motherfucker. Game 1, we just kind of let them get shocked and just run around, run amok. We lost like game 1, 250-247. Game 2, 50-49. So all the games were close. Like game 3 was 3-2 on pit. Game 4 was a blowout. That's when we kind of started to get our full confidence. Game 4 was like 200-55 Streets ball. Last game, we were up for the majority of the game, but then it went into overtime at 41-41. But I didn't have like any anxiety or anything like that. Just for from the way that we were set up and how they were playing, I feel like we just had more experience in them in that situation or in those situations, and we were just gonna come out on top. They're a great team, though. I'm not gonna lie, they're a great team. Like they're very, very underrated. Like they're great games for them.
I felt like they just like showed out for a lot of people out here. Obviously, it was kind of like me and Eli were taken by surprise because of how close that game 5 was at the end, and then I think it's yours. You see the guy just like at the very end just like pushes out. You're like, oh, yeah. Thank God, like,
dude,
this thing is over.
For real. Because honestly, like Gilkey made a play call for him and I to go top cat to push tower, and right before I was about to leave, like in A, I looked to my right and I saw him coming towards us bottom A, and I was like, dog, get this guy, he's just scamming. And there was just no way he could get out after that. But if I would have left to top cat with Gilkey, that would have been over.
Wow. Yeah. So just for your perspective, or from our perspective, our observer lagged out. So we had to actually watch from your POV. We had a camera behind your POV the whole time, so we didn't see the player outlines. We saw you spawn on a grenade.
Dude, you saw that shit? What the fuck was that, bro? What the fuck was that?
You spawned and were instantly with this much shield.
2 of you, too, because like 2 of you spawned there and hit both of y'all.
Bro, I heard my teammates, they were like, you're getting naded. I'm like, well, I can't fucking do anything about it. Like, what the hell was that, bro? I fucking spawned in pipes. So the people that don't know, I spawned in pipes, but I spawned by the plasma pistol, kind of halfway towards A, what we call it A, or whatever you guys want to call it, elevator. and I get naded from like bottom tower as soon as I fucking spawn. I can't move, do nothing, and I get fucking one shot right away. I knew from that they were probably gonna push just because they probably saw me from bottom tower.
Yeah.
Knew I was gonna be one shot, but that was a ridiculous spawn. I've never seen that shit before.
That was insane. No, and then you spawned with 2 teammates, so you guys are kind of like trapped in pipes. Normally the game will spawn you with a bit more of a spread in this game, I feel like, if it can, but you guys were kind of like trapped there, and I think that was the beginning of when it ultimately got to that 41-41 standoff. So I'm curious, like, when you get into that moment, like, is there at least a thought to try to force the win by getting a kill, or is it too risky and you'd rather just kind of like guarantee the overtime and play from there?
I'd say it all depends on the situation. Like, if you have weapons, if you have control, and you know they're pinned, then you can kind of push and take that risk. But we, just from the way that they were playing, we knew that they were playing for the overtime. Like, they weren't poking like at all,
Right.
at all.
Yeah.
So we were just like, basically, I said to my team, I was like, they're playing for the OT. They're playing for the OT. We can play for the grapple. We'll be able to get camo next. Like, they're not going to be doing anything. And I kind of knew from the beginning of the game, I had camo double sec, and I saw 2 sneaky. And I could not move, like, at all. They just kept on looking at me, and they saw me every time. I don't know what the fuck kind of camo eyes they have, but I knew probably at the end of that game they were just sitting 2 long haul, just waiting for somebody to go and kind of scam. But they started to scam right after. I think Chris probably got a snipe top tower. You got another guy one shot. We got 3 kills in tower, and then 1 was on long haul on me. And then we just kept on running them after that.
Yeah, great stuff. I want to take it back to game 1. We had Scoobmeister on because we had watched their other series as well. And we're just trying to pick his brain a little bit. He talked a little bit about how, like, 2 of them are mouse and keyboard, right? So you got Scoob and Rice, 2 of the best mouse and keyboard players in the world. They're insane. It was like, so do you guys, like, manipulate the sandbox of, like, maybe give the repulse to the M&K players, give the sniper to, or give the shock to the controller players? He said, yeah, we give the shock to Sways. And then the very next game after that, it was when he started, it was Sways that was popping off with the shock. Like, all the shock rifle kills you guys got killed by at the end of Recharge was all Sways. I mean, what was going through your head right there? Like, is the guy's just popping off? He's insane? Like, I
was
don't
like,
know.
we need to fucking keep track of him. Like, we're just letting him run amok. Like, somebody fucking, like, just look at him. Because we have an issue of just kind of regrouping and kind of resetting. Like, we'll just kind of go one by one, and I'm trying my best to make sure that that doesn't happen on land just by the communication, just because it's a little bit calmer in this environment. But in that moment, he was just sitting half wall. He was challenging. I was like, dude, we just have to double shoot him and then try and push out. We just can't do things one by one, and that's what we were doing. But we knew going into game 5, since game 1 was recharge strongholds, we said, like, right before, control the shock. If we get it, I've been stressing to my teammates, waste the ammo. Waste the ammo as soon as you get it. If we're in a standoff, shoot half the clip and then pop out with it. Don't give them, if we get a weapon, let it be ours. Don't let it, be theirs whatsoever.
That's smart, and it shows the level of respect that you have for them, that they're capable of popping off with it. So it's very smart plays.
Pools. Up next, Pool D, right? So your confirmed pool. Quadrant, Space Station, and King Nick's team. What is it, Bittersweet?
Yeah.
How you feeling about it? Like, what's your focus going in tomorrow?
Feeling good about the pool. I'd say we just got to play a little bit more discipline. I wasn't too happy that went to a game 5. I think that we should have closed out at least game 1 or 2 and made it a 3-1. But we just got to play a little bit more discipline, a little bit calmer, press our advantages, but also realize what our advantages are. Don't get trapped or get tricked. But Quadrant's a very aggressive team. Same with SSG. They have very similar play styles. Same with Shopify as well. And Quadrant's been looking really good, really, really good lately, especially online. They've been looking like a top fucking 2 team. I'm not going to cap it, like, at all. They've been looking great, and that's no disrespect towards them, like, whatsoever. They've actually been looking really, really fucking good. So I know they're going to be a tough matchup. SSG, same thing, going to be a tough matchup. They're always a tough matchup. Incognito or Bittersweet, I feel pretty confident versus them. I think that they're a very aggressive team, kind of scrappy, but to beat them, we just had to have a little bit more structure, make sure we're watching our back, not get flanked, get caught off guard, stuff like that. But I'm feeling good about the pool, especially after we played through open and got a lot of reps in.
What's your expectation for yourself and your team for this tournament? You set yourself out in open bracket. Obviously, you got through that winner's side all done, but where do you kind of feel yourself finishing this event?
It sucks to fucking say I'm not going to cap to you, especially after the past couple of years, but I would be extremely happy with a top 6 just for us getting over the hump of top 12. Top 8 would be great, but it's not good enough. I wouldn't be satisfied unless we're playing on Sunday. So I would love to be playing on Sunday. It's extremely shitty to not be playing on Sunday, just to be walking around on Saturday night, just knowing that you should have done better in the tournament. Because that's what I come here to do. I come here, for business. But definitely I'd say top 6. Top 4 would be great. My teammates, they made it out of open before and got top 4, so I have confidence in that. Just like I said, it's got to keep playing discipline. Just keep playing discipline. But I think we have the tools. It's not the skill or anything like that. It's just our in-game sense, I think, is what kind of – that's our fault. Excuse me.
Right. So, hey, thank you for coming on. You can stay with us if you want. We're going to be watching the other semifinal. We got Scion versus Alpha. No pressure to stay.
Who's Scion?
Scion, that's Uzi, Zuzi, Ty's Reverbs, and
Dark Matter.
Are you guys casting this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they can hear us still?
Yeah, they can still hear us. Yeah.
On stream?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. What's good, guys? What's good?
Yeah, Uzi and Zuzi, I don't know if you're familiar with them. They're twins that came from Fortnite. So
really?
They're pretty young. How old do you think the Zuzi twins are? Like,
I think they're like 18.
18?
Around that area. They're from New York.
Yeah, so they started playing in Fortnite and then I guess just found Halo and thought it was awesome. And they're actually really sick. They've gotten really good for a while now. This team has also been together, I think, longer than any team currently that exists.
I respect that.
They have not broken. They've been getting top 24 almost every single event. This is the highest they got. They're now in top 20 technically. So they've already gotten over the top 24 curse. It would be insane for them to make it into pools.
All right, so Jake, 48140, that's going to be Drift. Acid is 397. Magico's 399. Leor is 398. So that's going to be this one's upside down right now. So Alpha is going to be your red team, and Scion is going to be your blue team. Zuzi's going to be 393. Reverb's going to be 392. Dark Matter's 395. And Uzi is 394. Eventually, they will get that on screen so that we don't have to reference this again. But
okay. Nah, did you guys see what happened in our series with like the names and everything? That's what took us so
I heard
long.
you guys had a GA. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, honestly, I forgot to fucking mention it when we were on the cameras, but my teammates were saying in games 1 and 2 that they would have just dots over our service tags. So when you play an AM bracket, for the people that don't know, you don't see people's actual gamer tags. So you see all the HCS shit, but you don't want to have that on. You can change it on the Xbox to say their service tag. So I'm calling niggas out. I'm sorry for cursing, but people like Ethan, Matt, stuff like that.
Right.
When we fucking after game, I think 3 or no, game 4. I noticed it as well. Like it was Street's ball, but I was with tapping one time in PD, and I tossed in the ball, but I didn't know it was tapping by his name. I saw his armor. And so after game 4, we won that. So before game 5, I'm like, I have the same shit that you guys were having. I don't want to play because if we're playing and we can't say each other's names, that's just a disadvantage, especially if they can't. So at first, I had the observer removed. And then it was still happening. It was only like a main issue with, I think we were Eagle. It was a main issue with Eagle team because at first they were all good. Like every time we started up the game in the test, they could see each other still, but we couldn't. So I'm like, I don't want to play this. I'm not going to settle unless it's even, like, to some degree. So randomly in the test, it started to happen to them, like one by one.
That's so weird.
Yeah. And so
so bizarre.
We restart the server, everything, and then eventually it got to a point where they couldn't see their teammates either, but we couldn't see their names as well. So I'm not calling people out as Ethan or Matt, anything like that. I don't know who it is. I'm just saying, one here, but I wanted to make sure they have the same, playing field. I don't want us to be at a disadvantage, and I don't want to settle, because it was taking a long time. And shout out to the refs, everybody, that's in the venue, whoever was repping that station. Big shout out to you guys. Like, you guys were very, very accommodating. You guys weren't rushing us at all, anything like that. They were making sure that we were comfortable before we played, and they, as long as it took, they were, still going to keep doing it. But they gave us the option to either play while we're all on that, even playing field where we can't see the enemy names, we can't see our teammates' names, we're just running basically in a free-for-all. Or switch stations and potentially have the same shit happen to them. So we're just like, they said we'll just stay here because the Xbox just felt pretty good there. I'm not gonna cap. So I was like, I don't want to really to leave. So, but they said, we don't want to leave either because they're, like you said, 2 mouse and keyboard players. They said it's gonna be extremely difficult to set up on another PC or another Xbox. So they agreed to just play it, and I'm glad they did. I'm really glad they did. Big shout out to them. Shout out to Mind Freak for the good competitive integrity.
Yeah, I mean, and for people that are listening that are wondering, like, why is that such a big deal? Well, it's like for small talk purposes, right? Like, if you have a teammate right beside you, you want to be able to say, hey, Gilkey, I'm with you. But if you don't know who that teammate is, it's like it's difficult to find a way to communicate directly with the person you're trying to talk
100%,
to. And then on top of that, if you can't see the tag of your opposition, you got to call out the shock rifle player's name, because if your teammate goes to that location and sees a different name, he now knows there's 2 players there. So you can kind of get better information if you have those tags available. So but if neither team has it, like you said, it's like level playing field. It's just going to be who can adjust to the weirdness a little bit better,
Yeah,
I guess.
Exactly. And, my teammates had it the entire series. I only had it for a couple games because I noticed shit like that, but I didn't have any issues like that the first two. And I was party leader. So I kept on trying to, think of different ways to try and get it to work. But like you said, that's a very, very good analysis. It's all for small talk purposes. If I'm with somebody, like I said earlier with tapping and PD, if I'm tossing in the ball, I want to be like, yo, tapping this,
right,
get the ball. But before that game 5, we had 2 players, I think Gilkey and tapping with similar armor. We had to have Gilkey change his armor to a different color so we could distinguish.
That's smart.
Because I'm pink, Alex was green, Josbe was gray, and then Gilk was gray as well. So we had him change to red. But, we were doing good, in game. It didn't seem like we had any issues. We clutched it.
Yeah. It's a smart way to handle a crappy situation for sure.
Yeah. And, with me having the experience I do, I'm just like, yo, don't get checked out.
Yeah.
Don't
Things
don't let
happen.
this affect
Weird
us.
stuff happens, especially with this game.
Yeah. I was trying to just get it started as fast as possible because it's been a little minute and we had some momentum. I was like, I want to keep that momentum going. Game 3 was close. It was a 3-2. We clutched that. Game 4, we kind of smacked them. I want to go in this game 5 and just let them have the same mindset.
That flag game was intense.
Yeah, it was.
Because you guys had a flag that was it felt guaranteed, got it all the way to long haul, past the halfway mark, and I guess they had a needle spawn.
Yeah, they spawned Mauler on us, and we were I was kind of keeping track of it, but he just spawned there before I could go from needle pit to Mauler, you know what I'm saying? So he just got the spawn, shot him from Mauler, but kept the angle, cut it. I couldn't push him, but like I said, they're a great team. That was a close-ass game. Did
they surprise you a bit with how difficult they were to beat?
Yeah, they did. I'm not going to cap. They did. I'm not going to lie. But I knew they were going to be good because they've had great showings this year.
Yeah, they already got top 12.
Yeah, I don't know what they got at Arlington, but I know last event they got top 12, and they beat, I think, Comet's team to make it to pools or something like that, or they beat a pool play team because they made it out of pools.
Yep.
If I'm correct.
Yeah, they made it to bracket. I think, were they in Complexity's pool though? Because Complexity was auto DQ.
No,
they weren't. They earned it.
They earned it. They beat an EU team.
The third place.
Comet team is a team that got the bye, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think they beat the third place EU team.
Yeah, dude, they're definitely really good, and I gotta give them a shout out again because this is the first time in Halo history that Australian players are really making a name for themselves.
Yeah.
In just esports, I'd say in general. Look at Pred on Optic. Big shout out to Pred, but these players are practicing their ass off. Big shout out to them for being mouse and keyboard players and actually playing it in open.
Yeah.
I give them a lot of credit for that. They've been grinding, and they don't really even scrim from what I've heard Alex say.
Yeah, he said 2 months
that they just weren't really playing.
They didn't do anything.
Yeah.
And the Australian tournament scene, because everyone knows what's gonna happen, because obviously it's so top heavy. I think for their qualifier to come here, there was 2 teams played.
Yeah. And that's it's really shitty. I'm not gonna lie. I wish that there was a bigger scene over there, so we could have events over there.
I think there would be a bigger scene if they had local events. The problem is they just no one wants to if the only thing you can play for is first place. Then the only team that's going to show up for it is first place.
Yeah, especially if the first place team is so far ahead of everybody else. It's what's the point of playing if you know you're going to lose kind of situation.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is a good match, by the way. I was kind of expecting Alpha to run away with this.
That was a dumb play.
Now watch out for Uzi. I'm not kidding. These two are very unknown for 90% of the people in the game, even more, but these two really made an impression on me when we saw them at LVT Orlando at that Grassroots LAN. These guys are crazy good.
They were playing who pretty well?
They were playing Complexion's team really well.
Yeah. They were playing some team really well. I remember watching
They also took a game off of GBX, which was Renegade, Bounds, Legend, and Tusk.
I think it was either game 1 or game 2 because I was watching that too.
It was Live Fire Slayer. They staked him.
Yeah.
It wasn't even close.
See, you've been playing for a while.
Yeah.
You know that even back in the day, Halo 2, Halo 3, when you're playing in pro bracket, if you lose a Slayer against an amateur team or something like that, you're not stressing it whatsoever.
Right, yeah.
Because Slayers they're a little bit more structured in this game, but you can just
they're very coin flippy.
Yes.
If a team gets the lead early, they understand the spawn system. They just take enough space. They block enough spawns. They can collapse on the next spawn, rinse, repeat.
Exactly.
And especially if you've got the sandbox, the other team they're spawning at a disadvantage. You know where they are. It's it can get out of hand very fast. I think in this game, like Solitude especially, is pretty bad right now when it comes to runaways. But
same with Rig. I think Rig is kind of in the same category
for strongholds. Yeah,
it's just so easy to spawn trap on it.
Yeah.
It's like
you spawn back cars, nothing you can do at all. But I mean, if you have the timing to just sit and play like a bitch and just sit in the corner, then that's a skill gap. I'm not even capping. Like that's the real skill gap. Is
you're right.
Knowing those situations to play like a bitch. You know, you don't always want to be just trying to get a kill or just trying to get in a fight. You want to actually just play for positioning and then just sit in the corner, have somebody else watch over you, bait somebody come in, easy kill, then you break out of your situation.
Said slightly differently, I remember doing a listen-in with Faze, and Frosty said, let's just play cringe. Let's just play cringe.
Yeah.
Like, it's literally, it's meta to play cringe at times.
Yeah, you have to. You absolutely have to. If you're not playing correctly. If you're just running around the entire time just trying to get in fights and just consistently fighting the whole game, you're probably not playing correctly because at some point, somebody on your team is going to have to slow down, play in a corner, unless you just got a trip cap and you're just going back and forth and just running them. But that's, usually at high-level games, you have to play like a bitch.
You talked about Slayers. Slayers. Do you have like a hot thought on the whole concept of Game 5 should be Slayer, shouldn't be Slayer, or only one Slayer in a series, maybe like a full OBJ? Like what's your thoughts as a player to what would be best for you?
I mean, it's just like
such a hard question.
It's shitty to say this, but it is the truth in some circumstances. The better team does not always win the Slayer. I will say that. The better team does not always win the Slayer. Objective games take a lot more teamwork, a lot more coordination. Like I said, especially in this game where you have to break out of your setup together. You can't just do it one by one and just be taking pivs. The thing is, Slayer's just been a staple in Halo for forever. So
it's probably the easiest for a viewer watching. That's like first time they've ever watched Halo. It's just whoever gets more kills wins. It's the most accessible, I think, on the viewership perspective, and I think that's the argument a lot of people make for keeping it. But you're right. I mean, it's just Slayers are at a higher percentage won by the lower seeded team. Yes, the better team loses objectives sometimes too, but it's at a lower percentage of the time. So.
So that's the thing.
What was your thoughts on back in Halo 5 when they were trying breakout and the round base? I know it was you guys tried it for 2 weeks. You're like, this just isn't gonna do it.
Yeah, I mean, I played at the very, very first Halo 5 LAN tournament, and it wasn't a HCS sanctioned one, but it was in Daytona. I teamed with Frosty, Rabid, and Ares.
You guys won that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So we were playing breakout at that tournament, and Elitas was there. Shout out to Sammy.
Love Sammy.
He was just trolling in the finals and breakout. He just wouldn't even play. He would just be running around trying to die and just be like, this game fucking sucks. Being like Sammy. Now, I would not say it like that. Personally, I think it just needs to be reworked heavily. I also don't think that it can be a game type in Halo.
Round-based stuff?
It's so different than everything else in Halo.
It's just because of the shields, bro. And it was the VR back then too. So you're just, it's not even, there's no difficulty. You're just kind of playing like paintball. Playing paintball, just getting behind the little pillars. That's what one of the maps looked like.
Yeah, I mean, it had the Tron theme to it too, right?
Yes. Every map had that shit. I think that was shitty. I'm not gonna lie. If it was an actual map, say it was Solitude, Breakout style, or something like that, half of the map.
They did it because if you ran on it, it would show the footsteps.
I didn't even know that.
So so that's the whole concept, all the Tron style stuff, was so you could see footsteps because it was so it was supposed to be the tactical version of the game.
So you could kind of follow.
Yeah, it's if someone got behind a corner, but they didn't get there in time, the timing was bad, you could get the info.
That makes sense. I mean, shit, I didn't even play it long enough to know that.
No, it was 2 weeks.
It was gone quick.
It was gone fast.
It was gone very fast. But I do got to give a shout out to Halo for listening to the community. They took it out really.
That might be one of the fastest times I think I've ever seen them listen, where they had it for a second and then it was just gone right away.
We were playing it for qualifiers for Worlds, because Worlds started before the season started that year. So we were playing them in qualifiers. I do remember that because I think Allegiance was their team at the time, Kratos, Nated, Suspector, and L-Town, and they were playing EG, which was Roy, Lunchbox, at the time TJ, and Snipedown, and Allegiance did not. I'm not trying to call nobody out, but I think they did some scummy rulebook shit, and that's how they got the win or something like that over them on that game type. And to anybody watching, don't beat those people. I'm going to keep it real with you. If you actually want to do something in esports, have some competitive integrity.
Be like Mind Freak, right?
Yeah, bro, if the game starts and it's 3-1, don't be trying to get a 2-kill lead if you got to end it. Just do a full re and shit like that.
Yeah.
Some people were trying to do that to us in the cup, and they were talking shit to us saying that we got to use our coach. I think somebody on our team couldn't play that time. And they're like, you guys can use a sub or something like that. And us type of players can't do that. And I'm like, if you think there's some sort of like
favoritism,
like pro favoritism, there is. Like, I'm not gonna cap. There is. I'm playing.
You're good.
But they're like, pro players are usually more. They're easier to deal with. They have just a better mind. Some amateur players will just try and get an advantage on you just whenever they can, just try and get one leg up. But you should just play, like I said, just play with some integrity.
It's like most of the time, pro players don't need the admin to come in; they figure it out themselves.
Yes,
Right?
Yes, bro. Bro, I was playing fucking, and this is no disrespect to them. I'm just saying the story. Okay, I was playing Morley, not even I. We were playing Morley's team in a cup, and they needed we had a 9-kill lead, or they had a 9-kill lead, or something like that, and they needed 15 or something like that. And at least the old rules before they had the update where you can put it to a certain setting, it would just be,
differential.
Yes, the differential. Like, say you needed 15, you're playing up to 35. They needed 17, they're playing up to, what's it called? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 33.
Or 33. So I just, that we just agreed on like I said, that rule right there. That we're just going to do the differential. But then they tried to rule book us, and we're like, why? What did the rules say? What did the rules say? Like, we started the game. Like, we literally started the game, and then they had us end it to go look at the rule book. And at that point, I'm like, I know these people. Don't be doing this shit. And then at that point, they were just like, all right, we'll do the differential. And I was like, dude, nobody wants to play a game with fucking 9 on streets. Like, that's just, there's no, it's not realistic.
It's just whoever wins the opening wins.
Exactly.
It's silly.
Exactly. There's no gameplay there. There's nothing there. So that's why I'm saying this. And this is not to rag on them or anything like that. I'm just saying the story. But I messaged Morley, and he understood, because I said the same thing to him that I just said on stream. I was like, yo, don't do that shit. Don't do that shit. Like, if you want to keep your good reputation in that shit, don't be that type of player. Just play evenly.
The way I've always felt about it is if you get some type of unfair edge because of a situation like that, does the win even feel that good? I would rather earn the win and know that I deserved it than to win by some shady stuff.
You say that you're at Worlds, it's Game 7, 50,000 on the line.
Nah, you gotta do that. I've been there. But you gotta do it. It's because when I was on Optic, we'd literally be on the main stage. We'd be like, yo, just do the restart. Don't try and take the advantage, because that's just bad karma. I believe in karma like a motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't ever want to do that.
No bad juju. Plus, the people watching are not stupid. If they see that somebody won in a silly way, they're not gonna, you're not gonna have the respect of the community. That's gonna follow your name for the rest of your career. You know?
So who did that at Worlds that one year, first year? Ryan's team?
Oh,
they did some shit.
Yeah, that was bad. Where the team just.
What happened? I honestly don't even know.
So
I just know
it was Spartan's team that was. Yeah, it was against Ascend. Dude, what the fuck happened?
I don't remember what happened.
I think they had a headset issue. It was some sort of controller issue, something where the admin wouldn't stop it for that reason.
Wow.
And they just kept playing because the admin wouldn't stop it, and the other team just set their controllers down. I think at that point, you have to listen to the admin when they said they're not going to end the game. They're not going to end the game. You don't get to do your protest thing, I guess.
So that's what happened. Ascend put their controllers down. They should have just quit.
Dude, was it Ascend that put their controllers down, or was it Spartan's team that put the controllers down?
Yeah, it had to be Ascend, because Spartan's team
they played and got all the kills.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Spartan was complaining. It wasn't Spartan wasn't a part of it. It was United.
Yeah, United.
Which was Snipe Down's team.
Faze was Spartan, King Nick, I think, Renegade.
Yeah, Spartan was just outspoken about it. That's why I remember.
Yeah. So I remember that happened, and I saw people just going at Ryan, and that's those are the types of things that just stay with you. You don't want to ever have to deal with that. So, I mean, I just remember that, and then I saw the Sparty thing happen, and then a lot of people were just like, that's karma for what you did at Worlds, and I'm like, see, it does stay with you.
It all comes back.
It stays with you.
It all comes back.
All right, well, let's talk about the game at least a little bit here. We got Scion has the lead by 2 kills here.
They're actually doing really well.
Yeah, they lose 3 though, and I feel like anytime you go 3 dead on this map, the other team, if they take space fast enough, can really make your next spawn difficult. It's tied up now. Didn't see what happened to the shock and the camo at the 6-minute mark.
They're going to take their space towards blue. Oh, camo. Oh, my God,
camo.
dude.
Oh, my God.
It's like seeing a ghost.
That camo didn't even look at him. He just
just walked right through, which is crazy. That's usually the first place you look if you're going to jump up there. 45 all.
No, that was stupid. That was stupid as fuck. No disrespect. No disrespect. He's just people just got to play a little bit slower, bro. Just got to play a little bit slower.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we were on your POV the whole time. I saw how slow you played just about every spawn. It was just Playing for intel, playing for damage, playing your life.
Yeah, because like if I see my 3 teammates on one side of the map, I know that this, like I'm like, the singular person that has to stay alive. Because I think of the game in like a futuristic perspective. Damn, they could have won that shit too.
Wow.
They could have won that. If they didn't play that aggressive.
They were ahead.
They were the entire
44-41,
time.
right?
And these are like the learning moments for sure for a team like Scion. This is a team that's been together for a long time now, right? They've gotten top 24, I think like 3 times in a row, and now this is their first time getting top 20, trying to make top 16.
Who's that on the far right? Are they playing there?
On the far right, the closest to us?
Yeah, yeah.
That's Reverb.
Ty is Reverb.
He's like an FFA phenom.
Yeah, okay. He came up to me and was like, "Is this Xbox good?" And I was like, "Actually, it's really fucking good." Like I was like, "Just don't change your monitor settings." Because monitor settings, I have like specific ones that I think make the game have less input delay or desync, especially on Xbox.
Yeah. No, Ty's a great guy. He's been he got top 8 like almost every FFA in
I think
season
he's
1.
almost been in every single FFA finals.
Yeah.
If not every FFA finals.
What's his highest in it?
I believe he got second.
Yeah.
At Worlds.
He's bound for one. He's bound for one.
Yeah. He'll be playing in this one for sure. Well, actually, he might not if they make pools.
Yeah, that is true. Is this 4 pools and losers?
This is 4 pools and winners.
Oh, this is winners. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So the other side of the bracket.
It's kind of a big deal for this team.
Yeah.
Because they constantly get top 24 from the lower side.
Yeah.
But they had some big upsets throughout the bracket to get up here, and they who'd they beat? Did they beat Lone Fire or Lone Fox King J's
I don't
team?
think. Well, somebody had to have. It would.
There, I'll go look at the bracket.
Yeah.
What time is it?
It's 7:30 if you need to go somewhere.
No. I was just saying because the end bracket got, at least in winners for us, it got done pretty early. I've seen people fucking play until like 11.
It's funny that the open bracket's going faster than the main stuff this time.
Yeah, it's going pretty fast.
I think they're having some resets happening in the pool play matches, slowing things down.
Let's see.
Like our series would have been done if it wasn't for the name thing.
Did you hear the fire alarm get pulled during your series, by the way?
You were that locked?
Dude.
I just didn't hear it at all.
This game 4, somebody pulls the fire. There's like lights flashing.
Yeah, I didn't notice it at all. Was it game 4 you said?
Yeah, it was like at the end of game 4.
I was locked in.
Yeah, you guys were just running over them.
Motherfucker.
Yeah.
So Scion, they beat SWAT Lad AM, so they beat the second best.
Wow.
That's Johan's team?
Yeah.
And now they're playing the #1 American team.
Yep. That's crazy that's their matchup. You got to beat all of Mexico's best to get to
And then
pools.
Alpha,
Yeah, for real.
Alpha beat King J's team. 2-1.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah, they also beat Mags Up.
What about Morley's team? Where are they at?
Morley's team lost to the Aussies.
I know. Where are they at now, though?
Let me figure it out.
What's that team name?
They're playing against Montenegro right now, which is Kid Nasty's team.
Okay, we played them earlier, too.
How are they? Kid Nasty's my local. I play a lot of locals with them.
So we played them round 4 before the Aussies. I played Gunplexion round 3. They were pretty good. I mean, I just think that we were playing, extremely well. Like I was extremely happy with how we were playing. We just got to keep it up. But the games weren't like too close. Like it was kind of like that first Gunplexion team too. It was like first game we were just it was.
Y'all bullied them in game 2. It was crazy.
Yeah, in the game 2 I think it was like a stake, and first round as well was the stake. Gunplexion team was a stake, so we were just doing extremely well.
Who else is on Kid Nasty's team?
Scion's
Sylvanic.
fast.
Oh, okay, Sylvanic's really good.
Yeah. I can't remember who else because I just see their names.
It's like the former Sniping Lies roster.
Oh, okay.
I think that's who it is.
I think it's like radically different than it was like back in.
I was expecting fucking Morley's team to like have a little bit more of a fight in that game 3. I thought, I knew the Aussies were good, but I think Morley's team's a really good team too.
I thought I had them like go into game 5 against you guys in winners.
Yeah,
it was like gonna be like whoever figured it out.
Yeah. No, we just played really well. I mean, Aussies were playing extremely well versus them. The last game wasn't even close. It was like 3-1, but they got the last cap in the last minute, so.
Montenegro was Valkyrie. Sorry, Glitchy, Facty, Kid Nasty.
Okay, yeah, Glitchy's good too.
Yeah, they are. I play Glitchy all the time.
But this should be a 2-0 for Carolina. I mean, they should get through that, but. Oh, who do they have to play to qualify?
See, that's the one thing I'm happy about.
Yeah, it's a pain in the
You're gonna get to get some good sleep. You're gonna get a nice dinner.
Yeah.
All these guys are gonna be grinding until 11 p.m. Oh no! Did he just rocket himself? I think he did.
He was gonna die anyways. It's good to waste one.
Yeah, that's true.
It's another free fucking tip. Waste weapon ammo. Anybody watching, don't be trying to be a hero. Waste that shit.
Yeah.
People just want to get a clip so bad to post on Twitter.
Guilty.
No, you know
That's
what
okay. It's understandable. That's understandable.
I keep getting yelled at by my teammates because my greedy thing that I do right now is I grab overshield, I grab camo, and I wait like 30, 45 seconds to pop that bitch.
That's not bad play.
I'm trying it out. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to see if it works for me, but tie it up, 1-1.
Is this? Oh, it's a best of 5. It has to be best of 5.
Yeah, this is the same series layout that you guys just played. The Scion roster is known for having a deep playbook. Like, they're very structured and organized, almost to their detriment. Like, they're not hitting timings that they need to hit sometimes because they're like going for the perfect play.
Yeah.
But they're definitely very structured and organized, which I respect a lot.
Ooh. Oh, that would have been big.
Wow. It's a big shutdown by Yuzi.
I respect the aggressiveness, though.
So you don't know much about these guys at all, Yuzi, Zuzi, or Dark Matter?
No, I know them. I know.
Okay.
I just haven't like watched them play at tournaments and open and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because I'm usually just not here. So if I'm in like the pro player area or in warm-ups,
Don't see as much of this.
Yeah, we're playing full play. You don't see this stuff really, unless you walk out there and just try and keep an eye on the matches.
Hey, not anymore. That's what I'm saying. We're going to cover it at here. We're covering it at Salt Lake City.
That's good. That's
and then,
good.
hey, you know, maybe in year 4, seeing whatever happens.
Dude, we saw LVT join the server. We're like, LVT's? I was like, all right, that's actually good. I saw the little camera next to me. It's like, all right, that's bad. So
Yeah, you gotta
people,
show off.
they saw, so you had it on my screen.
Yeah,
but
for
like,
Game 5.
like a Periscope. Okay.
Yeah. You're going viral on Twitter right now, by the way.
Really? I haven't checked my phone. My phone's in my backpack.
Who was talking trash to you earlier that you had to clap back and you did the rings thing?
You did the ring thing into the middle finger, which
I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. That was just the finger I pulled up.
I was like, that's fucking crazy.
I thought about it while I was doing it. I was like, I keep doing it. I gotta keep doing it. That was good. But nah, he was. I think this might be his like first event
Was
or
it
something
Silence?
like that. Yeah, I think his name was Silence.
Yeah.
And he was like, you know, he knows some of the people I know, and you know, he was like walking past and was like, who the fuck cares about APG? Who cares about that world championship and shit like that? And
He's just a little smack talker.
Yeah. And I was just smiling. I'm not gonna. Me personally, I do not talk shit at all before the series. I believe in karma way too fucking much.
Yeah.
So I just
like it.
exactly. I just sat there and smiled, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna let this game start, and then I'm gonna let him have it. And so as soon as we were like, dude, at the first game, I had fucking 3 minutes in the hill. I'm just sitting in the hill, 1 death. I'm just sitting in the hill talking shit the entire time. But I knew I got in his head, and this is a free lesson to him as well. Don't be fucking responding to me and shit talk. Like game 2, I'm standing up. I'm like, bro, I'm not even playing. Like I got one headphone off. Like I just want to hear you say something. He's like, I don't give a fuck what you're saying. And I was like, well, yes you do. Yes you do if you saying something to me. Like
You got to him.
Exactly.
If you start it, you can't let it get to you.
Yeah,
when they
exactly.
turn back. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
You gotta be able to dish it. You gotta be able to or take it. Excuse me. You gotta be able to take it if you dish it out. So
No,
he was a cool guy. He asked me for a signing afterwards. He told me I was like a really big inspiration to him, and he just was all in good fun. He was just happy to play me. So big shout out to Silence. It's like I like doing that.
It's
That actually-
sportsmanship. Yeah.
I get hyped. I like to do that. I don't usually do that because I'm usually just pretty calm. But in AM, you gotta fucking bring that energy. I'll keep it fucking real. with you.
Oh, bro, they just gave him double snipe ammo, brand new snipes. Zuzi and 2-2. Like, this is like your play to win.
Zuzi's nasty with snipe too.
He needs to not do
said
this.
it's shot 2.
He needs to not do this.
Missed 3 now.
He needs to live, right?
Yeah, he needs to live and just stay
Probably
there.
just back up
Look
until
for
his
the
team.
shotty.
Yeah.
There you
Woo!
go. Just stay there and cut the angle.
All 4 down.
All right.
Looks like he's purposely not trying to line of sight
At least
block
look
this
black. He
spawn.
needs to at least look black if you're gonna do that.
Am I crazy for thinking like go to tower?
No, you see what he did? He forced the tower
yeah.
spawn because he was looking at court.
And that spawn is a lot more prominent nowadays.
I've noticed that too.
Like you can get top tower spawn, like I'd say 6 out of 10 times maybe.
But if he times when he looks, he's probably going to spawn court.
Yeah.
Or if his teammate extends a little bit further.
If there's all 4 dead, if anything, I would have rotated the bridge. I would have rotated the bridge and then look court, and then look court. That way you're not you're not blocking anything while you're doing that.
I like that, yeah. He's burned all this ammo. I mean, he's still got 6 bullets left, but
He is sneaky here. I mean, like, they're not going to look for him.
This is a weird rotation.
Yeah, this is actually smart, though. He needs to go for the sword guy. Oh, okay, now the sword guy knows he's in there. Shit.
He might not know the sword goes in.
He doesn't.
Oh,
that was
my
huge.
God,
That was huge. These weapons are
appeal.
going to win the game. These weapons are going to win
This
the
guy's
game.
still behind him, though?
That is huge, though. That is huge, and they're not even advanced on the map.
Oh, overshield's up, though.
He didn't grab this. Oh, he did the
huge
DI.
Huge play. Huge fucking play.
That
He's
was
going
smart.
backwards. He's not.
I
doing
never
this.
thought about calling that a DI, by the way. That's crazy.
Well, that's what it is,
It
right?
is what it is. No, I just never thought about it that way.
What's he doing?
I
What
mean,
is he
they're
doing?
3 down. They get good timing.
Oh, he's going
or
to
no?
their base. Okay,
Yeah.
I couldn't tell. I thought he was going up there, back to their base.
This is Leor's team now.
Okay.
It's switch POVs.
Yeah. Leor's been on. He was last alive when this shit happened, by the way.
Because it says blue. That's why. Like, you see? Like, he's running the flag and he's blue team. But
Well, it's because it's the blue team's flag.
Okay.
That he has to run back to his home
Okay,
base.
yeah, I see.
Observer colors are confusing at times, that's for sure.
Sion's gonna. Damn, this is tough for Sion. Alpha, that's qualification.
Yeah.
Wow. Alpha, man. I feel like they play that situation a little bit differently. That could go so differently at the end there.
Games,
that means
games 2 and 3 were pretty close. Games 2 and 3 were pretty close.
Sion's gonna play against the winner of the Mortallys team, and
to qualify.
That's gonna be a good series. That'll be a really good series.
And then right now TLF. So King J's team is going up against Mind Freak. They're getting set up on their stations.
Ooh, that's gonna be a good match.
For the other
and
qualifier.
That's for qualification. So if you lose in winners 5, you go to the last round.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those are both going to be qualifying matches. Let's see, damn, Uzi dropped 5,500 damage for the L there. That's tough.
He had the snipe for a lot of it.
Well, I feel like if you have snipe, that doesn't mean high damage output, though.
It definitely can.
If you're getting shots.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm not used to that.
I mean, I get sniper a lot.
Yeah.
I'll somehow put up more damage than everyone somehow, just because I had the sniper the whole game.
Let's see, they'll get themselves prepped.
I mean, it was those weapons. It's those weapons, and I think Uzi, or no, Lore got the OS. That was a huge OS grab.
Oh yeah, he was last alive too. Maybe having that much sniper ammo, because that guy, he burned through like 8 bullets, and there was still a lot left in it.
Yeah, hella ammo. He had like 11 bullets total, I think.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
So Leor's the guy that replaced tapping after he joined you guys.
What team was he on before?
Alpha. It was Leor, Strikey, Rorsch, and Sepstars.
Team might be for my highest placing.
Yeah, okay.
Strikey and Rorsch gotta like just pull up at an event. Those motherfuckers are nasty online.
Strikey.
I haven't seen them play on LAN. I'm not saying they're not good LAN players, but I'm saying they need to get like how Alpha is. They need to be like that.
Right. Yeah, Strikey was at.
They've only ever gone to the events that they've gotten funding for.
Oh.
Yeah.
So now there's only one team get funding, Latin American team?
That's what the change was, and that's what I think is tough.
Yeah.
So like, unless if they get top 6, then like another team would come.
Yeah.
But it's like I think that third. Okay. I don't know how to do it.
How many EU teams get to come? 3?
So it's 2, but it's 3 because they keep getting top 6.
Yeah, because top 6 is locked, right? So then it would be the next 2 European teams. That's why it's been 3 recently.
Okay. That makes sense. That makes a lot of fucking sense.
It was ITB that got top 6, and then Quadrant got top 6. So that's why it's
I feel like there should be a playoff between the lowest seeded EU team and the highest seeded MX team on Thursday, and that team should get pool, and the other one should go to open.
I mean, the problem with that is, well, okay, if they're still in the tournament, I don't know.
It doesn't have to be streamed or anything. I think it should just determine who gets pool and who gets open, because
it'd be interesting. But that's like a very specific.
The EU team went to Game 5 against Complexity. They like almost beat Faze in a game. I don't know. They're getting better. It's just
all the international teams are getting so much better.
They are.
It's insane.
It's shitty for that to happen while like, how do I say it? The different regions have been downsized. Downsized from events, teams getting funding and stuff like that, because this year they're showing out. So
that's the one thing I think is like we need more ability to have local lands that they don't need to have all the bells. We don't need a big stage. It can be in someone's basement, whatever. But you need to give a reason for those guys in Australia or those guys in Mexico to play the game.
Yes, exactly. Even Europe, bro, like the crowd in London showed the fuck out, bro.
Yeah,
even just the people,
even that
bro.
Blackpool, they like showed up for that, right?
Yeah, bro, like they're just waiting for an event to come.
Yeah.
Like they just all they came from everywhere in Europe and also the UK. Like they just want to pull up and go to an event.
It's the biggest open bracket we've had so far this year.
Really?
Yeah. In
No
London.
way.
London was.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. What the fuck?
Wait, what would you say?
There was the biggest open bracket, like the most turnout, I think, at London.
Not true.
Oh, okay. That's what somebody told me.
London got capped at 48.
Oh, because
so this tournament's technically
out.
bigger than London, but it just sold out.
How many teams are at this tournament?
52.
AM teams?
Oh, barely.
For open bracket alone. So then you add the 16.
Oh, okay. So 52 teams for AM and 64 team cap. That's not bad.
Yeah, like before, because at Raleigh we hit like 200 teams or something.
That was like the kickoff, though.
That
right?
was the kickoff.
Yeah, it's been.
Well, and then we hit like all year 1 we capped out 64. And then it's been around like high 50s to low 60s for year 2, and then we've been like low 50s, mid 50s for year 3.
Yeah, I still think that's pretty good. I'll say that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean it's
I think
more
the
than
turnout
people
here has been
expected.
great.
Yeah, people were talking about this being a smaller one, but a lot of people showed up last minute, which is nice.
See, that's the thing. People just be like,
Well, they're gonna 3-0.
They're all doom and gloom all the time, I feel like.
What do you think about this Pure roster? I mean, they went to Game 5 against Optic.
oh, they're a great roster. Great roster. Very aggressive and in tune with each other.
I saw Cherish. He plays with a lot of emotion when he's playing in that Optic series.
That could be a good thing and a bad thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A good thing and a bad
Very
thing.
high highs, very low lows.
Yeah.
I feel like.
You gotta learn how to balance it. That's a good point. That's a really good point.
So we'll stay with this until the other open bracket's ready. At any point in time.
Yeah,
you can.
I'm chilling. Bro.
Yeah.
I ain't got nothing to do.
I
with
love
that.
it. Hey, you want to come watch the rest of the open bracket with us? That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'd love to do it. I
So,
like your insights.
I don't know if you watch our broadcast much, but usually my co-caster is Mikowski, and he pulled his back.
I saw he was going to an event, and I saw.
Yeah, you saw that. Yeah, so it's just me and Tools all weekend. So anytime
He's been
somebody sits
desperately
with us,
trying to not cast with me.
I got you guys.
Yeah, anytime someone's here to make it easier, it's appreciated.
Nah, I'm just chilling for now.
They got it. Okay, ITB's still in the series.
That was an emphatic win as well.
Yeah, that's fast.
That's the kind of win you need in Game 3. When you're down by 2 already, you need to like win big in Game 3. I guess any win is helpful to get some momentum back, but like it's especially helpful if you win by a lot. You know, it's like okay,
Oh yeah.
now we're cruising.
Yeah, exactly. That's why when we won Game 4, like 200 to 55, I had the most confidence after that. Like I was happy about that. Game 3 was close as fucking game. Like 3-2, came down to the wire. That didn't make me feel too comfortable. I was like, all right, we still gotta step it up. But
yeah, we were talking about how we thought the series layout was like probably the best possible series layout for Mind Freak because it was just sniper map after sniper map, and then it's like
3 shock maps.
Yeah, especially like it feels like the better team if you don't give the other team access to power weapons. And I think like I learned this early on with that old Optic roster in Halo 5, where they just start burning sniper shots.
Yeah,
it's like the only way you're gonna win against us is if you get a sniper. Like we're just not gonna let you have it.
Bro, trust me, that's why I tell my team now. That's where I learned it from. Like when I played with them in Halo 3 from I think it was like the end of 2018 till mid 2020, like
a little throwback era.
Yeah, they just always told me like, yo, waste of fucking ammo. Like nobody's gonna even challenge us if we're on an even playing field. Like it's much fucking easier. It's much more structured. Everything just can go as planned if you just have no fucking weapons on the map. I'll just waste them if I fucking just get them, just so they don't have them. That's why, like I was saying earlier, you want to make sure if you get a weapon that it's only yours, and if you die with it, they don't get to get, or excuse me, get to get it.
That's why I'd love to see like some version of Amplify or what was the other one called?
Onslaught.
Yeah.
I would love to see some version of that map in Halo Infinite.
I would too. I love Onslaught and Amplify. Those are my maps. Those are my fucking maps.
I feel like Onslaught has just got the most oppressive spawn trap in all Halo history, right?
Oh yeah.
Like
That's a real spawn trap that you just can't do shit.
You're literally getting black screened.
You have to. The other team has to make a mistake for you to
Yeah.
be able to get out because you have to spawn at the same time as somebody else and double team the person on top of your box or some shit like that, or just kind of flank around bottom mid.
You have to like literally practice getting shit on.
Oh yeah.
No,
it's
facts.
so funny.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
real.
You gotta learn from it. That's like you can't just get shit on and not learn from anything from it. You gotta see where they're gonna be at, like where they're posted up at. Just take the same thing.
I'm curious. You've been playing. I mean, I feel like you. What was your first event?
Dallas 2006.
Okay, that was my like.
Damn, that's a long time ago.
That was like my second or third event. So like we started about the same time, but you've been like competing ever since then. Like you've been through every iteration. You went to the throwback era. You did Halo 5. You did this game. What was like your favorite like meta of any game? Like that you maybe enjoyed the most or was most intellectually stimulating, or like what did you enjoy the most?
That's a good ass question. So I'll do it like this. I'll run down each time period. So let's say Halo 2, I was just a young ass FFA kid. Like you probably knew that back then. I was just good at free for all. Halo 2, I was just running around, head cut off. I was just, like I said, FFA kid, just trying to get kills. I didn't know how to play 4v4.
Yeah.
Then when I actually learned in Halo 3, big shout out to fucking Ares. Big shout out to fucking Ares. He's the one that taught me how to leave a kill and not tunnel vision on people and trust your teammates.
I was in Halo 3 era that he taught you that?
Yeah, like 2009, we got top 12 in High Society. We shouldn't even been there. We were playing a team. So I'll do TLDR. We were playing a team, and it's for, like at that Meadowlands event, every series was up. You would go up 4 places. It wouldn't be like top 32 to 24, and then 24 to 16. It would be top 32, top 28,
Yeah.
top 24, top 20, top 16.
Yeah, it was just 4 teams at a time.
Yeah, so we made it out of AIM bracket through losers, and we're playing Arcanum, Low Poison, fucking 2 other people from that.
100 JJX, maybe,
Low
straight
Poison,
sick.
my age, by the way.
Really? Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah,
He's
it's
an
crazy
old
to think
time.
about, right?
Yeah.
So, like, we're playing, and we're getting fucking shit on. We're down 0-2. We're in game 3, and this actually birthed my fucking Halo career. Game 3, we're getting shit on as well. Like, we're about to be out of the tournament. A ref comes over. I've never seen this shit happen before or after. Ref comes over, and he goes, "You guys are playing the wrong team."
What?
Yeah, he goes, "You guys are playing the wrong team. End the game. You got to play this team. We play that team, we make it to top 12.
No shot.
I literally,
You're like paying you're like sending the 100 over. Like, it's
bro,
like,
I will never forget that because I've never seen that shit. We're in game 3. That would maybe happen in like game 1. We're in game 3. We're gonna lose. Like, we are not winning this shit.
Oh my god.
But
it's funny. It's not the first time I've heard that story.
Oh,
like
dude.
a different person had the same issue in
Yeah.
the MLG era.
That's literally how I became a pro. Like right after that is when I started to become a pro.
Didn't you team with like Gregor?
Yeah, Gregor, Aries, Destin.
I think you guys beat us.
Yeah.
I think you beat us at one tournament for top 8. I think in 08, if I'm not mistaken.
Not 08.
Was it 09 maybe?
Yeah, 08 I wasn't doing well.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
09 then.
09. But let me think. So Halo 3, like I said, Aries, because I was a young kid, he told me before a matchmaking game, I'll never forget it. He said, "Play this game, leave kills for your teammates." So me being a little petty 14-year-old.
You wanted all the kills for yourself.
Yeah, but I went into that game and I just would shoot somebody and it'd be like, "He's one shot, bomb there, I left him. He's one shot there, I left him. But then
Just being annoying.
But
it's almost like more satisfying to play that way.
Yeah, yes, exactly. And people don't know how to play like that
Yes.
nowadays. They just want to be the superstar. But as soon as I realized what the fuck I was doing was just trusting my teammates, and as little as kid, I understood that, and that helped me going forward for my whole career. So
I
that's
feel
why
like you still play that way to this
yeah,
day.
you gotta adjust. Like
Yeah.
like I said back then, I was like a Slayer type player. Now with the people that I team with, like I know my role. Like I know when I have to sit still, when I gotta block a spawn, play like a bitch. I know when I need to be the aggressor. I know when my teammates are the aggressors and I need to follow up with them, maybe in like 20 seconds or something, depending on how the situation is going, stuff like that. I kind of view the game more analytical, and I just don't even think of it like that. It's just common sense to me, but it is how I just view the game. But
yeah.
Let me think. So 2010. I'd say Halo 3 was a lot of fun. It was very, very challenging. It was very, very challenging, like going to the TLN, shout out to the Pinocchios.
Yeah.
Getting a lot of practice there, playing against the top teams. Like, I remember before I was a pro, I was like, I want to make it to that fucking house and get to a LAN to play those people. And, that helped a lot. It was just extremely competitive. But the meta, I love the meta. It was Halo 3, but like I said, I don't remember too much about it. What I do remember is, like, I remember Halo Reach a little bit. I got my first event win with TJ on Infamous, Ryan, even Blaze. But I like no bloom, no sprint rather than sprint and bloom. I did not like sprint and bloom.
Yeah,
at
I don't
all.
think many of us did.
It took me
a lot of us hated it.
It took me a while to get used to it. And then what I really liked was H2A. I really enjoyed H2A.
Really?
Halo 4, we ain't even talk about
H2A
that.
is fun.
Yeah, H2A was a lot of fun. Granted, it was only 3 maps, but that helped me understand spawns, where to sit, structure. You're looking at this, they're going to spawn here, stuff like that. So H2A, I really enjoyed that meta. I just like the not too fast metas. Like, I enjoyed Halo 5 last year, but I felt like that game, I love Halo 5.
Post ground pound Spartan
Yes.
Charge.
I feel like that game, without that stuff, it was, you couldn't just run around and do crazy shit. But still in that game, people just want to run around and do crazy shit because you have the abilities to do that. But I really, this might be biased, but I do enjoy Halo Infinite's meta a lot. The Bandit's got some shitty, the Bandit meta's got some shitty stuff with it, like the jiggle peeking and stuff like that, how fast it shoots a little bit too fast, stuff like that. But I still enjoy the Bandit. I still enjoy the meta, but I really enjoy the VR meta. I'd say probably year 2 is when teams started to just all get on the same playing field, same level, and trying to figure out, especially being on Optic, just figuring out new ways to do. Like, we're doing a lot of stuff right, but what can we do better? Like, what can we improve on still on the things that we're doing correctly? We can still do better. Like, if we win a game 50-40, we can win that game 50-30. What can we do to do that and stuff like that? So I think just the challenges to just learn. I'd say that just the Halo Infinite challenges to learn. Like I said, I loved Halo 3. I just don't remember too much of it. It was so fucking long.
Right, you were so young.
Halo Reach, I was just running around, like being a kid with TJ. But that was a lot of fun. I feel like I learned that, like just the crouching and the strafe, everything with Halo Reach. I really enjoyed that, actually. Once I got used to the bloom, it wasn't too bad, but I still didn't enjoy it as much as no bloom. Sprint's never really been too big of a factor for me. Like, it's just, you know, it's in the game, deal with it. I've been playing too long to have a preference on shit. Like, you know, I can have a favorite, but not a preference. Like, I'm not going to be like, go back to the VR, go back to the Bandit, we need this and stuff like that. I'm just like, all right, you give me this, I'm going to play it. If I can say some constructive criticism things to actually forward what we have in front of us, and then I'll do that. But
I think everything you just said is a testament to why you've been able to last in the scene as long as you have, because I feel like you're just in love with learning the game and like learning the nuance and the difference. Doesn't matter what the game is, you're going to find out the best way to play it and have an open mind about, you know, changing the way that you play to adapt to the game that's at hand. And like you said, you're not trying to change the game that you're playing. You're just going to adapt and play the game that you're playing the best that you can. And I think that's something a lot of you guys can learn from, honestly. It's like you got to have this kind of mentality to be a champion, I think, in anything, is adapt to the moment and just...
Well, yeah, I would say, like,
yeah.
If I was going to put, like, the phrase that I would put for your career, from what I've seen as a spectator, would be adaptation and overcoming.
Thank you.
Because for me, like, I started watching the H2A era. Like, I saw you on top, like, right away. And then I remember, like, the car accident in Halo 5 and, like, how much of a toll that took on you. And then to see you get back up, placing top 3 at the end of Halo 5, going into Halo Infinite, getting on that Optic roster, getting that World Championship. And now it's like, right now you're in that adaptation thing, but I can't wait to see this native roster overcome. That's, like, where I am. And, like,
thank you.
I think you guys have a really high ceiling. Like,
we do have a high ceiling.
I'm very excited to see it, like, this year.
We do. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you. No, I agree with you on those adjectives. Just because, like, you know, last year Halo 5. I'll say this, like, I didn't take shit serious until, like, I was just half-assing until 2018. Like, I was just fucking trying to.
Was that when you had the accident?
No, 2016 is when I had the accident.
Okay.
2016 I had the accident, and I was on Team Liquid with Eco, Stellar, and Spartan. Good ass fucking team.
Yeah.
And I just take a step back, and then I had to go on Optic because the only way that, you know, Nate quit off the team, and it was after the roster lock. So the only player they could pick up is a player that's not on a pro team or that's not competing. So they had to pick me, and I was told by the doctor not even to play, but I had to.
You had a severe concussion at the time,
right? Yeah, it was really bad. Like, after the fucking, like, I went to the tournament, stupidly, I was just geeked up on fucking pain meds. Like, from what I got in the car accident, like, that morning, went to the hospital, got 9 stitches in my mouth.
Oh my god.
I couldn't eat solids or anything, and then I was geeked up on pain meds. Went to the event. I had a direct flight from Tampa to Burbank.
Jesus.
Played at the event, and then while I'm at the event, like, people are telling me, like, yo, you do not look good. And then I'm like looking at these lights right here, and I still have a little bit of light sensitivity, but, like, the lights were just fucking me up bad, bro. I had to tell them to turn them down, and I just was not playing like myself. It was just clearly something was wrong. And then after that, you know, Sunday night, people were telling me, like, yo, go to the doctor out here. Went to the doctor. They said, you have a severe concussion. Do not fucking fly. Do not fly. Talked to ESL. Shout out to them. They got me a hotel for like a week. I had to stay in like a dark room, no light, nothing like that, just for a week straight before I went back home. And then when I got back home is when the Optic stuff happened, which I'm extremely grateful for. Like, I'm grateful for being able to get on Optic then to kind of show me what it can be. You know what I'm saying? Like, we were not doing well, and then they let us go for CLG, which is the Tox team. And that's when Maniac retired. But that put a lot of things in perspective for me. Like, you know, this shit is not always going to be here. Life happens, you know?
Yeah.
It's crazy, that Optic team, like, it could have been so different. Because I remember for a little bit, you guys were scrimming, and it was like, oh, shit, you guys are, like, really good.
Yeah.
And then it kind of, like, all fell apart at the end. And, you know, like, shit happens. But like you said, you do the next thing. You overcome. Right now, what we have on our screen, this is Mind Freak going up against TLF, which is the Lone Fox, I believe, which is King J's team.
Now this is gonna be a good series.
We're getting our names and stuff situated. I'll let you guys know when I have that for you.
It's King J, Piggy. Who else is on that roster?
Haynes and Ramy.
And Ramy. Okay.
I thought they were rolling up like a fucking demon squad today. Right? They like walked out. They all got out of the car at the same time. Fucking rolling deep.
You gotta do that. Gotta move as a unit.
Yeah, if you don't treat your teammates like they're your brothers, your family, like, I feel like,
bro, half the battle is outside the game.
Facts.
Half the battle, just like the gym, half the battle is in the kitchen. Bro, like, I tell my team, like, if one of us gets up to go to the bathroom, we all get up. Then we, like, you know, if we need to talk about stuff before we go back, like, shit like that. Like, you gotta move as a unit. Go to breakfast, have team dinners. You just gotta actually, you know, fuck with your teammates. You gotta do it.
Yeah, I feel like people like us have been around long enough. We've seen teams that, like, had so much potential, but just stupid outside of the game shit that, like, broke them up because they just, or it just made them a worse team.
Yeah.
Like that G1 roster that got second at the Super.
Yeah.
They just didn't mess with each other outside the game. They like, and that stuff shows up inside the game, you know.
I will say, from what I've heard, those G1 players were characters and not the easiest to just show up and play with, if that makes sense.
So I got the rosters for y'all. 370, going to be Rice. 368, Scoobmeister. 371 is Sways. 369 is Plasma. So that's going to be your blue team, is going to be Mind Freak. TLF, 375 is going to be King J. 374 is Rammy. 373 is Haynes. 372 is Piggy. We'll get that on screen when we can.
My bad, Justin. Was I cursing too much? I can curse on here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can curse on here.
That's safe.
Wait, which Justin?
Hunter.
Oh, JJX.
Yeah. I was trying to see if it was laggy for them too. Might be the Xbox, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, we'll get it solved after this game, guys. Just stay with us. It's the only feed that we have of this game right now, so it's either watch something a little bit laggy or watch nothing at all. We'd rather see the game just for a little bit here and now, but
shout out chat.
It was a good game too, damn.
Janelle says hello.
What's going on, Janelle? Shout out, homegirl.
What's up, Justin? Miss you, buddy. Wish you were here.
So right now, who's popping?
It's gonna halt. Homegirl as well.
She's modding your chat, right?
Oh yeah. Her, John, and Eddie. 3 best mods anybody could ever have.
Yeah, John. I know John and Halt. I don't know Eddie, but John and Halt are amazing.
Eddie's like
community.
He's a real life person that just loves Halo.
Love that.
So King J Rammy leading the kills right now for Lethal Thox. And then over on TLF, we got Mr. Sways. Dude, Sways has been having an incredible tournament thus far. Sitting at 12 kills for his team at the moment.
Make it a little bigger for us. Wait, why can't I scroll back?
Right, it's a pinch.
That's perfect, bro.
Oh, there you go.
I got it.
If you guys have any questions for APG, he's reading the chat. Just put him in there.
Yeah, I am.
If he likes the question enough, he gets it. If he doesn't, I will. He has 100% ability to ban anyone for any amount of time. So don't be a hater. Hey, look at that. It's all nice and clear now.
There we go.
Someone says APG needs a podcast.
In the future, we'll see. I don't know how to like do that.
You want to come on our podcast,
Yeah.
Mikowski?
You've been waiting for a damn invite. Y'all motherfuckers asking me like late as fuck. Y'all got like 15 other guests.
Yeah, well, didn't we? I thought we just couldn't find a schedule for you the first time around.
Did you? Okay.
And then Mikowski's been having a lot of issues recently.
I'm always down to do interviews. I love doing interviews. Like it's only good for your brand and just getting your face out there.
No, I feel like we'd have a great time. Hopefully Mikowski's feeling better soon. Mikowski, if you're in chat.
Yeah, shout out Mikowski. Hope you're doing well, bro.
So we joined this game late for everyone that's watching. It's 2-2 at the moment. Because we joined in late, you don't get the scoreboard at the bottom. But we'll try to get a solution for that, and I will keep y'all updated on the score of the match as time goes on.
Janelle, my favorite event of all time, 2022 Worlds. Not because the money or the trophy or anything like that. I mean, the trophy obviously has a factor, but my parents were there to watch me win, and they haven't been to an event. They were at Orlando for Saturday, but they got to see me win an event, like the ultimate event, after how long I've been playing. So definitely got to be Worlds because my parents are there. Have you always had APG as your name? Nah, it was A Pure Gangster up until like 2010 Halo 3, or 2009 when I was in Dynasty, and Sundance actually recommended to me that I should change it to APG to be more marketable.
Yeah, I didn't know this was Sundance.
Yeah, he told me to just because like the word gangster and shit like that. Just I understand it, but it was to be more marketable. So I changed it then.
I remember the A Pure Gangster days.
There was nothing before a Pure Gangster though. It's always been the OG.
Yeah, it was all like as soon as I started competing, it was A Pure Gangster. What was your biggest happy surprise result in the tournament? I wouldn't say it's a happy surprise, but I'd say probably Lethal Fox took the lead 3-2 for the people that are watching.
There we go.
Which is Piggy's team. But I'd say Fort Worth, like, I think that when I was on Optic, we were playing well enough to win the SSG event, but we just, didn't clutch up. But we were, like I said, we were on the right track compared to the other 2 Dallas events that we had. But Fort Worth, like, we didn't have a good Friday. And then we came out hot on fucking Saturday. Like, we beat SSG, we beat Faze. I think we beat, like, one other team in pools. And then we were just playing extremely well and got the top 3 from that. And then just kept it rolling and then beat SSG Game 7, Series 2.
I think that was the tournament where, like, the game just like, your guys' performance completely took away a storyline. Because people were like, dude, Optic, like, they got to drop someone. Like, this is bad. And it was like, oh, no, they just win. It's like, dude, it's respectable, typical for sure.
I'll say it's just, like, a surprise just because, people were starting to count us out. And we just didn't have a good Friday. But, we started to get our groove back on that Saturday.
I shout out to this team. Friday at that tournament as well, this Lethal Fox team underneath the LBT banner beat Space Station Gaming and pools as well.
Oh, yeah, they did.
It's just a weird tournament. Fort Worth was just a weird tournament.
Turn that pool upside down.
It was.
By the way, shout out to Greg in chat, Talent. Just talking about didn't you teamed with him in Twilight?
Yeah, they got my first top 8.
Yeah.
Big shout out to Greg. Yeah, watch my interview on Breaking Point. It's fire as an interview. It's a podcast, but you know what I'm trying to say. Who's your favorite teammate you've ever played with? I'd say probably Formal or Lethal.
3-3 tie. Next hill wins. Says production.
So I'll say probably Lethal or Formal, just because I teamed with them for many fucking years, and I've won many events with them in different Halos. So Lethal or Formal.
Wow, look at what production had to do. They had to get it from another screen,
Yeah, because
right?
we have 2 observers, so they just took it from the other observer.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Who's your favorite player? Me.
I like that answer.
Let's see. There was another question. Let's see. Where is it? There's one more. Favorite quality about your current roster? Like Eli said, we have a very high ceiling. We're eager to learn. They listen to whatever I say. Because now I'm in kind of a leadership position. I gotta assume the role. I gotta make sure we're on point. I gotta kind of be the IGL in game, just not IGL but most vocal, just to make sure we're in the right positions.
Wow. So 4 down. Mind Freak. Okay, look at this. Mind Freak. They have to basically play perfect for the rest of this hill if they're gonna win it. Sways with the sniper rifle top tower. They had the position. Lethal Fox gonna have to find some sort of way into this hill. It's going to be an intense finish.
Sway's been playing insane all day.
Oh, God. What a shot.
No scope for the killing spree. Yeah, Lethal Fox just a few seconds away. If he dies,
my God. You got 2.
Wait. Oh,
no.
I think that's going to do it.
No, they got it first.
Bro, he's not close enough to. He almost 1v3'd him.
Insane. That was insane.
Sway's playing so good.
Yeah, he is.
He was the one with the shock rifle against you guys.
Yep. Come on, Toucan. I got asked. What's your favorite TV show? That's a hard-ass question. Honestly, I don't know. I'd say probably recently, Stranger Things is pretty hard. Severance is really fucking good.
I was going to say Severance is mine right now.
Really fucking good.
Really
it's been taking like a long-ass time on the season.
Soon.
Yeah. Well, I'll say if you want to watch it like a show you've probably never seen, probably watch Severance on Apple TV or just look for Apple TV shows.
Apple TV low-key has like the hardest hitting lineup for like dollar price.
They do. Yeah. It's very underrated streaming service. Did you ever team with Shaper? No. You thinking of playing COD, Apex, etc. professionally? I thought about playing COD at the end of 2018 when a lot of other players were switching over, but that's when I got the offer to be on talks with Snakebite Lethal and World 2, so it wouldn't have been smart. Let's see. There's one more thing I see. When I'm making some candles, dude, I'm still trying to do that. It's just going to take some time. Just with competing and the house and everything, like my bread's going towards the house and furniture and whatnot, so I want to make the business, but it's gotta be a process.
You're gonna be in the candle making business. That's your next venture.
Yeah, that's what I want to do because there's nobody in that lane. And if anybody else listens to this and they take that idea, then I know you stole it because nobody in this bitch is doing that. And I want to eventually get to working my way up to making my own cologne and stuff like that. So one day, I just gotta speak it into existence.
You need a lot of seaweed for cologne. Fun fact.
You need a lot of seaweed.
Seaweed.
Yeah.
Did you talk about doing like a designer clothes brand as well?
I want to do that as well. It would be under the same name. So it would be under the same name. It would be the clothes and the candles.
Okay, like under the same kind of, yeah. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Makes
and then
sense.
just trying to, like I said, I'm trying to get into the cannabis game right now. So it would be if I eventually get my own strain. Right now, I'm just doing like something that's curated by me. So I'm just picking which strains and which hash is in the joint. But eventually I want to have my own strain and then use the same name for the strain names as well.
Do you know why the? Oh, it's low battery.
Yeah, it's low battery.
Well, I mean, it's been on for 6 hours.
Yeah, we probably need to charge this thing.
Tell me about your prep for the weekend. I always get a manicure, haircut, and I get my eyebrows threaded, and I either get a facial or do a face mask. That's usually always my prep for the event.
This man's always the best dressed guy in the venue.
Thank you. I try to be. What's your favorite game other than Halo? COD. What's the biggest thing that separates good players from great players? Probably being coachable and actually being willing to learn, opposed to, them thinking that they know everything. You can always learn, you can always get better, and not everybody is receptive to somebody else telling them what they need to be doing. A lot of people just have an ego, and they just don't actually have the. Okay. 1 second.
You think your day's
I did bring
done?
a cycle. I wore it here. How much the pants cost? I bought these in London. They were, I think, $850 USD. $850 USD, and I got a hoodie.
London. How was London from? Because you've been to a lot of cities.
Mm.
Where do you put London compared to like everything else? What's your favorite city that you traveled to?
For events or just in general?
Just events.
London's probably up there. London's probably up there because it's a new place. Like, I've been to hella places like many times. You know what I'm saying? I do like Atlanta a lot. I don't like Dallas because I live in Dallas. I'd rather travel to an event, go on a plane. But London is definitely up there. I've been to London 3 times now, and I always am like eager to go overseas and play. Always. All right, you guys. I have to go and set up my SSD for tomorrow. I appreciate you guys. After I get done, I'll probably come back on if the match is still on. So I'll see you guys later. I appreciate you guys. Love you all. Appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys later.
Thank you for joining us,
Thank you,
APG.
Yo, peace out.
Peace out. All right, well, we got a banger match. That was actually super fun.
Yeah.
It's great to have APG on. Hey,
Hell yeah.
Sounds great. Open chair policy any day, any time, bro. You come on.
Dude, shout out to APG. That was super fun, man. Love talking to that guy and picking his brain. Super smart, great competitor, gentleman, and a scholar. And yeah, looks like everybody in chat enjoyed it. Sorry we didn't focus on the games that much. We want to take advantage of our time with Brad. Fantastic individual, been around literally forever. I remember when he was just a young lad. He's probably the most matured human being over the course of his career. Like, he has just grown into such a good guy. All appreciate Brad. This thing keeps.
I just shut it off for now.
How are we going to read chat? Yeah, I guess I'll pull chat up on my phone.
Just pull it up on your phone.
All right, chat. I can't see you right now, but don't worry. Dad's coming back.
Oh, so far, I mean, Mindfreak had a pretty big lead into this game, but slowly and surely we've seen it completely shift. It's the, like, you want to say the Lone Fox? It's not the Lone Fox. It's the Lethal Fox.
Yes. Team Lethal Fox.
Oh, yeah. Team Lethal Fox. TLF.
Yes.
For the folks at home. They lead the series 1-0, and well, they've been able to take control of the Slayer in the mid game. Camouflage up for grabs. See a lot of damage. Ooh. Bryce just doing his best to get damage in. Mouse and keyboard flick helping him prioritize his targets. Able to find his kill. Now just a 1-kill game between the two.
All right. Got you back up, chat. Scoobmeister looking to extend their run. Aha, smart.
Players over on Scoobmeister's team have just gotten control of that A side again. Say the pressure's going to be coming up this B ramp. A surprisingly slow game of Streets, to be honest.
Yeah, this game type can really come to a crawl in these high-pressure tournament situations. Neither team wants to give an inch to their opponent. That's why a lot of pro teams, they don't even like to scrim Slayers, because people just play so different in tournament and Slayers than they do in a scrim, A scrim, they're just flying forward. They're trying to get their reps in with the gun, get in more fights. But High pressure moments. These games are going to get tight. That clock's going to dwindle down. What's up, Juan? What's up, John? Juan and John. Time Sage, I disagree. Piggy is on an actual team.
He's on Team Lethal Fox.
He's on Team Lethal Fox, that's true. Hello, Kelly.
4 down for Team Lethal Fox. Mind Freak. This could be where they start to take over the game, dropping that shotgun off to the camouflage player of Rice. This is a really dangerous spot for Lethal Fox. Oh my god, what a 3-shot. Just eviscerated the camo with that red gun. It's going to stop Mind Freak's push before it really gets started. Just a lot of trade outs, but for Mind Freak, you'll take the trade outs. You got yourself a bit of a lead. It's not the end of the world, but it felt like a lot of meat left on the bone.
This feels like a must-win for Mind Freak. You really don't want to go down 2-0 against Team Lethal Fox. I mean, you know how talented players on the opposition are. Tying up the series, you feel like you're right back into it. With a 6-kill lead, they're definitely looking good to do so. They just got to not make any silly mistakes, and they should be able to trade this one out to a victory.
And down below, Scoopmeister able to get help onto that kill as he plays forward.
I love this. As soon as they get an opening, they just immediately push forward. I think a lot of players hesitate too much in moments like that. A single kill changes so much of the complexion of the match. Goes from a standoff to a full collapse, and they're going to grow that lead even further once they identify the next set of spawns, as it looks like they already have. They can continue to apply pressure. Look at the spread that they have as well. Scoob all the way in Ivy, which forces the spawn location of Team Lethal Fox to be even smaller. This is just very good Slayer gameplay out of Mind Freak. But as I say, they go 4 down. Team Lethal Fox got some fight left in them.
You still have another round of a complete slay to give away, right? So it's like not time to freak out yet, but Team Lethal Fox has certainly made up that ground here and now. This next fight is going to be for the lead for Team Lethal Fox.
This next fight is so critical. Camo just came up as well. Looks like a member of Lethal Fox might have grabbed it, or they're just watching it. Hard to see. Love this picture-in-picture. We can see the full M&K setup of Rice. Three-kill lead. This player moves pretty far up, and he gets punished for it. King J has not been back in the mix for very long, but he is back to his old ways. That was sick.
Incredible 5-shot hit right there.
I mean, you got to think the player from Mind Freak overextended a bit in that situation. There's not really a good reason for him to make that play.
It's like I think he just feels that he can get a trade out, and it's like trade outs win in this slot. But when you get 5 like that, there's no trade to be had.
That's risky. King J with some more great shots, cuts another player down with perfect precision around that corner.
And King J's on one. You can see if he
sees
someone, he's gonna hit you.
He is not missing right now. Finally misses, but still gets.
Oh! They want.
Wait.
No.
Oh
no!
my.
Oh my, dude! I don't think Mind Freak realized it right away.
King J was doing so much at the end there. That was insane. But still not enough. Huge win for Mind Freak. Looks like
Mind Freak needed every bit of that lead that they built in that mid game.
That was insane.
Yeah, it looks like players from Mind Freak are going to get up and use the restroom. Game 2 is one of the games where they allow you to do so.
Also, I just want to focus on the end of that game, but hello, Verb Maker, Tyler, Triplexity, Game Crazy. Scoob is playing for his career out there. This is life and death. True, Verb Maker, true. The wise sage Verb Maker has spoken. Drager says, how's the move all done? So I have put all of the pieces in place for the move to happen, but when I get home from this event, I have 2 days to finish packing. Then I will drive from Austin to Charlotte at my new apartment. So I have a busy week ahead. You guys might not hear from me for a little bit after this event while I get settled in the new spot, but I'll be back somewhat quickly after that. Aren't there only like 60 teams? What did we say, 52 teams?
Yeah, it's like 52 or something.
52 teams in open plus the 12 that were pre-qualified for pools.
I wonder if we can check in on one of the side stations, see what's going on with the...
In pools?
Yeah, because I think Pure and ITB were playing. I'm curious whether that series is still going on.
That series was looking good.
Yeah, so let's go jump over there, just take a look at it while we wait for Mindfreak to get back to their setup. And see where this thing is. Oh, it looks like they might have had some delays because we're still... Didn't IPG... Hey, looks like we never left. We're in round 1 of Oddball.
Oh, here we go.
ITB versus Pure.
Shout out
Game
production.
4.
Yeah, we had literally just seen ITB 3-0 in the, what was it, Pit Flag?
Yeah, 3-0 in Pit Flag.
Right now, have the lead in the first round of Oddball, but Pure has possession of the ball. This one, I think ITB really need to get this round 1 victory. They're no strangers to reverse sweep. Remember, when they made that run to top 6, did they not reverse sweep? They were Proton at the time. Now a lot of those players on Cloud9. It was Sabs, the Spectre, Tusk, Septify, I think.
Yeah.
So ITB looking to do the same to Pure here, but I think Pure...
Bro, what is Druck doing? Holy, and why did we just go to the Oddball? I gotta say, we just saw Druck go mid-slide into the... You gotta stay with Druck there.
Yeah, Druck, if he's got a grapple in his hand, he is going to be on all 4 corners of the map within about 10 seconds most of the time. This guy is insane with it.
It looks like they're maybe having some issues.
Appreciate that, Janelle.
Get back over. Maybe we go check out the main stream now.
Oh, no.
See what's going on over there. Looks like there's some sort of technical issue.
Complexity Faze Clan.
Complexity having a bit of a rough tournament so far. I mean, they are 1-0 so far in pools, but Faze, I mean, this should be a relatively easy series for them. I want to say relatively, right, because like Complexity's still a very good squad, but Faze seems to be just hitting their next level at the moment. And so far, they're about to win 3-0 against Complexity on Complexity's best map, in my opinion.
This was the old Complexity's best map, but I feel like when
they lost Descendant, you think it changes?
I mean, Descendant and Sparty, right? I mean, that was a totally different roster. I feel like when you change 2 players out, you're essentially a brand new roster building from the ground up, right?
Yeah,
so
fair enough.
I think, you know,
nice shot.
Maybe just yet to find their comfort zone with Breaking Shot and Rain. But also, I would say that Faze has improved so much on that map because they had some heartbreaking losses on that map at Arlington, and ever since then, I think they honed in on that and they said we need to be way better at Forbidden, and they've gotten way better at Forbidden.
Well, either way, it's paying dividends for them in pool play. They'll go up 1-0 in the series. Chat, does anyone know what their record was against the EU team? Because they played against Ascending Baseline. I don't know if they 3-0'd them or not.
Faze?
Yeah.
Probably 3-0.
I want to say probably, but you would have said Complexity probably 3-0'd them too, and I went to game 5, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we did see the first game of that series, and it was 3-2. So they're sending the European team made Faze sweat a bit in game 1. We didn't see any of the other games, though.
Are you earning your drop right now?
You know what? I really don't care about drops. I'm gonna be honest. I think I have like 15 drops waiting to be claimed in my Twitch account.
Oh, we see the players making their way back down to the concourse. Should be seeing Mindfreak get back into their seats relatively soon.
Look at these handsome gentlemen, Huss and Ryanoob. Those curls are illustrious. Got Rain here back in the mix. It's good to see Rain come back. I do feel like during that roster mania when he disappeared for a little while, he kind of got the short end of the stick. He's a great player, so it's nice to see him back.
Yeah, it's good to have Rain back. He's such a talented player that like it's a.
You look at his wiki; he's got so many top threes, like an insane amount through.
Yeah, it's like surprising, huh?
Multiple eras, yeah. He's just always been there towards the top. Yeah, no offense, by the way, guys, if you really want to get your drops, and if that's why you're here, I just personally don't really care about the in-game cosmetics. I come from an era where we had to earn that, and I've never, I don't know. I'm not jiving with the microtransaction era. I know it's important for the sustainability of the game, and I will spend money on it for that purpose, but to get the drops, not of my concern usually.
Well, I think our open bracket match is getting loaded in too soon. On the same map, funny enough, if you want to see the end of that pure ITB game, you can do so on HCS Red. They're playing on. Main stage will have that Faze and Complexity matchup. And, right when you think the open bracket people are ready, they aren't.
All right, Ashman. I need you to correct me here. Do you say, is it a shaman? Ashaman? Ashman? How do you say your name?
You're like asking like it's a Jeopardy question, bro. You're like.
I don't know. He's always here. He's got the intel.
Nah, like he has all the. He keeps track of the pro points. Very useful for me.
He's suggesting that we pull up Halo Data Hive to keep track of pools. Which is probably a good tip.
It's great if I have a laptop.
Yeah, the problem is we're on a couch. I am only able to read this on my phone. I mean, I guess I could pull it up on my phone and ignore you guys for a bit.
It's like I'll get updated when we go to break. Usually whenever we go to break, I go check out, see what happened on everything else. And then tonight I'll pull up the stream and watch it while I'm playing some Yu-Gi-Oh! So
there you go.
Looks like Pure about to win the series 3-1.
It's Ashaman, second one.
Dude, Druck is 32-11, by the way. Last shot's 27-18.
I'm not gonna lie, last shot every time I've looked at this roster has been popping off, but Druck, if Druck is also popping off like that,
that's scary.
That's very scary.
I want to say last shot 0 seconds of ball time. As a player on my fantasy team, I'm gonna have to go have a conversation with him.
I mean, he's at least got some kills and assists.
No, I mean he's doing great on that end. I'm just saying, like, pick up the ball every once in a while.
I'm curious about your draft thing. So, wouldn't it be good for you if a team went to Game 5 instead of 3-0ing, because then there'd be more stats to add?
Yes, if they played well throughout each game.
Okay.
So, like, if you play bad in a game to get to Game 5, then it's not good for you, right?
Yeah. Like, do deaths subtract from the total points?
Well, your KD. So, like,
oh,
and then
okay.
kills per minute. So, like, you just have, like, if you get blown out, it's, like, pretty bad for you.
Right, okay. Just thought maybe more numbers equals
especially
more
if they play like bad oddballs that go a long time, it's like pretty brutal because they're like KPM gets shot from that.
Don't sleep on Druck. I don't think anyone sleeps on Druck at this point.
I drafted him on my team.
Everyone should know that he's kind of that dude.
He's him.
He is him.
Well, here we are back with Team Lethal Fox versus Mind Freak in the Game 3, swing game of the series. As the see the shock rifle into the hands of King J. But we all want it into the hands of Sways. I mean, we saw what this guy was able to do with it before. King J is maybe going to try to do his best replication. Double kill for him. Camo plays no impact. Scoob's the last alive, and you might get a shock to the system. Better not peek, because you cannot hide the shock rifle in the hands of King J.
I feel like I've seen more King J Killtrocity shock rifle clips than just about anybody. This guy's a madman with the shock rifle. He does get cut down, which is good news for Mind Freak. And it will go into the hands of Sways, but he got taken down right away.
Right, he got melted so fast.
Got shot by about 3 players at the same time.
It looks like Mindfreak is going to come out on top of this engagement. Able to get that ball to the doorway. And Lethal Fox going to make their efforts through gold pipes, but as they did that, the ball got rotated into long haul, so they're not going to have any quick direct routes to this ball, and it could get even further. As Sways has picked up the Shroud screen, he might have a chance to give himself an escape route with it.
Here we go. Scoopmeister trying to pick up the pieces on this side. If he can get a kill, trade it out. That's actually massive. Teammates can move a little bit quicker. That player looked like he fell off the map, but I think he grappled back up. That was a member of Team Lethal Fox. Kind of faked like he jumped off the map so that his teammate could get the kill and then grappled back on. That was some high IQ plays right there.
Get his shots down in. Lethal Fox has just been a little bit more efficient this game with the oddball. So in the time, it's going to be up to Mindfreak to find the break. Hopefully a break where you don't have to play the ball, but with 2 players going down right away, this does nothing but solidify Lethal Fox's position even more.
Team Lethal Fox just looking to outclass Mindfreak. Mindfreak seemed to struggle in oddball in general. Seemed like that was their weak point against Native, now against Team Lethal Fox as well. Been good at the Slayers. They've won multiple 50-49 Slayers. Keep them alive.
It's hard to play oddball in the oddball, like, because it's upside down, right? So it keeps just like going into the air.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't really practice. Like they have to wait until they get here to play it, because like if they play it at home, it just like you have to like jump up to catch it.
It flushes counterclockwise when you play the ball as well. Yeah.
It's a tough
It's
proposition.
adjustment. Yeah, it's just a weird adjustment, right? What's down is up and what's up is down when you're in America as an Australian.
See the shock rifle going into the hands of Haynes this time. He'll have his turn. And there's all 4 players on Mindfreak all congregated. He's going to take a shot at 1 and reposition. Try to find the other 2 on the cross.
It was a pretty easy spawn read for him because he saw his teammates spawn top gold. Knows he has teammates back C. That's pretty clear that all the members of Mindfreak were going to spawn in that corner. It's a good job on him to back out of that situation.
Piggy throwing that ball off into the reset. Lethal Fox will go onto the respawn screen and have another opportunity at getting towards this ball. Mindfreak largely ineffective this game at just getting oddball time off their slays. Still plenty of neutral time to work with to turn this around, but it's going to start. It has to start with the slays. They have to find more kills, and as I say that, it's a triple in the feed for King J as he takes his throne in round 1, double digits.
Takes the ball as well. Doing it all. He wants to make sure he doesn't look too selfish. Now he can look at Ramy and say, hey, bro, why don't you have any ball time? You know, if you get those 13 seconds, you've got the right to call out the guy on your team that has 0, you know?
We go into round 2. Mindfreak. I wonder what oddball. What about oddball do you think is really holding them back right now?
It doesn't feel like they're recognizing those windows of opportunity to get the ball to a safe location. Maybe they're just a little bit too slow to grab it. Also, their pushes, they seem to be a lot more comfortable when they already have map control, but not as comfortable when they're pushing into the other. Like, look at this. They just had 4 dead. No one's even close to the oddball. They're only now picking it up, but the problem is he's going to be at risk of dying immediately to the spawners at sea, which is exactly what happens.
Yeah, it's a tough cycle to break it, like being that slow, right? It's like
you've got to. What I've learned about this game is you've got to multitask. Like, yeah, you have to get the kills, but you got to get the kills while you're moving towards the thing that you're after, right? Like in CTF, if you just always get the kills from your side of the map, you're not going to be in position to pull the flag. It doesn't matter how many times you get 4 dead if you're not in position to pull it. So you've got to be moving forward or towards the objective as you get the slays. And you're gonna, that means that as soon as the slays come in, you can make a rotation like this. Scoob still a little bit too late, so you can't comfortably hold it at all.
All right, so he's able to pull that ball back and away. Takes it to the half wall.
Chatter says, guys, where can I see the bracket that has Faze? So first of all, there's no bracket yet. Faze is not. This is the this is the open bracket. All of the top teams, including Faze, are in pools to determine their placement in the bracket, which will start tomorrow. Also, what do you think about this take, Tools? Australia doesn't exist. The Earth is flat. Everyone that claims to be from Australia is a paid actor.
False, true, false.
Okay.
I'm a bit like Kyrie in the game and off the game, you know?
I have no idea what that means.
Irving.
Yeah, I mean, I know who he is, but I...
Handles like the GOAT. I used to be a round earther, but then he got the Mavericks to a final. So
Oh, right. He's that's right. I forgot he's a flat earther. Yeah, yeah.
So I used to be a baller, but then because he balled so hard for the Mavericks, I became a disker.
Interesting.
Interesting that a baller is a disker, right?
I hadn't heard those terms used, but it makes sense.
Yeah, you would say that, roundy. You're probably a roundy, huh?
I'm more of the dome theory. You heard the dome theory?
Dome
Earth
theory,
is a dome.
It's a dome. It's like an island.
I don't know, man. There's some wacky people on the internet.
And I went on a plane today. I saw the curvature of the Earth. It was crazy. Or not today. Whenever yesterday. That's when I came in.
Does Mind Freak have 2 keyboard and mouse players? Yes. Scoobmeister and Rice. Okay, I'm new to the scene, so I don't know how all this works. No worries. Josiah, if you have any more questions, feel free to ask.
Yeah, so for just a grand overview, there's an open bracket that's filled with teams that didn't get an invite to the championship bracket. So there's a championship bracket portion, which starts with pool play of 16 teams getting separated into 4 different pools. 12 of those teams are initially invited before the tournament even starts. And the last 4 spots are up for grabs for the teams that make it through the open bracket. 2 of them will qualify through the winner's side. So if you make it the winner's final, basically, you get in. And the other 2 will come in from the lower side. This is what we're seeing right now is the lower side as either Lethal Box or Mind Freak could take one of those potential spots.
Yes, the loser of this game right here, well, the loser of this series, yeah, will go home, and the winner gets placed into pools where they will fight for their chance to get into the bracket.
They fight for their right to play Halo.
That's right. And
BC
then
boys,
party. The other team's gonna just go straight to party.
We're gonna do karaoke Sunday night. Or Sunday. That's all we're doing Sunday. Is it's a live musical reimagination of what Halo is. So be excited. Be there. We're gonna have special guest appearances by. I'm trying to think of one musical singer. I'm drawing a blank right now.
I wasn't even listening to you, I'll be honest.
Wow.
Somebody in chat said I sound drunk. This guy sounds drunk, definitely drunk. So, Mr. Kool-Aid, I challenge you to cast Halo for 9.5 hours and sound like a normal human afterwards. Record it.
Has it been 9.5 hours?
It's been 9.5 hours since we started casting.
That's crazy.
We normally have more casters than just the 2 of us, but unfortunately one of our casters is injured, could not make it, so we're just toughing it out for you guys.
Yeah, I can't believe he filed that workers' comp claim on us, dude. That's crazy.
That is insane.
So yeah, he pulled it from yelling about a double kill.
Imagine if he pulled it during a cast.
That's what I'm saying.
That would be very much a Mikowski move, honestly.
He gets the workers' comp claim if he does, right?
You challenging a random in Twitch chat. No, I'm just having fun, man.
Round 3 oddball. Mind Freak figured it out.
They got one on the board. This is the first one that we've seen the first round of
he does
oddball that they've won.
he does the sideways keyboard. You see that? Bryce?
Yeah, that's the zoomer play. I feel like
that is not a zoomer thing.
I feel like the first time I ever saw that was like a 15-year-old Fortnite kid.
Do you want me to tell you why they do it?
I know it's for like better accessibility of the buttons and stuff.
That's not it.
Okay, what is it?
It's because back in the day, CS tournaments were happening, and they're done in these rinky-dink operations. They didn't have much table space. So in order to save as much table space as possible, they'd put it sideways.
And then
it
reach
became,
under the monitor?
Then it became like Vogue because like people would watch the streams and they'd see it and they'd be like, oh, I want to do that. So
I think it's also just a more comfortable hand position for some players that might have like hand problems.
For some play, I'm just saying that's where it starts.
Yeah.
It started as like to save space on the desk.
Makes sense.
Which they might need to save space on these desks. I don't know how much like space they have or whatever, but
yeah, they're banquet tables. Like these are.
I've heard that they are not very friendly for the mouse.
Yeah, they're basically the tables that you would put Schaefer dishes on that have like hot food in them.
It's a Schaefer dish.
It's like, you know those like
I'll shape
it's
your dish.
Talk to me later, but
that one actually works too. That's crazy.
It's got a like a candle or a heating mechanism under it, and it's got water that steam it. So like when you're at a breakfast buffet and they got like the scrambled eggs, that's a Schaefer. That's a Schaefer.
You guys can't see it, but he's blushing.
I am 10 shades of red. Can't even control myself. Shorts are getting tighter. All right, anyways. Round 3. Team Lethal Fox looking to close this out. Winner of this takes the lead in the series and has a better chance of making it to pool play.
Yeah, it's just been all Lethal Fox this round. Mind Freak just has not been able to get to this ball. Looking reminiscent of round 1. It's always tough to come back into these games when you go down by such a significant margin.
Dude, look at the discipline from King J there. I feel like a lot of players would just go for a trade, but he said, you know what? I can preserve my life, get some more value out of this, give my teams long haul spawns. Long haul is definitely the avenue you'd like to push into C from. And that play is able to slow Mind Freak down enough, and the ball ends up resetting because of that. Eli is Rami the most decorated player in this series. Let me look through the...
What does that mean, decorated?
I think he just like most
like,
land placements.
Conserved?
No, like land placements. Yeah,
we can just use the word experienced. Well, decorated would imply like they like placings, no?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, like experienced.
Well, experience and decoration are the same, I guess. Yeah. By the way, the answer is yes.
Yeah. Piggy has 23 assists. That's insane.
Haynes kind of has an interesting story where he's been playing for a very long time, then kind of got his like first big chance in Halo Infinite.
Right. Yeah, I think I played against this guy in Halo 3 matchmaking like 100 years ago, and he was good, but never like.
He kept grinding for like his opportunity. He's got his chance in like Halo Infinite a couple times now, and it's been a cool story for him.
Yeah. Shout out Dolo, shout out Uncle Josh. Pure Delight in chat as well. Mr. Caleb.
Dude, did they just raise their hand? Yeah, they're raising their hands. There's something going on.
Somebody lag out? Some weirdness? Wait.
I don't know what happened. That was weird, though. Yo, get that queued up on the replay. Let's see what happened on the player cams.
Yeah, it was the player cam, right? Did his monitor, like, fall over?
I have no idea. That was so weird. Well, it was like he, like, shot blanks.
It says Rami crashed. This is on the other side.
Yeah, they raised their hands on the other side. It must have been a crash, but...
This is after, I think. Okay, yeah, this is current. This is
live.
This is live, okay. 3. Oh, his monitor shut off and his computer crashed. That's what we're hearing.
Xbox.
Or Xbox, yeah, they're playing on Xboxes, not computers.
He's just sitting cross-legged on the floor behind him, bro. Who is that?
I thought that was tapping for a second, but it's
No,
not.
tapping's right there. He's literally standing next to us.
He could be a shapeshifter, you don't know. Surprise SSD mid-game check. True. Getting thumbs up from random people walking by. I don't know what's going on. There's drunk people flirting with us from afar.
Let's go check out the main stage, huh?
Yeah, I like that.
See what's going on over there. I think they're done with the side stations for the rest of the day. Oh, I guess there's another open bracket match going on. Piggy looks like he's tired, bro. Not gonna lie.
These guys have been playing for a long time. Plus, it's hard to get good sleep at these tournaments sometimes, you know?
Do you have that problem? I don't.
I don't, personally, because I drug myself until I fall asleep. But, you know, some people that haven't learned that meta, they
We
might...
came in, we came out. I don't even know who's who.
Yeah.
That should be like Carolina versus Scion. 4-2 game 1. I'm not sure who won. Pooks, I don't know what my fantasy is until at the end because they don't calculate the score until the end of the day. But so far with the games I've seen with my players that have been in them, I'd say it's been going pretty good. Especially if Pure keeps playing well. If Pure plays well, I'm going to be real good, real happy this week.
Yeah, you have 2 Pure players, right?
Yeah. I have Druck and Last Shot. Both of them went plus 10, plus 12. Yo, Barcode.
This man already changed. He's ignoring you.
Yeah, I know, right?
He's wearing a Lord of the Rings t-shirt, man. I just love this guy, man. This Barcode fella, he's all right.
Barcode.
For
some reason, you know what I was going to do? It's good that he didn't answer me because I thought he was playing. And I was like, yo, what's going on? That's what I was going to ask him.
Yeah, you're faded. I think
we've
the
been-
guy in chat's right. You're drunk.
I'm drunk? It was about me saying I'm drunk?
I don't know. We sound drunk, apparently. Chad, do we sound drunk?
No, when I cast, I don't think we sound anything alike in real life, but sometimes I'll be listening to like our stream. Tim sounds like me, active.
Yeah.
But I don't sound like him. Does that make sense?
No. It doesn't.
No? I feel like I wouldn't get confused. Like if I heard my voice, I'm like, oh, that's me. But sometimes I'll hear Tim, and I'm like, is that me? And I'm like, no. You know?
That might be the most faded thing I've ever heard you say, Tools. You're usually pretty spot on. Unless you're talking about like the difference between Halo 5 and old school Halos, that's when you sound most faded for sure. But
I just
that
think
was up there.
that y'all don't know what a good game is if it bits you in the ass.
Okay.
Oh, we got Louis sitting down with us. You gonna get on the mic or not?
They will still remain in the upper bracket. Well, Opal Streets is where we're heading for match number 3, and if the first 2 maps have been anything to learn from here,
Bro, people don't understand what I'm saying. I feel like that was like a pretty good explanation. It's like a square's a rectangle, but a rectangle is not a square.
The last time I was on this desk, we were talking about Halo. What the heck are we talking about?
Bro, it's been
You've missed a lot.
That was like literally
missed a lot.
9 hours ago that you were on.
Dude, I just blinked and we're here.
Yeah,
crazy.
it does not feel like 9 hours, by the way.
No?
He said that Tim sounds like him, but he doesn't sound like Tim.
So like
Does that-
sometimes I'll be listening to our stream, like replay, and
You
Tim
talking
will be
active?
talking. Yeah. Active, like I'll
Oh, dude, I
listen
didn't
to
know him on a
active.
first name basis.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll hear active, and sometimes I'll be like, is that me? And then I'll be, oh no, it's not. But then sometimes, I think APG might take your headset in a bit, but
Oh yeah.
I'm not
Please.
sure. No, it's all good. He'll come over when he wants to come over.
APG might be coming back at some point, guys.
You can ask him.
Yeah, you can go ask him if he wants to. We need more sense in this broadcast booth.
I think they just reset this game again. Server. Is it?
Guys, that's a frog. What are you talking about, Hazardous? Tools is drunk, confirmed. Guys, that's a frog. Why are these messages back to back? Spam the frog. Jeremy, do you know what's going on here? Can someone mod Jeremy? Oh, snap, this guy. What's up, brother? It's going good. I think that's your headset right there.
Joining us on the, I was going to say on the desk, but it's not much of a desk. It's a couch.
The couch. The casting couch. Exactly.
Mr. Mickwin.
Hello.
Back over.
Oh, what's up, dude?
Been checking out the event.
Wait, where are you?
Who are you talking to?
Oh.
He's talking to our producer.
Okay. There's a guy in a truck outside the venue that's communicating with us. Don't be alarmed, though. It's not the FBI.
Yeah, I know he is.
He knows.
Okay. He knows him. Okay.
He didn't leave Halo. Like
I know.
I
know him and his brother. I've known him forever. Met him at DC Combine.
That's awesome.
I don't know. I remember that, but
your first. Okay, so we just had Brad up here with us.
Yeah, I saw he's up here for a while.
His first event was Dallas 06, and I remember you saying your first event was Chicago 06, which I think they were back to back.
Yeah, he was one event before me.
That's crazy.
Do you feel like if you could go back in time, you would have gone like one event before him, so you could have been like that little bit older? Or was Chicago?
Dude, Chicago
the
6
right
is the shit.
Yeah,
it's such a good event. That's when Vegito got up and fucking mooned the other team.
Yeah, that's where the picture of Brad
no
is.
idea what you're talking
if you guys have seen,
Vegito was on Shook One's team.
You've seen the emote of APG. Listen,
I was 8.
Tools.
Shook One was the montage king.
Oh, okay,
I gotta help him out. All right,
Yeah.
Tools. You've seen the picture of APG's face where he's like a
Oh,
baby
yeah,
APG.
That's from that.
It's from the picture of Dark Vegito showing his ass to Straight Rippin after beating.
Not
him.
Bear though.
It wasn't. Yeah,
Not
he
Bear,
was
okay.
wearing.
Yeah, it wasn't Bear.
He was wearing boxers, but he stood up on the chair and like pulled his
Yeah.
Okay.
sweatpants down.
Yeah.
Do you think? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that flies
Today? Hell no.
Not at all.
Not if it's an actual moon, right? It's like they're
Still
wearing
no.
shorts.
No.
So it's cringe today.
Because everyone would be like, you know, like, what if a kid's around the crowd or something, like APG, who was like 12 years old.
Yeah, APG is literally like
You literally
12,
sound
and his
like
face
Joe
is like.
Buck. You're like Joe Buck when the guy like got the touchdown. He like fake moons the crowd. He's like, "What a disgusting!"
Okay, well,
act."
fake mooning is whatever.
Yeah.
All right, like, I mean, he literally pulled down
Pulled
those
down
boxers,
his
so
boxers,
that's
yeah.
a little obscene.
A little much.
It's legendary.
But I feel like if you have like basketball shorts on and you do it like it's like you have sweatpants on, basketball shorts under. Maybe get away with
Probably
it.
not nowadays, but you never know.
I know somebody in chat is sub to APG and has the emote that I'm talking about. It's like APG what or something like that.
I think the APG what is actually a different one. I think
Okay.
that's when he lost the reality check.
I would
Oh,
check.
okay.
I would trust the guy that's 100% correct on Guess That Halo Pro.
True.
Over,
I'm not
over
100%, but I'm pretty close.
Someone has it.
But yeah, the APG what I think is when they lost the reality check
Is
at
it-
Gamers for Giving.
And that was when like.
That was a tough loss.
That's the birth of Frosty.
Yeah, it was. He was teaming with the Suddas, right?
Yeah, it was in Nerdy to Mel.
Crazy.
I feel like the Suddas somehow are like, they're like the side character. No, okay, so like whenever you're like watching like a cartoon show, you have like the antagonist and protagonist talking to each other, and there's like background characters, and sometimes they reoccur, but they never say anything. I feel like it's like the Suddas twins. They're just there for key moments in Halo's history.
True.
Or like funny clips, so like they're there for that. Like the Royal 2 clip of him going E is like Sudaf 2's like it's like somehow this like
Ninja's
very
clip.
popular clip is like just
the Pokédex clip.
yeah.
They're like hitting the snipe to the vent. Yeah, no, I think they were more kind of like the penultimate boss.
Oh, okay, I like that. I like
they're
that.
like the one you had to go through to become relevant.
The opening boss. It's like you're learning how to play the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like to test out all your stuff. I like that. It's a good one. That's a good
Yeah,
one.
it's funny. And I don't know how many times
I feel like you had to beat
them.
them to like get out of open bracket at a lot of tournaments. Like they were the final boss. of
No,
the
they
open
weren't
bracket.
even in open. That's the crazy thing. When they were playing, like they were in open like early on, like H3.
Like
and
when
they
I
were in,
remember
like,
them.
5th round.
Yeah, when I was remembering them. Yeah.
But like H2A on, they were technically pro. So they were like the gatekeepers at top 8.
H2A, the one thing that always cracks me up about H2A is because there's only 3 maps, and you guys would play best of 7s. It was so funny whenever the series layout would come out, and it was like 3 shrines in a row, and
That
it's
was
like
the best.
It's like, dude, I loved
Warlord,
H2A.
play
It was
Warlord
really
bomb,
fun.
Hill, all in one
dude.
series. It was awesome.
Warlord shotgun, just keep going around the corner. You just go, woo, woo. It's
That was my least favorite one in that game.
oh yeah, Warlord. I think for sure for everyone.
The shotguns were insane, weren't they?
The shotgun was, I mean, it was the H2 shotgun on host, but
Yeah.
there was a YY. Like
There's a
rapid,
like
double
Sentinel's
pump,
beam
you could,
was.
you could make it shoot faster.
The Sentinel beam was low key crazy.
Insane on host though. It wasn't that good on land.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I just remember because you could like
You
jump.
could one-hit melee.
Yeah, you could jump
Yeah.
up with it too. Like, did you have to jump to get the one hit melee?
Yeah, so it's the momentum melee is like an H2. So if you're coming down with rockets, Sentinel beam, brute shot in H2, but that wasn't an H2A. That
Single beat
that
down.
would be a one-shot melee.
I did. The Sentinel beam was one thing H2A did right was the weapon design and like not in like the competitive sense, but like just like artistically, every gun sounded and felt so good in that game.
Honestly, everything about H2A is pretty good minus the map.
I thought the footstep audio was like really loud in that game.
The audio was a little bit of a problem. Do you remember the spawn audio too?
Yeah.
You could, like hear like the beep like across the map. You
So
knew you
weird.
spawned in blue on lockout. It was like literally you'd hear the spawn blue and you're
Yeah.
like, don't fucking die. Like kill this guy, trap him blue.
Yeah. I feel like that's not a good mechanic that you could hear where someone spawns.
and
There's
that
kind of
doesn't
that in Halo Infinite though. If they
It's-
have like
it is there in Infinite.
yeah, like it's like a whoosh kind of sound.
Well, I feel like the armor effects are a bigger deal in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, you
where-
can see them just flashing out of like the fridge when they spawn a fridge on a quad.
That's why it's-
H5 had it too. You could hear like the pistol raise.
Oh yeah.
You could hear like the pistol go.
Yeah.
It's like it's funny how like there's a lot of sound cues in games that are just so subtle.
Yeah.
That you like don't really realize what it is, but you like hear it.
If you
and
play
know
the
what
game
it
for
is.
10,000 hours, then you start to figure it out.
Okay, I need a quick catch
Okay,
up on
so
open
we're
bracket.
getting back into this. We're in losers bracket. Winner of this series qualifies. Other one goes home. Mind Freak and Lethal Fox are tied 1-1 in the oddball. We just had a reset. Lethal Fox, it looks like they decided that they're going to be up 70-0 at the reset on the oddball.
Yeah, Rami's monitor shut off, I guess. But yeah, this is the swing game. Winner of this will take a 2-1 lead. This is a best of 5.
We had a 50-49 Slayer in game 2, but Mind Freak did win that, but they had a control for most of the game. It was like, it would have been a crazy win if Lethal Fox would have taken it.
Who beat Lethal Fox in winners?
Alpha.
Alpha, okay.
Yeah.
So Alpha and Native were the winners.
And then Alpha won 3-0, or was it 3-1? 3-1.
3-1.
Against who?
Scion.
Okay, so the last 4 matches are these two, Scion and...
Scion's playing against Mortalley's team, Carolina.
Okay.
So also for more context, Mind Freak took Native to game 5, which you
I
might
watched
already know
that one.
that. Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
watched
figured you
that
know
one.
that because you're obviously
That one I
friends
have
with
to
them.
be kind of keyed in on.
Yeah. But Mind Freak was looking phenomenal in that
Yeah, they
series.
look really good.
Sways was hitting insane.
Oh, the recharge
Dude,
shocks?
The
Yeah.
shock rifle shots.
I was
were
watching that
insane.
with Frosty backstage, actually, randomly. And we were like, this guy's tweaking.
Yeah, he was playing insane. Here we go. There's a shock rifle kill. Looks like Rami the one that has it. It seems like a formality at this point that Lethal Fox should win this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Mind Freak is one of those ones that's just weird, dude. Playing against mouse and keyboard guys is so strange.
That's what we talked about actually. Like
so weird.
it's like an X factor because you know how a controller player you shoot them in the back. You're probably gonna get 3 shots in them before
Yeah.
they can turn and start shooting you. But
Pretty much a
M&K,
kill.
it's like they're just instantly
yeah.
locked on you after you shoot them once.
I remember we played him last year, and it was streets. I'm like B-rail and Scoob's like walking front C towards like Purple Street.
Yeah.
He has rockets, and I shoot him like 3 times. I literally like preemptively said rockets down. Guy 180s and rockets. He B-rail and kills me. And I'm just like, all right, that's different. I'm
They're
not used to that.
So fast.
It's
and
so
plus,
crazy.
Do what you can do.
They do like weird tricky stuff when they're running away from you. Like they can throw a grenade at the ground. Like
Or they can like pop heat wave you as they're running.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude. We saw the most absurd when he's on recharge. He's at like R2, fighting a guy at what it was like Needles. Gets shot from fucking top gold. And whoosh, just
Oh, I
like-
did watch the Bat Ledge one.
Yeah,
Yes, I
I
saw
was
that
like,
one too.
what the
Yeah,
fuck, dude?
Yes, it's so crazy.
Oh, I was like, what in
It
the
definitely
world?
flips like the expectation, the Halo like muscle memory on its head.
Right. Yeah, because you kind of just get in the flow of playing against players that are a lot like you. When you're a pro, like everyone's pretty close.
Yeah.
And have the same goals and like expectations in a fight, but it just completely changes the dynamic.
Yeah, it's like it definitely is something obviously we never dealt with, but
Yeah, there it is. That was a nice shot. Quick flick. This is another nice shot from Scoob. Usually the M&K player's not fond of the shock rifle. The burst effects can be a little bit unforgiving, I think, for M&K players, but
do you think MNK players are going to be mad about the rate of fire change.
I think it probably's not bad for them, right? You think
Scoop
it's
says
bad
he
for
likes
them?
it, actually.
I think so.
Interesting.
Because the big thing that like I feel like controller has a leg up on, obviously there's the whole debate, but its tracking is much better.
Of course, yeah.
Like obviously with mouse and keyboard, like you can track people.
So you think the tracking's more forgiving with the update?
Well, when it's slower rate of fire, you have to track more. You just have to stand.
Oh, that's what you're saying.
Yeah,
So
you have to stand
longer
target
time.
longer.
Yeah.
So that should theoretically mean that mouse and keyboard.
You know what Barco
struggles.
told me today that blew my mind?
What?
The kill time, even with the update, for the Bandit is still faster than the Halo 5 pistol.
I talked to him about this like a couple weeks ago. I think he's wrong because
You're like he's just spreading
because it was
misinformation.
it's 2.9 rounds per second, so that should be a 1.45.
He said
And the
Halo
H5
5
pistol was 1.13.
He said at 1.35.
He said 1.35. 1.13.
It was 1.13
for a perfect.
I don't know who's math.
It's the fastest kill time outside of it at CE.
Right, yeah, 3-shot.
It's 0.67.
Yeah, that sounds
or some
right.
shit.
The problem is that you had to hit.
I was the kill time guy at 343, so I had to go through every
you
game
went
and like
through it.
do this shit,
I
and you have
think
to learn what
Big
it is
One's
in engine versus in client. So
So
I'm pretty sure
we are
it was a
seeing
145.
you dispel misinformation in real time, or spreading.
Or
it.
spreading it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's a 1.13. Maybe it was a 1.17.
Yeah. Off topic, but I'm used to seeing you in the beanie. Why
Yeah.
you been wearing a beanie? You got some great hair, bro. You got the
It was just a Halo thing. Like I didn't, like as you can see with the headset right now, like the hair gets all
pulling it. Yeah,
hung
yeah.
up in
I
it
went through a
and stuff,
phase 20 like when I got out of high school, my first year of college, I always wore the beanie because you know.
Really?
Yeah, because I always liked you
I
on
feel like a lot of
stage
people.
with it.
Yeah, no, it's.
I'd get the same one. I get the hef one. I
The
always
Nef?
like put it
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
What do you mean a Halo thing? Like your head had to be warm for you to be locked in?
I just don't like I still when I game have the beanie on. It's just like
Yeah,
with the
it's like-
headset
like-
on. I just don't like the headset like
People
actually
put
on
like
my
their
ears.
hoodie on.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the same idea. It's like the same idea. It's just like a comfort thing.
I think there's literally someone playing on. Here, can we go to the other camera for
Yeah,
Lethal
Haynes
Fox?
plays with this hood up.
Yeah, Haynes plays with
Yeah, hood up
Yeah.
and the headphones.
It's the
Like,
same idea. It's
it feels
cozy.
uncomfortable.
It's
if
cozy.
you're- Yeah.
These type of
Very
headsets
cozy.
hurt my ears when we've been wearing them for 10 hours because they like push into your.
Yeah.
Why I'm literally looking at your ear. It's like not fitting. I think that's why. It's like
I think my ears
sticking.
are.
You got
made
big
incorrectly.
ears.
Yeah,
I have big ears too.
Or you
so
have
that's part
tall
of it.
ears. I think is the
tall
problem.
ears.
I got the ears that stick out. But yeah, no, it was just like a Halo thing, and then of course I started placing while wearing beanies, so then it becomes like a.
It's like synonymous.
Yeah, it's like
mental
then
thing.
it's like if I don't wear the beanie, I'm gonna get shit on, and
Oh, it's funny because when you wear a beanie like that, people just assume you're bald.
yeah, I know everyone thought I was balding. I'm
Yeah,
like,
you
I'm
know, you
chilling.
just got, like-
my grandpa's like almost 90 years old with a full head of hair still. I'm like, yeah,
It's like
joke's
I
on
got
you.
good genes, dog.
Yeah, I'm
but
chilling.
I'm just trying to be comfy.
I don't think any. I've got to knock on some wood, but I don't think anybody in my family is balding, honestly.
That's insane.
So
Good genetics.
should be good.
My dad's side, full head of hair, all that. My mom's side, my grandpa is bald.
So you're rolling the dice here.
But people say it's from your mom's side, but no one in my family's been going bald yet. But then my brother shaves his head, and then he's got like a Norwood going, like a Norwood 3 going on. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
How old are
I could be doomed. 20. I just turned 27.
You know
About
what?
7 years out from learning, probably.
You think so?
Yeah.
Damn.
You know what he told me that blew my mind? He's the same age as Lil Poison.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy to think about?
I mean, I guess that makes sense. Wait, no. He was 7? Yeah, that would make sense.
I was.
you're like doing math. It's like, oh
Yeah.
shit, that's what happens.
It's born in 2000, probably, right?
No, you know what is another fun fact? Me and Stellar have the same exact birthday.
Really? Same
Yeah.
day,
Like
same
down
year?
to the year?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty sick. All right, anyways, guys, let's focus here. We got Forbidden
We're
CTF.
both cancers. Zodiacs and not.
Makes sense. Yeah, that one can go a few different ways. So we got,
man.
it looks like, who is 3, 7, 4? Can't remember. They took my cheat sheet off the screen.
It looks like it is.
You can tell by watching the reticle.
I'll go get it.
So Haynes is 374.
You're not looking for the mouse and keyboard.
I think it's Haynes. I'm looking for when people die and they point.
That's so funny.
That's good meta.
It is funny to see people pointing at their screen because it's like, if I'm playing, I'm not looking at your screen even if you're
Yeah,
pointing at
that's
it.
a lost skill.
Is being able
Screen
to
watching.
look.
Best-
Well,
best
I
way to look at
screen
a snake
watch,
bite.
but I'm not going to like look at where you're pointing.
Nah.
I'm just going to look at your screen.
Pay
dude.
attention now, like everybody. Pay attention to how Snakebite does it.
He does this, bro. It's
But watch when he
fucking
points and
insane.
shit at, and
Oh,
watch how his
yeah.
teammates respond to it. It's like,
Interesting.
dude, it's like a wall hack.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, I would say PJ is like
He's the best. I
He's
think
the old guard in that sense.
undisputed.
He's
GOAT
holding on to that skill
of
for
watching
everybody.
the screen.
I mean, he's probably got more LAN hours than just about anybody that's still playing right now, right? Like, because
I think period.
That's only a skill that you develop by playing that much LAN,
Yeah,
right?
it's what Brad, him,
Yeah.
Lethal.
Yeah. Well, Lethal was much later than
Columbus
Brad.
2010 was his first tournament.
But Snakebite's also made it to the end of so many tournaments, right? So he's got more hours, I think, probably than anybody currently playing.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, it is crazy that Mind Freak is just up 2-0, by the way. My bad.
It's forbidden, dude. It starts. They probably got Ovi, killed their sniper.
This map is so good for them, right?
It's so snowball. Yeah, and that too, range shots.
Yeah, Scoob said that he's the sniper on maps like this and Argyle, but on the smaller maps like Livefire, they give Sways the sniper more often than not.
That's interesting.
Which makes sense. Yeah, M&K just more comfy at longer distance sniping.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Argyle is like a cheat code for Mind Freak, I bet.
Yeah, it feels
I'm
like
sure they probably like punch air that they only get to play it like once a tournament.
it is kind of tragic. There's only
Like
one,
good.
like a maximum of one CTF per series, because I feel like it'd be cool if you had.
Dude, that was something
two.
in H5 I loved that we did. We had like CTF series, Stronghold series.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they like at Infinite, they always try to keep the 4th game type, and it's like
I would rather there be.
I'd rather they be guaranteed, like either guarantee 3, scrap a 4th game type, like rotate it in and out, or double up on one.
Well, I also kind of miss like the old, like back in the MLG. Remember how there was pro game types and not?
Yeah, you had team snipers, fucking as a game type. I remember
That was like, what was that, Philly?
Yeah.
05,
Oddball
like Gemini
was
TS and shit.
Oddball was a pro game.
Well,
type,
Philly
right?
was the
Oddball,
all-Slayer
NH3,
tournament.
and Onslaught, and Amplified, and Lockdown Ball.
Yeah, Lockdown Ball didn't get seen very much.
No, the map was pretty not great, but
rough.
I do
feel
kind
like-
of miss that.
I feel like in practice that just gives a huge advantage to pro players.
You think so?
Because the teams that are amateurs aren't going to scrim it, so then if they do get that far, they're just going to get bulldozed on that map.
In H3, I was an AM and we scrimmed it. And we played Darkest Hour.
Oh, okay. Well, if
and
you did scrim
beat
it.
him on guard ball. And
I guess like in theory it seems that way, but in practice it probably isn't.
yeah, you still practice everything, and also one of those things back then. It's harder to compare, but we played so much.
Oh, my God!
Holy shit.
What the?
That was disgusting.
So that's why Rice snipes on, or no, he doesn't snipe. Rice doesn't snipe.
Well,
He
Scoob is
should
the one that
get
picks it up.
Well, on this map.
Have you seen Scoob with the snipe though?
Well, Scoob said they just alternate. Whoever gets it gets it. I think it's like whoever spawns.
I do think Sways is nasty though. Even playing against him in matchmaking, like
I think after today,
he's on
I
200
think that
ping.
man
He's
might be the
disgusting.
goat.
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense. Wow,
Game
3-0 swiftly. We're going to another game 5. We've had so many.
Do we know what the game 5 is?
No, unfortunately. Wait, what's the best possible map for them?
For
Mind Freak.
Mind Freak? Not that one. Not Aquarius.
Yeah, I feel like Aquarius is. So we just got word from producer that it's Aquarius Slayer, which, yeah, I agree. That does not play to their favor.
Well, I think it's like not necessarily in their disfavor. It's just like gonna be whoever has better teamwork. Like,
Yeah. It does benefit controller a little bit more, I think.
yeah.
I'd say probably, like Recharge is probably a good one for them.
I think Recharge is probably the best one.
Yeah, Recharge feels like.
Livefire is probably good too, though.
Yeah.
They'd probably be nasty on Pit Slayer if it was still in.
Low key.
I mean, the problem is, Pit Slayer is just like whoever gets the other team's base and gets them
Yeah,
to the
you
spawn
get the other
trap
team's
first.
tower, it's over.
Nah, Pit Slayer got cringe because we would just sit still for fucking 20
If the spawns flipped, it wouldn't be so bad. I think.
It's so funny how different we are in that because I fucking eat that shit up.
Oh,
Because I
dude.
played so much Lockout in my life.
I get so mad. Especially Catalyst was the worst.
Oh, yeah.
Because I can't watch another Ryan Noob Catalyst Slayer. I was actually gonna.
Dude, when they're just
running in
away
circles,
all
that's
the time.
horrible. That's horrible. No, that's
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. I was actually thinking about quitting for a second if I had to watch a Catalyst Slayer with Ryan Noob on it.
Yeah, Lockout was so different.
You were still like poking and playing the game.
I don't know how you guys like Lockout Slayer. I think it's the cringiest game type of all time.
It just made there was so many like
It's
nerd
so
nades and
unfun.
stuff. There was
That's why.
counterplay.
Okay,
though.
so it's like you have to be at the highest skill range for it to be fun.
And it was very it was like poking and like waiting for it was like
it was
a chess
methodical,
match.
yeah.
It felt like a boxing match actually. It was like
Because like if you're snipe
waiting for the
side,
opening.
you're at disadvantage, but then you could sometimes like sneak a player to blue and then start getting some damage on the guy at front library.
lift up blue, shoot
and
the
then,
guy out the window, and then double top mid.
Yeah,
and it was
you
just
pick up-
very.
And then if you're the team at BR Tower, like yeah, you've got the nicer setup, but then what about when the sniper comes up? So then if you're the BR Tower team and you have an empty sniper, you could maybe just not drop it so
Yep.
that it doesn't go back on respawn timer. Or you could drop it and then know that you're the team that knows it's up in 38 seconds. Maybe you go sneak up, shortcut, grab it, and then run back to library.
And throw 4 plasmas like at S3 on that corner
Yeah.
that kills anybody that's sitting above the
Yeah, there was
drop.
also a wall glitch with the plasma. If
Yeah.
you hit it in the corner, it would kill somebody behind in the drop area.
It's like
the best game ever, man.
It's funny because like you probably remember that very fondly, but if that were to happen in today's game, you'd be so mad. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
I don't think you'd like
Some
it.
of that was only one spot. Like that's the thing with that game is it was all spots. It was just conditions. So like
Yeah.
you were just aware of them. It was like don't sit top drop.
Right. I just feel like because of modern day game design, it's no longer ship
Yeah,
it
it's the
and
ship
it's
blade
the way
bullshit.
it is. It's like it gets patched. So
Yeah.
it's like it
That's
never
the big
has
thing,
the
yeah.
opportunity to
be a
exist.
to be cool or a problem. That and yeah, I mean that's a whole.
One thing
other
that I thought was interesting when we were
thing.
talking to APG was it sounded like he gushes over the game in theory now rather than like killing. Like, you know, like it's always fun to get like the 5-shot, the sniper.
Yeah.
But it seemed like what was more fun in his mind was hitting the right
macro.
timing.
Yeah.
Hitting like what was your thought as you played? Because you had a long career.
Yeah.
Did you see the same transition where you're like 5? Or are you like so like I just
I'm
like
just
hit
a
the
fucking
side
crackhead,
shot?
dude. I just like I was talking about it with I was backstage with like the Faze guys. And I was saying, you know, like the big thing for me with Infinite is like it deleted a lot of the stuff in the middle that I enjoyed. Like, you know, step 1 of like Halo historically was like positioning, right? Positioning still matters in Infinite, but basically it's like positioning, and then back in the day it was win your fights, move up on the map, keep position, power-ups. Those things came synonymously with that. But then Infinite's like step 1, positioning, hit a timing, snowball that into a split spawn, win the game. And it's like that was Halo. That was Halo, but it had the 5 middle steps. That's the shit that was like I loved. It was winning the gunfights to get to that point.
Because
Infinite
of the
just doesn't
curb
really have
slide
that.
mechanic.
Yeah.
And like,
You beat their spawn, so you don't have to fight that initial guy.
I think that's the H5 kidding me. That like I really enjoyed that process of like understanding that you have a very small timing window, and if I hit my movement just right, I can cheat that window.
Yeah.
To make a play that's even better than like the best play.
See, I don't mind that, but Halo 5 required the skill check still. You had to win the fight.
Infinite's like it's so easy to hit the curb slide.
And you just don't have to fight the guy.
I
You
have
can
a
literally
question,
block it
though.
and split them.
I have a question though. Like, what makes players like Boo Boo Doo Boo so consistent at picking up power-ups? Because he's doing positioning like further in advance. He's reading what the other team is going for better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's certain, and I think of like Trippy. I think of Boo Boo. Like these guys are just really good at securing the power-up. Like,
why?
Because we skipped that.
Yeah.
Like, what makes them more consistent at it in this game?
I mean, it's kind of Sin's play style. They're kind of like a neutral game play
Yeah,
style. Like
yeah.
they play for the neutral game, which I mean is why when you see them play like Shopify and stuff like that, and they're on the back foot, they kind of struggle.
Mhm.
I still think they're probably them and Optic are like the best neutral game team.
Yeah.
Like when I say neutral, I just mean that like
neutral in like the Super Smash Brothers sense of neutral.
yeah, like
4v4.
It's 4v4. The maps, the map is neutral.
Nobody
There's-
has a clear advantage.
Nobody has a clear advantage, and there's not people hitting timings, and nobody's hitting a long route. There's no flank that's coming in or anything like that. It's like I think you saw it at the end of that Shopify series game 2 rather with Sin. Shopify decided to hit the brakes, and suddenly Sin made it like a 13-kill game, made it like a 3-kill game.
Well, that's what Sentinel's so dangerous in the Slayer.
Yeah.
Because teams naturally slow down at the end of
Yeah.
games, and they're so filthy at it.
And that's what they're the best at, and that's just not what you're supposed to be good at in this game. So that's why like you probably see them struggle. So yeah, I mean it's just Trippy plays for that, Boo Boo plays for that. Snakebite's really good at getting power-ups too, but when it comes to like Faze and Optic, that's off the back of their slaying. Like they're just they're saying that the timings
everyone.
and stuff don't really matter to them in a sense. They're like, I'm just gonna like outslay you and keep slaying you and get you in a cycle, and then force the split spawn off
Yeah.
that.
At the same time, though, I feel like players like Frosty and Renegade have some of the best timing
Oh,
I've
yeah.
ever seen. Like
That's
they
why they're
just
so scary.
find
But
openings.
I think they get it because they're so disrespectful in like their gameplay sense of like that they think they can get the timing, they're gonna go.
Oh, they just
for
want to
it.
step on your neck. Like,
yeah,
that's just the way
like
play.
they will always take the risk
Yeah.
because because they don't have to be risk averse because the punishment is often them getting a perfect reverse.
Well, I mean, if you have to look at it from their point of view too. If they fuck up, Royal 2's sitting there waiting to keep them in the game.
True.
So it's like, what's the problem?
Yeah.
Like you do start to get that mindset. Like when we were on Envy and we were firing all cylinders, I was like, you know, I can kind of scam here because I have Ola.
That's a
Like,
scary team.
Yeah, we were really
That's
good.
a
but
dangerous mentality to have. Like, it doesn't matter if I fuck up because Ola's gonna bail me out.
Yeah,
like
and it worked.
But Ola's that guy. So
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
and so you can play a bit riskier. I feel like that's really interesting you say that because I think that's probably why they pick up a player like Precision because he does play riskier and it does
Yep.
open the map for them a bit more.
He definitely took them. they're still really good at the neutral game. And Sparty, great player, free Sparty, but the neutral game part, right? He was a great neutral game player, and you saw Sin was very good at that. That was good in the BR meta. It's not that good in the Bandit meta.
Right. And you need kind of that high risk, high reward.
You need the person that's going to go get a double kill.
And Precision's that guy. I mean, you hear it in their comms. He's just like, I'm going to go kill this guy. Like, there's not like a question. He just like feels it. And he's like, I'm going to go kill this guy. And sometimes that kill completely changes the complexion of the game.
Every team has a double kill guy. Like, if you really go
if you think about
sink your teeth into it, Soul Snipe on Shopify.
Yeah.
Well, Faze has like 3 of them. It's the scary 4 of them. The scary thing with them. Optic has like 4 of them.
Hold up. We just got the big Halo raid.
Oh, Halo raided us? Yo, shout out.
Sent us 12,000 viewers. Let's go.
All right. For anyone that's joining us from the Halo stream, let me break down what is going down here on LVT Halo. Yes, pool play is over for the day, but there's still teams competing to make it to pool play. These teams competing in the concourse below on the basketball court where the Atlanta Dream play here at HCS Atlanta. On your screen, you're going to have Mindfreak going up against Team Lethal Fox. First to 50 in a Game 5 situation that we find ourselves here. Loser goes home. Could be a long trip for the Australians over on Mindfreak. Winner gets to play just a bit longer. Saturday will be in their sights. I'm Tools, joined with me, Eli the Ninja, and our special guest here today, Mikwin, former player from championship rosters on Envy. You've had an illustrious career, and most recently was on Native Gaming.
Yep, nice and retired nowadays.
As of a few months.
Re-retired, I guess would be the better term.
Yeah, so when did you retire the first time?
After DreamHack Atlanta 2018.
The Halo 3 era?
I went to work at Halo 3.
That's right. Yeah, also former employee at
He's
Halo
like, I
3.
made this game.
He worked on this game.
Roller coaster.
He's been fact-checking us with kill timings and everything, so I'd love to have you on the cast, man. It's awesome.
Thank you for having me. It's fun to be here.
Of course.
And if you're trying to get your drops, you can get them here. And we're in a level 5 hype train. So shout out to everyone that's been subbing to the channel, like Vented, Ninja, Jwoo, giving out those gifted subs. That helps us do what we are doing, what we're doing here today. We have a whole production truck and like a full production team, a set, all this fun stuff. Costs a lot of money. If you want to help offset some of that, well, subs to the channel help us do what we do here today and keep Grassroots Halo alive. If you have a question for the man of the hour, we have Mikwin with us. Feel free to let it go. But we're going to get right into this Game 5. Remember, loser is going home. Now, I know this looks intimidating at first. It will get fixed. As you see, as I say it, Scoobmeister and the rest of Mindfreak going to be on that blue side. You'll see it on the scoreboard in a second. Over on the other side, Haynes, Biggie, King J, Rami, part of Team Lethal Fox. Loser goes home. First of 50 wins.
Winner advances into pool play. This is huge for the Australian contingent.
It's a huge start.
And it's a huge start. 7-2. They got the first OS. They had a clean squad wipe 4-0. Now, how do you play the situation, Austin? Do you go for the L shape? You want like a base window control and a part of top mid? I usually think that's a good kind of L shape to form on this map. How do you sense that they should play in this situation?
Yeah, I mean, one thing you got to remember in Aqua is the lead is super fragile.
Yes.
So it's, even though you're up 8-2, that could be 8-8 real quick. So probably go for an L shape, but also just look for some picks, which seems like what they kind of did, and now they're collapsing on it. They're in the lead, but this is where it gets fragile, right? As they did a collapse, this is where it can turn around, but it seems like they're collapsing on it well. But yeah, ultimately what you want to end up with is a double fridge through the flag to the Jin, and then flip that to like a Jin and get them trapped in a fridge.
Right.
That's usually the way you want to pivot on it.
Now, one thing I've noticed about this map is squad spawning is, for whatever reason, heavily prevalent. To the point,
walls.
Yeah, it's I guess because of the line of sight check with the respawn system. So all these players, I think, at this point know this. Do you ever intentionally leave a player alive in a base so that they will spawn their teammates there and set up a collapse?
Yeah, that's you'll hear a lot of calls from that, especially from like your bigger teams. It's like just leave him, we'll collapse on it. Especially in flag, you'll hear that. You want that to happen in flag. You want them to all like spawn up in flag and get them on a split to fridge. And Slayer, yeah, as you're in a little bit bigger of a lead, I feel like people are more inclined to do that. If you're not in a big lead, there's probably a little bit of trepidation about pushing in the flag because you're like, If we forward
It's-
that,
yeah.
If we go forward that on this, we're probably pretty screwed.
Pretty sure you just got Blake Belly and 3 Blake shots on land. That's tough.
Yeah, you do run the risk if you just go barreling into the flag that there's just 2 guys waiting for you to turn the
Nade,
corner.
pre-nade,
Yeah,
nade,
you're
like,
going to
you're
get
walking
naded
in.
out, or
Yeah,
you just
it's-
get team shotted instantly.
One thing I really liked about APG's like ideology when we were playing, especially on this map on flag, is like if they're all on the flag, that's great. Like wait for them to throw a couple nades. If you see like 2, 3, 4, 5 nades, go ahead, send it.
So smart. Wait for them to waste their resources so that by the time we push in, we have the upper hand.
Oh my God, Mind Freak. They
These are
somehow
flying.
just trapped him. Lethal
This
Fox.
Sway's hit is gross.
They were in utility, pushed into the base. Well, there was no one for Mind Freak there. They let them get in, and well, they were able to collapse in all 4. It looked like Team Lethal Fox is going to take the lead, but Mind Freak steal it right back.
In the current iteration of the map with the OS spawning P1, do you have a heavier emphasis on controlling the P side of the map throughout the game?
Not throughout. You usually want to get both fridges probably
30
really
seconds.
depends on the situation, but 30 to 15 seconds, I would say. 30 seconds if you just like fresh 3-deaded them.
Yeah, you
probably
want to
go
have
for that.
control of both sides so that it's not a coin flip situation where you're just headbutting each other for it.
But like people hear fridge, you don't want to just sit in the fridge because then they can just walk out of the front base.
Yeah,
you probably want to play like a P door, or like under the P door or something.
Generally
like that.
hold that side.
Yeah, a little bit more aggressive on like that angle, but just making sure they don't walk through a front base and steal the OS or kill the guy that's grabbing it or something. But yeah, usually I'd say about 30 seconds.
That's good timing, yeah. Mind Freak so far holding on to lead, but never mind. 3 dead. They've tied it up out of nowhere. Lethal Fox striking back. And yeah, and now OS is up in 2 seconds, and looks like Mind Freak has a bit heavier presence, but Lethal Fox is already here. They hit the curb slide. They're in the mix. They're going to have to win this fight to earn it, I think.
Mind Freak might have gotten away
I think
with
they
it,
did get away with it.
but they don't really have much space to work with.
Oh,
this.
Haynes has it. How did Haynes sneak away with it?
We're starting to see it. We're hearing
Yeah,
the
they're trapped.
screams.
This could be really bad because you see that Scoob is dead for so long. Now watch, he's gonna come up.
He's gonna be alone.
Yeah, he's completely alone. If they sniff him out, it's just gonna turn into a snowball.
So last member of Mind Freak crosses to car 3. I think that gave Scoob a car 2 spawn.
Yeah, it did.
So I think
but it
that
split them. They got 2 different gen spawns.
Which I don't
That
know if
just
you like.
put them in a good setup.
Yeah, it actually. You don't like that if you're Lethal
the car
Fox.
player staying alive, right? Just like
yeah, he
keeping
played
them
that
in
well.
that.
Who was that? Plasma?
I believe
I think
so.
it was Plasma. Yeah.
Very smart play. By the way, Rice, 3 kills, 8 assists already. He's got nearly a third, more than a third of his team's kills have been assisted by Rice.
Yeah, for people that don't know, the Mind Freak 2 mouse and keyboard players. You have Rice and Scoobmeister on the top of that scoreboard over there. Both of them gonna be rocking that mouse and keyboard input. 2 of the best in the game as well, joining the ranks
Easily.
of Wutum.
Yeah, Wutum might claim the title as best currently, but these guys are right there up with him. We're seeing more and more waves of M&K players finding success in this game. Rice came from, I guess, Valorant and Paladins.
That's what Alex was saying was Paladins.
Yeah. So,
Interesting.
yeah, I've been told I should play Paladins. I don't know what that is, but maybe I'll try.
Overwatch.
It's
High-res
basically
Overwatch
Okay.
clone.
Got it.
Great shots from across the range. Scoobmeister getting that damage, but all Lethal Fox stuck on this P side. Scoobmeister goes for a journey, and well, he sees immediately that he's gonna have to find an exit, and he just cannot get his shields back. Pepper for the top base. Desperately trying to get these shields back. His teammates go down as this overshield is to come up. This fight will be a big one to secure these extra shields.
Here too. Mind Freak has to stop bleeding.
Yeah, they can't desperate for this OS. They're playing. I like the patience, and he's also not procking it. Maybe because he knows his teammate is there.
That was a good play by whoever.
That's
that
actually
was.
really smart.
Yeah. It was Rice.
Yeah, so he outputs more damage because he's not stuck in the proc animation, and also opens up space for his teammate to pick it up off his dead body. That's good forward thinking.
He knows there's not the OB guy there.
Yep.
He's the point man. Do the
he's
damn
checking every corner.
and drop it in a decent spot for his teammate.
Yep. So smart, man.
Don't do the one that'll get you bitched out of matchmaking where you throw it at him.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like Scoob had the thrust. Thrust's really important on this game type as well, in my opinion. It's definitely a lot less prevalent than in prior iterations of the map.
It's about to become really important too with those changes.
It's gonna be so. Are they just switching the locations?
Yeah, swapping the locations, but you're gonna need that thrust to get that OB, I think.
Yeah, big patch coming up on Tuesday. Look forward to that, guys. But now a 5-kill lead for Lethal Fox. This kind of feels like it's out of nowhere. I mean, they've been steadily, just patiently finding their openings, playing a good neutral game, not really overextending. I think that might have been a slight overchow there from Piggy Bottom Center, but other than that, they've really been finding their openings wisely, I would say.
Yeah, neutral game probably is benefit to Mindfreak just because of the mouse and keyboard. Piggy is a really good neutral game player, though.
So much damage.
Yeah, he's sneaky.
Yeah, he's good at finding openings, I think.
Be that player on your screen to the bottom of your left. Closest to camera.
This is starting to get a bit out of hand. Like you said, they needed to stop the bleeding. 6-kill lead at this point in the game is not what you want to be up against.
You have Overshield coming up in 15 seconds. It's almost a must-do situation for Mindfreak. Get these kills, get that Overshield, use it to propel yourself
Lethal Fox
forward.
has the right idea, though. They're just going to play out Jin and say, hey, go get this Ovi. We don't really care. We're just going to get the kills where we can.
King J has been impressing me with his positioning so much today. I feel like he's just playing Gatekeeper to the right parts of the map. They've just gone on a spree. Mindfreak cannot buy a kill right now. This is over. Wow. Somewhat anticlimactic into a close game as Lethal Fox just run away with it. Mindfreak running out of gas. We're going to have to say goodbye to the Australians. And, man, that hurts. I was really pulling for these guys.
Yeah.
At the same time, it's hard not to root for Team Lethal Fox as well. These guys are grinders. They've been at every tournament, it seems. And you can see the look of defeat on their faces.
I believe this,
pretty close to pool play.
This
series.
probably puts them in Pool B, which is,
I would assume that they have more. Wait.
So who's on the other side?
Carolina's on the other side, so I think Carolina's gonna get.
It just depends on their seed number.
Yeah.
Was Carolina a higher seed?
I'm trying to. Is higher go to A or B? You'd want A. Hopefully.
Higher goes to B.
Oh, that is rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is one thing. The open bracket, like the seeding, like how you come out, like there's some rough ones that like don't make sense, but because like losers 2 technically gets like a better pull.
Yeah.
But they are the 16th seed, so they play the hardest team, but they also play the worst pro team technically by seed.
And sometimes it's just a luck of the draw. I mean, it just happens to be that Pool B is the death pool of Optic, Pure, and ITV right now.
Yeah, all because Optic had a less than well
Well,
they got second. They got second.
And then I think it's largely because the European team, it's just Euro 1 goes into Pool B. Yeah. And it always makes it tough.
Right. Yeah. I like the changes that HCS made. Oh yeah, this was the slow-mo of the beatdown and then a blank shot. What looked to be a blank shot.
That's a tough loss for man, it just feels so rough.
At the same time, though, the observer is not always entirely accurate, so sometimes you'll hear a beatdown that the player didn't hear on their screen.
Yeah, I'm just saying, from the sense of, poor Mindfreak.
Yeah, 2 game 5s. They were 1 game away.
They're so close.
2 different times to making it out, and now they've got a...
I think that Native game, that Native series, game 3 against Native, they had a chance to 3-0 Native, 2-2 flag game, and then they just lost control and lose it.
It was a reverse sweep.
Yeah. I think I see game 3. I saw game 1, 2, and 5.
We'll pull King J up here if someone wants to go grab King J. Not us. It's just someone in general.
Thanks for hanging out, Eli. Have a good one. Bye, guys.
Saying bye to Eli X. People starting to
Eli saying bye to Eli.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he hung out with us for a bit. It's been fun. We missed Mikowski, but it's also opened the door for us to get a few extra guests on here, Shout out to Mikowski. I know he's probably still watching. Hope you're feeling better.
Vibe, the new meta.
Yeah. We're chilling, man. Isn't this?
I mean, I like this a lot more than what we do before.
Yeah, standing up and casting and stuff. This is the same
Well,
vibe.
it's vibe.
You can bring pros and stuff on to talk to them, and like you said, King J, people who normally don't get an interview.
It's more accessible. It's because so often, before what we were doing, you'd have to go find someone and take them all the way to the back. And it's
and you're standing on the X, and it's a little bit more professional. This is not unprofessional, but it's just vibier.
Yeah,
it's vibier.
We're chilling.
Shout out to Faze, allowing us to have
that
this,
was sick that you got those right here.
This area. We will be confirmed for anyone watching. We will be at Salt Lake City. If you want to watch open bracket coverage there, we'll be doing basically a very similar thing to what we're doing here today. Might be some little differences here and there. SSG's got some cool stuff cooking up that
LVT at the Salt Palace.
Excited to be LVT at the Salt Palace. Hopefully, we'll have the ability to sell merch there, so we're gonna potentially get something made. Just gotta make sure it looks good,
Yeah, we don't want to sell any junk to you guys. We want to make sure it's awesome. We got King J.
You can sit right next to me, brother. Got you on this microphone.
What's up, brother?
What's up? Sorry, my shoulder's screwed up. So.
Good game.
What'd you do to your shoulder?
I don't know, dude. I woke up like 2 days ago and it's just completely.
Did you
locked
like
up.
sleep? Do you sleep like this under your pillow?
No.
Nothing weird.
But I do like I round. What is it? Roll my shoulders,
What's wrong
round my
with you?
shoulders or something when I game. So like I slouch.
It's a common shoulder injury for an old man. All right,
Yeah,
you sleep wrong and you.
It is actually. You hit your 30s, dude. It's just all fucked up.
Hey, congratulations on winning. You know, I'll say anytime someone from the LVT team wins, it's a happy day.
It's a party.
He is the soldier that did raise the LVT banner back in the day, screaming at the face of the space station over at Fort Worth. But look, Louis is in here too now. How does it feel? I mean, Game 5. How are the Australians, and how'd you guys prevail?
Dude, they're good. They're so good. I don't know. They have 2 MNK players, so that was interesting to deal with. They, I needed a stat checkers to check the Forbidden they beat us on, because that might be the fastest flag game
really
HCS ever seen. They beat us in like 2 minutes, but feels good. Back in pool play where we belong. So.
Congrats, man. I'm curious, what do you think went wrong in the Forbidden game? Did you guys just lose the opening? They got both snipes. They got overshield.
They have 2 snipes, and their MNK players have the snipers. There's nothing you can do. Long range, you can't descope them when they have MNK. It's just nothing you could do. So I don't know. That's just how Forbidden goes sometimes. You just get caught in a blender.
It's kind of coin flippy off the rip.
Yeah.
There might have been the greatest could have been Game 2. We're on your POV at the end of the game.
You were on my POV?
Yeah,
oh
I
my
thought that
God.
you were just about to guarantee the craziest
Dude.
Game 2. Walk me through it.
I don't even know. I blacked out. But at the end there, dude, that double kill I got at the end.
I thought you guys won for a second. Dude.
So did I. And then I don't even think that spike should have killed me because I was not even close to it. But whatever. If that double kill at the end was for the 50th kill, I think I would have flipped the table. I was gonna freak out. I shit on them. But it's all good.
That happens. Here we got. I don't know why we're showing you POVs. You guys getting shit on.
This is always getting 3-0'd in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they beat us down.
If we can get the Game 2 end of Game 2 production,
Yeah,
if we can get the end of that, that'd be great to watch. And then Game 5, like, you guys don't start off super hot in Game 5.
No, we started down early, but we kind of realized what they were doing. Like after like 10 or 15 kills, we realized what they were doing, and we just adjusted really easily. So that was just a Game 5.
Oh, dude, you see this from Piggy?
Nah.
Bro, you got a blank melee, and then I think you shot like 2 blanks.
Did he say anything about it, or
No,
he just kept quiet?
no, he just kept going.
That's a good teammate right there.
Piggy actually might have
Don't
the best
say
comms in
anything
HCS.
that checks your teammates out. You know?
Yeah, no, Piggy's good at keeping his cool for sure. And if you've ever seen Piggy hyped, it's a sight to behold. When he starts screaming, it's a sight to behold.
He's a really mellow dude, like all the time.
Yeah.
Like just even killed, never too high, never too low,
Yeah.
just chilling.
And that's why when he starts screaming, it's like, what the?
It's like, where'd that come from?
Where did
Where you
that
been holding that energy,
Yeah.
bro?
It's like the whole team like rallies around it. So.
For you personally, like, you took a big hiatus, right? Didn't
Yeah.
play the first half of the year. Like, can you talk about what that decision was about, and like now coming back into the game, how does it feel like getting to pool play?
I was just dealing with IRL stuff. I moved in, got engaged.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Got a puppy. So, and my girlfriend works full time. So, like, I took like the first 2 events off because raising the puppy, like, if she works full time, I can't be gone for like a week at a time or whatever. So, took the first 2 events off. Honestly, I think it was pretty good to reset the mental because playing this game online for nonstop is it's testing. So I think the 6 months off was fun, but back in full force now. So.
Awesome. How's the puppy doing? What kind of puppy is it?
Golden Retriever.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's a lot of effort to raise for sure.
I love that guy. I miss him so much. I'm not even lying. Like on the way up here, I was like looking at pictures. I was like starting to cry.
No.
I'm like, dude, I miss this guy, dude.
That's
so
adorable.
I'm excited to get back there, but gotta take care of business here first.
Well, you can tell him all about your pool play right now.
Exactly. I'm sure he's at home watching.
Do you know what pool you're in?
No, I have no idea. Do you guys know?
So high seed should go to pool B, right? That's what we determined.
I think so, yeah.
I don't even know what the pools are.
So it's you and Carolina, right? Are the 2 teams that
At
go
Alusa,
through?
yeah.
Yeah.
Are they still going or did they win?
I have no idea. We weren't.
The series is
paying
over,
attention.
but I don't know who won that
Probably
series.
Carolina.
I'm assuming Carolina won, which is kind of a bad thing.
I'm
to
assuming
do.
the same thing, so I apologize.
I apologize.
They're still in the venue, so
I feel like if Scion would have beat them, we would have heard it. You know,
Yeah. Dude, if the Zuzis made it to pool play, that would be awesome. Because that roster, someone fact check me, they might be the longest lasting roster in Infinite, for sure.
Yeah, they are.
It would have been really cool
it's
to
cool
see
to
them.
see them break that top 24 curse.
Yeah, it's awesome. I think it's their best placement. It would have been sick if they made pools, but maybe next year.
They ran into Alpha, pretty tough matchup. I think a lot of people knew Alpha was very likely
they
to
beat
make it
us.
out.
They beat us in winners. So.
Alpha did?
Yeah.
Yeah, Alpha, tough squad. I think Drift underappreciated. Definitely one of the
No,
best.
they're good. They're really
Acid's
good.
really good.
Acid insane, yeah. And Leor, their newest addition.
He's a beamer. That kid can shoot.
Yep, yep.
I thought because when we scrimmed them online a lot, and I was like, I mean, you know how it goes when you get beat online. You're just like, dude, you'll never do that on
Right.
land. He did it on land. He did do it on land. So shout out to him.
Props.
You got 5. You gotta go. Shit.
Yeah, like, all right, maybe you do
shoot
actually.
straight.
All
right, what's your war story of the open bracket this time? Anything that comes to mind? Just easy business.
Not going through winners always sucks, but.
Well, how was the Alpha Series? We didn't really get to see it. Like,
it was close. We went last map. Last map was King of the Hill recharge. We were up 2-0 and we ended up losing 4-2. So that's kind of us losing more so than winning, but it's whatever. Get through. We got through. That's all that matters. So now we actually get to play on PCs. So.
Hey, yeah. What's next for you guys? Just like preparation wise, just good sleep. And then what's your expectation for you?
Food is next that's for sure. I haven't eaten anything all day. But,
oh, no.
Then, yeah, sleep. I guess we'll see who we end up playing and maybe watch some stuff in the room tonight to see once we figure out what pool we're in and then show up in the morning and get after it.
Pretty sure you're Optic and Quadrants pool, right?
Optic, Quadrant.
If you guys are the higher seed.
I don't think you
are.
No,
so.
Carolina's the higher seed.
Yeah, so you guys get the lucky pool. You have Faze.
I'm in Faze.
Snakebite, bro? Come on.
Every single event.
Hey, this is the one. This is the one, bro.
I'm in their pool every single event, dude. Literally.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
every event, I'm in Faze's pool. Who's in their pool?
Oh, dude, look at this.
I'm
think
trying
this
to think.
The game 2
is
highlights.
Standing baseline? Yeah, that's game.
I think Complexity. Isn't it Faze Complexity?
Yeah.
ABEU.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see.
Okay, I'm actually kind of happy with that pool.
Dude, eventually we're gonna get to the end of this game, dude.
I thought I did something. Well, I did do something crazy. I want to see this spike.
Yeah, there you are.
You went nuts at the end of this game. You get
kill
this
bolt. I don't think that spike should have killed me.
Oh, that's
dude.
so close to not killing you.
I really don't think it should have killed me, but.
Dude, the fact that you're for so long. You started this with this line. This is where you start. You're on a killing speed there.
I know. I'm not gonna lie. If I throw that spike to someone in that situation, it will not kill them. I promise you. But it's alright. I feel good. This is my first time playing with the Bandit on land. It feels really good. Like I actually having fun.
One last hurrah with it.
You see his eyes, he
hurrah with
literally
it.
died.
Yeah, how dare you have fun with it?
It's not. It doesn't happen often. But.
This is a question about the network update. So the network update actually changed the way land feels as well. Did you notice anything weird with that? Like I feel like melees are a little bit different.
We got a few blank melees, which you usually never get on land. So besides that, I haven't noticed anything different.
Like I feel like there's like a melee knockback effect as well that you kind of feel sometimes.
It's just Halo 5 land, right? It's like.
No, I mean it's like. I mean it's probably really confusing how to explain it all, but
the slow.
Yeah, there's an
Yeah, let me see the snap on slow mo. Someone did this to me online.
Bro, you weren't missing in this life, by the way.
Yeah,
we saw you up
we were
there.
talking about it.
I wasn't missing all day.
We were saying you were locked
which
in.
Is rare for me.
And then he's doing this, right?
And then he's missing.
Yeah, right here.
Actually.
Well, then I hear the nade, so I'm like, oh, I got to chow.
Oh my gosh.
Kill him, shit on him.
Oh my god.
That spike
Oh, you know what? I thought the spike hit that back wall.
It was on the
hit
wall.
The crouch, apparently. But even then, you crouch and it hits the wall, bounces back, and kills.
That would have been a really cool game to win. But yeah, that was a crazy comeback too, because we were down a lot on that slate. We were down a lot. But.
I thought you did it too, because the game over screen was right after you hit the double kill.
I know. I thought for a second too. I started to scream. And then I saw
the reactions of you guys on screen, like, because we could see you guys like. It was funny because we had to wait till you guys saw victory defeat to see like who like
won.
actually like got up to cheer. It was really funny. Anything that we haven't talked about that you want to talk about, you know, about whatever.
Shout out LBT for saving the Halo scene, man. And if you got any primes, if you got any gifteds, drop them in the chat.
That camera.
Drop the primes, drop the gifteds. There you go. That's it.
Shout out. We've been here doing this for like 10 hours now.
Yeah, we haven't
stopped.
Hey,
long day.
Food recommendation. There's a place called Shot. What was it called? Breaking
Shot.
Pad.
This guy got a restaurant named after him. One complexity team. He has a restaurant.
Break Pad. Restaurant, bar, very vibey, but it's an old like gas station.
No
bar.
We got business tomorrow.
One there, you know what I'm saying? But that does it for us today. Thank you for coming out.
Of course,
congratulations once again. Miquin, thank you for
Congrats,
coming on and talking
of
with
course.
us.
My shoulder's a little screwed. Still trying to extend.
And
extendo.
if you still need to get your drops, whatever it is, because I know it's a lot of hours, well, you can just stay right here because we're going to start this thing from the beginning in the highest quality possible as well. Shout out to the Proverb Brothers. We're going to go through the highlights of what happened here today, and then we'll restart it right from the start. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with more action, just at a different time period. Tomorrow, pool play We'll be covering it here with all those open bracket teams. So LVT Halo, your destination for more and better Halo. Thank you for watching the show today. Hello and welcome to the LVT Halo Watch Party live from the mezzanine at HCS Atlanta. That's right, we're right out here on the open bracket floor. Joined with me, my co-host, Eli the Ninja. We're going to be handling all weekend long, and then obviously the man that makes everything happen, not behind the scenes this time, but in front of the camera, Mr. Louis V. Titan, joining me on the couch.
Yeah, it's a great day to play some Halo. The arena is pretty vibey. We'll get some shots later on for you guys, but we're in a basketball arena, and this is a little bit of a different vibe from what we're usually seeing here at these HCS events, man.
A big thing about our coverage this week, and going to be a little bit different than what you've seen before. A little bit more of the open bracket. You can't really see it behind us at the moment, but right down there where the basketball floor normally is the open bracket. We're going to be covering as much of that as possible. We're still going to be looking at pool play and covering a lot of the matches there, but we really want to highlight the players that come out and play on Friday. I mean, something that you're really familiar with, Eli, like having that open bracket coverage from back in the day. Well, how are you feeling about having that coverage once again?
It's just so cool, man. We're going to get to shine a spotlight on a lot of players that don't normally get any spotlight. They've been competing in every single tournament, whether it's online or on land, but some of these guys are extremely talented. They just never got the chance to put themselves out there. So this will be the first time that people get a chance to watch some of these guys play, and I love it.
Yeah, that's one thing you'll notice right now, Louis with the double headset on, right? He's got his broadcast headset on, but he also has, he's working. So he'll be on and off the desk throughout the weekend. He's going to be coordinating a lot of stuff with the open bracket, making sure we get into the right stuff. So he'll be here, he'll be off. But the big thing is that we're doing something a little bit new this time, right? It's going to be a little bit more bells and whistles, but we should be able to cover a lot more with the power that we're bringing into this event. And I mean, Louis, how do you feel about everything that we're doing this time?
Well, I feel great, and first of all, I want to thank HCS and Faze Clan for having us out here, working with us. We kind of gave them this idea that we wanted to be out in the open, and on top of that, we wanted to cover the open bracket, right? And so I think that obviously it's just a testament to HCS allowing us to do what we want to do and get into the matches and stuff like that. We should be observing all that good stuff. We've got a hell of a team behind us for this entire event. Obviously, the three of us on the couch. We also have 99 observing in the back. Mikowski, our thoughts and prayers are with him. He might have hurt his back just a little bit, right? But nevertheless, he's going to be at home. I'm sure he's in the chat at some point. He's going to be watching.
Yeah.
And then, of course, right, per usual, I am, behind the scenes, technically directing whatever it may be. But this time, we've got some good friends with us in Insight that are going to be helping us, the Proverb brothers and their family and friends that are coming through and working on the production in this. So it's a whole team of people that are making us look good this time around. On top of that, I've been keeping tabs on the open bracket. It looks like a lot of players are still checking out equipment, right? They're getting controllers, headsets, all that good stuff. So as soon as the bracket comes out, I believe there is a bracket link in the chat right now, but if I'm not mistaken, this is the first draft of the bracket that is just probably in the order that you sign up in, right? But this tournament will need to be seeded, and the official bracket will come out. As soon as that bracket comes out, I'm going to make my way down to the floor. We're going to put some cameras out there. We're going to pick our matches, and we're going to get in the broadcast.
Yeah, that's going to be the exciting part, right? Is especially just the opening matches, just getting a feel of what it feels like to be in that open bracket. Some of my favorite experiences in Halo was going in some of the first events that I played in. I didn't get to play in big open tournaments that often. I think Raleigh was the last one I got to play in, and I started seeing all those teams coming out playing. Did you compete in Raleigh, Eli?
No, I actually didn't compete at all in Halo Infinite.
Wow.
Yeah, I was coaching, remember? I was coaching.
Yeah, that's
SLC.
right. Well, is that not competing? I mean, come on.
Well, I mean, yeah. I guess I coached the original G1 roster that whole first year of HCS. And, it's a fun experience. The first few rounds, if you're one of the top seeds, the first few rounds are, a good time to get your comms flowing, make sure that your teamwork's working, test some opening strats, but you're really not tested until the later rounds as one of the top seeds. So, I mean, let's talk about some of the top seeds. We got Native, I think, is #1 seed. Whoever runs into them first round, Godspeed. Those guys are incredible. So, there's so many killers in open bracket. We got Onboard's team.
Yeah, Carolina Gaming. Big fan of Carolina Gaming. I drafted 2 of their players on my fantasy team this weekend.
Yaxon,
Mortally, those two.
I have them doing great things. Jackson in particular, I think that this kid is ready to be that like new wave that comes in. I'm
He's so
very, very. I have very high expectations for him this event.
Yeah, no, he's definitely one of the players to watch out for. I expect him to be dropping 50 bombs perhaps in their first rounds. Well, if the matches go that long, I mean, they might just swiftly 3-0. I know they try to put a lot of flag game types in the earlier rounds, so sometimes that will make things go a bit quicker when there's a lopsided seed disparity. But yeah, I mean, just thinking back to my experiences competing in the open brackets, like back in the Halo 2 in 3 days, like this tournament really kind of feels like that. Like the main stage, we got like the escalated bleacher setup that reminds me of the main stage from back in the day. If anybody used to play in Halo 2, Halo 3, they'll remember just like the atmosphere of it. This main stage feels a lot like that, and the open bracket feels like it did back then as well.
Indeed, yeah. The setup might be, a little bit the same, the stadium seating, right? But there's a lot more seats this time. And there's a lot of people right now walking around. We got partner booths, merch, all that good stuff here on the mezzanine behind us. But, yeah, the open bracket, by the way, right, best of threes all the way up until the qualifier in winter semifinals. And then once you get down to the lower bracket, it will the last two matches, the elimination and the match before that, will be best of fives also. So winter semifinals, the lower bracket qualifier, and the round before that lower bracket qualifier will be best of fives. Other than that, all best of three. So that's a tough look, right, if you're one of these 53 teams that came out today.
Yeah, I wish it would increase the amount of rounds that you get best of fives, especially like if we're not like capping out at 64 teams. I feel like we could add 1 or 2 extra rounds of best BO5s, but I understand they want to get it done one day. That has its limitations, but to me, best of fives, like if I come out to LAN, like I want to at least get as many series in, even if I'm terrible, gonna go 0-2. It's like important to me to play more matches.
It's a scheduling thing too, right? Because I mean, they're always the last people in the venue, right? Like it's what, 10, 11 p.m. at a lot of these events, and they're playing that last match to see who makes it into pools. And it's super exciting, and I'm glad that we'll actually get to highlight that today, to see some of those matches that used to get played in the dark. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be competitive regardless. I feel like there's 8 different teams that could make it into pools, but only 4 of them actually can, you know what I mean? So it's going to be crazy to see how those final matches go. I expect us to see some upsets, seed-wise, especially in the winners quarters, winners semis kind of range.
Right.
And it's going to be exciting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, as far as travel coverage, right, we got Native from North America, Anita Max Win from EU. We have Alpha out of Mexico, which is missing tapping buttons, tapping on Native, who arrived last night. We saw him in the lobby with his suitcase. The man was in the airport in Seattle for over a day.
Oh, no.
So I saw him. I'm like, how are you feeling, man? He just said chalked.
He needed to go right to bed.
Yeah, I'm sure, the beds, at the hotel, nice and comfy, right? I'm sure he got a good night's sleep.
I'm curious how that happens because Barcode and Tapping, I believe, live with each other in Seattle. Barcode made it out on time. Tapping didn't. It wasn't like Tapping's like, I'm going to sleep in. I'll take the later flight. You can take the earlier one.
Yeah, I don't know, actually.
Are they actually living together in Seattle? I thought Barcode was still living with Sparty, but maybe
I think he's in Seattle. Am I crazy? He could be with Sparty. I mean, I could just be misremembering.
I'm not cool enough to be that close with these guys.
Oh, yeah. So, me and Barcode were doing some crazy stuff last night because we're just so close.
Excuse me? Can someone?
Because we're just so close to each other, right?
Oh,
Eli?
okay. Yeah. Do you want to expand on that, or?
Well, you would know if you would have came out and hung out with us last night. Bro was like, hey, we're gonna go hang out, dude. I was like, he's like, he's like, I got other stuff to do.
I'll be honest, I was sleep deprived, and like the old man I am, I went to bed at 11 p.m. and I feel very well rested for a long day of casting today. So
right,
I'm still on West Coast time, so it's very early in the morning for me.
Lesson. Get your sleep, eat your vegetables, you won't break your back. You know what I'm
saying? That's right. True. You heard that, Mikowski?
Mikowski, yeah, by the way, I just teased him. He just DM'd me on
stuck with
Discord.
this guy casting all weekend long because my normal duo broke his back trying to pick up his dog. Like, come on.
They said normal duo. Like they don't say the most unhinged shit in the world, you know?
Yeah, you know what? It might be a blessing in disguise.
Yeah,
we got to separate you two for at least a little bit.
We might have needed some time apart, to be honest.
I hear some announcements out in the open bracket floor. I see that the majority of the setups are still not being sat at, so it just seems like we have time right now. I think this is pretty normal, right? Getting players in, getting teams checked in, getting all the equipment checked out. It's going to take time, right? And so that's the reason why we do best of threes. And if you couldn't read between the lines of what Eli was saying, today will be very long.
Yes.
And if you're in the Passion Pit playing through the open bracket and you're one of the teams that have a chance to qualify, well, there's a good chance you're going to be here with us on the LVT Halo channel till like 10, 11 p.m. tonight.
Yeah, and the big thing is, like, we've been letting players know, but I mean, if you're a player watching or in chat right now, it's like, if you go far into the bracket, like, we want to hear your thoughts. Like, hey, come speak, come get on the couch. We're going to have a little bit more of, like, an open policy on people coming through. We kind of want to get a lot of people's thoughts on what's happening, what's going on. There'll probably be a lot more jumping around between matches than you're probably used to seeing on our traditional LAN coverage. To us, this time it's about providing as much coverage as possible, so it won't be unusual for us to go watch the alpha stream and maybe go watch a little bit more of the open bracket and just see what's interesting to us rather than focusing on matches that needed casters.
I got breaking news. Bracket is out! Exclamation point
Let's go.
bracket in the chat. I do hear matches being called, so players are making their way to stations. And I mean, maybe okay. So Eli, you can look at the bracket with me really quick.
Yeah.
Anything jump out you right off the bat? I will say, Native #1 seed. They have a bye for winner round 1. But right off the bat, I mean, it's
Yeah, let me take a look. We got.
Well, while they're looking, I will say Via Meta 25 gets this. Thank you, Via Meta.
Oh my God, Via Meta the GOAT. Seriously.
I have chat next to me on my phone. We'll see how long my phone lasts, folks. We'll try to find some sort of chat solution in the future. But I will say everything that we're doing here today, we're like leveling up, right? We're trying to do more. Costs a lot more money to do it. Support like that goes a long way. So if you kind of like what we're going to be doing here this weekend, a couple ways that you can support. Prime subs go a long way. They don't cost you any money. In fact, every day that you don't use a Prime subscription, that is, I think it's like 17 cents that you're giving back to Jeff Bezos. And Jeff Bezos don't need any more money. So, hey, support in any way you can. Not that it's necessary, but it does help us go a long way. And there's some friends of the broadcast subbing right now. Hunter JJX.
Yo.
Unfortunately, Hunter not here. I was hoping he was
Yeah, I
gonna
thought
be
he was
here.
going to be here.
For 16 months. Yo, shout out Maverick with his resub. Elemental
It's gonna be a good one.
Enigma
okay.
with his. So look, they're locking in. What are we watching?
All right, yeah, we got a lot of secrets going on over here, so you can just see your way out. I'm just kidding. Okay, so if you're in the chat, you've checked out the bracket link, you're probably already clicking around as well, just like we are. Passion United versus Ascending Baseline Amethyst? Is that
Yeah,
how you say
dude, shout out to Ascending
Amethyst.
Baseline. I feel like they've got like 17 rosters in the open bracket.
that? Literally.
So, but yeah, I mean, we gotta love our guys from Passion United. AB Amethyst is a rated Delta Red Rose, and I think Naughty Angel is the coach. She's like one of the moderators in the
Right.
Ascending Baseline Discord. That should be a good one. I think that Passion United should take it, but that team's not bad at all.
The passion will certainly be there.
Yes, sir.
So that's our one. We have 2 observers, right? So we can technically
We
get
do.
into a second match.
We could try. So with that being said, I will exit the broadcast for now. I'm going to go down to the floor, see what we can get into. I'll probably take a camera with me. Just give me a moment to like set it up or whatever it may be. And I see Isaac's already working on one of them. So I'll probably grab the other one. I'm going to exit the broadcast. You guys kick it.
Yeah, make
Good
sure
luck,
you
boys.
take both of the headsets off. Don't.
There
Oh
you
no,
go.
he's got to keep one on.
Or yeah, I
You
don't
got to
know.
make sure they don't get tangled up. That's the big thing. So in answer, we're going to be at Salt Lake City. We will be at Salt Lake City. I confirm that now. We will be providing open bracket coverage there as well. We've already been having big talks with SSG about what they kind of want to do and what we want to do. And all I have to say is be ready, right? As SLC, I think we're going to have a lot of exciting stuff to happen over there, but we still got to get through this one here.
Yeah, SLC is gonna come up quick too. It's what like
It's like a month.
like 5 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
It's
missed the
very
first
fast.
one, so I'm excited to go to this one. The arena. Do you know if it's in the same arena? I would assume so.
No. So if you went to SLC last year, SLC this year, very close to where it was last year, but a bigger arena. It'll be like a full-fledged convention center as compared to the last time where it was like a more of like a band concert venue.
Wasn't it like underground?
So the side stations were like in this underground area, and then the main bracket was like on this like sound stage concert venue. This time it'll be like a convention center.
Got it. Okay.
But
it
it's
looked like a
very
fun
good.
event. Yeah, and SSG knows how to put on a show.
Yeah, the SLC event's gonna be great. I'll say Faze. I wasn't sure what to expect with this event when I first came into it. I feel like it's been crazy, but boys, we have some good looks at what's going around on the venue. So let's take a look at what's happening right now around. You know, we got some access to cameras here and there. Look at this main stage right here, Eli. We got people setting up, just some camera views. But the way this works, right? So we're in a basketball arena. They've taken one half, like basically split it like in half or like a quarter. They have the main stage facing towards the stands on one side, and then the open bracket is like on the basketball court itself.
Yeah, they got the feature stations down at the bottom behind us as well. Main stage taking up the other half. Very cool setup here. If you guys are anywhere nearby, I don't know if can people still get like GA tickets right now?
You could definitely show up. You can't like necessarily compete in the 4v4. That's done, but you could definitely still show up. I want to give a shout out to Super Freak. He just gave 10 gifted subs to the channel. Shout out to Super Freak. Cobb FC.
Let's go Super
the
Freak.
Reset. Oh my God. Voluptuous Incolta with the 21 months in a row. Woo.
My goodness.
Y9 Yardna. Sorry if I said that one wrong. I definitely said that one
I'm
wrong.
not reading it, but you definitely said it wrong.
Alamarche and Dollar Cent. Dollar Cent's kind of a fun one.
I like that.
But thank you everyone that's been subscribing and helping out with the channel. It's definitely going to be a big weekend for us. We're going to be like rebroadcasting whatever you missed today overnight.
Okay.
So we're not going to be going offline.
It's going to be a long day, guys. I need you guys to lock in. I need you guys to get your favorite caffeinated beverage. You know, stay hydrated, drink that water, and be locked in. It's going to be a long day of awesome Halo. Shout out to chat. I can see you guys for the time being. Oh, we got Timmy Forges. That's one of my favorite guys. He's the guy that put together the map list for the last tournament that we casted.
Shout out Timmy. That was the Grassroots Cup.
Yeah, Grassroots Cup.
Yeah, he helped Louis with that, making sure that we got all the bells and whistles and all the cool game types. Timmy's always very active in the Forge community, and I honestly, we've had a lot of Forge-related content recently, and it's been like really fun seeing the new maps.
Yeah, shout out to the Forgers, man. You guys are keeping Halo alive. What's up, George? Eli is a sexy beast. Don't make me blush in front of thousands of people, man. That's messed up.
And shout out to my boy Joe M. Shire.
Yo, more bank. Eli, notice me, please. You've been noticed.
You've been noticed. Joe M. Shire with the sub for, I think, like 22 months now. Shout out to Joe. Met Joe M. Shire at Vegas for the, God, what was it called? The American Red Cross Last Spartan Standing Tournament.
Oh.
Because there was an LSS tournament where if you basically, they had like a bunch of flights, and if you won like your flight, you would get like the final was at Vegas, and so there was like it was like a big LSS lobby in Vegas.
Sounds awesome.
Joe M. Shire was there. Article was there.
Can we bring LSS back? Like
I really enjoyed LSS. I want it back, to be honest.
It was a lot of fun. They said it was one of the lower populated playlists, but that was a fun way to kill some time for sure.
Yeah, I like more playlists that have like sort of unique win conditions that you can play by yourself.
Yep.
Kind of where it's at. I think people just wanted like a true battle royale, and it's like it just wasn't a true battle royale. So.
Hammerzite, Eli wearing his dad shirts on the plane SMH. You probably saw the picture of me and Ashley. They told me to wear this today. We got to match. We got to look like we're.
We both have the long sleeves too.
Yeah, we're professionals.
Founders edition in chat! Exclamation mark Founders edition in chat.
My hand,
you can get this jersey long sleeve like this. Look, connection long sleeve to long sleeve.
Send an emergency.
You don't have to send emergency. I'm not that much of a freak. You can get the Founders edition jerseys. You have these long sleeve ones. We have short sleeves.
They're comfy as hell. I'll be honest.
Yeah, they're very nice jerseys. Go check it out. We have it in black and we have a gold one. I guess we'll wear the gold one tomorrow, right?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Yeah.
So, hey, if you want to see the gold one, we'll have a chance. Where's I can't? Louis getting us organized on the open bracket. So Louis is going to be on broadcast when he can, but for a large part, he's going to be running around helping us make sure that we get where we need to be.
Yep, he's actually working today instead of pretend working. You know, he doesn't work hard at all, right? It's just always so lazy, this guy.
I'm happy that Louis doesn't have to be stuck behind the computer for an entire event for once.
Dude, you guys don't even actually understand. Like, I'm being facetious, obviously, when I say he's lazy. This guy is, like, glued to the screen, like, doing all the transitions by himself. He's literally clicking a soundboard every time someone gets a double kill or a killing spree. Like he has a whole soundboard of all the medals because Jeff Steitzer doesn't normally do that in Observer. So he's doing that all tournament long normally. But this time we've got a bit of extra help. We got some more hands on deck, so he gets to be on the camera, hang out with you guys, and it's I think he's gonna enjoy it.
Yeah, the Proverb brothers are helping us out with this event. If you were around during the Halo 4 era, like they basically kept Halo alive during that era, doing like broadcasts for that. They did the Halo 5 esports minor league back in the day. That's the first time I ever saw Renegade. Was the esports minor league that they ran. That was always so cool, and they've done a lot of bigger, better things like in a bunch of different esports. But they've always loved Halo. They like wanted to help out with this.
That's where they
event.
started, right?
Yeah.
So it's a bit of nostalgia for them. I'm sure they're happy to be back. Love those guys.
So it's them, their friends, their family, and we got like a whole broadcast trailer that's in the back. It's very cool, very official.
Yes, we're official now, guys. It's finally happened. Thanks to everyone in chat that has supported us. We can afford to hire some extra hands.
Do we try to get Tashi on camera? Like he made eye contact and now he's like yes to come.
Hey, that's my coach. He says, "What's up, Tashi?"
Oh, what's up? You want to put on the headset for 5 minutes? Yeah, we're live. Yeah, we got the commish coming on. So there's a headset right next to him.
Yeah.
So you can just sit right. You can sit on this right next to Eli. Sit next to the coach.
Yeah, Tashi and I did a little Metafy session recently. Talked about some Forbidden CTF and Aqua Slayer. How's your Forbidden game gotten since then?
A lot better. I'll tell you what, I've only been like back tunnel like once, I think.
I reamed him for going down the tunnel.
Yeah.
No OEing anymore.
It is a lot better.
Yeah.
Sometimes I spawn like in the middle, and if like the flag is all the way across, like I'll just go.
Right.
I've also been doing just the jump up more to pistol.
Yep.
Which has been really good. But yeah, the other thing is I've been working on just like getting control of our sniper and spawn up. Okay, my teammates are here. Let me go try to fill this gap and stuff. So it's been working.
That's good.
Yeah.
Love to hear that. Yeah.
I got a lesson from Suspector as well.
Okay.
And we went over.
Who's better?
Huh?
Suspector. Who's the better coach? Suspector or
better coach?
Yeah.
Honestly, very different.
Very different.
Yeah. I got a lot of different like insights from Suspector than I did with you. When I went over the film with Suspector, it was like a high level match. It was like, I think there were some pros in the lobby, and it was interference on strongholds.
Okay.
And yeah, it was a lot of like patience and timing things and like confidence in my movement that he was telling me about, and like yeah, it was really good. So
yeah, love Aiden. Aiden, I've heard a lot of great things from other students that I've had that have worked with Aiden or Suspector, as you guys know, and he's like a lot of people's favorite coach. So
yeah.
I don't think he gets highlighted enough, but and he's busy. He's on a pro team, right? So he might not be as available as some other coaches. But if you have the chance to book with him, I would definitely recommend it.
So first thing I did this morning when I got to the venue.
Yeah.
Free PlayStation.
Yeah.
Over in the front.
We played.
New settings, new everything coming to the HCS and to ranked experience online. Can you walk us through it, like what that process has been like, some of the decisions that you made, what you're excited for in particular with the update that's coming on Tuesday?
For me, I think, well, there's two parts. So there's all the gameplay stuff. Nice to give a little update to Aquarius and kind of change that up a little bit. That one came directly from pro feedback, so we just went ahead and did that. And then, yeah, I think also just change up the bandit. Anytime we can touch the starting weapon is obviously going to have a big impact because it's like every game you play. And I know the jiggle peeking is like a little crazy, and so hopefully this kind of like slows things down a bit. Hopefully brings a little bit more kind of skill to the fights, less of like 2v1 melted, you're like dying instantly.
Yeah.
So maybe a little bit more methodical gunplay hopefully coming out of this. So those I'm really excited about. And then we've got, obviously the ranks are resetting. Feels like it's been forever since the last rank reset.
Yeah.
So this will be good. We've changed the deterministic score change. So that was at 1800 where we were experimenting, and now we've lowered it to start at 1700. So basically that means if you win, you go +7. If you lose, you go -7. Doesn't matter who on your team did better or worse or whatever it might be. It's just like everyone is kind of flat that way. And then the solo duo will start at 1700 now. You were waiting for me to say that.
You know,
yeah.
The amount of times I have a matchmaking session, then Eli like messages like, good game, like I played you last night, and I was like, I don't remember playing you. It's Mr. Altered Spinach 621.
Dehydrated Frog 5.
Yeah, it's like he's always on a different account trying to play with someone because it's like he's like wants to play with his 3 or 4 stack of friends, and it's like he's just so good at the game.
I know.
I mean, it's a good move. It's a good move. I was actually hoping it would get a little bit higher to like 1800 because I really feel like that's where the meta shifts to the point where it would be unfair to have a 3 stack. But I mean, 17 is basically right there, anyways.
Yeah.
But no, a great change overall. And I think welcomed by a lot of people that just want to play with more players in their ranked experience. I definitely understand the thought process though, because I mean, honestly,
it was bad. People don't remember how bad it was.
Yeah.
Before the change happened.
Well, I mean, even right now, I almost feel like it's unfair that Renegade and Snakebite can search together. It's like it needs to be like
2000.
You know what I mean?
Solo queue.
Or then I get SLG. I got SLG and Sika on my team like several games in a row, and it's just like I'm just getting carried to free wins.
Right.
So I don't know. Either way, it's a trend in the right direction.
Yeah.
I love a lot of what I read. I also love the disruptor changes.
Yeah.
Getting that DOT back is going to be very interesting for the meta, I think. Just kind of add some more utility to that weapon. All the changes really good from what I've seen. So hats off to the HCS crew.
I'm really excited for the grenade jumping personally.
Grenade jumping, yes.
Yeah. I'm a big flag runner. When I see them go up at Aquarius, I'm like, alright, bro, I'm gonna throw flag, nade on the ground, pick up flag, jump.
Yeah, if you have OS, like I want to see the plays that people make with the OS. Like, what's the time? You could bounce a grenade off the wall, proc the OS as you have the invulnerability, jump, propel yourself into, I don't know, the opposite window of Aqua.
The numbers in his head.
You could do a lot of different things that, I mean, think back to like Halo 1. You watch competitive Halo 1, when you grab the OS on Damnation, you grenade jump up to get to the rocket platform.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see some creativity utilized with the grenade jumping meta as well.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Players always surprise us with the different strats, so I'm sure there's going to be some stuff that we see that we didn't anticipate. But yeah, I think we're excited about all of them, honestly, and just good to like refresh things a little bit middle season.
You said ranks are resetting, right?
Ranks are resetting.
Where'd you? Because I've seen you grinding a little bit the last couple days.
A little bit. I've been grinding a lot.
I was going to say, it's like I see you sides. Like, where do you think you're going to be finishing out this season?
I think right now I'm like 15-10 or something.
Okay, that's getting awfully close to my rank. I might have to get back on.
What's your rank?
I usually sit between like 1550 to like 16, like low 16s, but depending on how bad the session goes, like I definitely had. I think my worst was I was at like 1610 and I went all the way down to Diamond 6 in like 2 days. And
that's
I was
rough.
Like,
2 days right there.
Yeah, and then it's a long time to get back to a
It
tier.
is. Yeah, are you going like -10 or 11 for a loss?
You know, it's okay. You want to start beef? Is like I thought you were talking about my stat line, but you mean like the CSR loss?
Yeah.
No, I get into this segment where
we could also talk about your stat line.
No,
it's the
it's
same
fine.
number.
I hate it when I get the -11s.
Yeah.
because then I get +5s for. So after I hit like 1610-ish, I'll start getting +5s, and it's like, okay, I just can't like get past. That's my wall right now.
Yeah.
But then I get -10, -11 towards loss, and then it's like, and then it takes a while to get out of that -10, -11 route, and I'm like, then the game doesn't feel fun, and then I stop playing.
So you have a couple losses and you're skidding, and you're like,
I don't have the mental for it.
Is there
the problem?
any time they plan to completely reset MMR, or is that just kind of because? I'll just tell you my personal feelings on it is it doesn't feel like it rewards you for improving as much as it could. Like if somebody started their account and they weren't very good, it's like the MMR gets set at a pretty low standard, but then they improve, but like because the MMR started low, their CSR gain isn't adding, if that makes sense, because the game assumes they should be somewhere else, but if they're actually improving rapidly, they could, feasibly get higher.
The system is optimized around like finding out how good of a player you are really quick.
It is
so
very
that
good
it
at
can
that.
get you into like balanced matches more quickly. And like the system was not just made for ranked; it's made for the whole game.
Right. Yeah.
And what we find is like players like playing more balanced matches.
Of course.
And when you have unbalanced matches, they quit early or they stop playing and all of that stuff. So that's why the system is kind of optimized that way. I think ranked sometimes there are scenarios where, especially I think if you're like highest level, like high diamonds, Onyx, you start to feel like the pain points of the system a bit. But I think for most players who are just like chilling in like gold and plat or like low diamond, they're like, yeah, this is fine. I get good balanced matches and relatively quick search times.
Yeah, no, it's
just
very
at
good
the
at
edges is
balancing.
when you get those like weird, like we were talking about, like -11 for a loss, +5 for a win. That's why the deterministic CSR coming down to 1700 I think is really good, because more players are just going to experience the like, hey, I won. And especially if you're like a high level player, you know that like, hey, I blocked these spawns so we can get this flag cap, or I made sure I played the sniper off the map. So like, you make all these like little crucial plays to help you get a win, and it's like, I just want to be recognized for the win that my team got.
Right.
And it's like, you go +7 for now doing that, and so that'll hopefully make more players happy. I mean, for when we did it at 1800, we actually saw like players above that were playing more.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, because like, if you're only going like +4 for a win, like you could go positive in terms of win-loss record on a day and still go down in CSR.
Oh,
it's like,
yeah.
That's just like shitty. Like, it doesn't matter how you slice it.
If you want to know about that, that's my matchmaking experience.
Yeah, you could have like 55, 60% win rate, but still go down just because of the CSR awards.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's a very complicated system. I think it does very good at what it's intended to do. I just think the MMR, like, if someone, like, how many games of popping off does it take to like move the needle on where the game assumes you should be?
It's not just dependent on that. It's also dependent on your opponents. Because I actually experienced this when I was playing recently. I was playing with cousin Flux, who's like 1900 CSR, and we were matching against, it was like Dead Zone and Trippy and like all this stuff. And I was like doing okay. And I noticed when I went back to my Onyx, I was getting more points for wins. I was getting like +5 and +6 and +7. And it signaled in my brain, I was like, the MMR kind of recalibrated me a little bit. Because it put me in a match that, I was in a match that I was like, should not be in.
Above your head.
Yeah, way above my head. And I was doing okay. And it was like, oh, hold on a sec. So it has this like, I'm forgetting what the actual term is, but it's essentially like a confidence meter in terms of like how pinpointed it thinks it knows your skill is. And when you overperform, underperform against like either your crew or like way higher or way lower, then it loses some confidence and it lets you kind of like wiggle around a bit more. So it's a really complex system, and it's like, even to this day, because I'm not an engineer and like I didn't design or make the system, but I am still learning like new things about how it all works and stuff.
Sorry, we got a bit of static.
Yeah, I want to ask, myth or fact, this will be like one of the last questions I have for this. The more games you have on your account, the harder it is to change your MMR. Because people will be like, I make a new account, my new account, I rank up much faster on it. I make my old account, it's like I can't change that MMR barrier.
Yeah, I mean, again, the system is trying to know how good of a player you are. So if you give it more data, then it has a better idea of that.
Right. Yeah, we're gonna have you switch over to here. Is it yours, Eli? Oh, it's mine.
It's
okay.
yours. Yeah, you'll switch up.
What's up, chat?
Sorry, a little technical hiccup. We're gonna get that annoying sound out of your ear, guys.
This is I like this setup.
It's pretty cool, right?
Couch and yeah, good lighting. You see the chat pretty well.
Yeah, we can see what you guys are saying. Hello, chat.
It's Morse code.
Soba putting the emotes. Love that. Much better.
So
Actually
Tashi,
rethinking sitting down now.
So, what do you think about what we're doing, like this whole open bracket stuff, like covering it out, and like, is this sort of like where you kind of want us? You know what I'm saying? Like doing more of this open bracket coverage. We're gonna have like cameras going out. Are you like excited, kind of watch it out, all that unfold?
I think for me, like you guys are doing such a great service for the community, and I talked to Brandon. We have our conversations like every few months just to like check in, and I always try to think about how we can give you guys more opportunity to do more. And so whatever that might be, whatever the community wants, whatever you guys think is kind of like important to do but also can do it in like a sustainable way, then we want to support that. So no, I love what you guys doing. I think it's so cool. It's like proper, true, like grassroots, and it seems to be sustainable for you guys. So honestly, like all the kudos in the world, because you guys are just like making it happen.
right? This is actually, we're really excited about this one because we have these cameras that'll be down. We're going to be able to see the teams pop off, be able to like kind of get that open bracket feeling once again. I mean, we've had back-to-back events, I think, with London, very big open bracket stage. You can see some of the people getting set up right now on these stations. But a lot of teams in the open bracket at London. We're more teams at this event than we're at London in the open bracket as well. What are your thoughts on like the state of like sort of competitive Halo with open bracket teams? Because I think competition on the main stage has been better than it's ever been, right? But what do you like kind of feel about the health right now of the open bracket scene in Halo?
Kind of mixed. I'm, obviously very grateful for everyone who does want to come out and compete, and we had more teams in London than we ever had in London before, so there's, I think, some positive signs there, but players also have been saying for years they want to play on PCs and they want best of 5, so there's just a lot of there's still a lot of things that players want, and like logistically it's just really hard for us to deliver those. And it's no kind of secret or surprise, but we just need to prioritize the resources and energy towards the pro play, and that's what kind of keeps the lights on and keeps everything going. So we're not neglecting the open bracket. It's still like an important pillar of all of our events, and obviously we try to improve it where we can, but it's just like there's still some lingering feedback I wish we could fully address that I know players have been really vocal about. So we've had some ideas. I'm not going to fully talk about them right now because they're like not fully baked, but they're pretty drastic, and it would have to be some sacrifices in order to get those done, but I think it would be a better experience. So maybe we experiment with some of those and try them out. But yeah, we're not, I guess we're not taking folks for granted, and just thankful to everybody who still comes out and compete.
I'll say, I'm like one of the few Halo fans that like, I started watching competitive Halo when HCS was like invented. I remember like seeing the Halo 2 announcement.
Yeah.
I think it was like an E3, right? And then they announced HCS with it, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna start watching competitive Halo. But it feels like we've seen this iteration, right? Halo 2 Anniversary, Halo 5, Halo Infinite, we're still trying new things. But like from your journey, because you've been there the entire time, what do you think's like been the big changes and what you're sort of proud of from year one of Halo 2 Anniversary HCS to like where we are now, Halo Infinite year 3?
I mean, I think back then there was no esports team. We were just a community team, and it was everyone's like part-time job at the studio to support it because we were like passionate about it. Halo 2 Anniversary was coming around. We had people like Bravo and old boss Che were like just big esports fans, and there's always a lot of energy around it, so it just felt like the right moment. But we didn't know how to like officially support it in like a really high quality AAA way. It was just like scrapping together people and dollars however we can. Obviously really thankful to all of our like partners back then who put a lot of money and invest in all the events and stuff too. And I think we just kind of like stuck with it, and I think did a good enough job to maintain the support and get the broader studio on board with like esports being an important kind of pillar of the franchise. And now, we have our own team, we have our own budgets, we can kind of do things in a legitimate, high quality way. And I think, Infinite was it feels like Infinite was like it's like the proper, it was like the first time we did it the way we always wanted to, like proper vision of like how the events and how the game kind of interfaces with everything, the tools in the game, the store, the skins, the teams. It was like everything coming together at once, and it's still going, and it's like really cool that we can still keep doing it. And HCS is turning 10 this year, and we're gonna
makes you feel old.
Makes you feel old.
Bro, hey, I just graduated.
Yeah, we're the old ones.
When HCS came out, it was like my first year of college. I was like, just graduated high school. I was getting into it. Now you're like, okay, that just reminds me that my 10-year high school reunion is coming up.
Yeah.
So it's like,
I mean, we remember the MLG days, man.
Yeah.
Who in chat went to MLG tournaments, man? Where the OGs at? I see Simon in chat. I know he did, and Proverb, who's in my ear for production. Reminded me that he was there back then.
He was there.
But yeah, you guys have done it long. I just want to shout out HCS in general. Like, it seems like every step of the way y'all have been listening to feedback constantly. There's changes all the time. We've now got all these cool side events where people can play Halo 3. Like, you get eliminated from the open bracket, but you still can sign up for the Halo 3, like 2v2 and 4v4 tournaments. I'm a little mad that there's no Halo 2.
I think we did Halo 2 when we first brought the side events, and it was just not well attended.
Man, we're the Halo 2 players in chat, man. I would have been there, but I was busy casting for you guys, all right? So the other Halo 2 players got to show up.
I would love to play Halo 2 with you one day.
The Halo 2 snobs, like well, I shouldn't say snobs because that's loaded.
Yeah,
they like to play on the OG Xboxes. That's what I learned about them.
Yeah, MCC, Halo 2, not quite the same as OG. It's still good, though, and they've been making improvements to it. So, but yeah, the side events in general, huge W, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think we're going to bring out the OG Xboxes.
Dude, all it takes 8 CRTs.
You say all it takes. We did this once, Worlds 2018. I don't know if you were there.
I was there. Okay. One of my favorite events.
My living room was littered with OG boxes and CRTs, and I brought them to the event, and it was just like,
well,
50% success rate on like the boxes were like.
You locked them behind the VIP stage. Only the VIPs could play them.
Yeah.
I saw Ogre 2 playing with like casuals on the.
I know, it was awesome.
It was awesome. I was like,
You were there?
I was there. I didn't have a VIP pass.
Oh, you gotta get the VIP.
I was a broke
bro.
college student. Like, there's nothing I could do.
You're a pleb, dude. You gotta get the VIP pass. If you
my
wanna play.
highlight from 2018, I got a picture with Sims. I was a huge Sims fan.
Sims is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to Rich Sims.
I love that 2018 event because you guys had the Xbox Game Pass had just come out, I believe, and there was a
Okay.
2v2 station.
Yeah.
And it was a when you stay, and they'd give you 3 months of Game Pass, or no, it was 2 weeks of Game Pass. And I think I went all the way with a stack like this
nice.
big from just playing twos, and
Yeah.
I didn't pay for Xbox Live until 2023.
Holy cow!
This guy, dude. It's
From
pretty
that
serious.
event, because then I would also go to the Microsoft Store tournaments. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Dude, the best fucking tournaments of all time.
Yeah, I know.
I'd go
That was a fun
get
program.
my 6 months of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate.
You're
It
the
would keep my
ultimate
stuff.
milker, dude. You really
Dude,
are a Halo.
I
through
was
and through.
the leech of the Xbox community. They're like, okay, we can't do this.
No,
anymore.
we have to shut this whole thing down. Like,
yeah, it's like
that's a loophole.
They engineered the COVID pandemic to.
It's okay. All the money he saved on his Xbox Live membership, he's dumped into skins and Halo Infinite. So
Yeah, I immediately put. I was kind of ashamed. I told Eli, I was like, once the kill effects came out, I immediately put $100 in the game. That's what got me.
To get all of them.
Because
Which one are you equipping though?
So Faze is on my Bandit, Sentinels is on my Sniper, and then Cloud9. Or organizations that hire me to commentate for them, I buy their stuff. So Cloud9's on my BR.
Nice. I love that. I actually don't have them yet, but I just learned that they were in the shop. I've been watching the pros because the pros had them a little bit early.
Well, you have to get it for the Sniper. The Sniper's
Sniper's sick.
Unbelievably sick.
Yeah.
I'll probably get it for the Sniper for sure.
Yeah, it's
Everybody
really
knows
cool.
I love to snipe. So
It's super ornate. It has
Mhm.
like all these skulls everywhere.
It looks sick. Yeah, it's like a spine and then skulls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Imagine what do you call it? The LVT kill effect in the store.
Interesting.
That's an
Yeah, you know, just we'll just implant it here, and then we'll see where it goes.
Plant the seed.
I'll say I was looking at the Faze merch.
Yeah.
And the jersey is like the jersey matches their in-game skin.
Yeah, it's
And I
cool.
noticed they did that at the Sandstone, but it's the Faze jersey this event is very cool.
Yeah, it is cool. Yeah, I mean Faze does it right. They have those cool like player card shirts too. Those are cool.
I have a big beef with it because I think they got the stats mixed up. Like you go to it, it's like Frosty's IQ is like lower than Renegade's, and Renegade's movement's like lower than Frosty's movement. I'm like, man, this doesn't make sense. This is all
No comments
inverted.
from me on that.
Yeah. It's the idea that counts, okay?
It's true. It looks cool.
It looks cool. That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've probably taken a little bit too much of Tashi's time.
Unless is there anything that we didn't talk about that you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who you guys got winning the event?
It's hard to root against FaZe. I feel like when FaZe are playing their best, they are just better than the other teams, frankly, and they're on home field advantage. It's not like the Optic home field advantage, which it almost feels like they get more pressure playing at home, just almost like they're expected to win. But here it's like, I don't know. I think they're also just the type of players that are going to show up and rise to the occasion more than like falter at it. So, okay. I got FaZe.
Heart says Rebellion, mine says Faze, right? But my big thing for this tournament is, or for this season of HCS, is I think Shopify Rebellion will win a tournament this year.
Whoa, okay.
So that's where I'm staking it. I don't know when it's gonna happen, and but I want it to happen because I think that'll be like the one team where it, like, they'll be impacted the most emotionally, and we'll see that emotion on screen.
Yeah.
So I want to see that.
That would be, they would go nuts.
All right, top 4 right now, 1st through 4th. We'll see how accurate you are at the end of the
I'm not
tournament.
going to give you that. But one thing I was interesting was I was talking to some of the casters earlier, and the narrative did like an interview with Frosty, and he was talking about how, like, you know, they formed the team of Renegade, and they're like a new team, and they're finally like fully clicking and all this stuff. And I remember when they first made the change, I was like kind of skeptical. I was like, well, it's the same 3, and now you bring in Renegade, so like, yeah, there's a change, but it's not that much change. But then you saw in the results, it was kind of like up and down, and obviously they've kind of figured it out. But it got me thinking about, well, if that's true for Faze, then is that also true for Optic and Dead Zone? Is that also true for Sentinels? Is that also true for SSG and Legend? And like, they put it together for that first event, but are we going to start to see these like